He is widely acknowledged as the sword god of contemporary times, the last heir of the Wudang Nine Palaces' swordsmanship, Xie Mingfeng. Yet, due to the merciless nature of the gunpowder era, he perished beneath the fire of a sniper's rifle. Upon his rebirth in the world of Dragon Ball, he realized he had arrived too late. Goku had settled down, the Saiyans were on the brink of arrival, and the ominous shadow of the cosmic tyrant Frieza loomed over Earth. Lacking Saiyan lineage and alien technology, he could only rely on millennia of martial arts heritage and a long sword in his grasp to carve a path to survival amidst dire straits. This is a tale of the ultimate pursuit of swordsmanship and the unwavering spirit of martial arts. As Earth teeters on the brink of annihilation, can the last sword god, in his mortal form, rise to challenge the divine? Chapter 1. A Visit to Son Goku. Xie Mingfeng began his martial training at the age of 8, took up swordsmanship at 10, diligently studied the world sword manuals, and at 21, attained the true transmission of the Wudang Nine Palaces swordsmanship. By the age of 36, he had perfected his sword technique, earning the title of a master swordsman. The martial arts community recognizes that Xie Mingfeng's swordplay is on par with the legendary sword Immortal Li Jinglin from a century ago. He has fought in 86 duels, emerging victorious each time. 65 martial experts have met their demise at his blade, while the rest were severely wounded. It can be said that Xie Mingfeng has reached the pinnacle of martial arts, yet he has also made countless enemies. With his long sword in hand, Xie Mingfeng strolled through the streets, a frown creasing his brow as he gazed towards several distant high-rises, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Bang! 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 A series of violent thuds echoed. Xie Mingfeng's expression shifted drastically. Damn it, it's a sniper. With a swift motion, his sword was drawn, transforming into a streak of light. He dodged 2 large-caliber sniper bullets and managed to cleave through 3 more. Yet 2 bullets still pierced his abdomen and chest. Xie Mingfeng felt his life force waning rapidly, darkness clouding his vision. 7 large-caliber sniper rifles. Who seeks my death? If only I had comprehended the way of sincerity. If only I possessed the ability to foresee danger, I would never have succumbed to gunfire. As darkness engulfed his consciousness, Xie Mingfeng collapsed to the ground. From a distant high-rise, a young man clad in black witnessed Xie Mingfeng's lifeless body and let out a cold chuckle. Xie Mingfeng, they call you the sword god, yet you truly believed yourself to be the sword god. Xie Xiaofeng? Even if you were Xie Xiaofeng, I am not Yin Shisan. While I may lack your martial prowess and sword skills, you still fell by my hand. In truth, the young man in black was drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for the 7 sniper rifles encircling him, Xie Mingfeng would have been nearly impossible to kill. The fact that Xie Mingfeng's sword could cleave through high-speed bullets reveals the divine level he had attained in swordsmanship. The young man in black retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Big brother, the sword god is dead. The mission is complete. Xie Mingfeng regained consciousness, opening his eyes to the sight of a cerulean sky adorned with wispy, white clouds. He lay upon the ground, a sharp pain coursing through his back. Wasn't I assassinated? Why am I still alive? A wave of confusion washed over him. Where am I? The sensation of pain confirmed his survival, filling Xie Mingfeng with immense joy. At that moment, a cascade of unfamiliar memories flooded into his soul. Xie Mingfeng was taken aback. These aren't my memories. Could it be I have transcended? Upon inspecting his body, he found, to no surprise, that he had indeed crossed over. The boy whose body he now inhabited was also named Xie Mingfeng, who had encountered a pack of wolves while gathering firewood and subsequently fell from a cliff, suffering fatal injuries, only to have his soul seize control. The world's greatest martial arts tournament, Demon King Piccolo, the celestial deity, Sun Wukong. As he absorbed the boy's memories, astonishment gripped him. It was the world of Dragon Ball. So, my soul has traversed into the realm of Dragon Ball. Enduring the agony in his back, Xie Mingfeng sat up and gazed towards the southwest, realizing Baozi Mountain is not far from here, merely over 20 miles away. Sun Wukong resides on Baozi Mountain, does he not? With the knowledge gleaned from the boy's memories, Xie Mingfeng became aware of the state of Earth. The world's greatest martial arts tournament had concluded, with Sun Wukong triumphing over Piccolo, restoring peace to the planet. In his previous life, Xie Mingfeng had watched Dragon Ball and knew that Sun Wukong had married Shishi. However, he was uncertain whether Gohan had been born yet. I must return home first. With great difficulty, he began his journey homeward. At home awaited his parents and a delightful younger sister, Xie Xiaoxuan. Upon seeing her brother return gravely injured, Both parents and sister were taken aback and swiftly transported him to the hospital. 2 months later, Xie Mingfeng finally healed. "Brother, you've been lost in thought again," Xie Xiaoxuan approached him. "Ever since your injury, you seem like a different person. What are you really thinking about?" Xie Mingfeng smiled and replied, "I was contemplating the possibility of becoming a martial artist." "A martial artist?" Xie Xiaoxuan chuckled suddenly. "Do you aspire to be like the martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian?" Xie Mingfeng nodded. "Why not?" Xie Xiaoxuan was skeptical. Martial artists were formidable figures. Not just anyone could attain that status. She believed her brother lacked the innate talent for martial arts. Xie Mingfeng chuckled. "Just wait and see, sister. I am determined to become the strongest, at least stronger than Sun Wukong. In a few years, Raditz would descend upon Earth, followed by Vegeta and Nappa. If he did not seize the opportunity to grow stronger, the future would be perilous." In his past life, Xie Mingfeng had not only practiced swordsmanship, but had also mastered several internal martial arts techniques, including the Wudang Sec Shisui secret method, the Taihe Sec's Mangyu power, the Hunyuan and Hahua techniques of Baji Quan, and the thunderous roar of tiger and leopard in Xingyi Quan. As a master of swordsmanship, he had frequently exchanged insights with martial artists from various esteemed sections. The secret techniques of various sects for cleansing the marrow are indeed remarkable, ultimately leading to the same destination through different paths. In his previous life, Xie Mingfeng practiced the Iminji and I Jian technique of the Taihe sect, but this time he resolved to cultivate the Daioken Jian. This technique purifies the internal organs, significantly enhancing lung capacity and fortifying the vitality of one's blood, thereby nurturing the muscles and bones to achieve a robust physique. With the advantage of his prior training experience, Xie Mingfeng found great success in practicing the Daioken Jian, making rapid progress. The technique refines the lungs and intestines, expelling impurities from the internal organs, purifying the digestive system, which in turn has greatly increased Xie Mingfeng's appetite. Fortunately, the mountains and forests are teeming with prey, not only abundant with wolves, tigers, and leopards, but occasionally even dinosaurs. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Xie Mingfeng's physical capabilities had multiplied tenfold. If his combat power had previously been rated at 8, it now soared to 80. While this might seem insignificant in the presence of formidable beings like Sun Wukong and Piccolo among the people of Earth, he was considered a master. The Daioken Jian is quite beneficial for nurturing the body, yet to rapidly enhance my strength, I must learn to harness Qi. Xie Mingfeng understood that relying solely on martial arts would not suffice to contend with the powerful figures from the Dragon Ball universe to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Mastering the application of Qi was essential. Baobao Mountain is not far from here. Perhaps I could visit Sun Wukong and seek his guidance on the cultivation of Qi. Xie Mingfeng resolved to head to Baobao Mountain. Early the next morning, he set off toward Baobao Mountain. Upon arrival, he found that Sun Wukong was not at home. Instead, he encountered Chi-Chi. She cradled a baby in her arms, who sported a fluffy tail, presumably the son of Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan. "Excuse me, is Sun Wukong home?" Xie Mingfeng inquired politely. Chi-Chi smiled at the handsome youth before her. "Wukong just stepped out. Who are you? What brings you to seek him?" Xie Mingfeng promptly stated his purpose. "I am Xie Mingfeng, living not far from Baobao Mountain. I have come today to learn martial arts from Master Sun Wukong." "Ah, I see. Please come inside. I'll get you a glass of water. I'm sure Wukong will return shortly," Chi-Chi replied. Xie Mingfeng entered the house and had barely settled for a quarter of an hour when Sun Wukong returned, effortlessly carrying a large tree. Xie Mingfeng's pupils dilated slightly. The tree must have weighed at least 10 tons. Yet Sun Wukong lifted it with ease, showcasing immense strength. In his previous life, as a master of swordsmanship, Xie Mingfeng also possessed considerable strength, but could manage only a little over 1 ton. "Chi-Chi, I'm back," Sun Wukong exclaimed, tossing the tree onto the ground in front of the house. "We need not worry about firewood for the next 2 months." "Haha." Chi-Chi, holding Sun Wufan, said, "Wukong, you returned just in time. This young man is Xie Mingfeng, who has come to learn martial arts from you." Xie Mingfeng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Mr. Sun Wukong, you have vanquished the mighty Piccolo, making you the strongest being on Earth. Hence, I wish to learn the art of manipulating Qi from you." Upon seeing Xie Mingfeng, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with interest as he stroked his chin and replied, "Xie Mingfeng, your strength is commendable, not much inferior to that of Krillin. Yet, it is peculiar that despite your formidable power, you're still unfamiliar with the use of Qi. Are you here to learn my Kamehameha technique?" The Kamehameha is the ultimate secret art passed down by the Turtle Hermit, and without the Turtle Hermit's consent, Sun Wukong would not dare to teach it indiscriminately. At this moment, the bald Krillin was indeed only slightly stronger than Xie Mingfeng. Xie Mingfeng's combat power stood at 80, while Krillin's was just over 120. In contrast, Sun Wukong's combat prowess exceeded 800, yet had not yet reached the threshold of 1,000. Xie Mingfeng shook his head and said, "Mr. Sun Wukong, please do not misunderstand. I do not seek to learn the Kamehameha technique. I merely wish to understand the application of Qi. Mastery over Qi is fundamental. Once one grasps Qi, mastering techniques such as the Kamehameha and the instant transmission would come naturally." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "As long as you do not wish to learn the Kamehameha, there is no issue. I can certainly teach you how to harness Qi." Xie Mingfeng beamed with joy. "Then I am immensely grateful." Through Sun Wukong's explanations, Xie Mingfeng discovered that within the cosmos exists a wondrous energy, commonly referred to as Qi by martial artists, or Yuan Qi by some. To control Qi, one must possess a sufficiently strong mind and unwavering concentration, otherwise, it is impossible to invoke Yuan Qi. Once one can summon Yuan Qi through mental focus, the remaining tasks become manageable. Mastery of Yuan Qi allows one to refine the body, rendering it impervious to harm, and also to unleash devastating energy waves. These energy waves possess immense power, capable of obliterating entire planets when wielded at a sufficient magnitude. Having perused numerous Confucian and Taoist texts in his previous life, Xie Mingfeng had developed a unique approach to nurturing his mind. Although he had not attained the pinnacle of sincerity, his mental cultivation was undeniably profound. Following Sun Wukong's guidance, Xie Mingfeng was able to sense the presence of Yuan Qi within merely an hour. Seated cross-legged upon a stone, with his eyes closed and breaths deep, Xie Mingfeng emitted sounds akin to the croaking of a bullfrog from his abdomen. Under the guidance of his mind, Yuan Qi gradually flowed into his body, and a faint silver glow began to emanate from him. Yuan Qi, such an extraordinary energy. After being refined by Yuan Qi, my body has suddenly doubled in strength. With this energy, the effects of the Toadstyle's marrow cleansing technique will likely be amplified tenfold. Xie Mingfeng felt a surge of excitement within. Sun Wukong mused silently. Who exactly is this Xie Mingfeng? To perceive Yuan Qi in such a brief period is truly remarkable. As a martial arts prodigy himself, Sun Wukong had taken the better part of a day to first sense Yuan Qi. Chapter 2. The Combat Genius with a Nourishing Vitality. Xie Mingfeng's physical prowess doubled, elevating his combat power from 80 to over 160. Such rapid advancement was remarkable, yet Xie Mingfeng found himself dissatisfied. In a few years, VEGETA and Nappa would descend upon Earth, heralding a cataclysmic disaster for the entire planet. At that time, Nappa's combat power would exceed 3,000, while VEGETA, the Prince of the Saiyans, would boast a power level exceeding 10,000. During their confrontation, even Goku, utilizing the Kaioken, nearly faced defeat. Xie Mingfeng aspired to establish a solid martial arts foundation and elevate his power to above 10,000 within a few years, a daunting task indeed. Goku's late-game surge in power, transcending the limits of the Saiyans, was attributed to the robust foundation he built during his youth. In contrast, Xie Mingfeng was still laying the groundwork. A sudden exponential increase in power was simply implausible. Xie Mingfeng, I sense your strength has significantly increased. Perhaps you have surpassed Krillin, Goku remarked. Come, let us engage in combat and see the true extent of your skills. Xie Mingfeng chuckled. Mr. Goku, you are the strongest on Earth. I am hardly your match. Perhaps we should forego this. In terms of both physical ability and combat prowess, Goku surpassed Xie Mingfeng by several multiples. Even though Xie Mingfeng was a master of martial arts with extraordinary techniques, he would remain no match for Goku. In the face of absolute power, any combat skill becomes feudal. Strength is fundamental. While combat techniques serve as assistants, overcoming an adversary necessitates formidable power. Do not worry, I will match your strength, Goku assured. Xie Mingfeng nodded. All right. Taking a deep breath, he initiated the Tai Chi form. To combat a powerhouse like Goku, sheer force would be ineffective. Only through softness could he overcome strength. Goku, a combat prodigy, recognized the exceptional nature of Xie Mingfeng's Tai Chi stance, which exhibited both offense and defense. Haha, Xie Mingfeng, your martial arts seem quite intriguing. Prepare yourself. Goku propelled himself off the ground, leaving behind an afterimage, his body darting towards Xie Mingfeng like an arrow. Xie Mingfeng was astounded, so swift. Even with the same strength, his speed surpasses mine. As the battle commenced, Xie Mingfeng employed the Tai Chi techniques, closing the bird's tail, single whip, and grasp the sparrow's tail. Tai Chi indeed proved to be an enchanting martial art no matter how Goku attacked. Xie Mingfeng adeptly neutralized his force. Goku's strikes felt as if they were landing in water, with all momentum dissipated before reaching Xie Mingfeng. However, Xie Mingfeng's final move, grasp the sparrow's tail, transitioned abruptly from softness to hardness. A fierce power erupted, resonating through the air, as his fist transformed into a colossal hammer. Goku's gaze sharpened, unconsciously intensifying his strength. With a resounding thud, Xie Mingfeng and Goku clashed fiercely. Goku's arm was as unyielding as steel, sending a jolt of pain through Xie Mingfeng's arm like 1,000 needles. The overwhelming force of the backlash propelled Xie Mingfeng backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground as he skidded. "Stop!" Xie Mingfeng exclaimed. "Mr. Sun Wukong, you have increased your strength. There is no need for competition in the face of your immense power. My skills are rendered futile. Let's conclude matters for today. When my strength has grown to match yours, I will gladly engage in a fierce duel." Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched the back of his head and replied with a smile. "Very well. You have my word. I hope that when you have gained the strength, you will indeed join me for a spirited battle." Although Xie Mingfeng's strength did not rival that of Sun Wukong, he possessed profound mastery in martial arts techniques, from which Sun Wukong gleaned invaluable knowledge, particularly in the nuanced transitions of Tai Chi, a discipline he had not previously encountered. In the ensuing days, Xie Mingfeng remained on Baozi Mountain, dedicating his time to cultivating his chi and refining his physique, while also engaging Sun Wukong in discussions on how to harness chi effectively. Sun Wukong, with his straightforward nature and earnest demeanor, had shared all his martial arts knowledge with Xie Mingfeng, aside from the Kamehameha technique. As the days passed, the bond between Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong grew significantly, transforming them into friends. "Wukong, are you acquainted with Bulma?" Xie Mingfeng inquired. Sun Wukong nodded, saying, "Bulma, of course. We have known each other for many years. I remember when she first came to Baozi Mountain in search of the Dragon Balls. I was merely 14 then. Why do you ask?" Xie Mingfeng replied, "In truth, my forte lies not in boxing, but in swordsmanship. To this day, I have yet to acquire a suitable longsword. Bulma's father is a leading scientist, and I intend to enlist her assistance in forging a longsword. A martial artist who has mastered chi, upon unleashing their energy field, becomes impervious to blades and weapons. Thus, it is no trivial matter to harm them with conventional arms. Therefore, Xie Mingfeng's sword could not simply be crafted by any blacksmith to obtain a magnificent sword. He must rely on the expertise of top-tier scientists. Bulma's father, being a remarkable scientist, might just be able to forge a sword befitting Xie Mingfeng." Sun Wukong responded, "No problem. I will contact Bulma right away. I believe she will soon be able to craft a suitable longsword for you." Xie Mingfeng sketched the design for the longsword and stated, "I have no other requirements, but the sharper and more resilient the sword, the better." Sun Wukong nodded affirmatively, understood. 2 days later, Xie Mingfeng received word from Sun Wukong that the longsword had been completed. Upon hearing this, he felt a surge of joy. Arriving at Baozi Mountain, Xie Mingfeng met Bulma, who, though in her early 20s, still carried the demeanor of a youthful maiden. Upon seeing Xie Mingfeng, her eyes sparkled. He was youthful and handsome, exuding an ethereal swordsman's aura that far surpassed that of her current boyfriend. "Are you Xie Mingfeng?" Bulma approached him. "Indeed, you are quite striking. How would you feel about being my boyfriend?" Bulma had always sought a dashing companion, her bold and spirited personality mirroring that of her mother, devoid of any shyness. Xie Mingfeng was taken aback, then replied, "Miss Bulma, is it not a bit hasty for you to ask me to be your boyfriend upon our first encounter?" Bulma was stunningly beautiful, the daughter of a renowned scientist and the wealthiest person in the world. It can be said that she epitomized the true essence of a privileged beauty. Engaging in a romance with Bulma might indeed be delightful. However, Xie Mingfeng quickly dismissed that notion, as he needed to prepare for the crises that lay ahead. Relying on others is the most foolish of actions. One must depend on oneself. Even though, years later, regardless of Xie Mingfeng's involvement, VEGETA and Nappa would be defeated by Son Goku, he still preferred to wield his own power. If there were to be any developments with Bulma, it would certainly be after he had vanquished Vegeta. Chi-Chi, cradling Son Gohan, laughed and said, "Bulma, You and Xie Mingfeng look quite compatible standing together, but you are several years his senior. Bulma, with a displeased expression, retorted, Chi-Chi, I am merely a few years older than him. What difference does that make? Son Goku interjected, All right, Bulma, you should retrieve a longsword now. Xie Mingfeng is waiting. Goku had no interest in Bulma's romantic pursuits. His sole desire was for Xie Mingfeng to acquire the longsword swiftly so that they could engage in a proper battle. Bulma shot a glare at Goku and tossed out a multifunctional capsule, for which a car materialized. With some effort, she extracted a long sword from the vehicle. Upon seeing the sword, Xie Mingfeng thought to himself. It indeed matched the specifications he had drawn. He was curious about its durability and sharpness. Taking the long sword, Xie Mingfeng felt a slight heaviness in his arm. It must weigh over 80 pounds, which explained Bulma's struggle to lift it. This longsword is crafted precisely according to your design, Bulma said with a proud expression. The material used is the latest alloy, with a hardness rating of 7. Ordinary steel would feel like tofu in comparison. Clang! A crisp sound of the sword resonated. Xie Mingfeng gazed at the gleaming blade, sensing its sharpness, and nodded, It's very sharp. I wonder about its resilience. Let me give it a try. He executed his footwork, retreating several dozen meters, and began to wield the longsword. As a master swordsman, Xie Mingfeng not only commanded the use of energy, but also wielded the longsword, amplifying his combat effectiveness tenfold. As he demonstrated his swordsmanship, Bulma and Chi-Chi were immediately struck by the fierce sword energy, which whipped against their cheeks painfully. They instinctively retreated, seeking distance from Xie Mingfeng. Son Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xie Mingfeng, your swordsmanship is truly impressive. Allow me to test my skills against it. Gripping the long sword with confidence, Xie Mingfeng replied, Very well. Goku dared not clash directly with Xie Mingfeng, for the long sword was exceedingly sharp. Even with his energy shield, it might not withstand the blade's edge, not to mention Xie Mingfeng's considerable strength. The prowess of Sun Wukong's martial arts left Xie Mingfeng in awe, for it was none other than Tai Chi Xie Mingfeng used internally. Sun Wukong truly embodies the essence of a combat genius. I merely showcased Tai Chi once before him, yet he has remarkably grasped its quintessence to an impressive degree. This is truly astonishing. The Saiyans are indeed a race of warriors, and Sun Wukong stands as a paragon among them. Regardless of your martial style, I shall shatter it with a single stroke. Xie Mingfeng's gaze fixated on the tip of his sword, and he executed a seamless union of man and sword. Sun Wukong felt a jolt of trepidation, abandoning his offensive stance in favor of defense. However, Xie Mingfeng's speed was unparalleled, and coupled with the unity of his being and blade, his swordplay became utterly unpredictable, leaving Sun Wukong unable to evade. With a swift thrust, the razor-sharp energy emanating from the sword pierced through Sun Wukong's protective aura, gliding effortlessly across his arm and leaving a crimson mark upon his skin. Startled by Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship, Sun Wukong ascended into the air using his flight technique. Xie Mingfeng, you have not deceived me. Your swordsmanship is truly formidable, surpassing your fist techniques by more than a fold. With a sword in hand, I find it impossible to approach you. Xie Mingfeng replied with a smile, Wukong, you flatter me. Lacking a weapon puts you at a disadvantage, yet you possess the capability to attack with ki blasts, and even then, I would struggle to claim victory over you. Chapter 3. The two swords repel Raditz unbeknownst to him, for years had swiftly passed. Throughout this period, Xie Mingfeng's life remained relatively tranquil, primarily spent in diligent seclusion and rigorous cultivation. Thanks to the Qi refining body technique, combined with the toad-catching fist's marrow-cleansing prowess, Xie Mingfeng underwent a remarkable transformation, revitalizing his entire being. His vital energy surged like lead and mercury, harboring an immense reservoir of power. The strength of his muscles and bones eclipsed that of martial arts masters from his previous life by a staggering thousandfold. Xie Mingfeng's mastery of internal martial arts had reached unfathomable depths, and his swordsmanship was equally profound, surpassing the skills he once possessed. It seemed as though he had touched upon the essence of sword intent. However, the precise application of this intent eluded him. The miraculous nature of the marrow-cleansing secret technique astonished him. Through the practice of the toad-catching fist and the refining of Qi, he felt his body evolving towards perfection. Yes, evolution, though the true form of a perfected body remained a mystery to him. Over these 4 years, Xie Mingfeng had never relaxed his efforts. His diligence yielded significant rewards. His physical prowess had reached an exceptional level of 8,000, with combat strength exceeding 9,000. While he could not yet rival Vegeta, he had far surpassed Son Goku. Although Goku had also been training during these years, his marriage had diminished his pressure to excel, resulting in a more casual approach to his cultivation. Maintaining his combat strength without decline was commendable, but after 4 years, Goku's combat power had barely surpassed 1,000, rendering him incomparable to Xie Mingfeng. As the sun rose, Xie Mingfeng ascended the cliff to practice his swordplay. Though his movements were deliberate and slow, they left a series of afterimages in the air, as if attempting to pierce through the very fabric of space. Xie Mingfeng. A melodious voice rang out from above, belonging to Bulma, who arrived aboard her flying vehicle. Xie Mingfeng sheathed his sword with a sigh. What brings you here again, Bulma? In the intervening years, Bulma had persistently pursued him, determined to have him as her boyfriend, having long since discarded her previous partner. Encountering a girl like Bulma was quite perplexing for Xie Mingfeng, especially since he was not prepared for a romantic relationship. Bulma disembarked from her vehicle and approached him, announcing, Xie Mingfeng, we are planning a gathering at Master Roshi's place tomorrow. Goku and Krillin will be there too. Xie Mingfeng replied, Bulma, I'm in the midst of training. I hardly have time for a gathering. Perhaps you should go alone. Shaking her head, Bulma insisted, no. You are my boyfriend, and thus, you must attend. With a wry smile, Xie Mingfeng thought, I never agreed to be your boyfriend. However, Bulma's sparkling eyes made it difficult for him to refuse. Finally, he relented, saying, all right, I am your boyfriend. I will accompany you. Upon hearing his agreement, Bulma leaped with joy, seizing his arm and planting a firm kiss on his cheek. A flutter of emotion stirred within Xie Mingfeng as he mused. Though Bulma is bold and occasionally unpredictable, she is undeniably a prodigious talent. Perhaps pursuing a relationship with her is not such a bad idea after all. Bulma declared exuberantly. Xie Mingfeng, you just acknowledged that you are my boyfriend. There is no turning back now. Xie Mingfeng nodded, very well. Bulma remarked, this gathering is bound to be lively. Why not invite little Sun to join us? Xie Mingfeng shook his head, responding, no need. Sun is currently in a crucial period of her training. It's best not to distract her. Xie Mingfeng had finally attained the status of a martial artist, while 3 years prior, Xie Xiaoxuan had begun her training in the Tiao Chan technique, and her combat strength was nearing 500. Over the past few years, Bulma had frequently visited their home, fostering a strong bond with Xie Xiaoxuan. Bulma declared, I'll stay at your place tonight, and tomorrow we shall visit Master Roshi together. Xie Mingfeng replied, very well. But my home is modest. You may find it uncomfortable. Bulma thought to herself, uncomfortable? It's merely one night. Even if it were inconvenient, I have the universal capsule. I could simply conjure a villa. The following morning, after breakfast, Bulma was about to retrieve the universal capsule to board her aircraft and head to Master Roshi's island when Xie Mingfeng interjected, no need. Your aircraft is rather slow. Allow me to take you instead. Xie Mingfeng had perfected his flight technique to an extraordinary degree, capable of exceeding 3 times the speed of sound, which meant he could reach 1,000 meters per second. A protective energy shield enveloped Bulma as Xie Mingfeng soared into the sky, heading toward the eastern coastline. Bulma exclaimed, how fast? This is several times quicker than Goku's flying Nimbus. Xie Mingfeng, is this flight technique also a form of your skill? Goku and the others cannot match your speed. Xie Mingfeng affirmed, indeed, it is a form of flight. Their speed pales in comparison to mine because their power does not measure up and their control over energy is rather crude. Surpassing speed limits is not a simple task. Only a master of internal martial arts like Xie Mingfeng could manipulate energy with such finesse, allowing him to execute his flight technique with unparalleled mastery. Flying through the air was as effortless as running on the ground. To ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts in the future, Xie Mingfeng had laid an exceptionally solid foundation. Here we are. Xie Mingfeng observed the island below, detecting the presence of Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan among others. He remarked, I never anticipated that Wukong and the others would arrive before us. Gently, Xie Mingfeng and Bulma descended onto the island without stirring up dust as Sun Wukong and his companions had during their flight. This subtlety revealed the meticulous control Xie Mingfeng had over his force. Xie Mingfeng, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Haha, Sun Wukong exclaimed, cradling his son Gohan. It's been over a year since we last met. Bulma mentioned you've been training diligently. It seems your passion for martial arts surpasses even mine. Nowadays, Chi-Chi hardly allows me to train, as I spend my days walking with Gohan and teaching him to read. Sun Wukong approached Xie Mingfeng and whispered, honestly, what level have you reached in your martial arts? Let us find a time to spar. Xie Mingfeng chuckled, sure. Wukong, ever since your marriage, you've been dwelling in a realm of tenderness. You are no longer my match. One strike would suffice to defeat you. Sun Wukong clearly found this hard to believe. Xie Mingfeng's control over his energy was exquisite, suppressing his combat power to a mere 5, leaving no trace of vulnerability, so subtle that even Sun Wukong could not discern it. A combat power of 5 was characteristic of an ordinary individual, entirely inconspicuous. Before anyone could engage in nostalgic reminiscence, a faint tremor reverberated across the island. Initially, Sun Wukong and the others speculated it to be an earthquake. However, Xie Mingfeng recognized it as the impact of a spacecraft colliding with the ground. Raditz had arrived. Xie Mingfeng gazed toward the horizon, silently contemplating. Wukong, you shall encounter trouble shortly. Take care of Gohan, he suddenly advised Sun Wukong. Trouble? Sun Wukong's eyes brimmed with confusion. Within mere minutes, a formidable aura surged through the air as a brawny Saiyan with long flowing hair descended from the sky. Kakarot. Raditz fixated on Sun Wukong, his eyes glinting with cruelty. You indeed bear an uncanny resemblance to your father. When I sent you to Earth, it was with the intention that you would annihilate all its inhabitants. Yet, to my astonishment, you not only failed to fulfill your mission but also chose to marry and raise a family here. You have brought shame upon our Saiyan lineage. To Raditz, the Saiyans were a warrior race, and Sun Wukong's union with a human was an act of utter disgrace, a fall from grace that was unforgivable. Though Earth lay on the fringes of the galaxy, its environment was relatively pleasant, and Raditz believed it could fetch a handsome price. His arrival on Earth was merely a precursor. VEGETA and Nappa would soon follow. A cold sweat broke on Sun Wukong's brow. Raditz's power far surpassed his own, leaving him with little hope of victory. Who are you? Sun Wukong demanded. I don't recognize you, and my name is Sun Wukong, not Kakarot. Raditz sneered. You've even severed your tail. It seems you have truly forgotten your origins. Very well, I shall remind you. He launched a punch at Sun Wukong with blinding speed. With Gohan to protect, Sun Wukong had no time to evade and could only raise his hands in defense. Yet his strength was no match for Raditz. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. Raditz attempted to seize Gohan, but to his surprise, the boy had vanished. What is happening? A chill of apprehension crept into Raditz's heart. Turning around, he found Gohan safely nestled in Xie Mingfeng's embrace. When did this guy manage to take Kakarot's son? Raditz mused inwardly. Xie Mingfeng regarded Raditz coolly, stating, matters between adults should be resolved with adult methods. Do not involve the child. Gohan is only 4 years old. Do you not fear frightening him? Raditz pressed a button on his scouter. Noting Xie Mingfeng's combat power was merely 5, and a wave of disdain washed over him. What a surprise. It turns out you, with your sword, are merely a fade, a weakling with a combat power of 5, daring to meddle in my affairs. Prepare to die? Xie Mingfeng let out a cold laugh. You are blissfully unaware of your own demise. Raditz, your power is a mere 1200. Among Saiyans, you are a true low-class warrior. Who granted you the audacity to be so arrogant? Raditz placed undue trust in the detector, unaware that the more sophisticated the machine, the more likely it is to deceive. With a clang, a longsword transformed into a streak of light, resting perilously against Raditz's throat. Should he dare take another step forward, his life would be forfeit. Xie Mingfeng's sword sliced through Raditz's waist, severing the tail that coiled around him at its root. A sharp pain pierced Raditz's spine as his tail fell to the ground. Raditz grasped the severed tail and let out a furious roar. The loss was catastrophic. The tail held immense significance for Saiyans. Without it, they could not transform into great apes. Xie Mingfeng's 2 sword strikes were executed with such astonishing speed that Raditz had no time to react, and even in his foolishness, he recognized that Xie Mingfeng was no ordinary adversary. Xie Mingfeng truly possessed the capability to kill him, though Raditz remained oblivious to the full extent of his combat prowess. Soaring into the sky, Raditz gazed down at Xie Mingfeng, a flicker of fear glimmering in his eyes. Sun Wukong, having taken Son Gohan into his arms, exclaimed with delight. Xie Mingfeng, it seems you are indeed formidable, but why did you not simply strike down that despicable fellow? Xie Mingfeng replied coolly. Wukong, after all, he is your brother. Matters between you must be resolved by yourselves. Should I slay him, you might one day regret it and blame me. Out of respect for Sun Wukong, Xie Mingfeng refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Had it been Nappa or VEGETA instead of Raditz, he would have shown no mercy. Sun Wukong inquired, do you know my origins? Is it true what that fellow said, that my name is indeed Kakarot? Xie Mingfeng responded, any questions you harbor, you may pose to the one flying above. I am certain he will enlighten you. Raditz transformed into a blur, soaring away into the distance. Engaging Xie Mingfeng and the others was not a wise choice. It was better to wait for Vegeta and Nappa's arrival before seeking retribution. Raditz held unwavering confidence in Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans and a formidable warrior who might one day ascend to the legendary status of a Super Saiyan. Once Vegeta arrived, all on Earth would meet their demise. Raditz's heart brimmed with resentment. Sun Wukong shouted, "Do not flee," and then employed his flight technique to pursue Raditz. Chapter 4. The Laws of the Universe. As Raditz flew swiftly, he sent a message to Vegeta and Nappa. "Dull. Nappa, there is a formidable swordsman on Earth. I suspect he could slay me with a single strike." On a distant planet, Vegeta and Nappa had just disembarked from their spacecraft, preparing to hunt and feast. When they received Raditz's transmission, Vegeta scoffed, "That fool Raditz has botched the situation. Is there truly a skilled swordsman on Earth? Could it be Kakarot?" Nappa rubbed his bald head and shook his head, saying, "That seems unlikely. Both Raditz and Kakarot are low-level warriors. How could they possibly be so powerful? Perhaps there really is a formidable Earthling." Vegeta sneered. Earth, a barren planet on the fringes of the galaxy, could hardly give rise to any super warriors. Nappa, having eaten, urged to hasten their journey, aiming to reach Earth within 2 months. The prince was eager to discover what remarkable attributes Earthlings possessed. Vegeta and Nappa's spherical spacecraft, while not among the most sophisticated within Frieza's army, lacked the capability of space penetration, yet could reach an impressive velocity, nearly 70% of light speed. Pushing the ship to its limits, they could indeed arrive on Earth in 2 months. Nappa nodded in agreement, expressing his own curiosity about the extraordinary qualities that could give rise to formidable swordsmen. In the vastness of the cosmos, few warriors wield swords. So Nappa's intrigue was piqued upon encountering one. Raditz's tail had been severed by Xie Mingfeng, disrupting his balance. Within half an hour, he was overtaken by Son Goku. Raditz licked his lips, cruelly taunting, "Kakarot, you truly are oblivious to your own mortality. Do you genuinely believe you can defeat me? Your combat power is insignificant to me. You are not the swordsman from earlier." Relieved by Xie Mingfeng's absence, Raditz smirked inwardly, thinking that he would not have to face death today. He mused that the swordsman could live a little longer. Once Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth, it would mark the swordsman's demise. Son Goku took a deep breath, shedding his weighted wristbands and vest. Unburdened, he felt light and found breathing significantly easier. Raditz paused, checking his scouter, which revealed Son Goku's increased combat power. "Kakarot, your power has surged, yet you remain no match for me." Son Goku replied, "We won't know until we fight. Perhaps it's the Saiyan blood, but I feel no fear, only a thrill at the prospect of battling someone stronger than myself." At that moment, Piccolo appeared. Son Goku glanced at him warily, stating, "Piccolo, I have no desire to trouble you today. I suggest you do not provoke me either. I already have an opponent." Piccolo retorted coldly, "Son Goku, do not flatter yourself. I am not here to seek trouble with you. Earth is my domain. Anyone who dares to create chaos here will not escape my wrath." Raditz sneered at Piccolo. "You green-skinned fool, just like Kakarot, you are unaware of your impending doom. If you wish for death, I shall gladly oblige." The combat prowess of Piccolo and Son Goku was nearly equal, and Raditz felt no fear of them joining forces. Son Goku charged at Raditz, and the battle commenced. Though a combat prodigy, Son Goku had not faced the most brutal of conflicts nor ventured into the universe. Thus, his battle experience paled in comparison to Raditz. Raditz, forged in the crucible of cosmic combat, employed straightforward yet lethal techniques. A single hit would spell either death or severe injury. After exchanging over a dozen blows, Son Goku found himself struggling. He looked at Piccolo and called out, "Piccolo, I need your help. He is too powerful. I cannot face him alone." Piccolo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to ally with Son Goku, for the strength of Raditz was formidable. Should Goku fall, it would be the end for Piccolo as well. Regrettably, even their combined efforts were insufficient, as Raditz might instill the sense of despair in both warriors. Inferior in speed and power, they could only endure the onslaught. At last, Goku discerned a flaw in Raditz's defenses. The creature's tail had been severed by Xie Mingfeng, causing him to momentarily falter when changing direction. If they could seize the opportunity to grasp him during this brief pause, Piccolo would surely vanquish him. As Raditz shifted direction mid-flight, he hesitated, and Goku seized the moment to ensnare him. "Piccolo, finish him. Now," Goku shouted, holding Raditz tightly. Yet, Piccolo, cold and unyielding, paid no heed to Goku's plight. A flicker of energy coalesced at his fingertips. With a resounding boom, the concentrated energy transformed into a beam that pierced through the hearts of both Raditz and Goku. The Saiyans possessed a tenacious vitality. Despite the grievous wound, neither succumbed immediately. Goku, fixated on Raditz, demanded, "Who am I? Tell me, why have I suddenly become Kakarot?" Although Goku refused to acknowledge his Saiyan heritage, he had begun to accept Raditz's claims, for he had borne a tail akin to Raditz in his youth. Few would believe that he and Raditz were not of the same lineage. With blood trickling from his lips, Raditz sneered, "Kakarot, you traitor to the Saiyan race, are a disgrace to our kind. Prince Vegeta and Nappa will arrive on Earth within 2 months, and all of you shall perish, including that swordsman. Prince Vegeta is our mightiest warrior, none can match him." Haha. Raditz's gaze began to fade rapidly. "Alas, were it not for my tail being severed by that swordsman, it would have been you who met your end today." Without the balance granted by his tail, Raditz exposed a vulnerability, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Goku and Piccolo. Upon Raditz's death, Goku too drew his last breath, his spirit departing this world. Old son Piccolo mused, feeling a pang of melancholy as he regarded Goku's lifeless form. Goku had been his adversary, the sole obstacle to his dominion over Earth, yet in death, Piccolo found no joy. Determined to bury Goku, Piccolo was suddenly interrupted by Xie Mingfeng, who appeared, sword in hand. "There's no need for burial. I shall take Goku's body. If we gather the 7 Dragon Balls, he may yet have a chance at resurrection." Piccolo's pupils dilated in shock. Xie Mingfeng's speed was astonishing. His arrival utterly unannounced. Had Xie Mingfeng intended a sneak attack, Piccolo might have already met his end. "Who are you?" Piccolo demanded, brimming with caution. Should Xie Mingfeng make any sudden movement, Piccolo would strike, willing to risk his life for a chance at victory. With a smile, Xie Mingfeng replied, "Piccolo, there's no need for such tension. We are not enemies. Perhaps, in the future, we may even become allies in the protection of Earth." Piccolo retorted coldly, "With your mysterious demeanor, who would consider you a friend?" Xie Mingfeng shook his head, lifting the lifeless body of Sun Wukong, and spoke, "I take my leave." He appeared to have lost all weight, drifting away like a feather. Piccolo watched in astonishment as Xie Mingfeng departed, pondering, "Who on earth is this individual? Apart from myself and Sun Wukong, how can there be such a formidable being on this planet? And in 2 months, even more powerful Saiyans will descend upon Earth? It seems the planet is truly in peril." Piccolo was overwhelmed with pressure. Meanwhile, Vegeta sat aboard his spaceship, having received the final transmission from Raditz. He scoffed. "Raditz truly is worthless. I can't believe he actually met his end on Earth." As the Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta brimmed with pride, feeling no sorrow over Raditz's demise. In his eyes, a Saiyan without value deserved his fate. However, Vegeta was resolute in his intent not to spare Earth. Not only must Kakarot perish, but all of its inhabitants must also face death. Upon returning to the small island, Xie Mingfeng found Bulma and Krillin already equipped with a radar, searching for the Dragon Balls. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Son Gohan immediately burst into tears, calling out, "Dad." Xie Mingfeng gently patted Gohan's head, reassuring him, "Do not worry. Your father will be fine. As long as we gather all the Dragon Balls, we can bring him back." In the afternoon, Bulma and Krillin successfully collected all 7 Dragon Balls. "Dragon, arise and grant our wish." Bulma cried out. The sky darkened profoundly, and a green dragon emerged. Bulma made her wish, "Dragon, please revive Sun Wukong." The dragon's red eyes flickered, and it shook its head, saying, "I cannot fulfill this wish. Sun Wukong is not in the underworld. He is training with King Kai, and for now, he does not wish to return. You must choose another wish." Xie Mingfeng thought to himself, "Has Sun Wukong already gone to train with King Kai? It seems he will not return until he masters the Spirit Bomb and the King Kai Fist." The others were eager to express their own wishes. Xie Mingfeng stepped forward and inquired, "Dragon, does being resurrected with the Dragon Balls affect one's future training?" The dragon gazed at Xie Mingfeng, its red light flickering as it hesitated before replying, "Resurrection after death does impact martial arts training. The soul of one who is resurrected undergoes a transformation, making it difficult to perceive the laws of the universe thereafter." Xie Mingfeng thought, "Indeed, there is an impact. No wonder Sun Wukong and Vegeta became exceptionally strong in their later stages, yet remained utterly powerless before the god of destruction Beerus and Whis. The god of destruction Beerus wielded the laws of destruction, while Whis commanded the most enigmatic laws of time. Both stood at the pinnacle of the universe. To comprehend the laws of the universe, one must maintain the integrity of the soul. Once resurrected, the soul is altered, and the opportunity to grasp the laws of the universe is lost forever. Xie Mingfeng resolved never to rely on the Dragon Ball's extraordinary powers again, nor to face death. Not even once. "Thank you, Dragon," Xie Mingfeng said, bowing respectfully. The dragon replied, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, The dragon transformed into the 7 Dragon Balls and vanished into the horizon. Xie Mingfeng addressed Bulma and Krillin, saying, "Inform Chi-Chi about Sun Wukong's situation. In 2 months, 2 formidable Saiyans will descend upon Earth. Everyone must prepare for battle." Chapter 5. Vegeta's astonishment at present. Xie Mingfeng's combat power stood at a mere 9,000. Still a considerable distance from Vegeta. Last-minute efforts would prove futile. No matter how diligently he trained, 2 months would not suffice to significantly enhance his battle prowess. As 2 months swiftly elapsed, Xie Mingfeng immersed himself in deep contemplation, nurturing his spirit, striving to optimize both his physical and mental states. Meanwhile, Earth's martial artists, including Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, and Kairatsu, were diligently honing their skills, with even the 4-year-old Gohan undergoing rigorous training under Piccolo's watchful eye. Beyond Earth's atmosphere, a spherical spaceship pierced the sky, hurtling into the planet's atmosphere at an astonishing speed. Xie Mingfeng, who had been meditating in the mountains, opened his eyes as his sword quivered slightly, emitting a crisp ring. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "Vegeta and Nappa have finally arrived." He informed his sister and parents before employing the instant transmission technique, soaring towards the location where the spaceship was landing. He sensed several powerful energies approaching. Indeed, it was Piccolo, Tien, and the others. As Vegeta and Nappa emerged from the spaceship, hovering in the air, Nappa sneered, "Is this Earth? It truly is a desolate planet. Even if we conquer it, it won't fetch a good price. Frieza's army controls thousands of such planets. When compared to planet Vegeta, Earth indeed fell short in terms of size, gravity, and air quality. Regrettably, planet Vegeta had been destroyed over a decade ago." Vegeta chuckled, "In that case, let us annihilate Earth. However, before its destruction, we must locate the 7 Dragon Balls. That fool Raditz mentioned that Earth possesses magical Dragon Balls capable of granting any wish. Once we gather all 7, we can relish the spectacular sight of Earth's explosion." Haha. Vegeta had obliterated numerous planets, and each explosion had been breathtaking, a sight one could never tire of. His behavior mirrored that of Frieza. Nappa nodded. "Indeed, destroying a planet like Earth is hardly a loss. Allow me to greet the Earthlings first." With that, Nappa unleashed a ki blast, creating a violent explosion that generated a mushroom cloud, shaking the entire ground as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had struck. Suddenly, Xie Mingfeng appeared behind them, sword slung across his back, his voice cold as ice. "Gentlemen Saiyans, should you dare to wreak havoc upon Earth, I shall ensure your souls are scattered, denying you even a chance to enter hell. Doubt it? Feel free to test me." Nappa's expression shifted dramatically. "Who dares to speak to me in such a manner?" Vegeta, unfazed, remained composed, replying, "Do not be alarmed, Nappa. He is right behind us." As they turned to face Xie Mingfeng, Vegeta activated his scouter, noting Xie Mingfeng's battle power was merely 5. He felt a flicker of surprise, yet did not find it particularly odd. Vegeta chuckled and remarked, "Are you the Earthling wielding a sword that Raditz spoke of? Haha. Indeed, you possess remarkable skills. In comparison to that wretched Raditz, you are significantly more powerful. If I am not mistaken, your battle power must exceed 8,000. An impressive Earthling. Capable of concealing such strength, what a commendable technique. The universe harbors a multitude of peculiar civilizations, and many extraterrestrials possess bizarre abilities." When Vegeta sensed that Xie Mingfeng's battle power was merely 5, he felt a fleeting moment of surprise, nothing more. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Chaozu, and Gohan all arrived, positioning themselves beside Xie Mingfeng, warily observing Vegeta and Nappa. Krillin inquired, "Are these 2 the Saiyans? They certainly resemble Goku." Piccolo's eyes bore a grave expression as he cautioned, "These 2 are formidable. Everyone must remain vigilant." After 2 months of intense training, Piccolo's battle power had reached 2,000. However, Nappa's prowess exceeded 3,000, rendering Piccolo no match for him. As for Vegeta, the pressure he exuded upon Piccolo felt as monumental as a mountain. A mere glance from Vegeta felt as though a primal beast was fixating on him. Xie Mingfeng drew his sword and pointed it at Vegeta, declaring, "I will contend with you, Vegeta. You all must hold off Nappa and prevent him from causing destruction." Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Vegeta's lips curled into a cruel smile as he coldly remarked, "Nappa, this sword-wielding Earthling is intriguing. Let this prince engage him. You can handle the rest of those worthless beings." Nappa disdainfully replied, "Do not worry, Dao. While my battle power may not match yours, I am undoubtedly superior to those weaklings. We have also brought the Vegeta people. Perhaps I won't even need to lift a finger, and they will eliminate them all." Vegeta coldly warned, "Nappa, should you botch this like that useless Raditz, I shall end you." Nappa immediately responded with respect. I will not fail. Vegeta flew 30 meters in front of Xie Mingfeng, sneering, sword-wielding earthling. Do you not wish to battle me? Let this prince see what your strength truly entails. Xie Mingfeng smiled, replying, you shall witness it. Prepare yourself. He accelerated to his utmost limit, transforming into a streak of light, hurtling toward Vegeta. The sharp aura emanating from the sword sent shivers down Vegeta's spine. The blade aimed directly at Vegeta's throat. Should it pierce him? Even if his battle power were tenfold higher, he would surely face a chilling demise. Vegeta's pupils constricted as he swiftly evaded the strike. Nevertheless, the encounter caused him to break into a cold sweat. Xie Mingfeng's astonishing attack not only startled Vegeta, but also instilled fear in Nappa. Had that strike been directed at him, he would undoubtedly have met his end. Nappa mused, how can there be such a powerful earthling? Vegeta's scouter revealed Xie Mingfeng's true battle power, 9,100. Earthling, your speed is indeed remarkable. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Just now, you startled me greatly. I nearly met my end at your hands. Among the foes I have encountered, your prowess undoubtedly ranks within the top 3. Nevertheless, I am confident that you will ultimately perish at my hands. Xie Mingfeng chuckled and remarked, Dar, your speed is commendable. I did not anticipate you could evade my strike, which melds man and sword into one. As the Prince of the Saiyans, it is said that you can attain the status of Super Saiyan, and such claims are not without merit. Also, remember my name. I am Xie Mingfeng, a denizen of Earth. Die! Vegeta roared as he charged towards Xie Mingfeng. A sphere of energy, the size of a basketball, abruptly materialized in Vegeta's hand. Xie Mingfeng, savor my attack. Xie Mingfeng's sword danced like a peacock spreading its feathers, creating an impenetrable barrier around him. Before Vegeta's energy sphere could approach, it was cleaved into fragments by the sharp sword aura, dissipating into energy in the air. Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy waves, bellowing continuously at Xie Mingfeng until a full minute had passed before he ceased. As the energy waves faded, Xie Mingfeng remained unscathed, suspended in the air with his sword in hand. Shock filled Vegeta's gaze as he pondered. How could this individual possess such remarkable swordsmanship? There are hardly any warriors in the universe with such exceptional skill. My energy waves have no effect on him. It is not that the energy waves lack potency. Rather, Vegeta's attacks simply do not possess sufficient lethality. Xie Mingfeng's arms were numbed from the impact, struggling to maintain his grip on the sword. For Vegeta's combat power surpassed his own. Had Frieza unleashed such energy waves, even Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship, tenfold superior, would have been rendered utterly futile. Xie Mingfeng, regarding Vegeta with a mocking grin, declared, Dar, is your combat power truly so limited? If so, prepare to meet your demise beneath my sword today. As the Prince of the Saiyans, destined to become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's pride surged. How could he allow Xie Mingfeng to belittle him? You insufferable wretch. How dare you underestimate me? It is unforgivable. Today, I shall tear you to shreds. Vegeta clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, as his aura expanded, dramatically amplifying his power. With a swift movement, Vegeta vanished from sight. Xie Mingfeng felt a slight tremor in the air behind him and immediately spun around. Thrusting his sword, behind you. Vegeta's speed was astonishing. Vegeta's hands, shielded by his energy barrier, became as resilient as steel. He realized that while Xie Mingfeng's sword was sharp, as long as he avoided the most acute tip, he could effectively withstand Xie Mingfeng's onslaught. Xie Mingfeng's thrust missed, and Vegeta's fist flew towards Xie Mingfeng's abdomen. If struck, even Xie Mingfeng's formidable physique would not withstand it, resulting in severe injury. Yet, Xie Mingfeng, a master of swordsmanship, had perfected his spatial control. His sword traced a perfect arc in the air, positioned before him to block Vegeta's punch. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Xie Mingfeng was propelled away by the immense force, his body crashing against the mountainside like a cannonball. Uft! Xie Mingfeng felt a sweet taste in his throat, followed by a spurt of fresh blood. Engaging in combat with a warrior of Vegeta's caliber meant dancing on the precipice of death with every passing moment. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise. A hum resonated through the air as Vegeta launched another attack on Xie Mingfeng. As a fighter, Vegeta excelled at seizing fleeting opportunities. With Xie Mingfeng already wounded, he relentlessly pursued him, granting no respite. Dar, today you shall witness the swordsmanship of Earthlings, Xie Mingfeng declared, channeling his energy and summoning his strength as his long sword transformed into a beam of light, meeting Vegeta head-on. The two engaged in a ceaseless aerial clash, their strikes colliding with a cacophony of sound. Vegeta's ferocity was overwhelming, while Xie Mingfeng's swordplay was shrouded in mystery. Both warriors were wary of one another. As time wore on, not only did Xie Mingfeng sustain internal injuries, but Vegeta also bore several sword marks on his back and chest, blood oozing from the wounds. Vegeta continuously amplified his power, nearing a combat strength of 20,000, rendering him twice as formidable as Xie Mingfeng. Fortunately, Vegeta's speed had not significantly increased, otherwise, Xie Mingfeng would have had no chance of victory. Standing firm on the ground, Xie Mingfeng meticulously regulated his breathing, striving to optimize his physical and mental state. He refrained from taking to the skies, conserving every ounce of energy. Observing the airborne Vegeta, he cursed inwardly, Saiyans truly are monsters, growing stronger with each battle. I have nearly pierced Vegeta's heart several times, yet at the last moment, he exceeds his limits. It seems that defeating him is no simple feat. Vegeta, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, sneered, Xie Mingfeng, how much stamina do you have left? The physique of Earthlings can never compare to our warrior race. Your swordsmanship is impressive, and you have nearly slain me on several occasions, but once your strength wanes, that will be your end. Haha. Chapter 6. Sword against Nappa. Saiyans are an extraordinarily remarkable race, aptly referred to as a warrior nation. As long as a Saiyan's potential remains untapped, they grow stronger with each battle. Vegeta's initial combat power exceeded 10,000, yet it was now approaching 20,000. Despite Xie Mingfeng's profound sword skills, overcoming him would be a formidable challenge, for Xie Mingfeng was not one to continuously break through during combat. However, Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship allowed him to battle beyond his level. Vegeta, despite the immense cost he incurred, still could not bring him down, which irked Vegeta greatly. Throughout the cosmos, Vegeta had encountered many formidable foes. Yet Xie Mingfeng was undoubtedly the most terrifying adversary he had faced. Vegeta mused to himself, this sword-wielding Earthling is truly formidable. Thankfully, his combat power is only slightly over 9,000. Had it surpassed 10,000, I, Vegeta, would surely meet my demise today. Such a being, if allowed to grow, may rival even Captain Ginyu in strength. He must be eliminated. Within Frieza's army lies an elite special forces unit directly under Frieza's command, known as the Ginyu Force. As Frieza ascended to become the Emperor of the universe, claiming vast star territories, the Ginyu Force played a significant role in his conquests. Among them, Captain Ginyu stood out for his might, boasting a combat power of 120,000. As a Saiyan Prince, Vegeta felt an immense pride. Yet even he had to bow his head in the presence of the Ginyu Force. Xie Mingfeng inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon Vegeta, and coldly stated, Dao. Even if the Saiyan physique is extraordinary, I cannot believe you can endlessly augment your combat power. At this moment, the potential accumulated within you has been exhausted. Your current strength must surely be at its limit. Dao, while I may indeed be outmatched in terms of stamina and endurance, do not forget that I, Xie Mingfeng, am no ordinary warrior, but a swordsman. You remain unaware of what a true swordsman embodies, do you not? A swordsman conserves their strength, awaiting the opportune moment to deliver a fatal strike. The clash between Vegeta and Xie Mingfeng was arduous, while Nappa's battle appeared remarkably composed. Nappa summoned the Vegetable Man, effortlessly fending off the assaults from Piccolo and Tien, gravely injured, and Chaozu, who perished in a self-explosion alongside the Vegetable Man, fell in the fray. Piccolo had lost an arm, and Krillin sustained significant internal injuries. In a surge of fury, Son Gohan's combat power soared to 1,300, momentarily astonishing those present. Alas, it bore no fruit in the battle, as he was still unable to graze even the hem of Nappa's attire. Xie Mingfeng thought to himself, Nappa's combat prowess has reached 3,000, vastly surpassing that of Piccolo and the others. If this continues, Piccolo and Gohan are in peril. I must not allow Nappa to continue his rampage. I shall seek an opportunity to eliminate him. Xie Mingfeng required but a breath's time to dispatch Nappa. A single strike of his sword would suffice. Yet, he found himself in a stalemate with Vegeta, and it was no easy task to secure even a fleeting moment to act. In that instant, a flicker of sword light ignited in Xie Mingfeng's eyes, his aura sharpening with intensity. Vegeta sneered, Xie Mingfeng, you cannot contain your desire to attack, can you? In a flash, Xie Mingfeng lunged towards Vegeta. Vegeta, focused intently on the glimmering blade of Xie Mingfeng, deftly evaded the onslaught of razor-sharp sword energy. Originally, he believed Xie Mingfeng was prepared for a desperate fight, only to discover that it was merely a feint. Xie Mingfeng's form transformed into a streak of light, darting towards Nappa. With a flight speed surpassing 3 Mach, Xie Mingfeng reached Nappa in a matter of moments. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. It was too late to pursue him. Damn it, That fool intends to kill Nappa. Nappa, grasping Son Gohan, paid no heed to the latter's futile struggles. Locking his gaze on Gohan, he cruelly taunted, "You are the son of that useless Kakarot, are you not? I shall send you to meet your father." Haha, Nappa, be cautious. Vegeta bellowed, attempting to warn him. Yet, Xie Mingfeng's speed surpassed the very sound of Vegeta's voice. Nappa caught a glimpse of a brilliant sword light flash past, and before he could react, his neck felt a chill. The blade was so swift that even after severing his neck, it remained intact, with no blood yet spilled. By the time Nappa registered Vegeta's warning, it was already too late. Moments later, Nappa felt a throbbing pain in his neck. Everyone bore witness to the emergence of a crimson line upon Nappa's throat, which was soon followed by a spray of blood mist. His body split asunder, his head falling to the ground, lifeless. Shock engulfed Piccolo and the others. Such a formidable Saiyan had been slain by Xie Mingfeng's sword. Vegeta roared in fury, "Xie Mingfeng, you shall pay for this." Xie Mingfeng coldly declared, "Dar, I fear you not. Kill." The two men once again engaged in a fierce battle. Vegeta was indifferent to Nappa's fate. Though Nappa's combat power had reached 3,000, surpassing Raditz significantly, he remained, in Vegeta's eyes, utterly worthless. Nappa's death was inconsequential. What Vegeta could not abide was that Xie Mingfeng had slain Nappa before his very eyes, which filled him with humiliation. Vegeta believed that as a Saiyan, Nappa could perish at his hands, but he could never be allowed to die by Xie Mingfeng's sword. Yet, contrary to his desires, Nappa indeed fell to Xie Mingfeng's blade. As Vegeta clashed with Xie Mingfeng, he secretly activated the artificial moon aboard his spaceship, intending to transform into a great ape, thereby amplifying his power tenfold, making it effortless to vanquish Xie Mingfeng. Xie Mingfeng's speed was astounding, his swordsmanship sublime, and his combat skills remarkable. Defeating him, let alone killing him, while remaining in his normal form proved exceedingly difficult for Vegeta. Transforming into a great ape would allow him to alter the course of the battle and annihilate both Xie Mingfeng and all Earthlings. Krillin gazed upward at the artificial moon suspended high in the sky and suddenly exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Upon seeing the artificial moon, Xie Mingfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed at Piccolo and the others, "That is the artificial moon. Piccolo, Krillin, destroy it quickly." Vegeta, glancing at the artificial moon, felt the energy coursing through him, commencing his transformation. "Haha, too late. I have already begun to transform. Even if you destroy the artificial moon, it will be of no consequence. Xie Mingfeng, I acknowledge you as the most formidable Earthling I have faced, the strongest swordsman among my adversaries. But this is where it ends. Once I transform into a great ape, your demise is assured." Piccolo unleashed a powerful energy wave from his fingertips, obliterating the artificial moon. However, Vegeta's transformation persisted unabated. He was indeed correct. Once the transformation commenced, the destruction of the artificial moon would be futile. Vegeta's aura intensified, emanating a ferocious energy that astonished both Xie Mingfeng and Piccolo. Such a formidable presence. One could only wonder how many lives he had extinguished to amass such a formidable aura. Piccolo, known for his ruthlessness, appeared almost benign in comparison to Vegeta. The number of lives Vegeta had taken was incalculable, having annihilated countless planets, revealing the weight of his sins. Vegeta's aura stirred a tempest, causing Krillin and the others to wince from the force. Piccolo and Krillin turned their gaze towards Xie Mingfeng, hoping he possessed a means to thwart Vegeta. Xie Mingfeng stated, "The Saiyan's weakness lies in his tail. Severing Dar's tail will halt his transformation. You must distract Dar while I summon all my strength for a decisive strike." Hoping to successfully sever his tail. The Saiyan's tail was both a weakness and a critical point, one that Vegeta would naturally protect. Attempting to sever it with a sword was no trivial task. After battling for so long, Xie Mingfeng had yet to find an opportunity to strike. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Gohan launched energy attacks against Vegeta. However, their meager offensive capabilities were utterly incapable of shaking Vegeta's formidable energy shield. All of Xie Mingfeng's spirit and vitality converged upon the tip of his sword. With a powerful push from his feet, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Vegeta's tail. In response, Vegeta summoned a colossal energy sphere, determined to intercept Xie Mingfeng's assault. Chapter 7. Expelling Vegeta from Earth, Fighting to the Death. Xie Mingfeng bellowed. A crack resonated within his mind, as a surge of potent mental energy flooded his consciousness. Ecstatic, Xie Mingfeng proclaimed, "Marvelous. My willpower has ascended." In martial arts cultivation, while physical strength is undoubtedly significant, the elevation of one's mental prowess holds even greater importance. When two equally skilled martial artists engage in combat, the one with superior willpower invariably emerges victorious. Xie Mingfeng sensed that his sword had taken on a life of its own, becoming extraordinarily responsive, as if it were an extension of his very being. It was not that the sword had come to life, but rather that Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship had reached a level of unparalleled mastery. In the air, Xie Mingfeng moved with the grace of a nimble fish, swiftly altering his trajectory to narrowly evade Vegeta's energy wave attack. What? A look of incredulity flickered in Vegeta's blood-red eyes. How could he move so swiftly? Xie Mingfeng's sudden acceleration caught Vegeta off guard. Damn it, his target is my tail. Vegeta seethed, resolute not to allow him to succeed. At that moment, his tail was of paramount importance. If severed, his transformation would cease, rendering his efforts futile. Vegeta roared and pivoted, intent on obstructing Xie Mingfeng. But his imposing physique appeared somewhat clumsy in comparison to Xie Mingfeng's agility. Xie Mingfeng maneuvered behind Vegeta, and with a strike as lethal as a serpent's fang, he severed Vegeta's tail. In a fit of rage, Vegeta unleashed a devastating palm strike upon Xie Mingfeng's chest. Boom! The impact reverberated as Xie Mingfeng was propelled like a cannonball, soaring thousands of meters before crashing to the ground. At a pivotal moment, Xie Mingfeng's willpower had surged, enhancing the potency of his swordsmanship. However, his physical strength and stamina remained unaltered. This dissonance between mind and body rendered him vulnerable, allowing Vegeta to exploit the opening with his attack. Vegeta's transformation abruptly ceased, his form shrinking as the formidable power within him began to dissipate. I have failed. The once blood-red hue of Vegeta's eyes transformed to a stark black and white, the savage intent within him gradually yielding to reason. The transformation into a great ape bore its own repercussions. Upon its cessation, one would experience a period of weakness. Vegeta's incomplete metamorphosis left him enfeebled. Though Xie Mingfeng was gravely injured and faced a threat to his life, he was no longer a concern. Yet, in Vegeta's current state, Piccolo and Gohan possessed sufficient strength to eliminate him. Vegeta resolved, "No, I must leave Earth. As long as I escape, I will be safe. I shall return to Frieza's army, recuperate, and then come back. At that time, it will be the end for Xie Mingfeng and the other Earthlings." With remarkable speed, Vegeta boarded his spherical spacecraft. Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is bad. He intends to flee." Piccolo and Gohan, along with their companions, endeavored to intervene. However, the velocity of Vegeta's spacecraft was astonishingly swift, propelling it effortlessly beyond the atmosphere and into the vastness of space. "Uncle Xie Mingfeng," Gohan suddenly exclaimed, darting towards Xie Mingfeng. At that moment, Xie Mingfeng had succumbed to a profound state of unconsciousness. Piccolo assessed Xie Mingfeng's injuries and remarked, "His wounds are severe, all his bones are fractured, and his internal organs are ruptured. It is perilous. Only the sacred beings can save him. I shall take him to the temple at once." Gohan and Tien Shinhan echoed, "We shall accompany you." Piccolo nodded affirmatively. "Very well, let us go together." After consuming the sacred beans, Xie Mingfeng's physical injuries were finally healed. Nevertheless, he remained mentally exhausted and required substantial recuperation to restore his vitality to its zenith. "Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, I am profoundly grateful," Xie Mingfeng expressed, gazing at them with appreciation. "Had it not been for your assistance, I fear I would have met my end." Piccolo, with a cold demeanor, replied, "No need for thanks. Had you not vanquished Nappa with a single strike, we would have met the same fate as Kaiatsu. If anyone should be grateful, it is we who owe you our thanks. Even if you had perished, we would have used the Dragon Balls to resurrect you." Xie Mingfeng silently shook his head, reflecting that resurrection after death would alter the soul, rendering it incomplete and incapable of comprehending the laws of the universe, thus forever unable to surpass the terrifying entities of Beerus and Whis. The Earth deity and Kuririn approached, the former bearing a striking resemblance to Piccolo, albeit with a greater air of age. The Earth deity, calm yet still astonished, addressed Xie Mingfeng as the Earth deity. "I once believed Master Roshi to be the mightiest of Earthlings, yet I never anticipated the emergence of a powerhouse such as yourself among our kind. When the Saiyans descended upon Earth, I feared for its demise, but you stepped forward and saved our world. Thank you, young man." Kuririn added, "Xie Mingfeng, your swordsmanship is truly remarkable. Upon your departure, I shall bestow upon you 1,000 sacred beans. In your future battles against formidable foes, you shall no longer need to fear grievous injuries." Sacred beans are indeed precious items. While they can restore the body to its former state, they do not nurture the spirit, yet their value is undeniable. Each additional sacred bean is akin to an extra life for Xie Mingfeng. Thank you, Master Korin, he replied. The loss of Kairatsu weighed heavily on Tien Shinhan, who had trained alongside him since childhood, never imagining that Kairatsu would be lost in such a manner. The earth deity glanced at Tien Shinhan and said, Tien Shinhan, I understand your desire to resurrect Kairatsu, but I must inform you that he has already been revived once. Even if you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, it is impossible to bring him back to life again. The Dragon Balls were created by the deity, and he was well aware of their limitations. Tien Shinhan's expression soured as he retorted in anger, How can this be? Are not the Dragon Balls capable of fulfilling any wish? The deity replied, Though the Dragon Balls are indeed wondrous, they are not omnipotent. For instance, the recent Saiyan incursion could not be thwarted even by summoning Shenron with the Dragon Balls. Xie Mingfeng silently agreed, acknowledging that one must never rely excessively on such artifacts, lest they encounter unforeseen complications. Self-reliance surpasses reliance on others. Only through personal strength can one establish a true foundation. Tien Shinhan has reached the brink of desperation when the deity remarked, There is indeed a solution. The Dragon Balls on Earth summon a dragon of limited power. However, on my home planet, Namek, the Dragon Balls summon Purunga, whose abilities far exceed those of Earth's dragon by tenfold, allowing for the resurrection of the deceased without any restrictions. With a meaningful glance at Piccolo, the deity continued. Tien Shinhan, brimming with excitement, inquired, Where is Namek, and how can we reach it? The deity, being a Namekian himself, explained that he had arrived on Earth aboard a spaceship from Namek, which still resides on Earth. The spaceship contains the interstellar coordinates of Namek. Locating the spacecraft would lead them there. Before the deity could finish speaking, Tien Shinhan soared from the temple, declaring, I must find that spaceship. The deity shook his head in quiet disapproval, thinking Tien Shinhan was rather hasty. Xie Mingfeng acquired 1,000 sins of beans and addressed the deity and Master Korin, saying, Deity, Master Korin, I bid you farewell. In a flash of light, he vanished into the horizon, followed by Piccolo and Gohan as they departed the temple. After returning home briefly, Xie Mingfeng set off for West City to seek Bulma's father, as he required a gravity chamber for his training. Upon arriving at Bulma's residence, she rushed out and leaped into his arms. Xie Mingfeng, did you sustain any injuries while battling the Saiyans? Bulma asked with concern. I am unharmed. I have driven the Saiyans from Earth. Everyone is safe now, he reassured her. Can your father construct a gravity chamber? Bulma replied, Building a gravity chamber is not difficult. In fact, I could create one myself. If we alter the structural dynamics of the space, we can increase the gravity. How much gravity do you need? A prodigious genius. Bulma possessed remarkable technological skills, having crafted the Dragon Radar herself. Her father invented the Capsule Corporation, excelling in spatial technology, which Bulma had absorbed from a young age. Xie Mingfeng articulated, How much gravity? A minimum of 1 times and a maximum of 500 times should suffice. 500 times will be adequate for now, Bulma confirmed. Excellent. I shall begin constructing it immediately, but it will take 3 months, she stated. Xie Mingfeng smiled. Do not rush, Bulma. 3 months is not a long time, and I can wait. By the way, at the battle site with the Saiyans, there is an advanced spaceship. You may retrieve it for study. The technology of Frieza's army is formidable. Even if Nappa's spaceship is not the most advanced, its technological merit is significant. If Bulma thoroughly examines the spherical spacecraft, she is bound to gain substantial insights. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, That sounds wonderful. I have yet to see an extraterrestrial spacecraft. I am eager to discover the extent of their advanced technology. 3 months later, with her father's assistance, Bulma finally completed the gravity chamber that Xie Mingfeng required. Xie Mingfeng, come and see if the gravity chamber meets your expectations. It has been constructed according to your specifications, Bulma said, surveying the imposing chamber with a sense of accomplishment. Xie Mingfeng nodded and said, I will give it a try. Upon entering the gravity chamber, he activated double gravity and immediately felt the immense pressure in the air. Every cell in his body was subjected to the force of gravity, a sensation far more intense than any weighted training. Xie Mingfeng circulated his vital energy. Mastering the flow within, the gravity allowed his cells to rapidly absorb energy, continuously enhancing his physique and strength. Excitedly, he exclaimed, The gravity chamber is truly a remarkable invention. Once I adapt to 500 times the gravity, my power will escalate to an astounding level. Even if I cannot match Frieza, escaping from him will be absolutely no trouble. Time passed unnoticed as Xie Mingfeng dedicated 10 months to training in the gravity chamber, amplifying his strength tenfold and surpassing a combat power of 100,000. However, he found himself at an impasse to achieve a significant breakthrough in his martial arts. He needed to transcend this limitation. At that moment, Tien Shinhan successfully located the intergalactic coordinates left by the deity, leading him to Namek. As a year came to a close, Gohan and Bulma gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and resurrected Goku. One day, after breakfast with Bulma, Xie Mingfeng was preparing to practice his swordsmanship when Goku appeared unexpectedly, saying, "Xie Mingfeng, I plan to go to Namek with Tien Shinhan. You should join us." Chapter 8. The King Kai's transmission. Goku had trained for a year under King Kai, boosting his combat power to over 10,000. And he had mastered the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques. Xie Mingfeng surmised that Goku's sudden surge might elevate his power to over 80,000. Going to Namek? Xie Mingfeng hesitated, not responding immediately. The Dragon Balls on Namek held immense power, capable of granting 3 wishes. For those with ambitious aspirations, the Dragon Balls were a coveted treasure to fulfill their desires. However, Xie Mingfeng's wish could not be granted by Purunga, the dragon of Namek. He sought to comprehend the laws of space and time, surpassing the strength of the gods of destruction and Whis, a feat Purunga could not assist him with. While Xie Mingfeng contemplated whether to join, Bulma interjected eagerly, "Goku, you're going to Namek? I want to go too. I've never left Earth in my life. Namek must be so much fun." Goku scratched the back of his head, chuckling. "Bulma, we're not going to Namek for leisure. We're going to find the Dragon Balls to resurrect Kairatsu." Xie Mingfeng nodded in agreement. "All right, I will accompany you." Goku and the others would encounter Frieza on Namek. Facing Frieza instilled a sense of trepidation within Xie Mingfeng, for his combat power was terrifying. Nevertheless, his resolve was as sharp as a blade. Unwavering in the face of fear, the moment a hint of apprehension surfaced in his mind, he swiftly severed it. Fear within one's heart is detrimental to cultivation, especially for a swordsman. Any hint of fear taints the purity of one's swordsmanship. Cultivation is an endeavor against the heavens, requiring one to continually conquer the fears within and allow both will and body to break through time and again, ultimately evolving into a perfect being. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and breaking through is no simple task. Even the gravity chamber's assistance has become limited. Xie Mingfeng smiled slightly, contemplating that a journey to Namek might significantly enhance his martial arts and swordsmanship. Sun Wukong joyfully exclaimed, "Haha, Xie Mingfeng, I knew you would agree. None of us are aware of the circumstances on Namek. Among the martial artists on Earth, only you and I possess superior combat prowess. Together, we can journey to Namek, providing mutual support along the way." Xie Mingfeng replied, "Wukong, please inform Tianjin Fan and the others. I can join you, but we must construct a spaceship first. If Tianjin Fan cannot wait, they may set off ahead of us, and we can rendezvous on Namek." Xie Mingfeng intended to install a gravity chamber within the spacecraft. Although Bulma and her father lacked experience in building spaceships, they had thoroughly understood the technology of the spherical spaceship left by Nappa, provided they had sufficient materials. Constructing a large spacecraft would be quite manageable. Bulma smiled and assured him, "Don't worry, Xie Mingfeng. Within half a month, we will complete the spaceship, and then we can embark on our cosmic voyage." Xie Mingfeng treated Sun Wukong to a sumptuous meal, and it was only at nightfall that Wukong took his leave. 3 days later, Sun Wukong returned to West City to find Xie Mingfeng. "Xie Mingfeng, Tianjin Fan and Piccolo have already departed Earth aboard the spaceship left by the Supreme Kai." Xie Mingfeng inquired, "Wukong, why did you not leave with Tianjin Fan and the others?" Wukong chuckled and replied, "Of course, I wanted to leave Earth with you." Xie Mingfeng shook his head and remarked, "Let's not kid ourselves. Wukong, you are incapable of deceit. The reason you did not accompany Tianjin Fan is that you are eager to use the gravity chamber, aren't you? Very well, I shall lend you my gravity chamber. Feel free to enter." Since learning that Xie Mingfeng was training in the gravity chamber, Sun Wukong had become quite intrigued. After experiencing the training for the first time, he fell in love with the exhilarating sensation of continually breaking through his limits. Mastering formidable power and constantly surpassing oneself was truly marvelous. Wukong laughed heartily. "In that case, thank you." As Bulma had anticipated, the spaceship was completed in just half a month. She produced a universal capsule and said to Xie Mingfeng, "This is our spaceship. My father and I have fitted it into the capsule for easy transport." The technological sophistication of this spaceship far exceeds that of current Earth technology. Xie Mingfeng asserted, "Prepare the supplies. We shall depart early tomorrow morning." The next day at dawn, Xie Mingfeng, Bulma, Sun Wukong, and even Chi-Chi with Gohan arrived. Initially, Xie Mingfeng had not intended to bring Gohan along. Although Gohan was a combat prodigy, he was still quite young, and his limited power would be ineffective against a tyrant like Frieza. "Does Gohan wish to join us?" Xie Mingfeng asked. Sun Wukong sheepishly replied, It was Gohan's request to come along. Chi-Chi also consented, stating that Gohan aspired to become a great scholar, and this journey into space could very well be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The journey to broaden Gohan's horizons is undeniably beneficial. Xie Mingfeng sighed. Our purpose for this trip is not merely for leisure. There may be a substantial crisis awaiting us on planet Namek. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. With the two of us together, our combined strength will surely safeguard Bulma and Gohan. Chi-Chi entrusted Gohan to Wukong, admonishing him, Wukong, the cosmos differs greatly from Earth. No matter the circumstances, you must ensure Gohan's safety. Do you understand? If even a single hair is harmed, I shall not spare you upon your return. Gohan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, assured her, don't worry. Chi-Chi, I will take good care of Gohan. Bulma's parents also urged Xie Mingfeng to look after their daughter, for he was now Bulma's boyfriend, and on planet Namek, he would be her sole support. Xie Mingfeng promised Bulma's parents, rest assured, I will guarantee Bulma's safety. With a thunderous roar, the colossal spacecraft broke free from the atmosphere, departing Earth and soaring towards planet Namek. The velocity was commendable. Seated on the plush sofa of the ship, Xie Mingfeng gazed through the tempered glass at the dark void of space, stating calmly, we are nearing 90% of light speed. At this rate, we shall reach planet Namek in less than 2 months. Our speed surpasses that of Tianjin Fan and the others. Perhaps we shall arrive before them. Bulma, sitting beside Xie Mingfeng, confidently remarked, of course. This vessel is crafted by my father and me. Had we gathered sufficient energy, we could have exceeded light speed. While martial arts may elude her understanding, when it comes to technology, Bulma is leagues ahead of Xie Mingfeng. Suddenly, a strange voice resonated within the spacecraft. Sun Wukong sprang up, exhilarated. King Kai? The King Kai conveyed a message to Wukong and Xie Mingfeng. Wukong, Xie Mingfeng, you should reconsider your journey to planet Namek. The tyrant Frieza's ship is en route to Namek. Should you proceed, you will encounter him. The tyrant Frieza? Sun Wukong exclaimed, what an audacious name. So, this Frieza is indeed formidable? Huh, my power has greatly increased. I am eager to test myself against him. The King Kai cautioned, Wukong, do not act recklessly. The terror of Frieza is beyond your comprehension. Should you meet him, it would spell certain doom. Xie Mingfeng interjected, King Kai, please do not dissuade us. We must go to Namek. I may not know Wukong's reasons for going, but I intend to confront Frieza. I am acutely aware of his menace. It is precisely because he instills fear in me that I must face him head-on. Otherwise, my swordsmanship will stagnate, or worse, regress. In the face of fear, one can either retreat or strive to conquer it. Xie Mingfeng clearly chose the latter. He refused to be a coward. Sun Wukong proclaimed loudly, Xie Mingfeng, your words resonate profoundly. Given Frieza's formidable prowess, it is imperative that we witness it firsthand. Otherwise, it would indeed be a grave oversight. The resounding voice of King Kai echoed, Frieza is a deranged fiend, wreaking havoc and destruction indiscriminately, disregarding the laws of the universe and the delicate balance it maintains. I did not anticipate that you two would also turn out to be lunatics. We warn you, venturing to Namek will assuredly lead to your demise. On a diminutive planet, the stout physique of North Kai trembled with agitation, genuinely incensed by the reckless bravado of Sun Wukong and Xie Mingfeng. Inside the spaceship, Sun Wukong inquired, Xie Mingfeng, would you like to utilize the gravity chamber now? Xie Mingfeng shook his head, replying, you may go first. After you finish, I will enter the gravity chamber. Sun Wukong responded, then I shall not hold back. Who would have thought that a trip to Namek would lead us to encounter such a foe as Frieza? The Galactic Emperor, merely contemplating it ignites a thrill within. Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong alternated their use of the gravity chamber. Every few days, they engaged in martial discussions. One a prodigy of swordsmanship, the other a genius of martial arts, both deriving substantial benefits from their exchanges. However, Sun Wukong favored overpowering his adversaries with sheer strength and skill, while Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship encompassed a spiritual dimension, embodying the unity of man and sword, and the harmony between heaven and humanity, concepts that were somewhat elusive to Sun Wukong. With the gravity chamber at their disposal, coupled with the pressure instigated by Frieza, Sun Wukong's strength escalated rapidly, his combat power surpassing 200,000. Xie Mingfeng's combat power reached 16,000, yet in their skirmishes, Xie Mingfeng's swordplay proved superior. The Saiyans, indeed, are an enviable race. Sun Wukong's rapid ascent and battle prowess left Xie Mingfeng envious of the Saiyan constitution. He pondered that his own willpower could only harness a combat strength of 16,000, and even with training in the gravity chamber, it would yield little advantage. To achieve a significant breakthrough in power, He must elevate his will again, perhaps through the comprehension of sword intent, to transcend his physical limits. The essence, energy, and spirit are intertwined. If one cannot elevate their mental realm, the physical strength remains stagnant. As Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong tread divergent paths, Sun Wukong merely amplifying his strength without the need for comprehension of the laws, Xie Mingfeng aspired to grasp the cosmic principles, necessitating a dual focus on both mind and body. Bulma examined the interstellar coordinates of Namek and informed Xie Mingfeng, "In 3 days, we shall arrive at Namek." Xie Mingfeng nodded, "Understood. I will now have Wukong exit the gravity chamber. In these 3 days, we must refrain from fervent training and instead focus on rest, nurturing our spirits. Only then can we maximize our combat potential." Chapter 9. The potential of Xie Mingfeng. Frieza's spacecraft docked in the outer space of Namek. Seated upon his distinctive throne, his tail swaying ceaselessly, he inquired with an air of nonchalance, "Have we yet received any news regarding Darl?" The surrounding extraterrestrials trembled in fear, apprehensive that Frieza might suddenly unleash his wrath upon them. It was well known that Frieza delighted in senselessly exterminating his subordinates. Aside from Shambo, Dodoria, and the Ginyu Force, no other extraterrestrial beings dared to face Frieza without fear. A diligent scout respectfully reported, "Great Frieza, since Prince Dal returned to the Legion after recovering from his injuries and subsequently departed, we have been unable to gather any intelligence regarding his whereabouts." Frieza licked his lips with a crimson tongue and sneered. "It seems Dal has discovered the surveillance device aboard the spaceship and removed it. However, even if we cannot track Dal's movements, I can surmise his destination. Last time, Dal, Nappa, and Raditz ventured to a planet known as Earth, where they spoke of Dragon Balls that can summon the Eternal Dragon to grant any wish. I have consulted the database and learned that the only race capable of creating Dragon Balls in the entire universe is the Namekians. I am certain that Dragon Balls must exist on planet Namek. As for Dal, he has undoubtedly gone there in search of them." With a sharp crack, Frieza's tail struck the ground, fracturing it. "The Dragon Balls are mine," he declared, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "I, Frieza, shall obtain eternal life, thus surpassing my brother Cooler and my father King Cold." The extraterrestrial beings immediately bowed in reverence, proclaiming, "King Frieza will undoubtedly become the strongest in the universe." Frieza laughed heartily. "Let us descend upon planet Namek without delay." Upon landing on Namek, Shambo and Dodoria led the extraterrestrials in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, mercilessly slaughtering anyone they encountered in the villages after seizing the orbs. As Xie Mingfeng, Son Goku, Bulma, and Son Gohan arrived on Namek, they felt an overwhelming and malevolent energy. Xie Mingfeng and Son Goku were both taken aback. "Goku, do you feel that? Such a powerful and evil aura." Xie Mingfeng remarked solemnly, "That formidable and sinister energy undoubtedly belongs to Frieza." With their extraordinary sensitivity to energy, both Xie Mingfeng and Son Goku could easily perceive Frieza's immense power. Their primary concern was Frieza, the tyrant of the universe. They dismissed Shambo, Dodoria, and the Ginyu Force as mere trifles. Son Goku furrowed his brow, sensing that many auras on Namek had suddenly vanished. "It appears Frieza's subordinates are relentlessly slaughtering the inhabitants. Xie Mingfeng, we must split up to prevent further bloodshed. If the Namekians perish, our quest for the Dragon Balls will be in vain. For once the creators of the Dragon Balls are dead, the orbs will turn to stone." Xie Mingfeng nodded, agreed. "I will take Bulma with me, and you take Gohan. Should you encounter a formidable foe, unleash your energy. I will sense it and join you." Xie Mingfeng stored the spaceship in a capsule and tucked it away, then took off with Bulma in a streak of light. As they arrived at a village, they were met with a horrifying sight. The Namekians lay slaughtered, with neither children nor the elderly spared. Bulma exclaimed in anger, "Frieza is truly a deranged fiend, indiscriminately slaughtering even innocent children." Xie Mingfeng replied, "Bulma, you underestimate Frieza. To him, killing is as effortless as drinking water. If he had located all the Dragon Balls, he would have undoubtedly annihilated Namek long ago." Upon arriving at the next village, Xie Mingfeng and Bulma managed to confront the alien assailants, Frieza's minions, notorious for their malevolence. "You're not Namekians, are you?" One of the aliens bellowed at Xie Mingfeng and Bulma. "We're merely seeking trouble with the Namekians, so scram quickly, or you'll meet your demise." This alien's reluctance to engage them stemmed not from a newfound conscience, but from Frieza's ruthless orders. Without the 7 Dragon Balls, their lives were forfeit. Their primary objective was to find the Dragon Balls, and they were loath to invite unnecessary complications. The village chief clutched a Dragon Ball the size of a basketball. Trembling as he gazed at the aliens, despair etched in his eyes. "I may perish, but I shall never allow the Dragon Ball to fall into the hands of these demons. Xie Mingfeng smiled faintly. You insignificant lackeys, I have no interest in killing you. Depart, or I shall show no mercy. The alien pressed a button on his earpiece. Bulma's combat power registered at 18, while Xie Mingfeng, being a man, was a mere 5. The alien scoffed. Fool, you startled me. I thought you were formidable. Little did I know you were nothing but a worthless wretch with a power level of 5. Prepare to die? With that, the alien unleashed an energy blast, intent on obliterating Xie Mingfeng in one fell swoop. A glint of cold light flashed in Xie Mingfeng's eyes as his sword suddenly unsheathed. His body transformed into a gust of wind, and a flurry of sword lights appeared, cleaving the aliens in half. A few surviving Namekian children gazed in awe at Xie Mingfeng, their admiration palpable. The once dreaded aliens, akin to demons, had been dispatched with ease by Xie Mingfeng's swift strikes. His formidable prowess was indelibly etched in their souls. The village chief, still clutching the Dragon Ball, expressed his gratitude to Xie Mingfeng and Bulma. You have saved our lives and vanquished these demons. We have no means to repay you, but we would like to present you with the Dragon Ball from our village. Alas, 7 are needed to summon the Eternal Dragon. I wonder if you will be able to gather them all. Xie Mingfeng accepted the Dragon Ball with a smile, assuring, Rest assured, Chief, we shall collect all 7. He turned to Bulma and instructed, Bulma, place the Dragon Ball in the Universal Capsule. Do not lose it. Bulma inquired, Where do we go next? Xie Mingfeng replied with a slight smile, We shall first visit the Grand Elder, and then we wait for Frieza to come knocking. With one Dragon Ball in hand, and having sustained injuries, Frieza will undoubtedly seek me out. Rather than searching for him, it is better that he comes to us. Sensing the Grand Elder's presence, Xie Mingfeng and Bulma soared toward him at an astonishing speed. Upon arriving at the residence of the Grand Elder, a formidable Namekian warrior obstructed the path of Xie Mingfeng and Bulma, exclaiming, Halt! This is the dwelling of the Grand Elder, and you are not permitted to enter. Depart at once. The voice of the Grand Elder resonated from within. Neru, allow my 2 friends from Earth to enter. They pose no threat to me. Neru stepped aside, granting them passage. As Xie Mingfeng and Bulma entered the dwelling and beheld the Grand Elder, they spoke, Grand Elder. It is said that you possess the ability to unlock a person's potential. Might you assist me in discerning if any potential remains within me? The Grand Elder regarded Xie Mingfeng with a gentle gaze and replied, Remarkable Earthling, I find myself unable to foresee your future. This is an unprecedented occurrence in my life. The Grand Elder possessed several extraordinary abilities, among which was the gift of foresight. Xie Mingfeng chuckled, Grand Elder, you jest. I am merely an ordinary Earthling. The Grand Elder shook his head. You are anything but ordinary. Now, let us examine your potential. Xie Mingfeng approached, and the Grand Elder placed his hand upon his head. In an instant, beads of sweat formed on Xie Mingfeng's forehead. Such a sharp aura, the Grand Elder remarked. Earthling, your swordsmanship is astonishing, and your potential is immense. Leaving me in awe, Xie Mingfeng felt his willpower being drawn by a mysterious energy, enabling him to break through his limits. My willpower has indeed transcended its boundaries. He marveled internally, realizing that his physical capabilities could once again be enhanced, with his willpower surpassing its limits. Xie Mingfeng could now harness a combat power of 500,000. Such a formidable figure was indeed terrifying. Frieza, in his base form, possessed a similar strength. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement and regain his composure, Xie Mingfeng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder replied, shaking his head, Earthling, your growing strength will greatly benefit Namek. I hope you can withstand the malevolent forces descending upon our world. The malevolent forces to which the Grand Elder referred were none other than Frieza. While Xie Mingfeng was enhancing his combat capabilities, Son Goku was engaged in a confrontation with the Ginyu Force. Even without employing the Kaioken technique, Son Goku possessed a combat power of 200,000. An extraordinary force that would undoubtedly overpower the Ginyu Force. You 5 are no match for me. Leave Namek at once, and I shall spare your lives. Son Goku declared coldly, fixing his gaze on Captain Ginyu. Once again, Son Goku's merciful nature prevailed. Although he could have defeated all 5 of them, he chose to refrain from killing them out of compassion. Captain Ginyu, using his scouter, detected Son Goku's explosive combat power, and fear welled up within him. 200,000 combat power. In the universe, aside from King Frieza, I should be the strongest, he thought. With King Frieza possessing a combat power of only 530,000, he could not fathom how this individual could hold 200,000. Though Captain Ginyu outwardly denied it, he could not shake the certainty that Son Goku indeed possessed such power. The overwhelming aura that Son Goku had unleashed moments ago had rendered him breathless. Such a sensation could not be mere illusion. If I could seize his body, would I not then possess a combat power of 200,000 myself? Captain Ginyu gazed at Sun Wukong, his mind racing with thoughts of usurping the latter's body through the ultimate technique of soul transfer. At last, he seized the moment when Sun Wukong let his guard down and launched the soul transfer. Unfortunately for him, he grossly underestimated the strength of Sun Wukong's soul. Although he lacked understanding of the sword intent and the unity of man and heaven, his martial exchange with Xie Mingfeng had significantly fortified his spirit. Had it not been for Xie Mingfeng's experience in cultivating the mind, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly have fallen prey to the attack. Now, however, Captain Jinyu's attempt at soul transfer was nothing short of suicidal. Jinyu's soul was met with a powerful mental backlash from Sun Wukong, eliciting a wretched scream from him. Chapter 10. Frieza prepares to intervene him? Xie Mingfeng sensed an explosive surge of energy from Sun Wukong, his heart racing. He turned to Bulma and said, Bulma, Wukong is unleashing his full power. He must be in trouble. We need to go to him. Without waiting for Bulma's response, Xie Mingfeng enveloped her in his embrace and utilized the void dance technique, transforming into a streak of light as they vanished from the elder's residence. The elder, aware of Xie Mingfeng's exceptional prowess, was nonetheless taken aback by his astonishing speed. Such swiftness. What an impressive earthling. He thought to himself, if Xie Mingfeng does not meet an untimely end, he will undoubtedly secure a position among the universe's mightiest. What constitutes the universe's strongest? These are super beings who have comprehended a complete law, such as Beerus and Whis, who are indeed the universe's paramount powers. Naru, who had previously harbored a sense of pride as one of the few combat-capable Namekians, found his arrogance evaporating upon witnessing Xie Mingfeng's formidable strength. In comparison, Naru realized that his own combat abilities were trivial. They arrived. Xie Mingfeng, cradling Bulma, descended beside Sun Wukong. Upon seeing them, Gohan exclaimed joyfully, Bulma, Uncle Xie Mingfeng. Xie Mingfeng nodded at Gohan, smiling as he asked, Gohan, are you both all right? Gohan shook his head, replying, neither Dad nor I are hurt. Those 5 guys actually tried to kill us, but Dad defeated them. Captain Ginyu lay on the ground, clutching his head and howling in agony. While the other 4 Ginyu Force members looked at Sun Wukong with palpable fear. They understood that Sun Wukong had thwarted Jinyu's soul transfer and severely injured him. Wukong, what transpired? Xie Mingfeng inquired. Sun Wukong recounted the events, concluding, they were no match for me. I was considering letting them go. Xie Mingfeng scoffed. Wukong, you truly possess a woman's mercy. The Ginyu Force is Frieza's elite unit. They have aided him in expanding his dominion, obliterating countless civilizations across various planets. Do you genuinely believe Frieza is a benevolent figure? If you hesitate to take action, allow me to do so. Today, under no circumstances will I permit them to leave alive. Drawing forth his longsword, Xie Mingfeng transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the Ginyu members. While the Ginyu Force feared Sun Wukong, they perceived Xie Mingfeng's combat prowess as merely a 5, even though his speed astonished them momentarily. They did not regard him as particularly formidable. As Xie Mingfeng erupted, the sword energy sliced through the air, inflicting a searing pain upon their minds. At that moment, they realized that Xie Mingfeng was far more formidable than he appeared. In comparison to Sun Wukong, he was even more terrifying. This swordsman was simply too powerful. We are no match for him. We must flee, scatter, and escape, every man for himself. Xie Mingfeng let out a cold laugh. Fleeing? It is futile. Bart and Gudu were 2 of the more peculiar members of the Ginyu Force. Bart was renowned for his speed, claiming to be the fastest being in the universe. Gudu could hold his breath to momentarily pause time in a small area. Yet, even they were no match for Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship. Though he had yet to comprehend any cosmic laws, his mastery of the surrounding spatial environment was of an exceptionally high caliber. His long sword traced a beautiful arc in the air, and in an instant, the sharp blade severed the throats of the 4 Ginyu Force members, leading them to an untimely demise. Xie Mingfeng, Sun Wukong sighed, stating, there's no need to kill them. Incapacitating their martial prowess would suffice. Without their martial abilities, they can no longer commit evil deeds. Xie Mingfeng merely scoffed inwardly, remaining silent as he slowly approached Ginyu. With a clang, Xie Mingfeng struck forth, unleashing a semi-transparent sword energy aimed at Ginyu. Sun Wukong attempted to intercept Xie Mingfeng's attack to save Ginyu. However, Xie Mingfeng's willpower had evolved beyond measure. The fierce sword energy was impervious to Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. The blade pierced through the energy, cleaving Ginyu in 2. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. taken aback by the intensity of Xie Mingfeng's murderous intent. Xie Mingfeng, there was truly no need to kill him. He is already gravely injured. Xie Mingfeng replied coolly, Son Wukong, your compassion will ultimately lead to your downfall. At the elder's residence, shortly after Xie Mingfeng and Bulma departed, Vegeta arrived. Having obtained the Dragon Ball from the elder, Frieza had located 5 Dragon Balls. Gazing at the 5 orange-red orbs on the ground, Frieza's eyes ignited with fervor. Once I gather the last 2 Dragon Balls, I shall summon the Eternal Dragon. At that moment, I, Frieza, will attain everlasting life and become the true ruler of the universe. Frieza proclaimed himself the Emperor of the Cosmos. Yet he knew well that the universe was vast and filled with formidable beings far superior to himself. With eternal life, Frieza believed he would have the opportunity to surpass all strong opponents and become the ultimate powerhouse of the universe. Damn it! The energy signatures of Ginyu and Bart have completely vanished. On the monitor by Frieza's ear, the battle metrics of the Ginyu Force suddenly disappeared, their names turning gray in the database. This indicated that the Ginyu Force had been entirely annihilated. A cruel smile crept across Frieza's lips. It seems Namek is not as simple as I had imagined. Ginyu had a combat power exceeding 120,000, yet there are still beings here capable of slaying him. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Frieza, my lord, Shambo and Dodoria returned. What are the last 2 Dragon Balls? Frieza inquired. Shanbo respectfully stated, in response to Lord Frieza, 1 Dragon Ball was taken by Dar, and neither Doria nor I can sense his energy, making it impossible for us to locate him. The other Dragon Ball, according to the Namekian, was taken by a swordsman from Earth. We cannot find him either. Frieza erupted into laughter. Dar, the swordsman from Earth, what are they in comparison to me? How dare they compete with me for the Dragon Balls? Shanbo, Doria, gather all our forces and find them. The Dragon Balls belong solely to me. No one can prevent me from attaining eternal life. Frieza's fingertip glimmered with a faint light, transforming into a powerful energy beam that obliterated the distant mountains into dust. A tremendous sound resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Vegeta, having mastered the earth martial artist's technique of controlling and concealing energy, hid 1 Dragon Ball after obtaining it. His ambition rivaled that of Frieza. He too yearned for eternal life, for only then could he surpass Frieza and bring about his demise. Frieza had annihilated planet Vegeta and exterminated the Saiyans, a truth that Vegeta had long known but dared not express his hatred for. Now, presented with an opportunity to surpass Frieza, he would certainly seize it. Frieza, you already possess 5 Dragon Balls, but as long as you have not gathered all 7, I still have the chance to make a wish upon them. Clenching his fists, a fervor ignited in Vegeta's eyes. Once I, Vegeta, attain eternal life, your days are numbered, Frieza. Frieza's minions launched a comprehensive search of Namek. Should they discover Vegeta and Xie Mingfeng, they would relay the information to Frieza. No matter how well Xie Mingfeng and Vegeta concealed themselves, they would eventually be found. Moreover, Xie Mingfeng had never intended to hide. He came to Namek to confront Frieza and dispel the fears that haunted him. Several minions uncovered the whereabouts of Xie Mingfeng and Son Goku, promptly notifying Frieza. Xie Mingfeng instructed Son Goku, Goku, take Gohan and visit the Grand Elder immediately. He can awaken the potential within you, and I believe he will significantly enhance your fighting power. We are about to face Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor. Even a slight increase in our strength will improve our odds. Son Goku's martial arts foundation was as solid as Xie Mingfeng's, and combined with his Saiyan physique. Xie Mingfeng was curious to see what level Goku's power could reach after the Grand Elder awakened his potential. Son Goku nodded in agreement. All right. Xie Mingfeng's willpower surpassed limits, and after a period of absorbing cosmic energy, his fighting power reached 500,000, prompting envy from Son Goku. Now that he knew the Grand Elder could unleash human potential, he too decided to take Gohan to the Grand Elder. Xie Mingfeng worried for Bulma and the others, but felt no concern for the Grand Elder's safety. As long as the Grand Elder lived, the Dragon Balls would retain their significance. Neither Frieza nor Vegeta would hastily eliminate the Grand Elder upon acquiring the Dragon Balls, unless they relinquished their desires for them. Frieza maintained a calm demeanor, yet it was evident to all that he was exceedingly anxious. The Dragon Balls are intrinsically linked to his eternal life, and even though Frieza reigns as the Emperor of the universe, he cannot maintain his composure. Deep within, he is on the verge of an explosive eruption. He has already located the Earthling wielding a sword and has also discovered Dal. These 2 pieces of information arrived almost simultaneously. A spark ignited in Frieza's eyes as he instantly vanished from his throne aboard the spaceship, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards Vegeta's coordinates. Dal. Today marks the annihilation of the entire Saiyan race. Frieza sneered, his intent clear. By eliminating you, the Saiyan Prince, the universe shall be devoid of any Saiyans. Frieza harbors an intense loathing for traitors. Once captured, they are to be dealt with in the most brutal manner conceivable. Vegeta's betrayal has ignited Frieza's fury. As for the sword-wielding earthling, Xie Mingfeng, Frieza plans to deal with him after vanquishing Vegeta. Frieza's diminutive form streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed, landing before Vegeta, who had just defeated Shambo and Dodoria. The latter had underestimated Vegeta, failing to anticipate that his time on Earth had significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Their demise at Vegeta's hands was both a consequence of their negligence and a tragic injustice. Upon encountering Frieza, Vegeta's heart raced, and he instinctively recoiled a few steps. Frieza. The speed at which Frieza approached left Vegeta no time to escape. Frieza glanced at the corpses of Shambo and Dodoria, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. Doll, my dear brother, it has been months since we last met. Who would have thought you had grown so powerful? Your abrupt departure made my search quite arduous. As for Shambo and Dodoria, they were mere weaklings. Their deaths are inconsequential. Hand over the Dragon Balls. And I shall not only spare your life, but also grant you the positions held by Shambo and Dodoria within my forces. What do you say? Vegeta inhaled deeply, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Frieza, I am not so foolish. If I surrender the Dragon Balls, you will undoubtedly betray me. As long as the Dragon Balls remain in my possession, no matter your might, you would dare not kill me. Should I perish, your ambitions of collecting the 7 Dragon Balls will be thwarted. Chapter 11. Sword Aura. Vegeta's words ignited Frieza's wrath. Doll, you dare to reject my generous offer? Truly a foolish individual. Frieza retorted with a chilling laugh. Today, I shall show you my true power. With a swift motion, Frieza left behind an afterimage, suddenly appearing before Vegeta and delivering a powerful punch. The impact struck Vegeta in the abdomen, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in shock. So fast. Frieza's speed was beyond comprehension. Vegeta could not react in time. Indeed, his vision could not keep pace with Frieza's movements. Clutching his stomach, Vegeta sank to his knees. His combat power was still below 100,000, while Frieza stood at an overwhelming 530,000. The disparity was colossal. An insurmountable chasm. Vegeta had never witnessed Frieza in action. Those who had clashed with him had all met their demise. Vegeta was acutely aware of Frieza's formidable strength. Yet he never anticipated it would be to such an overwhelming extent. Frieza had previously asserted that he had not acquired the Dragon Balls, and thus, he dared not eliminate him. Vegeta, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination, gazed up at Frieza and declared, whatever means you possess, unleash them. As the Prince of the Saiyans, I shall never beg for mercy. Frieza chuckled disdainfully. Dear little brother, I have all the time in the universe. I shall toy with you until you relinquish the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Frieza unleashed a crimson energy blast into the sky, which surged forth like a laser, aimed at the silhouette of an observer above. Annoying fly, perish before me. Frieza remarked, not even glancing back. He believed that on Namek, no one could evade his strike. Vegeta looked up at the figure hovering in the air, noting the individual's tall stature clad in a white combat suit, wielding an unsheathed sword. Xie Mingfeng, Vegeta exclaimed, laughter escaping his lips. I never expected a human from Earth to join the fray. Frieza, he is no mere fly, he is a true swordsman. Xie Mingfeng had secured Bulma in a safe location before hastening over, arriving just in time to witness Frieza's coercion of Vegeta. He observed from above, reluctant to intervene. As his impression of Vegeta was far from favorable, the Saiyan was far too arrogant and dismissive. Unexpectedly, Frieza launched an assault against him. The powerful energy blast came at an alarming speed, startling Xie Mingfeng. Fortunately, he had grown significantly stronger, his battle power now reaching 500,000, allowing him to evade with ease. Frieza regarded Xie Mingfeng with a glint of cruel amusement in his eyes. Earthling Xie Mingfeng, I suspect you possess a Dragon Ball. I had not sought you out, yet here you are, presenting yourself to me. Splendid. Once I obtain the Dragon Balls from you and that fool, I shall achieve eternal life. Xie Mingfeng smiled faintly. Frieza, you will never acquire all the Dragon Balls, nor will you have the opportunity to attain eternal life. This very Namek shall become your grave. Frieza erupted into laughter, as if hearing the most ludicrous of jokes. Ha ha ha. Xie Mingfeng, you are quite the humorist. Who in the universe could possibly kill me, Frieza? My subordinates have claimed your swordsmanship is remarkable. Allow me to witness it firsthand. Let me see if your skills can wound me. With Vegeta already gravely injured, Frieza felt no concern for his escape, even if Vegeta did flee. Frieza was confident he could track him down. Now, capturing Xie Mingfeng and acquiring the Dragon Balls would be half the battle won. With a swift motion, Frieza transformed into a streak of light, launching himself at Xie Mingfeng. The latter's expression turned grave, although Frieza was diminutive in stature, standing at just over 5 feet. The energy pulsating within him was astonishing. Frieza proclaimed himself the Emperor of the universe. While such boasts may have been self-aggrandizing, his might was undeniable. Clang! In an instant, Xie Mingfeng's long sword was drawn, its blade shimmering like the display of a peacock's feathers, slicing through the air and blocking all of Frieza's attack routes. A translucent sword aura sliced through Frieza's protective energy shield, leaving a delicate scar upon his cheek akin to a strand of hair from which blood began to flow. The swordsman represents the most formidable force among practitioners. Otherwise, the mythic tales would not be replete with the exalted figures of sword immortals and sword gods. While Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship cannot be equated with that of the legendary sword immortals, it is nonetheless fierce and domineering. With a battle power of 500,000, it was entirely expected that such immense strength would breach Frieza's protective barrier. Vegeta gazed at Xie Mingfeng in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could Xie Mingfeng possibly injure Frieza? Back on Earth, his battle power was inferior to mine. How has he become so formidable now?" Vegeta, having suffered defeat against Xie Mingfeng on Earth, regarded it as the greatest humiliation of his life. As a high-ranking warrior of the combatant race, the Prince of the Saiyans, he found it intolerable that he had been outclassed by a mere Earthling. After fleeing from Earth and recuperating within Frieza's army, Vegeta trained relentlessly, and upon arriving on Namek, his battle power finally reached 80,000. With his strength significantly amplified, he felt a modicum of satisfaction with his training pace, yet upon witnessing Xie Mingfeng's prowess, he realized he was utterly outmatched. Furthermore, the gap between him and Xie Mingfeng was widening. A mere flick of Xie Mingfeng's sword aura could cleave Vegeta in two. Once, Vegeta had looked down upon Earthlings, dismissing Xie Mingfeng as just a native from a remote planet in the galaxy. However, envy, jealousy, and even resentment now filled his heart. Initially, Vegeta should have harbored such complex emotions towards Son Goku, but with Xie Mingfeng's emergence, he refrained from clashing with Goku, instead viewing Xie Mingfeng as a target to surpass in the future. Have I truly been injured? Frieza halted his assault, hovering in midair, wiping the blood from his face. His expression one of disbelief. How many years had it been? How long had it been since he had last sustained an injury? It was during his youth, in a fierce battle with his brother Cooler, that he had been wounded. The time elapsed was so great that Frieza had nearly forgotten the sensation of pain. Yet this time, Xie Mingfeng not only inflicted pain upon him, but also drew blood. A wave of profound humiliation surged within him, and Frieza's expression twisted into madness as he roared at Xie Mingfeng. "You wretched being! How dare you harm me, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza? I shall have your body torn asunder. Attack!" Frieza unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, his hands skillfully exchanging strikes, overwhelming Xie Mingfeng with a formidable onslaught. "I refuse to believe that you can withstand all my attacks. The moment you are struck, you shall perish," Frieza bellowed. After a relentless assault lasting a quarter of an hour, Frieza finally ceased. As the smoke cleared, Xie Mingfeng remained unscathed, suspended in the air, the air around him searing due to the explosive energy of the blasts. The long sword in his hand was enveloped in a faint aura, the tip barely manifesting a sword light that was nearly imperceptible. This sword light, more concentrated and sharper than the sword aura, signified a deadly precision. Due to the extreme sharpness of the sword's edge, a slight distortion occurred in the space at its tip. Frieza gazed at the warped space with an ominous feeling. The point of Xie Mingfeng's sword posed a significant threat to him. Frieza widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? You are merely an Earthling. How could you possibly withstand my kingly wrath? This is absurd." Xie Mingfeng took a deep breath, calming the chaotic energy within him, and replied with a smile, "Frieza, your arrogance and lofty position have persisted for far too long. Such a sense of superiority, believing yourself to be the true ruler of the universe, has clouded your judgment. While your combat prowess is commendable and you may be considered a genius among the frost demons, countless warriors in the universe surpass you. You are unworthy of being called the Emperor of the Cosmos. The things you deem unreasonable are numerous. Without transforming, you stand no chance of defeating me." Frieza was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "Xie Mingfeng, it seems you possess considerable knowledge. You even recognize that I belong to the frost demon race and that I can transform. Your identity is clearly more complex than it appears. Who then are you?" Xie Mingfeng replied nonchalantly, "I am but an ordinary Earthling. Suddenly, Frieza let out a cruel laugh. Xie Mingfeng, I concede that your combat ability is formidable and your swordsmanship is exceptional. However, I am currently in my weakest form. Once I transform, my power can multiply many times over, even by dozens of times. Today, your demise is inevitable. Transform. With a mighty roar, Frieza began his transformation. Not into his second form, but into his ultimate form. Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship was too sharp, even in his second form. Frieza doubted he could withstand the brilliance of Xie Mingfeng's blade. However, upon achieving his ultimate form, Frieza would be able to dominate entirely, rendering Xie Mingfeng's hidden strengths powerless. Frieza's patience had worn thin. He yearned to collect the Dragon Balls and attain eternal life. The atmosphere around him erupted with energy, causing the very ground of Namek to tremble. Vegeta's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Damn it! Frieza is serious now. Once he transforms, no one will stand against him. I have yet to achieve eternal life, and I have not avenged the Saiyans who perished on planet Vegeta. I cannot die here." Despite the excruciating pain in his abdomen, Vegeta summoned his strength and flew away. In the eyes of both Xie Mingfeng and Frieza, Vegeta was merely an insignificant opponent, his power level below 100,000. They paid him no heed as he fled, and neither Xie Mingfeng nor Frieza made an effort to pursue him. Frieza was too engrossed in his transformation to chase after him, confident that he could find Vegeta after eliminating Xie Mingfeng. Xie Mingfeng had no intention of killing Vegeta. Keeping him alive might serve to create unnecessary complications for Frieza. Coldly addressing Frieza, Xie Mingfeng remarked, "Transform? Frieza, indeed, you become formidable after your transformation. Yet do you truly believe I would grant you the opportunity to transform?" Xie Mingfeng concentrated all his strength into the tip of his sword, causing the blade's radiance to become remarkably distinct, distorting the very fabric of space. Strike! Xie Mingfeng transformed into a beam of sword light, launching a lethal attack upon Frieza. Chapter 12. The sole opportunity for retaliation. Frieza's energy shield was effortlessly cleaved by the sword's brilliance. A smile emerging in Xie Mingfeng's eyes as he believed he could thwart Frieza's transformation. As the saying goes, man's calculations cannot compete with heaven's. It is often at the most critical juncture that unforeseen changes arise. The sword tip drew ever closer to Frieza's throat. Yet when it reached a mere inch from his neck, it could penetrate no further. Xie Mingfeng's expression shifted. His full force thrust was thwarted. How could Frieza's energy possess such formidable defensive capabilities? Shock flickered in Xie Mingfeng's gaze. Frieza regarded Xie Mingfeng with a mocking glint in his eyes, suddenly bellowing as his aura intensified once more. The massive stones upon the ground began to levitate, as if bereft of gravity. Bam! Xie Mingfeng was repelled by Frieza's overwhelming energy, hurtling backwards. Frieza had successfully transformed. Xie Mingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face a mask of unwillingness. There was nothing he could do. Frieza's protective shield was simply impenetrable. Frieza's form became more diminutive, taking on an almost adorable appearance. If one were unaware of his true nature, who could fathom that such a charming creature was, in fact, the cosmic demon Frieza? Crack! Frieza lightly clenched his fist, the sound of his bones cracking resonating. Xie Mingfeng, this visage I now embody is my ultimate form. Frieza smiled at Xie Mingfeng, asking, "Are you frightened? Your power is indeed formidable within the universe, to have compelled this king to transform into his ultimate state. Otherwise, your swordsmanship would have proven insurmountable. To perish by my hand, Xie Mingfeng, is a worthy fate." Xie Mingfeng regulated his breathing, dispelling the tension and fear within him, achieving a state of calm. Unable to prevent Frieza's transformation, the only course left was to engage in a desperate battle. Anxiety, fear, and dread. These negative emotions could hinder the manifestation of his strength. The final state of battle must be one of tranquility. Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship and speed were exceedingly rapid. He need not confront Frieza head-on, for there may yet be a chance for survival. Inwardly, Xie Mingfeng mused, "Maximizing the energy shield's potential is immensely taxing, and I refuse to believe Frieza can maintain it indefinitely." Though Xie Mingfeng could also manifest an energy shield, he deemed it unnecessary. Its defensive capabilities were not necessarily superior to that of his swordsmanship. More importantly, the energy expenditure was too great for a protracted conflict. Should Frieza exhibit even the slightest vulnerability, Xie Mingfeng would undoubtedly unleash another frenzied strike. Son Goku was still awakening his potential with the Elder. If he were to arrive, Xie Mingfeng's burden would be significantly eased. Whoosh! Frieza vanished. Xie Mingfeng's body was in a state of tension, yet he remained vigilant. At the slightest movement from Frieza, Xie Mingfeng would evade immediately. As the enemy remains still, so do I. Yet, At the slightest movement from the adversary, I shall strike first. Bang! Frieza's fist swung through the air, failing to make contact with Xie Mingfeng's body. How is it possible that Xie Mingfeng's speed surpasses even mine? Frieza's pupils constricted. Disbelief etched across his face. It is worth noting that he currently embodies his ultimate form, with both strength and speed exponentially amplified. Though that punch was not delivered with full force, it should have been unavoidable for Xie Mingfeng. Yet, after several consecutive strikes, all have missed their mark. Xie Mingfeng has adjusted both his body and spirit to their optimal states, his eyes gently closing. Frieza, watching Xie Mingfeng from a distance, screamed in madness. Unable to fathom such a phenomenon. I refuse to believe this. Xie Mingfeng, your speed cannot possibly match mine, yet you evade my blows. Why is that? Indeed, Xie Mingfeng's speed may not rival Frieza's, but his mental realm transcends that of his opponent. Though he has yet to reach the true state of unity between man and nature, he has mastered the art of movement at a profound level. He possesses an acute awareness of his surroundings within a radius of 3 zhang. Even the slightest intrusion, such as a mosquito, is detected by his keen senses. Frieza's attacks, fierce and domineering, create violent explosions in the air, yet before he even approaches, Xie Mingfeng has already evaded. This approach holds an almost prophetic quality. With a calm demeanor, Xie Mingfeng remarked, Frieza, I concede your prowess. You have transformed into your ultimate form, and I am far from your equal. Even a single hit from you would spell my doom. Yet, the truth remains, you may wish to kill me. But it is not a foregone conclusion, unless my stamina is entirely depleted and I can no longer move. Impossible. How can this be? Frieza bellowed. Your battle power is a mere 500,000, while my casual strike exceeds 10 million. How could you possibly evade me? Xie Mingfeng smiled faintly. It is precisely because you place too much faith in brute strength, Frieza. You are but a simple-minded brute. No matter how much I explain, you will never comprehend. While Xie Mingfeng values strength, he holds an even greater reverence for the realm of the spirit, for he seeks to grasp the laws of the universe, knowing that any power wielded by practitioners falters against these cosmic principles. To master the laws of the universe is to attain the source of true power. With a swift motion, Frieza unleashed a crimson energy blast towards Xie Mingfeng. In response, Xie Mingfeng became a blur of afterimages, deftly maneuvering in a confined space to evade all incoming energy strikes. Boom! The energy blast struck distant mountains, the ground, and water, erupting into mushroom clouds of destruction. The sheer force ravaged the landscape of Namek, rendering it unrecognizable. Frieza, your offensive capabilities are undeniably formidable. A single strike from you could obliterate beings with battle power exceeding 1 million. Alas, your inability to land a hit on me renders your efforts futile, Xie Mingfeng continued, taunting Frieza. By provoking Frieza to the brink of fury, Xie Mingfeng sought to incite a mistake. A misstep from Frieza would present an opportunity, one that, if missed, would seal the fate of Xie Mingfeng's chance to severely wound Frieza. Vile creature! Frieza's forehead veins throbbed with fury. How dare you insult this sovereign? Today, I shall shatter you into 1,000,000 pieces. With that, Frieza accelerated to his utmost speed, launching himself once more at Xie Mingfeng. In the midst of Frieza's tsunami-like ferocious onslaught, Xie Mingfeng resembled a small vessel, bobbing amidst the colossal waves, deftly evading each devastating punch. Though he appeared calm and composed, in reality, his mind was intensely focused, concentrating every ounce of his spirit. His body, vision, and will were all attuned to Frieza's every movement, calculating the angles, velocity, and force of each attack. A single misstep could spell his doom, leaving Xie Mingfeng with no place to rest in death. The terror of life and death loomed large. Battling Frieza meant dancing on the precipice of mortality. Every muscle, bone, and even each cell within Xie Mingfeng harmonized seamlessly, as his willpower gradually reached new heights. Yet, his stamina and mental fortitude waned rapidly. In just 15 more minutes, he would be utterly spent. By then, Frieza would not even need to strike. He would simply collapse under his own exhaustion. At last, Frieza gathered all his might into a single punch, his defenses riddled with weaknesses. The moment he halted his assault would be the inception of Xie Mingfeng's counterattack. Resolutely, Xie Mingfeng resolved that he would thrust his sword with all his strength the moment Frieza ceased his attack, determined to inflict serious harm. His calculations were astute. Provided that Frieza paused within the next quarter hour, otherwise, Xie Mingfeng would exhaust his strength and energy, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. Minutes later, Frieza finally ceased his barrage. Xie Mingfeng maintained an outward semblance of calm, yet beads of sweat dotted his forehead, betraying the arduousness of his evasions. Xie Mingfeng, I can sense that you are on the verge of losing control over the chaotic energy within you. It seems your combat prowess has waned considerably. Inferiority in strength ultimately leads to demise. You shall soon perish at my hands. Frieza declared with a cruel smirk. Frieza was astute. He could perceive Xie Mingfeng's breath becoming increasingly erratic. Disordered breathing would disrupt the flow of energy within the body. Once a person began to gasp, their rhythm would inevitably falter. Suddenly, Xie Mingfeng's eyes sparkled with realization. The long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. With a deep breath, he unleashed a surge of vitality, executing a strike that embodied the unity of heaven and man. This strike had been long in the making. Frieza's pupils constricted as Xie Mingfeng transformed into a brilliant beam of sword light, vanishing in an instant. How swift! Xie Mingfeng's strike posed a tremendous threat to Frieza. There was no time to activate a protective barrier or evade the attack. With a distance of less than 50 meters between them, Xie Mingfeng's speed rendered that span trivial, allowing him to close the gap instantaneously. Even Frieza, formidable as he was, could not evade that lethal blow. Frieza felt a chill in his tail, a searing pain coursing through his mind. Had I been struck? Shock registered in Frieza's eyes. Xie Mingfeng severed Frieza's tail with a single stroke. Yet he felt no elation within. Initially, his intention was to strike Frieza's waist. A successful hit would have inflicted severe internal damage, significantly diminishing Frieza's combat prowess, if not ending his life. However, at the critical moment, Frieza evaded the blow to his waist, resulting only in the loss of his tail. With the energy expended in his attack, Xie Mingfeng found himself unable to maintain his levitation in the air and began to plummet towards the ground. Frieza, fists clenched, let out a heart-wrenching roar towards the heavens, filled with anger and sorrow. Xie Mingfeng, you dare to sever my tail. This is unforgivable. His gaze bore into Xie Mingfeng, filled with a venomous hatred that pushed the limits of his tolerance. Xie Mingfeng could only muster a bitter smile. Had he struck Frieza's waist and inflicted internal injuries, victory might have been within his grasp. Not to mention, even severing Frieza's limbs would have severely crippled his fighting ability. Unfortunately, the opportunity for a decisive blow had slipped away. Die! Frieza gathered a colossal energy blast in his palm, hurling it towards Xie Mingfeng with reckless fury. If this attack landed, not only would Xie Mingfeng's body be obliterated, but even the Namekian planet would face catastrophic destruction. In a flash of pearlescent light, someone rescued Xie Mingfeng. Son Goku, clad in a red martial arts uniform, stood firmly on the ground. Lifting Xie Mingfeng with one hand while his eyes remained fixed on Frieza, his expression grave. Is that diminutive fellow Frieza? Son Goku inquired, noting the formidable aura that was surprisingly sinister yet not overtly terrifying. With Goku's arrival, relief washed over Xie Mingfeng. His life was spared. Goku, put me down. I need to consume a senzu bean to regain my strength, Xie Mingfeng said weakly. Goku nodded in agreement. All right, you rest. I'll handle that scoundrel Frieza. Empowered by the Elder, Goku's combat prowess had soared to over 800,000, filling him with confidence. Faced with the formidable Frieza, he felt no fear, only a thrill of excitement. After consuming a senzu bean, Xie Mingfeng felt his physical strength restored, though mental fatigue lingered, requiring time for recuperation. Goku, do not underestimate him. Frieza is far more terrifying than we imagine. Hold your ground until I recover, then we shall confront him together. Xie Mingfeng settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes to meditate. Chapter 13. Comprehending the sword's intent, Frieza had anticipated that Xie Mingfeng, exhausted, would be easily dispatched with a single blow. He was unprepared for the sudden intervention that saved him at the last moment. It was no ordinary feat to rescue someone from Frieza's grasp. In the vast universe, when had formidable fighters become so commonplace? Frieza fixated on Son Goku, incredulous at the sight. Throughout the galaxy, those whose combat power exceeded 1,000,000 were exceedingly rare, and Frieza was familiar with every one of them. With Xie Mingfeng's mastery of swordsmanship, it is entirely plausible for him to vanquish a formidable adversary possessing battle prowess reaching 1,000,000. At this moment, a figure clad in a crimson martial arts uniform emerges. Frieza inquires, who might you be? Frieza feels a sense of familiarity with Son Goku, yet struggles to recall where he has encountered him before. Son Goku, momentarily taken aback, responds, I have grown up on Earth. One could say I am an Earthling. However, recently, I have been referred to as Kakarot, a Saiyan. Truthfully, I am also perplexed about my true identity. Saiyan. Frieza's mind conjures an image, his eyes widening in realization. It is you. You are the Saiyan who fought to the last breath against my Frieza force on planet VEGETA. No, that cannot be. You are much younger. Though your appearance is identical, you must be his son. Yes, That must be the case. Furrowing his brow, Son Goku replies, Frieza, do you wish to continue this battle? I do not comprehend your words. Frieza bursts into laughter, declaring, I never anticipated that beyond the Namekians, there would also be Saiyans in the universe. You Saiyans truly possess an indomitable spirit. No matter how hard I try, I cannot eradicate you completely. Therefore, I shall send you to meet your father. With a flick of his palm, Frieza conjures a diminutive energy sphere, which rapidly expands into a colossal meteor-like projectile, hurtling towards Son Goku with thunderous intensity. Son Goku inhales deeply and shouts, Kamehameha! A beam of milky white energy, half a meter wide, soars into the sky, intercepting Frieza's energy blast. Son Goku's Kamehameha now surpasses its former strength significantly compared to when he was on the ground. Xie Mingfeng senses the energy within that luminous beam. Feeling a twinge of trepidation, Son Goku is indeed a prodigy in combat. One hopes that through his confrontation with Frieza, he can successfully transcend and become a Super Saiyan. Xie Mingfeng casts a glance at Son Goku before closing his eyes again, resuming his meditative state to replenish his spirit. Xie Mingfeng admires the Saiyan physique, but feels no jealousy. Negative emotions tend to amplify hatred within one's heart, and hatred breeds a sinister disposition. To achieve success in martial arts, and perhaps even comprehend the laws of the universe, one must maintain tranquility. With a serene heart, one draws closer to the way. A righteous heart naturally aligns with the celestial principles. The battle in the skies rages on. Damnable creature! Frieza bellows, how can a Saiyan monkey possess such speed? Son Goku's velocity is hardly inferior to that of Xie Mingfeng. Engaging in martial arts discourse with Xie Mingfeng, Son Goku may not fully grasp his path. Yet he has reaped considerable benefits. The essence of martial arts lies in speed, Xie Mingfeng had once said, a sentiment Son Goku finds profoundly insightful. At this juncture, Son Goku's strength eclipses that of Xie Mingfeng, and his speed rivals it as well, compounded by his innate talent for combat. It is not so simple for Frieza to rely solely on his overwhelming power to obliterate Son Goku. With a cold smirk, Son Goku retorts, why can't Saiyans possess such speed? Frieza, your malevolence may very well spell your demise today. Frieza scoffs, you? A mere wild monkey, think you can kill me? You speak with the same bravado as that swordsman from earlier. The Great King declares, moments ago I merely utilized half of my combat power. Now, I shall unleash my full strength, determined to vanquish you, even if it means exceeding the limits of my physical endurance. The might and speed of Sun Wukong instilled a sense of unease within Frieza, prompting him to recall the ancestral teachings of the Frost Demons. One must exercise caution with Super Saiyans. According to the lore of his race, Super Saiyans are invincible, the most formidable warriors in the cosmos. Sun Wukong's prowess far surpasses that of an ordinary Saiyan. Could he truly be the legendary Saiyan? Frieza resolved to exert 100% of his power, prepared to inflict significant damage upon himself in order to eradicate Sun Wukong and eliminate any future threat. In the distance, behind a hill, Vegeta concealed himself. Observing the fierce clash between Sun Wukong and Frieza, he was filled with astonishment. Vegeta's heart roared, Kakarot. How could this lowly warrior have attained such a level of combat power, capable of engaging Frieza in battle? I am the Prince of the Saiyans, the one most likely to become a Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan cannot possibly be Kakarot. The emergence of a human named Xie Mingfeng, who defeated him, was something Vegeta grudgingly accepted, for Saiyans and humans are not of the same lineage. Every race produces extraordinary warriors. Among Saiyans, there are Super Saiyans, and among other races, there are also formidable beings, which Vegeta found unremarkable. Yet what is Kakarot? Merely a lower-class warrior. What right does he have to surpass me? Sun Wukong's overwhelming strength shattered Vegeta's composure. Vegeta charged toward Frieza, driven by an intense desire to prove himself. If that lowly warrior Kakarot could contend with Frieza, then as the Prince of the Saiyans, he could do so, and even surpass Kakarot. A surge of powerful rage awakened his latent potential, causing Vegeta's combat power to soar, quickly surpassing 100,000. Frieza, your opponent is me. Vegeta bellowed at Frieza. Taken aback, Frieza thought Vegeta's emergence was tantamount to courting death. Dare? Frieza laughed heartily. You foolish creature. Had you remained hidden, you might have lived a while longer. Vegeta roared. Kakarot, a mere lower-class warrior, can engage you in a fierce struggle. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, and my combat power will undoubtedly eclipse his. Perhaps even surpass you, Frieza. I will slay you, Frieza. You destroyed planet Vegeta, and I shall make you pay. Frieza's gaze sharpened, and with a surge of energy, He unleashed a powerful energy wave that sent Vegeta flying. How dare you, with such feeble power, strike at me? What gives you the audacity? Frieza scoffed, adding soon. I shall eliminate this cockroach and that swordsman, and upon acquiring the Dragon Balls, it will be your end, dare. I shall ensure that no Saiyans remain in the universe. Frieza clenched his fists, unleashing his full power. Gradually, his body began to swell, overwhelmed by an immense force, with veins prominently visible on his forehead. Saiyans. And that earthling swordsman, Xie Mingfeng. Behold what true power is. Frieza bellowed. No matter how swift you are, once I unleash my entire strength, it will be futile. I shall obliterate you all and send you to hell. The sheer might of Frieza stirred the electric charges in the air, enveloping him in a faint blue lightning aura, distorting the very fabric of space due to his overwhelming power. His combat prowess had soared beyond 90 million and was rapidly approaching 100 million. Son Goku. Xie Mingfeng exclaimed, opening his eyes wide. Attack. We must not allow Frieza to amplify his strength any further, or we shall find no refuge in death. Frieza was indeed correct. Once he unleashed his full potential, even if Son Goku and Xie Mingfeng doubled their speed, escape would be impossible. A single strength can shatter myriad laws. When power reaches a certain magnitude, it becomes exceedingly terrifying. Only by mastering the complete laws of the universe can one remain unafraid of any force. I must witness Frieza's full power, Son Goku declared. Though I know it is dreadful, and we may perish, at this moment, I yearn only for combat. We shall address other matters if we manage to leave Namek alive. Xie Mingfeng inwardly cursed. That stubborn fool, Son Goku. It is not his style to take advantage of others' vulnerabilities. If he begins attacking now, perhaps he will not continuously transcend his limits in the future. Confronting the enemy head-on may seem foolish, yet it is also the most effective means of enhancing one's combat abilities. A glint reminiscent of a sword flickered in Xie Mingfeng's eyes. Before Son Goku could transform into a Super Saiyan, Frieza had already commenced tapping into his full power. No, I cannot place all my hopes on Son Goku. Should he fail to become a Super Saiyan in time, I may indeed fall victim to Frieza. Xie Mingfeng pondered. I must break through once more. His mental resolve gradually strengthened, poised to attain the legendary sword intent. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai observed the battle on Namek with trepidation. Frieza's combat strength truly astonished him. Son Goku and Xie Mingfeng were prodigies, while Frieza was the quintessential archfiend. No matter how formidable the geniuses, they could never rival the Dark Lord. Goku, Xie Mingfeng, you must flee Namek in your spaceship while Frieza has yet to maximize his power. Otherwise, you shall never escape. The North Kai's voice resonated in their minds. Son Goku replied, Lord Kai, the stronger Frieza becomes, the more exhilarated I feel. I sense that battling Frieza is an opportunity. As long as I survive, my martial path will reach a new pinnacle. I shall not let this chance slip away. Xie Mingfeng echoed, Lord Kai, at this juncture, I cannot retreat. Otherwise, I would not be a worthy swordsman. This battle must succeed, or I shall perish. It is either Frieza's demise or his own death. Xie Mingfeng's thoughts became thoroughly clear, his mind transformed into an unparalleled calmness, and a fierce wave of energy began to emanate from his being. Xie Mingfeng, Sun Wukong, Frieza, and even Vegeta were all engaged in a struggle against fate. The one who transcended themselves first would ultimately achieve victory. Haha, Frieza bellowed. My power has reached its pinnacle. I now possess 100% of my combat strength. Saiyan, Earthling, brace yourselves. At this moment, Xie Mingfeng's willpower experienced a breakthrough, and the sword intent he had previously failed to comprehend now became clear. Brilliant sword light radiated from him, resembling a blooming sword lotus, stunning, beautiful, perfect, and exuding an overwhelming aura. Frieza, do not rejoice too soon. Your demise on Namek was fated. Even if you do not perish by my sword, you shall fall to Sun Wukong's hand. With a thought, Xie Mingfeng soared into the air. No longer was he utilizing the sky dance technique. Instead, he was harnessing sword intent to fly, his speed surpassing that of the sky dance. With the comprehension of sword intent, Xie Mingfeng felt emboldened to engage Frieza in battle. As for the outcome, it would only be revealed through combat. Chapter 14. A single sword strike to vanquish Frieza. Xie Mingfeng's will became crystalline and pure. Having grasped the sword intent that every swordsman dreams of, with powerful will, his physical strength naturally intensified. 60,000, 90,000, 300,000, 500,000, 1 million. Xie Mingfeng's combat strength reached an astounding 1 million before it ceased to rise. The sensation of wielding such formidable power and controlling everything was truly exquisite. However, Xie Mingfeng recognized that this was but an illusion. To suddenly gain immense strength without fine control could evoke the feeling of a nouveau riche. Frieza, observing Xie Mingfeng, laughed heartily. Haha, Earthling, you have startled me. I expected much from you, yet your grasp of power is less than 1/10 of my own. With such a meager combat strength, how dare you boast before me? Xie Mingfeng replied confidently with a smile. Frieza, combat is not merely a matter of strength. Even if your power is tenfold mine, I believe that today, with a slight misstep, you shall perish by my sword. Frieza, fixated solely on power, was oblivious to the intricacies and dominance of sword intent. Sword intent transcended to a level involving the soul. Its sharpness could not be thwarted by any ordinary energy shield. Xie Mingfeng shook his head and said, Frieza, you are indeed a mere brute who relies solely on raw strength. You would not comprehend what I am trying to convey. Allow me to demonstrate, so you may experience the might I possess at this moment. With a flick of his finger, Xie Mingfeng unleashed a transparent sword energy toward Frieza. The sword energy, imbued with Xie Mingfeng's will, traveled at blinding speed, slicing through the air and distorting the very fabric of space. Frieza felt a chill graze his cheek. As if a gentle breeze had blown past, it was only after a few breaths that he sensed the pain. You wretched creature. Frieza's expression darkened ominously. How could Xie Mingfeng's attacks be so incisive? Their speed was so astonishing that I struggled to react. Sun Wukong, wide-eyed, gazed at Xie Mingfeng in disbelief. He understood better than anyone how formidable Frieza was. Yet now Xie Mingfeng had become equally formidable, a contradiction to reason. A mere earthling, an ordinary race in the universe, could produce such a powerful individual? In reality, Xie Mingfeng's growth in strength was merely a superficial manifestation. His true breakthrough lay in his willpower, the comprehension of sword intent, and the most significant gain was an elevation of his life essence. In other words, both his body and soul had simultaneously evolved. If Xie Mingfeng was once a mere mortal, now, even if he had not attained immortality, he had achieved a true state of being. His evolution in life paralleled the Saiyans' transformation into Super Saiyans. Both represented a substantial leap in existence towards a higher state of evolution. However, while Xie Mingfeng sought to comprehend the laws of the universe, emphasizing the cultivation of the soul's will, the Saiyans focused solely on physical strength and energy mastery. Sun Wukong remarked, Xie Mingfeng, your combat prowess now surpasses mine. Can you defeat Frieza alone? Xie Mingfeng shook his head. I cannot say. Though I have grasped sword intent, Frieza's combat power is still tenfold mine. In battle, until a definitive outcome emerges, anything is possible. Wukong, should you attain the Super Saiyan state, our victory would be assured. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. Super Saiyan? Xie Mingfeng, do you truly believe in the existence of Super Saiyans? Xie Mingfeng nodded. Without a doubt. Wukong, I have faith in you. You can break through and become a Super Saiyan. Frieza roared, what Super Saiyan? Die, you wild monkey. Frieza unleashed his full power, launching a formidable energy blast towards Sun Wukong. At that moment, Xie Mingfeng, with his remarkable speed, could have easily saved Sun Wukong, yet he refrained from doing so. For Sun Wukong to survive, he must unleash his potential and transcend his physical limits to become a Super Saiyan. Otherwise, he would face inevitable demise. As Sun Wukong beheld the approaching energy blast, he yelled fiercely, bracing himself against it with both hands. Unfortunately, Frieza's power was too overwhelming for him to withstand at that moment. Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan. How can I become a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong's heart roared. Xie Mingfeng was somewhat enigmatic. His martial prowess and swordsmanship seemed to stem from an unknown origin, as such martial arts did not exist on Earth. Since he believed I could become a Super Saiyan, I must trust him. I will certainly succeed. If Xie Mingfeng can become a Super Earthling, then I, Sun Wukong, can also become a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's foundation was even more profound than in the original tale, with a more solid martial arts base. In truth, to become a Super Saiyan, one merely needed to establish a firm foundation, continually grow stronger, and allow the transformation from quantitative to qualitative change in power. Once attained, everything would fall into place effortlessly. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed in Sun Wukong's mind, as if a shackle within his body had been released. Boom. A faint yellow aura enveloped Sun Wukong. His eyes transformed into a deep emerald green, while his golden hair stood upright like flames. Xie Mingfeng smiled subtly, sensing the immense and boundless energy radiating from Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had succeeded. He had finally ascended to the legendary status of a Super Saiyan. As he completed his evolutionary transformation, his combat prowess would gradually intensify, provided he harnessed sufficient cosmic energy. In the vast universe, energy was abundant. With each breath, Sun Wukong absorbed immense amounts of cosmic essence, subsequently converting it into his own power. With a single hand, Sun Wukong gently lifted Frieza's colossal energy sphere, ascending slowly. His piercing gaze forced Frieza to retreat several meters in disbelief. Impossible! Frieza exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Saiyans are merely wild monkeys, capable only of transforming into gorillas. How could you possibly become a golden warrior? Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Xie Mingfeng was confident that victory was assured for himself and Wukong. Frieza was destined for a dismal end. Indeed, Frieza, he declared, what you see before you is Sun Wukong, the Super Saiyan. Long ago, one of your ancestors from the Frost Demons perished at the hands of a Saiyan with golden hair, giving rise to the legend of the Super Saiyan. Your fear of this legend manifesting as reality led you to annihilate planet VEGETA, nearly exterminating all Saiyans. Frieza, do you not realize the folly of your actions? Had you not destroyed planet VEGETA, perhaps the Super Saiyan would never have emerged, for without the hatred of annihilation, neither VEGETA nor Sun Wukong would have unlocked their latent potential. In essence, you unwittingly forged the Super Saiyan. Perhaps this is fate's design. VEGETA, lying on the ground, finally regained consciousness. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation, he instantly recognized him as the Super Saiyan. Kakarot, he truly has become the legendary Super Saiyan. Why not me? I am the Prince of Saiyans. I am the one who should rightfully ascend to become the Super Saiyan. The questions swirling in VEGETA's mind remained unanswered. After a moment of silence, VEGETA shouted toward Sun Wukong, Kakarot, since you have become a Super Saiyan, you must kill that Frieza. You must avenge the destruction of planet VEGETA, which he falsely claimed was obliterated by a meteorite. It is likely that we are the last two Saiyans left in the universe. You must seek vengeance for your parents and for all the fallen Saiyans. With a roar, Frieza charged at Sun Wukong, unleashing his full power, refusing to believe that Sun Wukong could withstand his might. The Super Saiyan is nothing extraordinary before me. It is merely a jest. Frieza bellowed. Even if you truly are a Super Saiyan, I shall end you today. Frieza swung a punch aimed at Sun Wukong's face. The collision of their formidable energies sent shockwaves through Namek, as if the very planet were on the verge of disintegration. Sun Wukong grasped Frieza's fist firmly, showing no signs of retreat. You have managed to block me? Frieza fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong, incredulous. How can you possibly possess such formidable power? Even if you are a Super Saiyan, you have merely just transcended. Sun Wukong replied with a cold smirk. That is because I understand far better how to master every ounce of my strength. Frieza, you are a scourge upon this universe, and today I shall rid it of your presence. With that, Sun Wukong unleashed a punch, channeling his immense power into Frieza's abdomen. Frieza clutched his stomach, resembling a colossal lobster. At that moment, Xie Mingfeng executed a swift strike with his sword, aimed directly at Frieza's forehead. His swordsmanship had ascended to a level nearing the ethereal. The blade shimmered with a sharp radiance, infused with Xie Mingfeng's indomitable spirit. A single strike would assuredly obliterate Frieza on the spot. The blade's piercing sharpness was beyond Frieza's capacity to withstand. Xie Mingfeng, cease this at once. Sun Wukong bellowed. Frieza is my adversary. No sooner had Sun Wukong spoken than the blade's brilliance penetrated Frieza's brow. Ugh! Frieza felt a sharp pain at his forehead, and soon his consciousness faded into darkness. Sun Wukong glared at Xie Mingfeng, his voice rising in indignation. Xie Mingfeng, what have you done? After I painstakingly achieved Super Saiyan status, I was poised for an exhilarating battle with Frieza, and you abruptly intervened to slay him. What is the meaning of this? Only after sensing the complete extinguishment of Frieza's life force did Xie Mingfeng respond. Wukong, you yourself have acknowledged that Frieza is a malevolent entity. Allowing him to live is merely inviting disaster. Should he become desperate and destroy Namek, our quest for the Dragon Balls would be in vain. Besides, Frieza was merely a significant stepping stone on our martial journey. We have transcended our physical limits and completed our evolution. Thus, Frieza's value in our eyes has diminished. If you yearn for a battle, I shall gladly oblige you upon our return to Earth. With his emotions settling, Sun Wukong's faint golden aura dissipated, restoring his body and hair to their original state. Xie Mingfeng, you have made a promise. Upon our return to Earth, I shall seek to determine our superiority. Xie Mingfeng chuckled derisively. Rest assured, I shall not fear you, Super Saiyan. Chapter 15. Leaving potential dangers behind in the expanse beyond Namek, a spaceship descended. It was Tien and Krillin's arrival. They traveled in a spacecraft constructed by the Namekians a century prior, equipped with antiquated technology and sluggish in speed. By the time they reached Namek, the battle had long concluded, with Frieza meeting his demise at the hands of Xie Mingfeng's sword. This venture to Namek yielded the greatest rewards for Xie Mingfeng and son Wukong. One comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, while the other ascended to Super Saiyan status. Dull. Relinquish the Dragon Balls you possess, Xie Mingfeng called out, his gaze fixed coldly upon Vegeta in the distance. You managed to escape for a time. If I am not mistaken, you ventured to Frieza's spaceship and acquired all the Dragon Balls he had collected. Vegeta scoffed, and what of it? If you wish for me to surrender the Dragon Balls, I have no objection. However, you must grant me one condition. I desire to make a wish to the Eternal Dragon and attain everlasting life. At this juncture, Vegeta still clung to the dream of eternal immortality. Xie Mingfeng snorted derisively. Dull, your aspirations are indeed fanciful. The Dragon Balls of Namek were crafted by the Grand Elder, and it is inconceivable that the Grand Elder could attain eternal life. Is it not somewhat absurd to desire immortality? Vegeta was taken aback and inquired, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that acquiring the Dragon Balls does not guarantee everlasting life? Xie Mingfeng smiled and replied, what do you think? Even the mightiest deities in the cosmos cannot achieve eternal existence. To attain immortality, one must master the complete laws of the universe. Only when time ceases to affect the body and soul can one achieve true immortality. However, mastering the entirety of time's laws is an exceedingly arduous task. Even Whis has not succeeded. Time is the most enigmatic law in the universe, incomparable even to the laws of space. Voices of Xie Mingfeng, Goku, and Krillin resonated as they descended from their spacecraft, approaching swiftly. Krillin, astonished by the devastation of Namek's surface, exclaimed, what has happened to Namek? Xie Mingfeng gestured towards Goku and said, allow Goku to elucidate. At long last, the 7 Dragon Balls had been gathered. Krillin, Piccolo, Bulma, Gohan, Tien, and even Goku were astonished. The Dragon Balls of Namek were indeed far larger than those of Earth. No wonder the Dragon Balls of Namek could grant 3 wishes. The first wish, naturally, was to resurrect the fallen Kaiotsu. When Shinron Porunga inquired about the second wish, both Xie Mingfeng and Goku remained silent. Xie Mingfeng believed in self-reliance, while Goku had no particular desires. Ultimately, Bulma made a wish for a magnificent pearl, leaving the last wish to be utilized by the little bald-headed Krillin. With the affairs of Namek concluded, Xie Mingfeng produced a universal capsule, releasing the spaceship. Our business on Namek is done. It is time to return to Earth. Bulma, still shaken, remarked, indeed, we should return to Earth. Namek is far too perilous. Encountering that villain Frieza nearly led to our demise. Even in a secure location, I felt the fear. In the face of Frieza, there was no absolute safe haven on Namek. Upon returning to his homeland, Piccolo's expression grew complex. Seeing other Namekians, he felt a sense of belonging. He was no longer alone in the vast universe. We have made this trip in vain, Piccolo stated coldly. Even had we not come, Xie Mingfeng and Goku would have resolved the matter. Goku chuckled, Piccolo, consider this a journey through the cosmos. Besides, it is good for you to revisit your homeland. Piccolo, are you staying on Namek or returning to Earth with us? Earth held a far stronger emotional connection for Piccolo than Namek. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, I will return to Earth with you. Xie Mingfeng waved his hand and said, let us depart. Board the spaceship. Everyone boarded the spacecraft, while the vessel used by Tien and the others remained on Namek, as its speed was far too slow. Fortunately, the spacecraft built by Bulma and her father was sufficiently spacious to accommodate several more individuals. The spaceship smoothly ascended beyond the atmosphere, drawing farther away from Namek. Uncertain if the Frieza Force possessed technology for spatial jumping, Xie Mingfeng gazed into the dim expanse of space and murmured. Bulma approached him and inquired, what do you need spatial technology for? While we remain unaware of the Frieza Force's capabilities in spatial jumping, I am confident that with ample time, my father and I can surmount the challenges and successfully research this technology. Xie Mingfeng, do not forget that our versatile capsules utilize aspects of spatial technology, albeit not directly related to spatial jumping research. A spark of realization flickered in Xie Mingfeng's eyes as he nodded, responding, you are indeed correct, Bulma. Thank you for your reminder. I nearly overlooked the versatile capsule. It seems I shall not need to venture to the Frieza Force after all. Bulma shot him a disapproving glance and pressed, Xie Mingfeng, you have yet to answer my question. What do you require spatial technology for? With a smile at Bulma's adorable demeanor, Xie Mingfeng replied, I do not seek spatial technology per se, but rather the understanding of the principles of space. In truth, both spatial technology and the laws of space ultimately converge upon the same goal, harnessing the essence of spatial origins. In the original tale, Sun Wukong's instantaneous movement likely employed the laws of space. Regrettably, he merely mastered the technique of movement while remaining oblivious to the underlying principles, as he must sense the aura of his target to teleport. Should I grasp the complete laws of space, I could traverse the cosmos freely, unencumbered by numerous constraints. Bulma nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the merit in Xie Mingfeng's words. Upon our return to Earth, perhaps I shall learn spatial technology from you. Xie Mingfeng smiled at her. Bulma scoffed. You possess talent in martial arts, which I believe. However, when it comes to technology, you may struggle to grasp it. Vegeta observed the disappearance of Xie Mingfeng and the other spacecraft into the void, coldly remarking, since I cannot return to the Frieza Force, I might as well journey to Earth. The emergence of formidable individuals like Xie Mingfeng and Kakarot on Earth must conceal some secret. By going there, I too can attain the status of a Super Saiyan. He located his spherical spacecraft, set the interstellar coordinates for Earth, and then succumbed to slumber as the vessel sped towards its destination. Meanwhile, Namek returned to a state of tranquility, yet the Grand Elder's health continued to deteriorate, on the brink of death. A week later, members of the Frieza Force arrived on Namek, not to colonize, but in search of Frieza. Lord Shulb, we have discovered the body of King Frieza. One alien called out to Commander Shulb. Though short in stature, Shulb was quite shrewd. Upon finding Frieza's corpse, he leapt for joy. Where is it? Where is King Frieza? Shulb inquired loudly. Shurb brought Frieza's lifeless body back to the spacecraft, employing the most advanced biotechnology within the Legion, hoping to resurrect him. However, the cells of the corpse had been utterly obliterated by a mysterious energy, leaving no trace of consciousness. The frost demons possess an extraordinary ability to survive in a vacuum. As long as their cells retain awareness, biotechnology could potentially restore them to life. Yet, the sword intent of Xie Mingfeng was too formidable, completely extinguishing the consciousness within Frieza's cells. This meant that Frieza's soul had been annihilated by Xie Mingfeng, leaving no chance even for descent into hell. Such is the ruthless nature of sword intent. Shurb's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, King Frieza is the emperor of the universe. He cannot possibly be slain. And the tail? We must find King Frieza's tail. Hurry, or you shall all perish. In Frieza's army, Shurb was merely a novice. Recently favored by Frieza and put in charge of the Third Star region, he believed his fortunes were about to improve, only to be dealt a cruel blow by reality. Frieza's failed conquest of Namek, resulting in his demise at the hands of Earthlings and Super Saiyans. Upon receiving this news, Shurb felt as if his heart had turned to ash. Without King Frieza, he was nothing within the Legion, vulnerable to the whims of other powerful beings who could easily take his life. Unwilling to accept this fate, Shurb resolved to resurrect King Frieza. As long as Frieza existed, he could continue to live a life of luxury under the protection of the tyrant. What formidable Earthlings, what extraordinary Super Saiyans! Shurb trembled with fear, realizing that with Frieza's consciousness utterly extinguished, should they fail to find intact cells of the king, cloning and reviving him would be impossible. A person's consciousness is fundamental. Without a soul, the body is merely a shell. My Lord Shurb, we have located King Frieza's tail. Several aliens returned to the spacecraft bearing the tail. Shurb placed Frieza's tail under the most sophisticated biological scanner. The data displayed on the device filled him with elation. King Frieza's tail exhibits signs of conscious response. This indicated that they could utilize the cells from this tail to clone and resurrect King Frieza. Preserve Frieza's tail carefully. Shurb commanded. Quickly, we shall leave Namek. Do not return to the Legion headquarters. Proceed directly to the Third Star region. That is our domain. As long as we conceal ourselves there, no other factions will find us. Once we clone and revive King Frieza, the entire universe will once again be under our control. Suppressing his excitement, Shurb accelerated the spacecraft to its maximum speed. Subsequently, the space ahead shimmered with ripples, akin to waves on water, indicating a spatial fluctuation. Shurb's spacecraft was capable of achieving spatial jumps. Chapter 16. The first sword. Upon returning to Earth, people breathed a sigh of relief. Though the universe is vast and awe-inspiring, it is only upon returning to Earth that the spirit finds tranquility. The moment Xie Mingfeng set foot on Earth, he sensed a significant increase in his mental fortitude. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, was taken back by Chi-Chi to continue his studies, while Krillin returned to Master Roshi's place, and Piccolo's whereabouts remain unknown. Xie Mingfeng made a brief visit home before joining Bulma at the Capsule Corporation to delve into the realm of spatial technology. However, mastering spatial technology proved to be quite a formidable challenge. as many of the formulas and theorems eluded his understanding. Fortunately, as Bulma's boyfriend, he enjoyed her unwavering patience, allowing her to explain concepts to him repeatedly. Bulma's father observed Xie Mingfeng's struggles with a quiet shake of his head, acknowledging that, despite his commendable qualities, the young man lacked the innate aptitude for a scientist. When it came to martial arts and swordsmanship, Xie Mingfeng grasped the concepts swiftly and could embody their essence after only a few demonstrations. In stark contrast, his responses to scientific knowledge were notably sluggish, leading Bulma to feel a tinge of doubt regarding his potential. In a spacious classroom, clad in a black teacher's outfit, Bulma meticulously instructed Xie Mingfeng from the podium. While he found himself lost in a fog of confusion, "Bulma, perhaps it's for the best if I abandon this pursuit. It seems I am truly ill-suited for the study of scientific knowledge," Xie Mingfeng suddenly confessed. While the realms of spatial technology and spatial laws may converge, they are fundamentally different. I have been too impatient. Perhaps my current mental fortitude has yet to reach the level required to comprehend the laws of the universe. Bulma gazed at him and inquired, "Are you truly giving up?" He nodded resolutely. "Indeed, I am. This dynamic is burdensome for you as a teacher and agonizing for me as a student. Rather than this, I would prefer to hone my martial arts, where I might achieve greater rewards." With a sigh, Bulma conceded, "Very well, Xie Mingfeng. You should follow in Goku's footsteps and focus on your training. Leave the technological matters to me and my father. We will handle them." In that moment, Xie Mingfeng truly grasped the essence of finding what suits oneself best. The path of technology was not aligned with his nature. To force such learning would yield only frustration and potentially futile efforts. He returned to the life of training in martial arts and swordsmanship. His skills had reached an extraordinary pinnacle, and the prospect of further breakthroughs seemed daunting. Xie Mingfeng understood that as one's martial prowess ascended, the challenges to surpass it grew exponentially. In his understanding, sword intent represented a profound realm within swordsmanship. In his previous life, although proficient in swordplay, he had never attained the elusive sword intent, which was often considered a legendary feat. The path to transcending sword intent was shrouded in mystery for Xie Mingfeng, leaving him unaware of the levels that lay beyond it. Among the vast expanse of the universe, the number of formidable practitioners of swordsmanship was scarce, and none were available to guide him on his journey. Thus, to reach the zenith of swordsmanship and become a deity among swordsmen, he would have to rely solely on his own insights. Consequently, his path was fraught with challenges, even more arduous than that of Sun Wukong's martial journey. "Perhaps I can express my understanding of the sword through my sword techniques, akin to the legendary Dugu 9 swords." A spark of inspiration flickered in Xie Mingfeng's mind. Currently, his swordsmanship comprised basic techniques and Wudang swordplay. However, the latter had become increasingly inadequate in light of his growing strength and was on the verge of obsolescence. Creating a new sword technique was no simple endeavor. 2 years have passed, and the Earth remains tranquil. Bulma and her father have been diligently researching space jump technology, and just a few days ago, they finally achieved a groundbreaking breakthrough. Once this technology is installed on a spacecraft, it will naturally enable space jumps. Although the immense energy required for such endeavors may be its sole drawback. "Bulma, you and Xie Mingfeng have been together for several years now. When do you plan to marry him?" Bulma's mother inquired. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "Xie Mingfeng has been honing his swordsmanship, reaching a pivotal stage over the past 2 years. Once he creates his first sword, we will wed." "Oh my." Bulma's mother laughed. "You've always been so carefree. It's surprising to see you shy. It seems you truly have fallen for that lad." A red figure descended from the sky. Clad in a crimson martial arts outfit, it was Sun Wukong. "Wukong, are you here to look for Xie Mingfeng again?" Bulma asked. Sun Wukong wore a disgruntled expression. "Of course. Xie Mingfeng promised me back on Mexing that he would spar with me upon returning to Earth, yet 2 years have passed without a single match. Previously, he mentioned studying space technology with you, so I went to train under Lord Kai. I hope he isn't merely engrossed in swordsmanship again." Bulma chuckled. "Wukong, you are quite right. Our time together over the past 2 years has been limited. Come, let me take you to him. If he refuses to see you, I shall be at a loss." Bulma led Sun Wukong to the backyard, whereupon seeing Xie Mingfeng, Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. "What a joke. Xie Mingfeng is right here, yet I didn't sense his energy at all. Has my perception diminished?" Sun Wukong's awareness had indeed improved significantly over the past 2 years. He could now transform into a Super Saiyan at will, and his control over his physical strength had become remarkably precise. Compared to 2 years ago, Sun Wukong's abilities had increased at least tenfold, not in combat power, but in the utilization and control of strength. A fraction of his power could yield tenfold results, which is the essence of true prowess. Xie Mingfeng wore a joyful smile, having finally developed his own sword technique just an hour prior. Although it was only one move, its power was astonishing. Had he grasped this first sword technique on Mexing, defeating Frieza would have been effortless. Xie Mingfeng found this first sword to be exceptionally perfect and beautiful. He estimated it might even pose a threat to Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan second stage. Wukong, it's been 2 years, and I had no idea your strength had grown so considerably. It seems your mastery over your body and energy has reached an extraordinary level. Xie Mingfeng remarked with a smile. Clearly, I am not the only one progressing. Your advancements are impressive as well. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Of course. Xie Mingfeng, I must tell you, I traveled to Yardrat, where I learned instant transmission, an incredibly powerful technique that I assure you you've never encountered. Xie Mingfeng raised an eyebrow and inquired. How did you end up on the planet Adratlat? Sun Wukong had returned to Earth with him, leaving no opportunity for a visit to Adratlat. How could the inertia of history be so potent? It still allowed Sun Wukong to master instant transmission. Haha. Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat proud, recounted. I mentioned to Lord Kai that traveling to his place is quite inconvenient. I must always pass through the underworld and the snake path. Lord Kai then spoke of a wondrous race in the universe, whose combat prowess may be limited, yet they possess an array of peculiar abilities. I learned this instant transmission on the planet Adratlat. On his journey there, Sun Wukong had traveled by spaceship, yet returned by means of instant transmission. No wonder Bulma had previously informed Xie Mingfeng that the family spaceship had been borrowed by Sun Wukong. Understanding dawned upon him. Xie Mingfeng nodded and remarked, what is destined must come to pass. Instant transmission belongs to you, Sun Wukong. It cannot be evaded. Even if I alter many things, the outcome remains unchanged. Sun Wukong, puzzled, asked, Xie Mingfeng, what are you talking about? You must fight me today. You promised me that on Namek. Sun Wukong, straightforward and boisterous, became exceedingly stubborn when he was serious. Xie Mingfeng conceded, very well. If you desire to battle, I shall oblige you once. However, Sun Wukong, my swordsmanship is meant for taking lives, not for mere competition. I hope you can withstand it. Otherwise, perishing under my sword, even the Dragon Balls may not revive you. Xie Mingfeng's sword intent had grown more formidable. A wound inflicted by his sword intent could harm the soul, or even lead to its complete obliteration. Sun Wukong's expression turned grave as he nodded. Rest assured, I will block it. All right, this is a city. Let us find a more secluded place for our battle. Xie Mingfeng drew his long sword and declared, no need for that. Sun Wukong, if you can catch this strike of mine, I shall concede. In the heat of battle, one does not choose the arena. A true warrior must always be prepared to fight, and a true swordsman must embody this principle. With a thunderous shout, Xie Mingfeng unleashed his first strike. The long sword in his hand transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the surrounding space, which seemed to morph into a domain of swords. Sun Wukong felt a wave of disorientation, and by the time he regained his senses, the tip of Xie Mingfeng's sword was already poised at his forehead. The forehead, known as the Mud Pill Palace, harbors the spirit, should Xie Mingfeng's strike land. Even if Sun Wukong's combat power were to increase tenfold, death would be inevitable. Xie Mingfeng's first sword encapsulated his entire understanding of martial arts and swordsmanship, fierce, domineering, and flawless. At that moment, Xie Mingfeng's martial prowess could not be measured by ordinary standards of combat power. His strength began to reflect the essence of Beerus and Whis' might. Although Xie Mingfeng had yet to grasp the cosmic laws, he achieved a unity of heaven and man. This was also why Sun Wukong could not perceive the aura emanating from Xie Mingfeng. With a single strike, the world bowed in submission. Xie Mingfeng's sword transcended mere technique. Evolving towards the realm of the Tao, Sun Wukong gazed at Xie Mingfeng, his expression intricate, and inquired, I have been defeated. Xie Mingfeng, your strength has not significantly increased. Yet you are able to easily vanquish me. Is this what you refer to as comprehending nature and the laws of the universe? Xie Mingfeng nodded, affirming, indeed. No matter how formidable a person's physical strength may be, it pales in comparison to the vastness of the universe. To attain the power akin to that of a deity, one must harness the primordial forces of the cosmos, which means understanding the laws of the universe. Fortunately, Xie Mingfeng ceased his assault in time, otherwise, Sun Wukong would have met his demise. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, the path of martial arts you speak of is indeed real. But why can I not grasp the cosmic laws you mention? Chapter 17. Resurrection by relying on the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong was resurrected. Yet his soul had undergone a transformation, thus rendering him incapable of perceiving the existence of cosmic laws. Although the Dragon Balls are wondrous, They remain simplistic when juxtaposed with the entirety of the universe. The natural life birthed by the cosmos possesses the most perfect souls, enabling them to comprehend the laws of the universe. This reflects the universe's affection and protection towards the life it nurtures. Thankfully, Xie Mingfeng had inquired about the resurrection aspect during his initial use of the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, he might have grown arrogant, believing that with the Dragon Balls, he could attain infinite rebirth. If that were the case, who would cherish life? Xie Mingfeng addressed Sun Wukong, saying, Wukong, if you cannot perceive the cosmic laws, then do not force it. Many things cannot be compelled. As you pursue the limits of Super Saiyan, continuously surpassing yourself, you can still acquire immense power. However, this power, when compared to the laws of the universe, appears insignificant. Sun Wukong nodded, replying, yes, you are correct. As long as I fully unleash the power of Super Saiyan, I will undoubtedly surpass you. Xie Mingfeng smiled slightly. I look forward to witnessing that. Suddenly, a formidable presence emerged from the west, remarkably akin to Sun Wukong's energy. A Super Saiyan? Xie Mingfeng glanced at Sun Wukong, who displayed no surprise and explained, it's that fellow Vegeta. I hadn't anticipated he too would become a Super Saiyan. Xie Mingfeng, having been engrossed in seclusion to develop his sword techniques, had little awareness of the events unfolding outside. Sun Wukong, however, had encountered Vegeta several times over the past 2 years. The intensity of Vegeta's training rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Sun Wukong. In merely 2 years, he had attained the status of Super Saiyan, a testament to the effort and sweat he had invested. It is worth noting that 2 years prior, Vegeta's combat power was merely 100,000. Xie Mingfeng raised an eyebrow and remarked, Vegeta is quite audacious. He dares to return to Earth? Does he not fear my wrath? Sun Wukong chuckled. Although Vegeta remains as proud as ever and possesses an inflated sense of self-worth, he has indeed changed significantly. On Earth, he no longer indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. You would not harm him. With both Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong, 2 superlative powers residing on Earth, even if Vegeta had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to act recklessly. During the events on Namek, Xie Mingfeng delivered a decisive blow that felled the cosmic Emperor Frieza, a scene forever etched in the depths of Vegeta's heart. Even now, Vegeta harbors a lingering fear of Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship. Casting a glance at Son Goku, Xie Mingfeng remarked nonchalantly, that fellow Vegeta is determined to surpass you, Goku. He has become a Super Saiyan and will seek you out for a duel. You are in for some trouble. Son Goku chuckled heartily. To have an opponent of equal caliber is something I greatly desire. Frieza's father, King Cold, the esteemed leader of the Ice Clan, reclined in the palace of his ancestral star, cradling a glass of red wine with an air of languor. He regarded a kneeling extraterrestrial warrior before him and inquired coolly, Are you saying that my son Frieza perished on Namek? Is this news accurate? The extraterrestrial warrior, possessing considerable strength with a battle power exceeding 300,000, trembled before King Cold, scarcely daring to breathe. Your Majesty, I personally ventured to Namek to investigate. It is true that King Frieza was slain by the combined efforts of Earthlings and Saiyans. His body was likely taken by Sherb, and thus far, we have been unable to ascertain their whereabouts. The universe is indeed vast and boundless. Sherb, intent on concealing Frieza's body, presents a formidable challenge even for the advanced technology under King Cold's command. With a sardonic smile, King Cold mused, Frieza? That son of mine has always been conceited and arrogant. It seems he has finally met his match. However, I find it hard to believe he has perished so easily. If he were gravely injured, I could accept that. The physiology of the Ice Clan differs from that of other beings, making the task of slaying their warriors quite formidable. The extraterrestrial warrior continued, Your Majesty, Sherb is an advisor in Frieza's army, overseeing the 3rd star domain. I suspect he has taken King Frieza to that region. With a thorough search, we should be able to locate them. King Cold shook his head. The 3rd star domain is vast. Even if we were to mobilize all our forces, it would take at least a decade to conduct a complete search, consuming vast resources and energy in the process. Let us withdraw our men. Once Frieza has recuperated, he will return on his own. The extraterrestrial bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. Yet, King Cold's demeanor belied his inner turmoil. Frieza was a prodigious talent of the Ice Clan. In a few years, he might surpass his brother and even himself. However, Frieza's defeat on Namek indicated the emergence of a formidable new power, a dire enemy of the Ice Clan. Such critical intelligence merits King Cold's utmost attention. Science. Over 20 years ago, planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frieza. How could there possibly be formidable Saiyans remaining? King Cold pondered. Could the one who defeated Frieza be the fabled Super Saiyan? And what of these Earthlings? This is the first time I have heard of such a race. When time permits, I shall personally journey to Earth. Without eliminating the last surviving Saiyans in the universe, King Cooled will find no solace. For the long-rumored Super Saiyan has finally emerged. As for the Earthlings, once they arrive on Earth, they can be easily dispatched. King Cooled lacks precise information about Xie Mingfeng and remains unaware of his formidable capabilities. It must be said that ingrained thinking is not easily altered in a short span of time. The Frost Demons have reigned supreme in the universe for far too long to regard mere Earthlings with any seriousness. In the third star domain, there lies a very secretive meteorite. This meteorite, smaller than the moon, has been hollowed out and fitted with the most advanced biotechnologies of the Frieza Force. Shulb and his extraterrestrial subordinates watched anxiously as Frieza lay within a transparent shield. The cells possess omnipotent qualities, theoretically, as long as a complete cell exists. An entire being can be cloned from it. The cells of the Frost Demons are even more powerful and complex, making cloning significantly more challenging. However, the technological prowess within the Frieza Force has reached remarkable heights, rendering the cloning of Frieza's body entirely feasible. At last, they have perfectly cloned the body of King Frieza. A smile curled on Shulb's lips as he stated, "Now, all we must do is wait for King Frieza to regain consciousness and awaken naturally." His subordinates, upon hearing his words, displayed a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. Reviving Frieza would indeed be a monumental achievement. With the deaths of the elite members of the Ginyu Force, Shanbua, Dodoria, and the others, once King Frieza awakens, they could easily usurp their positions. In the Frieza Force, wielding power translates to unimaginable benefits. The mere thought of their future lives filled them with exhilaration. Lord Shulb, the forces under King Cooled have been relentlessly searching for us these past 2 years. Should we be discovered, it could severely impact King Frieza's revival. One extraterrestrial remarked to Shulb. Shulb scoffed. I am well aware that someone is searching for King Frieza. It is not just King Cooled's faction that seeks us out. They fear King Frieza's current state of incapacitation, believing they have an opportunity to usurp our Frieza Force. What a band of fools. Once King Frieza awakens, I shall relish their downfall. Gazing at the data displayed on the instrument screen, Shulb continued. The fluctuations of King Frieza's consciousness grow stronger by the day. In a few months, he will awaken completely. I eagerly anticipate that moment. Frieza's recovery progressed even faster and better than Shulb had anticipated. Within 3 months, Frieza awoke. Boom. The advanced instruments within the meteorite were shattered by Frieza's overwhelming aura. Standing upon the floor, he exhibited a look of confusion. What has happened to me? Frieza inquired coldly. It feels as though I have been asleep for an eternity, yet I know this is no mere slumber. Can someone explain to me what is going on? Shulb approached Frieza respectfully. Welcome back, King Frieza. Who are you? Frieza demanded. Frieza gazed at Shurbai and inquired coldly. Shurbai's combat power was still below 10,000, and Frieza, somewhat dazed, failed to recall him. Lord Frieza, I am Shurbai, the advisor from the Third Star region, Shurbai replied cautiously. He then recounted the events that transpired on Namek in detail, even displaying the footage of the battle for Frieza's viewing. Finally, Shurbai expressed regret, saying, We originally hoped to use the Dragon Balls of Namek to resurrect you, Lord Frieza. However, by the time we reached Namek, the Namekians had already departed with the Dragon Balls, vanishing into the cosmos. Although Earth also possesses Dragon Balls, we dared not approach due to the presence of Xie Mingfeng and Kakarot. Left with no choice, we resorted to utilizing the pinnacle of biological technology within our legion to clone you back to life, which is why it took us such a long time. Frieza fixated on the video, observing the fierce battle between himself, Xie Mingfeng, and Sun Wukong, his expression darkening profoundly. Frieza suddenly chuckled. My body was cloned from my tail. No wonder I couldn't recall what happened after my tail was severed by Xie Mingfeng. My brain and body were annihilated by his sword. Even the consciousness within my cells was utterly extinguished. That earthling with the sword, Xie Mingfeng, is indeed formidable. As Frieza witnessed the final combat prowess of Sun Wukong and Xie Mingfeng in the footage, a sense of trepidation stirred within him. Yet, as the Emperor of the Universe and a prodigy of the Frost Demon race, he would not permit himself to fail so easily. He vowed vengeance. He must eliminate Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong, for otherwise, he could never swallow this grievance. Chapter 18. Dr. Gero due to Xie Mingfeng's emergence. Frieza had yet to bring King Cold to Earth for retribution. Instead, he devoted himself to training in the Third Star region. The threat posed by Frieza and the Frost Demons to Earth was immense, but they hailed from the cosmos. However, a formidable crisis lurked on Earth as well. Embodied by Dr. Gero, the chief scientist of the Red Ribbon Army, Bulma was set to marry Xie Mingfeng, which meant the future Trunks would never come to be. The remnants of the Red Ribbon Army had not vanished. Years prior, Sun Wukong had destroyed the Red Ribbon Army, and Dr. Gero regarded him as a nemesis, dedicating his life to researching artificial warriors in the hope of vanquishing Sun Wukong. He aspired to rebuild the Red Ribbon Army and continue its dominion over Earth. Several years earlier, Dr. Gero commenced monitoring Sun Wukong with nanobots, collecting cells from Sun Wukong and his companions, hoping to unravel the secrets of their cells and create artificial warriors even more powerful than Sun Wukong. Initially, everything proceeded according to plan and very smoothly, until Xie Mingfeng's arrival disrupted Dr. Gero's designs. Amidst the Pacific Ocean, there lay a desolate island. It was strewn with jagged rocks and sandy shores, devoid of any significant vegetation. Such unremarkable islands are plentiful in the Pacific. Apart from its slightly larger size, it possessed no particular distinction. Yet, unbeknownst to many, this island was the very core of the Red Ribbon Army's operations. Beneath the deserted island lies the research laboratory of Dr. Gero. The intellect of Dr. Gero is on par with that of Dr. Briefs, Bulma's father, though their areas of expertise diverge. Dr. Gero excels in biotechnology and energy technology, while Dr. Briefs specializes in spatial and electronic technology. Within the confines of the laboratory, Dr. Gero fixates on the data displayed on his computer screen, a look of perplexity crossing his face. The cells of Sun Wukong are formidable, owing to his Saiyan heritage, yet Xie Mingfeng, being a true Earthling, possesses cells of such remarkable strength. After comprehending the essence of swordsmanship, Xie Mingfeng's body has undergone a profound evolution, his cellular potential now rivaling that of the Saiyans. A frenzied glimmer ignites in Dr. Gero's eyes. If he can unravel the mysteries of Xie Mingfeng's cells, he too could attain comparable strength, perhaps even surpassing Sun Wukong. At that moment, his artificial warriors would experience a fundamental breakthrough. Long ago, Dr. Gero had recognized the existence of Qi, understanding that the strength of martial artists is determined by the Qi contained within their cells. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and even the revered Master Roshi are all burdened with average cells and limited potential, standing in stark contrast to the cells of the Saiyans, given that they are Earthlings. However, Xie Mingfeng's cells defy this norm. They seem to harbor a wondrous energy akin to brainwaves. Dr. Gero mutters quietly to himself as he studies the screen. Why does this brainwave-like energy manifest? A frown appears on his brow, and suddenly, a spark of realization strikes him. It is because Xie Mingfeng's cells embody his will. Dr. Gero believes he has uncovered the fundamental reason for Xie Mingfeng's extraordinary prowess. When cells possess their own will, they incessantly consume energy and matter, achieving perfect evolution independent of innate cellular growth. Yet, how to transform the will of these cells into his own remains an unresolved conundrum. Undeterred, Dr. Gero is confident in his ability to solve this dilemma with his intellect. The artificial beings, androids 17 and 18, have already been created. Dr. Gero muses to himself, lamenting that, despite their formidable strength, they are still flawed creations. Thus, he plans to use Xie Mingfeng's cells as a foundation, supplemented by those of Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Believing this will yield a super android, Dr. Gero is convinced that by deciphering the secret behind Xie Mingfeng's ascendance, he too can acquire tremendous power, perhaps even eternal life. Xie Mingfeng's cells are not only robust, more importantly, their vitality exceeds that of an ordinary human by a factor of 10. This implies that Xie Mingfeng's lifespan could extend to at least a millennium. How could this not astonish Dr. Gero? In pursuit of eternal life, he once contemplated transforming himself into an android, yet he has since abandoned that notion in light of newfound alternatives. No one wishes to become a half-machine, half-organic monstrosity. Since Xie Mingfeng's return from Namek, Dr. Gero has been unable to procure any more of his cells. It appears that Xie Mingfeng harbors even more secrets, thought Dr. Gero to himself. With no means to create the super android, Dr. Gero, despite his audacity, dared not provoke Xie Mingfeng. As the most formidable being among Earth's inhabitants, Xie Mingfeng could effortlessly obliterate Dr. Gero's body and soul with a mere swipe of his sword. Months passed by unnoticed, and Xie Mingfeng had wed Bulma. On their wedding day, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Chi-Chi, and even Vegeta had gathered. Vegeta challenged Sun Wukong no less than 10 times, each time meeting with defeat. Yet he persisted with unwavering resolve, which earned Dr. Gero's admiration. The powers of Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and the others had also seen significant growth. The one who achieved the most, however, was Dr. Gero himself, conducting countless experiments in his laboratory on the deserted island in the Pacific. After tens of thousands of trials, he finally discovered how to infuse his consciousness into cells, utilizing scientific instruments rather than directly manipulating them with psychic energy. Dr. Gero was neither a martial artist nor a sorcerer. His mental prowess did not allow for direct interference with matter. Wearing a helmet adorned with thousands of wire-like conduits connected to his cell culture chamber, Dr. Gero utilized this apparatus to influence cellular evolution. Excellent. Truly marvelous, he exclaimed, exhilarated by the data displayed on the computer screen. Xie Mingfeng's cells were extraordinary. If they could divide and evolve according to his will, upon reaching full human form, they would become the most powerful android warrior, his envisioned super android. Once the program was set on the computer, Dr. Gero removed the helmet, pondering a fitting name. Oh, how about Cell? Yes, Cell is a splendid name. He chuckled. The rate of Cell's evolution exceeded Dr. Gero's expectations. Even in its embryonic stage, it exhibited a vitality of 20, far surpassing that of an average adult male on Earth, whose vitality typically measures around 5. When Raditz arrived on Earth, he referred to its inhabitants as worthless beings with a battle power of only 5. Even Sun Wukong, a Saiyan, possessed a mere 2 at birth. The cells of Xie Mingfeng were infused with a sharp will, a nascent form of sword intent, while Sun Wukong's cells continually broke through their limits. And Piccolo's could regenerate from severed limbs. The embryo cultivated from the cells of these three held a formidable energy. Once it matured, its strength would undoubtedly be terrifying. Gazing at the pale green biological embryo within the culture chamber, Dr. Gero's eyes gleamed with fiery ambition. My child, little cell, grow swiftly. I shall provide you with ample energy and resources. When you mature, we will conquer Earth together, and all who oppose us, be it Sun Wukong or Xie Mingfeng, will be devoured and become part of your power. Chapter 19. Frieza's Confidence. The Third Galaxy, Frieza's Legion. On a desolate planet of immense gravitational force, Frieza was relentlessly unleashing waves of energy, proclaiming, Xie Mingfeng, Sun Wukong, I shall shatter you into oblivion. Frustrated by his failure to vanquish them, his rage remained unquenched, compelling him to attack ceaselessly. Inside the spacecraft, Shurebai and his subordinates gazed in astonishment at the data displayed on the screen, exclaiming, what astonishing combat prowess! King Frieza grows ever more formidable. Truly, he is the emperor of the universe. With a sharp sound, the hatch of the spacecraft opened, and Frieza entered like a streak of light. In his frenzy, his muscles had swelled, and beads of sweat adorned his brow as he gasped for breath. After a significant pause, his aura finally settled. After sipping a glass of juice, Frieza addressed Shurebai, saying, enough. We shall set off for Earth at once. His relentless training had bestowed upon him formidable power, igniting an urgent desire to seek vengeance against Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong. This newfound strength instilled a sense of confidence within Frieza. At that moment, the spacecraft received a communication. Shurebai informed him, King Frieza, your esteemed father has sent a message, wishing to see you. He has arrived in the third star region. Frieza's brow furrowed. My father? What could he possibly want at this time? He queried. Shurebai, relay our interstellar coordinates to him. If he has come, I shall meet him. Once. Frieza regarded King Cooled as a formidable figure and felt a twinge of fear in his presence. However, he now regarded his father with indifference. Shurebai responded respectfully. As you wish, King Frieza. Upon receiving the coordinates, King Cooled arrived in less than 3 hours. Frieza, diminutive in stature, stood opposite the towering King Cooled. Yet his aura exuded an undeniable dominance. Father, what brings you here? I am quite occupied at the moment, preparing to journey to Earth. I advise against any trivial matters. Frieza stated coldly. King Cooled was taken aback by Frieza's overwhelming presence, feeling his own power dwarfed by at least tenfold. Although he disapproved of Frieza's tone, he suppressed his indignation, recognizing his son's might. Taking a deep breath, King Cooled spoke. Are you planning to seek vengeance on Earth? You must understand. There are Super Saiyans there. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to join forces. Together, we would stand a greater chance against them. Frieza let out a scoff. Even alone, I fear not the Super Saiyans. If you wish to accompany me, so be it. Frieza, emboldened by his belief that he had surpassed Sun Wukong, felt a twinge of caution regarding Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship. However, this caution did not equate to fear. He remained resolute in his conviction that he could crush Xie Mingfeng with his overwhelming strength. Frieza, a warrior who revered the supremacy of power, held an unwavering confidence in his abilities as a matter of course. Frieza addressed Sherb with an air of impatience. Very well, Sherb, initiate the space jump. At the velocity of my spacecraft, we shall reach Earth in no time. I am eager to witness the expressions on the faces of Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong upon my arrival. I am certain it will be quite spectacular. With an undeniable sense of urgency, Frieza observed the spatial ripples surrounding the spacecraft, which promptly vanished into the third star region. On Earth, within the confines of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Xie Mingfeng was diligently practicing his swordsmanship in the gravity chamber. Although he had successfully developed his first sword technique, continuous training was imperative. Without it, his skills would regress. The harmony between mind and body must be preserved, necessitating relentless practice in swordsmanship. Mastering martial arts and swordplay is akin to navigating against the current. Without progress, one inevitably falls behind. Suddenly, Xie Mingfeng paused his training. Exiting the gravity chamber to gaze skyward, he sensed Frieza's formidable aura. How powerful! He exclaimed, astonished. Did I not slay Frieza? How can he return? Regardless of the circumstances. If Frieza was indeed alive, he would be slain once more, Xie Mingfeng declared with a cold smirk. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and other warriors of Earth detected Frieza's presence. They donned their battle attire and soared toward the location where Frieza's spacecraft had descended. As Frieza and King Cold emerged from the spacecraft, they surveyed the landscape of Earth with curiosity. Is this Earth? Frieza scoffed. The gravity is mediocre, the energy in the atmosphere is average, and the combat prowess of Earthlings scarcely exceeds 10. What a barren planet this is. King Cold chuckled. Such a planet would fetch a meager price. Suddenly, several powerful auras emerged on the horizon. A murderous glint flickered in Frieza's eyes. Is Sun Wukong and Dahl also present? It seems all the strong ones from Earth have gathered. But where is Xie Mingfeng? King Cold sneered. As long as that swordsman remains on this planet, he is bound to make an appearance. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, along with others, descended to the ground, closing the distance to Frieza to less than 300 meters. Why hasn't Xie Mingfeng arrived yet? Sun Wukong murmured. Vegeta, with an icy demeanor, retorted, Kakarot, you obsess over Xie Mingfeng as if you were his attendant. You are a Super Saiyan. Do you not possess even a shred of Saiyan dignity? Are we incapable of handling matters without him? Vegeta's tone grew increasingly irate. Sun Wukong chuckled. Vegeta, do not take it so seriously. We are all friends with Xie Mingfeng. Your gravity chamber was crafted by Bulma's father, after all. Vegeta, incensed, shot back. Kakarot, what do you mean by that? I paid a hefty sum for that gravity chamber, and I owe him nothing. Xie Mingfeng is merely your friend, not mine. Vegeta strode purposefully toward Frieza, declaring, Kakarot, I am also a Super Saiyan now. It falls to this prince to deal with Frieza. The enmity between Vegeta and Frieza was profound, and his intense desire to prove himself compelled him to act decisively. With a resounding boom, as Vegeta's aura reached its zenith, a faint yellow energy shield erupted forth. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong quickly exclaimed, Vegeta, Frieza's aura is quite extraordinary. Be cautious. King Cold was astonished, remarking, such formidable energy. Is this what a Super Saiyan truly is? Frieza sneered, indeed. This is a Super Saiyan. I never anticipated that Dahl would also become one. But this only makes it better. Killing a Super Saiyan will provide me with a greater sense of accomplishment. Haha. Vegeta's energy surpassed that of King Cold, yet it still paled in comparison to Frieza. Frieza, your life is forfeit. Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Frieza. Frieza coldly retorted, pathetic and easily vanquished. A ki blast materialized in Frieza's palm, striking Vegeta, who was sent hurtling backward at an even greater speed. Vegeta. Sun Wukong gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening. Chapter 20. The perfect first sword. Vegeta spewed a mist of blood into the air, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Frieza. I have become a Super Saiyan. How could I possibly fail? The legendary warrior, the Super Saiyan. Vegeta believed that achieving this form would render him invincible throughout the universe. Alas, reality dealt him a harsh blow, shattering his lofty aspirations. The ki blast unleashed by Frieza was overwhelmingly powerful, a force that Vegeta could not withstand. When the disparity in strength is negligible, the battle can be relatively even. However, when the difference is significant, the outcome is predetermined. Frieza's power surpassed Vegeta's by at least tenfold, allowing him to obliterate Vegeta with a single strike. Yet, Frieza refrained from doing so, intent on toying with Vegeta to vent his pent-up resentment. King Cold, witnessing Frieza's actions, narrowed his eyes in fear. Incredible. Vegeta's fighting capacity was comparable to his own, yet he realized that Vegeta stood no chance against Frieza. King Cold now fully understood that he had lost control over Frieza. Frieza turned to Sun Wukong and laughed heartily. So, Sun Wukong, what do you think? My power is no less than that of your Super Saiyan brethren, is it? Haha. Sun Wukong instructed Krillin, send a Senza beam to Vegeta. Krillin nodded, I will do so at once. Frieza was undeniably formidable, even surpassing Sun Wukong in strength. Sun Wukong concentrated all his energy on Frieza, wary of any sudden movements that might provoke a fierce attack from him. In his heart, Sun Wukong mused, this Frieza has learned to conceal his energy. What kind of training has he undergone to elevate his combat prowess to such astonishing levels? Xie Mingfeng appeared beside Sun Wukong, clad in a white training uniform and carrying a long sword, presenting the quintessential image of a swordsman. His movements had reached an extraordinary level of mastery, so much so that even Sun Wukong and Frieza could not discern how he had materialized. Is Doll injured? Xie Mingfeng observed Vegeta lying in the massive crater in the distance, speaking with a hint of detachment. Sun Wukong nodded, you have finally arrived. Frieza's power has surged dramatically, and Vegeta was defeated in a single blow. Xie Mingfeng, can you prevail against him? Xie Mingfeng shook his head, I cannot say. After the battle commenced, the outcome became inevitable. At this moment, Frieza's power was on par with that of a Super Saiyan in its second stage, rendering Sun Wukong no match for him. However, Xie Mingfeng remained undaunted, for his strength was not inferior to Frieza's. Sun Wukong addressed Xie Mingfeng, stating, I shall confront Frieza first to ascertain his capabilities. With you by my side, I can engage in battle without reservation. With Xie Mingfeng watching closely, Sun Wukong felt liberated to unleash his full potential. After all, he need not divide his attention to safeguard others or be concerned about King Cold. Combat should demand one's utmost focus. Xie Mingfeng understood that Sun Wukong was a martial enthusiast who preferred to battle alone rather than in collaboration. He nodded and replied, very well. Just be cautious. If the situation becomes dire, retreat. Should your life be in jeopardy, I may not reach you in time to lend assistance. Unlike Vegeta, Xie Mingfeng was not one for ostentation. His aim was not to amplify his combat prowess, but to master the laws of the universe. Combat power was merely a byproduct of his cultivation. With a formidable life force and dominion over cosmic principles, his battle strength would naturally ascend. Upon seeing Xie Mingfeng, Frieza gritted his teeth and declared, Xie Mingfeng, you have finally made your appearance. King Cold, observing Xie Mingfeng, pressed a button on his ear-mounted device and inquired, is this swordsman Xie Mingfeng? Why does his combat power appear to be a mere 5? Despite Xie Mingfeng's seemingly feeble display of strength, King Cold felt an overwhelming sense of menace emanating from him, an instinctive response born of life's primal instincts. Frieza sneered, Earthlings possess a technique to conceal their battle power, which they refer to as masking their aura. However, since returning from Namek, I have also mastered this technique. It may appear mysterious, but once one comprehends its principles, it is not so formidable. Sun Wukong ascended into the sky, addressing Frieza, Frieza, your opponent is me. Come forth and reveal your true strength. Frieza retorted with a smirk. Sun Wukong, while your power surpasses that of the worthless Dubra, it remains inadequate compared to mine. Very well, today I shall allow you to experience the taste of despair. I will not only eradicate you, but also annihilate Earth. Upon hearing Frieza's intention to destroy Earth, Xie Mingfeng's brow furrowed, his eyes gleaming with the light of his sword. This time, Frieza would face the complete obliteration of both his body and soul. A surge of murderous intent flooded Xie Mingfeng's heart. Sun Wukong and Frieza transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the stratosphere, where their battle could unfold without inflicting severe damage upon Earth. The sky reverberated with the sounds of violent clashes, and the tremendous shockwaves left those on the ground feeling a tightness in their chests. Sun Wukong, a genius of combat, could transcend levels and would not withdraw until the final moment. Frieza, the most exceptional warrior of the Frost Demon race in a millennium, had undergone unique training that allowed him to perfectly harness his entire power. Each move he executed was seamless, his formidable strength and lightning-fast speed placing immense pressure on Sun Wukong. A colossal energy sphere hurtled toward the ground. With a collective gasp, Bick and Klin realized that if the immense energy were to strike the ground, it would undoubtedly obliterate half the Earth. Xie Mingfeng nonchalantly released a beam of sword light that scattered in the air like fireworks, transforming into countless sword energies that shattered the colossal energy blast into fragments. Subsequently, the explosive force dissipated into the atmosphere as primordial energy. Upon witnessing Xie Mingfeng's intervention, a flicker of fear crossed the eyes of King Cold. This earthling swordsman was indeed as formidable as the legends foretold. Yet, King Cold thought to himself, nay, he is even more powerful than the tales suggest. Regret welled up within him. Coming to Earth may not have been a judicious decision. His only hope now lay in Frieza achieving ultimate victory. Frieza had maintained the upper hand, but was unable to deliver a decisive blow to Goku. Instead, Goku grew increasingly resilient, his strength steadily escalating. The pressure exerted by Frieza gradually coaxed Goku's latent potential to the surface. Observing the flickering blue lightning within Goku's protective energy field, Xie Mingfeng realized that a breakthrough was imminent. It would not be long before Goku ascended to the second level of Super Saiyan. Frieza was merely a stepping stone for Goku. Xie Mingfeng smirked, knowing that it was because of him that Goku had attained Super Saiyan status, and now, thanks to him again, Goku was poised to reach the second tier. As King Cooled recognized Frieza's inability to secure a swift victory, compounded by the presence of the seemingly more terrifying Xie Mingfeng, the prospect of triumph appeared exceedingly bleak. Slowly, King Cooled retreated, contemplating escape aboard his spacecraft. Xie Mingfeng cast a glance at King Cooled and unleashed a sword energy that cleaved the spacecraft in twain, the edges as smooth as a mirror. Thinking of fleeing? Isn't it a tad too late? Xie Mingfeng remarked with a cold smile. Earth is not a place one can come and go at will. Those who dare to tread upon this land must leave their lives behind. King Cooled roared defiantly, no? With a violent surge of energy, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward outer space. The ice race could survive in a vacuum, as long as he escaped the Earth's atmosphere. Even Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship would be incapable of reaching him. A commendable thought, yet the reality was harsh. Though King Cooled's speed was impressive, Xie Mingfeng's sword was even swifter. With a clang, the long sword at Xie Mingfeng's back was unsheathed at the flick of his thought. Grasping the sword, he carved a path through the air, unleashing a sword energy that twisted the very fabric of space. This was the first sword he had ever created. King Cooled's eyes widened in awe. The sword light was breathtaking, perfection incarnate, so beautiful that he found himself involuntarily halting. With no obstruction, the sword energy pierced through King Cooled's body. King Cooled was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha! What sort of attack is this? It poses no threat whatsoever. The sword light passed through my body, and I felt not a hint of pain. Xie Mingfeng smiled softly. Oh, is that truly the case? King Cooled clenched his fist, feeling a sharp pain at his brow, as a barely visible sword mark appeared upon his skin. What is this? Only then did King Cooled feel the sting of pain, as his very soul began to fade into oblivion. Bang! The body of the Kurdish king was cleaved in twain, his life extinguished. His soul did not have the opportunity to descend to the underworld. Xie Mingfeng's first sword was exceedingly sharp, overwhelmingly powerful, and astonishingly swift. After the Kurdish king was struck, he felt not a thing. Only upon exerting himself did the wound manifest, causing his body to split apart. Frieza's fist collided with Sun Wukong's face, inflicting grievous injury and causing him to spit blood. As he turned, he chanced upon the sight of the Kurdish king being slain by Xie Mingfeng's sword. Sun Wukong crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Observing him struggle to rise, Xie Mingfeng inquired, Wukong, are you still able? Sun Wukong weakly replied, Frieza is truly formidable. I am no match for him. I entrust the remainder to you. Sun Wukong had not yet accumulated sufficient power to ascend to the second level of Super Saiyan. Krillin offered a senzu bean to Sun Wukong, urging him, hurry, eat the senzu bean. Xie Mingfeng, sword in hand, gradually levitated, reaching a height equal to that of Frieza. Frieza, I shall strike but once, he declared, fixing his gaze upon Frieza. If you can withstand my first sword, you may consider yourself fortunate to have survived this day. The first sword represented Xie Mingfeng's most potent offensive technique. Should it fail to vanquish Frieza, no other method would suffice. Yet, Xie Mingfeng held little faith that Frieza could fend off his blade. With a swift motion, the long sword transformed into a flawless crescent-shaped sword aura, slicing through the air with such velocity that it seemed to transcend time itself. Frieza's eyes widened in shock. He momentarily forgot to evade. And should he be struck by this sword, his demise was certain. Chapter 21. The God of Destruction. Xie Mingfeng's first sword was not merely a physical assault. It penetrated to the very essence of the soul. Frieza sought to dodge, yet his consciousness appeared ensnared by the sword's radiance, his body utterly unresponsive. Despair washed over him. In that moment, a profound regret gnawed at Frieza's heart. Had he known of Xie Mingfeng's immense power, he would not have come to Earth seeking vengeance. The ancestral teachings of the Frost Demons proclaimed that Super Saiyans were the mightiest warriors in the universe. However, Frieza now recognized this as a grave misjudgment. The Earthlings were the true terrors. Just as Frieza was on the brink of being cleaved in half, the sword's light seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, failing to reach him. Xie Mingfeng's pupils constricted, his mind reeling in astonishment. How could this be? My first sword, thwarted by Frieza? Two figures gradually materialized before Frieza. One was a white-haired figure in a flowing robe, the other a creature with oversized ears and a robust tail, both gazing at Xie Mingfeng in astonishment. They were none other than Whis and the god of destruction, Beerus. It was they who had intervened to rescue Frieza moments prior. Xie Mingfeng heightened his vigilance. Both the god of destruction and Whis were unpredictable, capable of annihilating Earth at the slightest provocation. Realizing it was these two who had deflected his first sword, Xie Mingfeng understood the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions, he slightly cupped his fists in respect and said, I am Xie Mingfeng of Earth, honored to meet Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis. Beerus's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he queried, Xie Mingfeng, you are aware of my identity and that of Whis. It appears that you are indeed remarkable. You see, this is my first visit to Earth alongside Whis. Even the king of the galaxy is unaware of our existence. How did you come to know this? The god of destruction and Whis stand at the pinnacle of the universe, embodying formidable beings who comprehend a certain cosmic law, and very few are aware of their existence. Only the Supreme Kai and the god of destruction are somewhat familiar, yet the old Supreme Kai has long been sealed by Beerus. Xie Mingfeng found an excuse and remarked, I encountered the legends of Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis in an ancient tome. Today, upon meeting you both, I was uncertain. However, it was only when Lord Beerus acknowledged it himself that I confirmed your true identities. Mr. Whis, with a serene demeanor, smiled gently and replied, Xie Mingfeng, it seems you are indeed well-versed. To deduce my identity and that of Lord Beerus merely from ancient records is no small feat. With a wave of his hand, Whis reversed the flow of time. Xie Mingfeng witnessed his own posture, movements, and breath as he had drawn his sword moments ago. Everything was laid bare before him. In Whis's presence, he felt as though he were a blank canvas, devoid of any secrets. The terrifying nature of the laws of time left him in awe. Whis's eyes sparkled as he remarked, your swordsmanship is exquisite and truly formidable. You have begun to touch upon the essence of soul and natural law. It is no wonder that Frieza could not withstand it. Beerus nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, Whis, you speak the truth. This earthling's swordsmanship is quite intriguing. Throughout our extensive travels across the universe, we have encountered many masters of the sword, yet this individual's skill ranks among the top 10. Although Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship was stunning, in the eyes of Beerus and Whis, it was merely somewhat interesting. Undeterred, Xie Mingfeng recognized that every powerful deity begins their journey from a place of weakness. How many years have Beerus and Whis trained? In contrast, how few years has he dedicated to his own growth? The two cannot be compared. Given sufficient time, Xie Mingfeng believed he could reach, and even surpass, the heights of Beerus and Whis. With humility, Xie Mingfeng remarked, Lord Beerus, you flatter me. Upon encountering Beerus, Frieza trembled, his eyes filled with terror, utterly stripped of the arrogance he had previously displayed. Lord Beerus, what brings you to Earth? Frieza inquired nervously. Beerus scoffed, had I not appeared, you would have already perished beneath Xie Mingfeng's sword. Whis addressed Xie Mingfeng, saying, although Frieza has committed numerous atrocities, he remains Lord Beerus's representative, and you must not kill him. Lord Beerus and I shall take Frieza away now. Do take care of yourself. With a radiant glow emanating from Whis's staff, he enveloped Beerus and Frieza, and the three transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the vastness of space beyond Earth. At last, they have departed. Xie Mingfeng exhaled in relief, genuinely fearing that Beerus might obliterate Earth at a whim. He recognized that he was still not powerful enough. Otherwise, he would not have to concern himself with the whims of Beerus and Whis. Xie Mingfeng's conviction to grow stronger has become more resolute. Observing Vegeta's fearful demeanor, with cold sweat beading on his brow, Sun Wukong inquired, Vegeta, what troubles you? Are you truly afraid? Are those two who suddenly appeared really that formidable? The divine aura emanating from Beerus and Whis was beyond the perception of those who had not grasped the laws of the universe. Sun Wukong did not perceive Beerus and Whis as overwhelmingly powerful. However, their ability to withstand Xie Mingfeng's initial strike and rescue Frieza suggested they were no ordinary beings. Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong, fury evident in his voice. Kakarot, do you know who those two were? They are the god of destruction and Whis. When I was a child, I encountered Beerus, and my father appeared as insignificant as an ant before him. Their might is beyond our comprehension. The god of destruction is the most powerful entity in the entire universe. Whether the god of destruction was indeed the most potent being remained uncertain. Yet it was undeniable that he stood at the pinnacle of strength in the cosmos. Xie Mingfeng's voice resonated behind Sun Wukong, Vegeta speaks the truth. Those two were indeed exceedingly powerful. All our warriors combined could scarcely match a mere finger of theirs. Yet do not despair, for Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis are ancient beings who have trained for countless eons. Our own training has only just begun. In the future, we shall surely surpass them and ascend to the apex of the universe. Withdrawing his sword, Xie Mingfeng addressed the assembly. The crisis on Earth has been temporarily averted. I shall return to my training. You may all disperse and attend to your own matters. With that, Xie Mingfeng transformed into a beam of light and vanished in an instant. Once Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong had departed, Dr. Gero appeared with his nanobots, intent on continuing his collection of powerful cells to enhance his super androids. Those two who had just materialized, were they truly the god of destruction and Whis? He pondered whether he could secure their cells. As a scientist, he had always been skeptical of the existence of deities, yet the recent events compelled him to reconsider. The battle he had just witnessed was entirely recorded by his nanobots for future reference, which would undoubtedly prove invaluable in confronting Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong. In less than 10 minutes, Whis arrived at the third star domain with Beerus. Frieza, we shall leave you here, Whis remarked with a smile. During these years of Lord Beerus's slumber, you have grown increasingly brazen. You are the envoy of the god of destruction, not the harbinger of annihilation. The number of planets and civilizations you have obliterated over the years is unfathomable, and the Supreme Kai and other cosmic powers harbor significant grievances against you. Should you continue on this path, we may be compelled to take matters into our own hands and annihilate you. The laws of the universe emphasize balance. With the existence of the Supreme Kai, the god of destruction must also exist. Though the god of destruction may act recklessly, he operates within the confines allowed by universal law, whereas Frieza exhibits no such restraint. Frieza, trembling with fear, responded, "Yes, Mr. Whis." Beerus cast a cold glance at Frieza and declared, "All right, Whis, it's time for us to depart." Frieza, that fool. Were it not for his residual value and his role as my representative, I would hardly concern myself with his fate. As Frieza's subordinate, should he fall at the hands of Xie Mingfeng, it would reflect poorly upon me. Other cosmic powerhouses would surely make a mockery of the god of destruction. After Beerus and Whis left, Frieza finally extricated himself from his fears. Xie Mingfeng, Son Goku, I shall ensure your demise. I cannot swallow this humiliation without vengeance. However, realizing he was not yet a match for Xie Mingfeng, he understood that to eliminate him would require careful planning. Frieza dared not harbor any grievances against Beerus and Whis. Instead, he redirected his hatred towards Xie Mingfeng and Son Goku. Chapter 22. The Escape of Cell Xie Mingfeng. Where is Frieza? Upon returning to the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma inquired with visible concern. After their marriage, Bulma's demeanor had shifted significantly. She had become more prudent and no longer so carefree. Xie Mingfeng smiled reassuringly. All is well. Frieza has been rescued by someone, but the other adversaries have been vanquished. Earth should enjoy a period of peace for several years. The narrative of Dragon Ball had been considerably altered by Xie Mingfeng's presence. Originally, Frieza was to be slain by the future Trunks, and neither the god of destruction nor Whis would have made an appearance. Yet now, Frieza had been saved by Beerus. Xie Mingfeng gradually lost his prophetic advantage. To survive future battles and safeguard his family and Earth, he needed to cultivate greater strength. My path to power differs from that of Goku and the others, Xie Mingfeng mused. While they can enhance their combat prowess through relentless training, my advancement hinges upon my ability to comprehend the laws of the universe. Goku's training is grounded and methodical, whereas my growth aligns with the Buddhist concept of sudden enlightenment. A single moment of realization can surpass decades of Goku's laborious training. Bulma smiled. I never expected the crisis on Earth to be resolved so swiftly. Xie Mingfeng, you should rest well. I must return to the laboratory. My father and I have made new breakthroughs in spatial technology. Upon mentioning spatial technology, Bulma's face lit up with joy. Xie Mingfeng chuckled inwardly, truly the quintessential tech prodigy. As Bulma turned to leave, she suddenly added, by the way, that fellow Vegeta is also getting married. He has even commissioned a spaceship from our company, but he haggled the price down to an astonishingly low figure. It seems that even a Saiyan Prince can be quite miserly. Xie Mingfeng smiled slightly. Though Vegeta is a Saiyan Prince, he possesses few life skills beyond combat. During his time with Frieza's army, he had no worries about sustenance. Whatever he desired was provided by the army. Now that he must support a family and raise funds for a spaceship, it must be quite a challenge for him. Vegeta's current circumstances may be tight, but he is still better off than Goku. After all, Vegeta's intellect surpasses that of Goku. At least he understands how to generate income, while Goku seems solely focused on fighting. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's triumph at the martial arts tournament, which bestowed upon him a substantial reward, the family's livelihood would have faced dire straits. Vegeta, with his excessive pride and unyielding self-esteem, would find that living among ordinary people could only yield benefits, not detriments. Xie Mingfeng remarked that fellow Vegeta has undergone considerable change since arriving on Earth. He is no longer the malevolent force he once was. Perhaps in the future, he may even play a role in protecting this planet. We could sell him the custom-made spaceship at half price. Our group has no shortage of funds, and it would prevent him from harboring any ill intentions due to financial constraints. Bulma nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall sell him the spaceship at half price. The Universal Capsule's latest spacecraft is capable of space-time jumps, with technological sophistication that rivals even that of Frieza's army. Offering such a vessel at half price is undoubtedly advantageous for Vegeta. Dr. Gero collected the cells of Frieza and King Cold to return to his laboratory for cloning. However, King Cold's cells had been entirely obliterated by Xie Mingfeng's first sword strike, rendering them devoid of cloning potential. In contrast, Frieza's cells remained intact, with remarkably preserved genetic information. As Dr. Gero observed the continuous growth of Frieza's cells and the data flashing on his computer, he was filled with exhilaration. The universe is indeed full of wonders. He marveled. Ordinary organisms cannot survive in a vacuum, yet Frieza's cells defy this limitation. Moreover, they thrive under extreme temperatures. What a remarkable race. Although Dr. Gero contemplated integrating Frieza's cells into Cell's being, he ultimately decided against it. While Frieza's cells were extraordinary, in Dr. Gero's estimation, Xie Mingfeng's cells were far more potent. Though he could not incorporate Frieza's cells into Cell, he could use them as nourishment for Cell's development. He believed that once Cell consumed Frieza's cells, it would undoubtedly grow in strength. Dr. Gero envisioned using Frieza's cells as sustenance for Cell. With Frieza's cells as its food source, Cell's evolutionary pace accelerated significantly. Within a few months, Cell's height approached 1 meter. At this point, Cell had developed a consciousness, signifying the birth of a soul. To cultivate Cell into a super android, Dr. Gero not only transmitted combat skill data, including Goku's Kamehameha, Piccolo's special beam cannon, and Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship, into Cell's mindscape. Living beings, particularly intelligent ones, stand as the most fascinating and magnificent entities in the universe. Even deities cannot fully comprehend the mysteries of life. Although Dr. Gero is the most distinguished biologist on Earth, he cannot completely grasp the enigma that is Cell. Following the birth of its soul, Cell's intelligence began to flourish as it continually acquired data from the computer, seeking to understand the world around it. Upon discovering that he was created by Dr. Gero and that the doctor sought to dominate him, Cell harbored a deep resentment towards Dr. Gero. The yearning for freedom and strength is an innate instinct of all life forms, and Cell, being an intelligent being, was no exception. His days within the incubation chamber were drawing to a close. Soon, he would be able to grow and live like an ordinary child. By absorbing the cells of the powerful, Cell could continually evolve. Dr. Gero, reflecting on Beerus and Whis, lamented, "Alas, had I obtained the cells of those two, Cell's might could have potentially surpassed that of the deities." Beerus and Whis represented a power far greater than that of Xie Mingfeng and Son Goku. Should he acquire their cells, Dr. Gero might uncover the secrets of the divine. Suddenly, the incubation chamber erupted with a deafening explosion, releasing an overwhelming aura that obliterated the laboratory's instruments and plunged it into darkness. Cell opened his blood-red eyes and glanced at Dr. Gero, his gaze filled with internal conflict. Ultimately, he refrained from attacking the doctor. With a powerful push, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and dashed out of the laboratory, escaping the deserted island and entering the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. When the lights of the laboratory flickered back to life half an hour later, Dr. Gero surveyed the wreckage of the incubation chamber, seething with fury. "Cell, my Cell, where have you gone? Come out, come out." Cell was the culmination of Dr. Gero's painstaking efforts, a super artificial being capable of endless evolution. He had envisioned using Cell to dominate the Earth, but now, with Cell's escape, all his aspirations lay in ruins. "No, I must release androids 17 and 18. They alone may be able to locate Cell." A frenzied glint shone in Dr. Gero's eyes. He resolved that he could not afford to lose Cell. By controlling Cell, he could rebuild the Red Ribbon Army and assert his dominance over the Earth. Dr. Gero pressed a button on the remote, and 2 dormant capsules slowly opened, revealing a young man and woman within. They gradually opened their eyes and looked at Dr. Gero. Xie Mingfeng was diligently practicing his swordsmanship, hoping to soon create his second sword. He believed that with the creation of this second sword, he could overpower the Super Saiyan level 3 Son Goku. Although he had yet to make any progress towards this goal, Xie Mingfeng was confident that as long as he persisted in his training, the right opportunity would eventually present itself. Cultivation relies on accumulation, where quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations. Quantitative change lays the foundation, while qualitative change signifies a breakthrough. Xie Mingfeng furrowed his brow and gazed toward the Pacific. Such a formidable aura. Yet, this energy was chaotic, intertwined with his own presence, as well as those of Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and even Frieza. The essence of Cell flickered momentarily, but Xie Mingfeng trusted his instincts. His perception could not be mistaken. Could it be? His expression shifted slightly. The artificial being, Cell? A recollection of the original story's androids led Xie Mingfeng to deduce the identity of that aura. It must be Cell. Dr. Gero, that wretched man, has unexpectedly created Cell ahead of schedule and utilized my cells in the process. I must eliminate him. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Xie Mingfeng's eyes. He communicated telepathically with Bulma. Bulma, please call Goku and Vegeta and have them come to the Capsule Corporation. Earth is in peril. Bulma inquired. Xie Mingfeng, is it just Goku and Vegeta? What about Piccolo and Tien? Xie Mingfeng replied solemnly. Notify all warriors on Earth. Urge them to arrive swiftly. Understood, Bulma responded. I will inform them immediately. Chapter 23. Monitoring Earth in less than an hour, Goku and the others gathered at the Capsule Corporation. Xie Mingfeng, what on earth has transpired? Why have you summoned us all? Is there something beyond your capability? Goku questioned, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Despite his confidence, he was acutely aware that he was not currently a match for Xie Mingfeng. On this planet, Xie Mingfeng stood as the most formidable force. Rarely did situations arise that could unsettle him. Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others fixed their gaze upon Xie Mingfeng, sensing that Earth was indeed in grave danger. Xie Mingfeng spoke gravely. Goku, you must recall the Red Ribbon Army that you once obliterated. Goku nodded. Of course, I remember. The Red Ribbon Army was ambitious and powerful. Even the Earth Federation had to tread carefully around them. In the end, I brought them down. Goku had been merely a teenager, around 14 or 15 years old, when he had vanquished the Red Ribbon Army, and he took pride in that accomplishment. Vegeta, observing Goku's smug expression, scoffed. What strength did that army possess? They were nothing but weaklings. As a Saiyan, to take pride in the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army is utterly absurd. Piccolo, ever the voice of reason, understood the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, Xie Mingfeng would not have convened them all. Xie Mingfeng, please continue, Piccolo urged calmly. Nodding, Xie Mingfeng elaborated. Although Goku dismantled the Red Ribbon Army, he allowed one crucial figure to escape, Dr. Gero, the chief scientist of the organization. Dr. Gero's knowledge and intellect are unparalleled among humanity. The android warriors he has created possess power that can easily surpass that of Super Saiyans. Vegeta's face contorted with rage. What are you saying, Xie Mingfeng? Super Saiyans are the mightiest warriors in the universe. How could any so-called android possibly compare? I refuse to believe that any android could be stronger than Frieza. Xie Mingfeng's words ignited a sense of humiliation within Vegeta. His growth in strength had been rapid. Yet he remained overshadowed by Goku and Xie Mingfeng, which infuriated him. A proud Saiyan such as himself, relegated to third place on Earth, felt it was an intolerable injustice. Now, with the threat of a powerful android emerging, Vegeta's fury erupted. Xie Mingfeng furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Vegeta, stating, technology is an ongoing quest to unravel the mysteries of the universe. Although it diverges from the path of martial arts cultivation, both ultimately converge toward a common goal. The artificial beings created through biotechnology may not necessarily be inferior to us. Furthermore, Dr. Gero has utilized our very cells to fabricate these artificial warriors. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo were all taken aback. What did you say? Sun Wukong exclaimed loudly. Dr. Gero is using our cells to create artificial beings? Piccolo inquired. Xie Mingfeng, is your information accurate? Xie Mingfeng responded. An hour ago, I sensed a formidable energy emanating from the direction of the Pacific Ocean. Its aura was chaotic, infused with my own essence, as well as that of Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and even Frieza. This presence was not only powerful, but also profoundly sinister. Regrettably, it vanished in an instant, and I can no longer perceive it. Therefore, our immediate task is to locate this artificial being and eliminate it. Sun Wukong and Piccolo recognized Xie Mingfeng's prowess. His mastery of swordsmanship was profound, and his sensitivity to energy was remarkable, often perceiving energies that eluded them. Xie Mingfeng was in tune with the laws of nature, his mental fortitude surpassing that of Sun Wukong and the others. They had failed to detect Cell's presence. Piccolo remarked, "Xie Mingfeng, you make valid points. This artificial being poses a significant threat, and we must locate it. However, how do we proceed with the search? The artificial being will undoubtedly conceal its energy. Unless it reveals itself, finding it will be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." Xie Mingfeng smiled slightly and explained, "Artificial beings differ from us. While we must continuously cultivate to grow stronger, they evolve by consuming food and energy. We can utilize satellite tracking to monitor every city and village on Earth. Should the artificial being attack humanity, it will be promptly detected. Once it appears, we will surround it with the utmost speed, leaving it no avenue of escape." Xie Mingfeng glanced at Bulma and said, "Bulma, you will be in charge of the satellite tracking." Given her profound understanding of technology, it was most fitting for her to oversee the satellite positioning and monitor the Earth's network. Bulma smiled and assured him, "Don't worry, Mingfeng, I will handle this matter. I will employ the central computer of the Capsule Corporation to specifically manage satellite tracking. If the artificial being dares to show itself, I will surely detect it." The central computer of the Capsule Corporation was exceptionally powerful, with 3 units in total, 1 in use and 2 on standby. Just 1 unit was sufficient to monitor the entire Earth's network. "All right, everyone, disperse," Xie Mingfeng instructed. "Remember to carry your phones and keep communication open. We must ensure we can reach each other at all times." As Vegeta prepared to depart, Xie Mingfeng's voice echoed behind him, "Vegeta, especially you. Should you encounter the artificial being, exercise caution. Recklessness may lead to your demise. Do not say, 'I did not warn you.'" Vegeta turned back, snorted coldly, and then vanished like a streak of white light into the horizon. Pacific Island Laboratory. Dr. Gero stood before androids 17 and 18, wielding a remote control device, confronting them with a frenzied glint in his eyes. "How dare you defy me?" he exclaimed, fury etched upon his face. "I am the one who transformed you, bestowing upon you immense power. Do you truly believe I left no contingency plan, no means to control you? Let me enlighten you. I have implanted doomsday bombs within your hearts. The moment I press this remote, you shall be obliterated." Exchanging glances, androids 17 and 18 transitioned from panic to composure. "Dr. 18 remarked with a sardonic smile, "You modified us to possess great strength. Yet your intent was to manipulate us into vanquishing Son Goku. Alas, we value our freedom far more. The notion that you could control us with a mere remote is utterly preposterous." "Indeed," 17 added, a smirk forming on his lips. "We had long suspected you would tamper with us. The power of those doomsday bombs must be tremendous. Should you activate the remote, we may perish. Yet you would hardly survive the explosion yourself. If you truly possess the audacity, go ahead and press the button." Sweat beaded on Dr. Gero's forehead. 17's words struck a chord. The destructive potential of those bombs was indeed colossal. 2 detonations would surpass even a nuclear blast. When Gero had installed the bombs, it served not only to control 17 and 18, but also as a contingency against Goku. Should the androids falter against him, Gero intended to detonate the bombs, ensuring their mutual destruction. However, circumstances had shifted. With the emergence of a more formidable Cell, 17 and 18 had become expendable. Their indifference to death left Dr. Gero at a loss. The situation was spiraling out of control. Would he truly press the remote? Certainly not. He was not yet ready to embrace oblivion. In a moment of concession, Gero proposed, "Very well. Instead of issuing commands, I extend an offer. Assist me in locating Cell, and I shall dismantle the doomsday bombs within your hearts. You will be free to lead ordinary lives, endowed with extraordinary powers." "How does that sound?" 18 scoffed, "Dr. Gero, you are notoriously cunning, switching allegiances as easily as one drinks water. Why should we trust you? Should you refuse this proposition, our only recourse is mutual destruction." Gero retorted coldly, nearing the activation button. "Wait," 17 interjected. "We accept your terms. However, should you dare deceive us, we will ensure that it ends in ruin for us all. Come, sister, let us discover what kind of being Gero has created in Cell. I refuse to believe it possesses greater strength than us." With that, 17 and 18 departed from the laboratory. Dr. Gero relaxed, declaring, "Androids 17 and 18, you shall wait. Once I locate Cell, I will ensure he devours you both. You insufferable fools, your only worth lies in becoming nourishment for Cell." Chapter 24. 1 against 2. Androids 17 and 18 hovered above a desolate island in the Pacific. "Why did you agree to Dr. Gero's demands?" inquired Android 18. "He fears for his life more than we do. Even if we defy him, he wouldn't dare activate the remote control. He is merely 100 meters away, and with our speed, We could easily eliminate him before he presses the button. Android 17 shook his head. It is not that simple. Doctor. Jero is not the man he once was. I sense formidable energy emanating from him. It seems he has begun training in martial arts. While we may be faster, the likelihood of killing him before he can activate the device is slim. Having witnessed the prowess of Xie Mingfeng, Dr. Jero has also commenced his martial training, adopting Xie Mingfeng's methods. Thus, although he may not surpass the androids, he is significantly stronger than an average human. Android 17 was unwilling to gamble, for the stakes were life and death. So, shall we truly seek out Cell? Asked Android 18. Of course, replied Android 17. Not only must we search for Cell, but we are determined to find him. Cell is our bargaining chip. Once we control him, Dr. Jero will have no choice but to deactivate the doomsday bombs within our hearts. Otherwise, we shall destroy Cell. A frown crossed Android 18's face. But where shall we search for Cell? The Pacific is vast, and without a definitive destination, we are unlikely to find him. With a cold smirk, Android 17 said, we need not search, Cell will come to us. Dr. Jero mentioned that for Cell to evolve, he must continuously consume the strong, and there are few formidable beings on Earth. In my eyes, we, Androids 17 and 18, are Earth's strongest. Cell cannot possibly resist seeking us out. A flash of light sliced through the air as Xie Mingfeng materialized on the island. The energy I sensed earlier has indeed manifested here. After parting from Sun Wukong and the others, he hurried to the island. Though the hope seemed faint, Xie Mingfeng maintained a spirit of trial. Perhaps Cell had not yet departed from the island. Cell had indeed left. Xie Mingfeng surveyed his surroundings, pondering. Suddenly, he looked up to see two figures suspended in midair. Androids? A subtle frown crossed Xie Mingfeng's brow. Their ability to conceal their energy was remarkable. So close, yet I nearly failed to perceive their presence. Dr. Jero has truly created formidable warriors. Judging by their attire, if I am not mistaken, they must be androids 17 and 18. As Xie Mingfeng contemplated, the androids recognized his presence. That individual possesses remarkable speed, mused Android 17, his expression turning grave. He had just caught a glimpse of a flash of sword light. Xie Mingfeng stood upon the desolate island, allowing him to discern the figure of Xie Mingfeng clearly. Number 18 nodded, remarking on the swiftness of his movements. Bearing a long sword, he appeared to be a formidable master of swordsmanship, and according to Dr. Gua's data, this individual was indeed Xie Mingfeng. Gradually, Xie Mingfeng ascended into the sky, soon reaching a height comparable to that of number 17 and number 18. Where are Dr. Gua and Shalu? Xie Mingfeng inquired coldly. No. 17 scoffed, dismissively retorting, are you interrogating us? Your tone is quite bold, but do you even comprehend whom you are addressing? With that, no? 17 brushed a hand through his wind-tousled hair. Xie Mingfeng, they say you are the strongest warrior on Earth. Number 18 chimed in with a smile. But I fail to see what makes you so formidable. Your swordsmanship is indeed impressive, yet I wonder if it can breach our defenses. Like them, Xie Mingfeng exuded no discernible aura. Their combat power was imperceptible. However, their ability to hover in midair clearly distinguished them from ordinary beings. Number 17, number 18. Deep within your hearts, there remains a semblance of conscience. I shall spare your lives today. Disclose the whereabouts of Dr. Gua and Shalu, or I shall not hesitate to make you suffer. Xie Mingfeng's eyes glimmered with a fierce light. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged astonished glances, their expressions revealing surprise. So, you truly know who we are, number 17 remarked with a grin, but it seems you are still unaware of our true power. Xie Mingfeng, do you really think you can make us suffer? How amusing, number 18 declared. If that is the case, allow me to test your mettle. Before her words had fully dissipated, number 18's figure vanished in an instant. When she reappeared, it was right before Xie Mingfeng, with a swift punch aimed at him. Her speed was nothing short of astonishing. To be struck by such a blow would undoubtedly be unpleasant. Xie Mingfeng felt a flicker of surprise within, so fast. His agility had already attained an exquisite level. With a slight shift of half an inch, he narrowly evaded the punch. Number 18, astonished by his evasion, acknowledged, Xie Mingfeng, you truly are a formidable opponent. I shall unleash my full strength, she declared coldly. In a flash, number 18 transformed into a series of afterimages, relentlessly assaulting Xie Mingfeng. Her rapid-fire punches were remarkably powerful, and her agility harmonized perfectly with her striking technique. The sheer mastery she exhibited in executing a continuous barrage of punches was nothing short of astonishing. Should Sun Wukong and VEGETA encounter number 18, they would undoubtedly face difficulties. Xie Mingfeng's figure continually shifted slightly, each movement precisely half an inch, deftly avoiding number 18's strikes. Xie Mingfeng, do you only know how to evade? Number 18 inquired, a hint of ire in her tone. To evade an attack is a skill in itself, Xie Mingfeng replied calmly. With full force, number 18 unleashed a punch. While Xie Mingfeng met it with a palm, the collision of her fist against his hand produced a thunderous explosion, shaking the entire island and causing the sea to churn violently. The clash of their powers was potent enough to incite an earthquake. Number 18, that is enough. Your incessant provocation compels me to unsheath my sword. In an instant, the aura surrounding Xie Mingfeng grew sharp and fierce. Once my sword is drawn, blood shall inevitably be spilled. Should you wish to live, refrain from pushing me further. Whoosh. Number 17 vanished, his speed surpassing even that of number 18. Alas, such swiftness appeared futile before Xie Mingfeng. From behind, a sneak attack? Number 17, your abilities are quite limited. A cold smile flickered in Xie Mingfeng's eyes. Clang. The long sword was drawn, its tip cutting through the air, leaving a beautiful trail of sword light, the blade's energy grazing the cheek of number 17. This marked Xie Mingfeng's first strike. Number 18, witnessing the glimmer of the blade, felt a tremor in her soul and exclaimed, "Do not kill him." Number 17 is her beloved younger brother, and she harbored no desire for him to perish beneath Xie Mingfeng's sword. As the sword energy swept past, a faint scar emerged upon number 17's cheek, merely breaking the skin without drawing blood. A few strands of hair were severed by the blade's force and floated down with the wind, leaving number 17's countenance pallid. How could this be? He gazed at Xie Mingfeng in disbelief. How can you be this formidable? Xie Mingfeng stood against two foes with apparent ease, his strength far exceeding the imagination of number 17. He appeared at least a tier above both him and number 18. Xie Mingfeng declared, "Nothing is impossible. Your powers may slightly surpass those of Sun Wukong, yet you are far from being able to utterly crush them." As for Cell, he becomes significantly stronger upon evolving into his mature form. If you know the whereabouts of Cell and Dr. Gero, you must inform me. Otherwise, the entirety of humanity on Earth, including us, shall fall to Cell's wrath. Xie Mingfeng's words were not mere hyperbole, an ominous premonition gnawed at him. For this threat proved more perilous than contending with Frieza. A moment's carelessness could lead to the annihilation of the entire planet. His sincerity shone through, devoid of deceit. Number 17 responded, "We do not know where Cell is. In truth, we too are attempting to locate him. As for Dr. Gero, he resides in the laboratory on the deserted island, wielding a remote control device that, once activated, would detonate the doomsday bombs within us. It would be wise for you to refrain from confronting Dr. Gero for the time being." Xie Mingfeng cast a glance towards the deserted island below. "I shall exercise caution." Chapter 25. The power of the doomsday bombs. Dr. Gero, meticulous and exceedingly cautious, had managed to evade the grasp of Sun Wukong and sought refuge on a remote island in the Pacific for good reason. The moment Xie Mingfeng appeared on the island, Dr. Gero detected him through surveillance, and upon witnessing Xie Mingfeng's defeat of numbers 17 and 18, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. That young man. I never anticipated his prowess. His swordsmanship was so terrifying that even number 17 could not withstand it. Dr. Gero glared at the monitor, his face contorted with rage. "No. I must leave this place immediately. I cannot allow Xie Mingfeng to discover my whereabouts, for if he does, it would spell my doom. Once I locate Cell, no one on Earth can thwart my ambitions, not even Xie Mingfeng." As Earth's most esteemed scientist, Dr. Gero possessed remarkable patience, as long as he drew breath. The opportunity for a comeback remained. Captured by Xie Mingfeng, he knew he would meet a grim fate. Even if Shalu evolved into a mature form and vanquished Xie Mingfeng and his accomplices, it would bear no consequence for Dr. Gero, who would already be deceased by then. Dr. Gero activated the underground escape route and swiftly boarded the prearranged submarine, propelling it into the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Xie Mingfeng discovered that Dr. Gero had absconded, leaving the lab desolate. "You cunning rascal, I wonder where you think you can flee to?" Xie Mingfeng mused, gazing into the dark abyss of the underground passage. Just as he was about to pursue, a sense of foreboding washed over him. A faint electronic beep resonated in the air. Xie Mingfeng's expression shifted. "Damn it, it's a timed bomb." With a swift motion, he transformed into a beam of sword light. Hurtling upward, the earthen ceiling of the laboratory crumbled before his sword aura, yielding like tofu. As soon as he broke free from the ground, a thunderous roar erupted from within the island, followed by a colossal mushroom cloud that ascended into the sky, illuminating it with flames. The entire Pacific surged with titanic waves. Number 17 and number 18 were hurled backward by the shockwave, only regaining their footing 2 miles away. The Doomsday Bomb, Number 17 remarked gravely, I never imagined Dr. Gero possessed such a weapon. Number 18's expression mirrored his concern. She had witnessed the bomb's devastating potential, and should it detonate within a body, not even a deity would survive. Cursed Dr. Gero. She spat coldly. The power of the Doomsday Bomb is overwhelming. We stand little chance against it. I wonder if that guy Xie Mingfeng has perished, Number 17 pondered. He had first-hand experience of Xie Mingfeng's strength, but was uncertain of his fate. Suddenly, a beam of sword light emerged from the mushroom cloud. Xie Mingfeng, Number 18 exclaimed in astonishment. Remarkably, he had survived the epicenter of the Doomsday Bomb's explosion. Yet, he appeared somewhat disheveled, blood at the corner of his mouth, his complexion pale and drained. Inwardly, Xie Mingfeng vowed, that old bastard Dr. Gero will not escape my grasp. The Doomsday Bomb's power surpassed that of a nuclear weapon, and Xie Mingfeng's survival at the blast's core attested to his profound mastery of martial arts and swordsmanship. Had it been Sun Wukong or Vegeta, they would have undoubtedly perished. Xie Mingfeng, how did you survive? Number 17 asked, astonished, for it was indeed a Doomsday Bomb. Xie Mingfeng offered no lengthy explanation, merely snorted, you both carry Doomsday Bombs within you. Now, while Dr. Gero is preoccupied at the ocean's depths, you must return with me to the Universal Capsule Corporation. There, scientists will disarm the bombs within you. Disarming the Doomsday Bombs within Number 17 and Number 18 was not solely for their sake, but for the safety of humanity. The ramifications of a Doomsday Bomb detonating in a city were unfathomable. Xie Mingfeng would not place his hopes solely upon the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls, when overused, can lead to endless repercussions, as they fundamentally defy the laws of nature. Android 17 eyed Xie Mingfeng warily, asking, Xie Mingfeng, you do not intend to confine us, do you? Xie Mingfeng's gaze turned icy. You may choose not to comply, but I shall kill you and transport your corpses back to the Universal Capsule Corporation. The Doomsday Bombs within you are highly unstable and must be deactivated. Ultimately, both Android 17 and 18 acquiesced, fully aware that Xie Mingfeng was not jesting. Should they refuse, he would indeed act with lethal intent. Xie Mingfeng, already in a foul mood due to injuries inflicted by the Doomsday Bomb, posed a grave danger if his emotions spiraled out of control. As for resistance, Android 17 had never entertained the thought. Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship was formidable, and despite his injuries, 17 did not consider himself a match. For Xie Mingfeng to end his life, a single stroke of his blade would suffice, regardless of his wounds. Let us go. Xie Mingfeng commanded androids 17 and 18, and the trio transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the headquarters of Universal Capsule. Upon seeing Xie Mingfeng's disheveled state, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, Xie Mingfeng, what on earth happened to you? He had always presented himself as a dashing swordsman, looking impeccably composed, even during battles with Frieza. Xie Mingfeng shook his head. It is nothing, Bulma, do not worry. You must have detected the explosion in the Pacific, correct? That was the result of a bomb blast. After I recuperate and restore my vitality, I shall be fine. The explosion in the Pacific? Bulma gasped. Of course I detected it. The immense energy triggered a magnitude 11 earthquake, as if the entire Pacific was boiling. Was it Dr. Gero? Xie Mingfeng nodded. Indeed, it was Dr. Gero who planted the Doomsday Bomb. A flicker of wrath crossed Bulma's beautiful face. Dr. Gero shall not escape my wrath. If he were to kill you, it would leave me a widow. Xie Mingfeng replied. Seeking vengeance against Dr. Gero is a matter for another time. Bulma, follow me. There are more pressing matters at hand. He took Bulma's hand and led her away from the monitoring room. Bulma turned back to her subordinates, instructing, I must step away for a moment. Continue your surveillance. Remember, spare no city or village on Earth. Report any anomalies immediately. Understood, Miss Bulma. Who are these two? Bulma inquired of Xie Mingfeng, noticing androids 17 and 18. They are the androids, Xie Mingfeng explained, briefly recounting the circumstances surrounding androids 17 and 18. Bulma, they also possess Doomsday Bombs. We must dismantle these bombs, otherwise we face great peril. We have no idea when Dr. Gero might activate the remote control. Bulma's expression shifted in alarm. Follow me. I will utilize a magnetic shield to isolate them. Only in this way can we interrupt the signal transmission of the remote control. Regarding the removal of the bomb, I still need to inform my father. Bulma possesses remarkable technological prowess. However, her knowledge of explosives is rather limited. To dismantle the Doomsday Bomb, I must seek my father's assistance. Dr. Gero's intellect is on par with Bulma's, yet the specifics of the Doomsday Bomb remain a mystery to everyone. Should the Doomsday Bomb detonate within the Capsule Corporation, the entire city would face annihilation. Dr. Briefs received his daughter Bulma's call and, after an hour, finally arrived, albeit belatedly. "Ah, Xie Mingfeng, you are here as well," Dr. Briefs greeted with a smile upon seeing him. "Since your marriage to Bulma, you have continued your sword practice diligently. It is indeed a rarity to find time to see you. Let us dine together this evening." Dr. Briefs is a prodigious genius with an exceptionally amiable disposition. He remains unfazed by any situation. Bulma, visibly irritated, exclaimed, "Father, I called you an hour ago. Why have you only just arrived? There are 2 doomsday bombs in the corporation, and you still have time for dinner?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Dr. Briefs replied leisurely, "Do not rush, dear. You are far too impatient, even after marriage. You should learn from Xie Mingfeng to remain calm and collected, no matter the situation." Observe how Xie Mingfeng appears utterly unperturbed. Bulma huffed in displeasure. Xie Mingfeng wore a wry smile, knowing that whenever Dr. Briefs and Bulma met, their conversations would inevitably lead to bickering. "Very well. Let us investigate the doomsday bomb that Gero has created," Dr. Briefs suggested. After more than 3 hours of effort, Bulma and Dr. Briefs successfully dismantled the doomsday bombs within subjects number 17 and number 18. Gazing at the device, Dr. Briefs marveled, "Dr. Gero truly deserves his title as the chief scientist of the Red Ribbon Army. His expertise in biotechnology and energy science far surpasses my own. The concentrated energy within this doomsday bomb is extraordinarily potent. Its release could obliterate the world. If only Capsule Corporation could harness such concentrated energy for future power needs, it would be splendid." As a conscientious scientist, Dr. Briefs aims to benefit humanity with his inventions. Utilizing the energy from the doomsday bomb would eliminate future energy crises on Earth. He departed, murmuring various scientific terms, oblivious to the fact that Xie Mingfeng could not comprehend his ramblings. "Number 17, number 18, the bombs within you have been neutralized," Xie Mingfeng announced. "You are free to leave now. However, exercise caution and do not fall prey to Cell. Should you encounter him, please notify me immediately." Number 17 replied, "Xie Mingfeng, you have indeed saved my sister and me. Rest assured, we will inform you at the first sign of Cell." "Sister, let us depart," number 18 said, following No. 17 as they exited the Capsule Corporation without a backward glance. Chapter 26. The Invincible Cell. Upon descending into the depths of the Pacific Ocean, Cell incessantly devoured formidable sea creatures, utilizing their life energy as sustenance. As time elapsed, Cell underwent continuous evolution. During its cultivation, Dr. Gero transmitted vast amounts of data into Cell's mind via computer, endowing it with an immense and remarkably comprehensive reservoir of knowledge. The warriors of Earth, along with their diverse combat styles and extinct techniques, were well within Cell's understanding. This profound wisdom and extensive knowledge rendered Cell exceptionally cunning and intelligent. Unbeknownst to all, 2 months passed. While it resided beneath the ocean, the warriors above remained oblivious to any signs of disturbance. Even Bulma's central computer failed to detect Cell's presence. One day, on a small island in the eastern Pacific, a pale green humanoid creature emerged. It was none other than Cell. Clenching its fist, Cell reveled in the overwhelming power coursing through its being. "Xie Mingfeng," Cell uttered, marking the first instance of its articulation of human language since its inception. Xie Mingfeng, the mightiest warrior on Earth, was perceived by Cell as its primary adversary. The life energy from sea creatures had ceased to aid Cell's evolution, indicating that it had reached a bottleneck. To progress further, it required the essence of martial artists. With a thunderous roar, a powerful aura enveloped Cell, propelling its form into a streak of light as it vanished from the island. At the Universal Capsule Corporation's monitoring room, a woman clad in professional attire detected fluctuations in the surveillance data and promptly reported to Bulma, "Miss Bulma, we have identified a significant energy surge in the Eastern Pacific. Could this be the target we have been monitoring?" Bulma, maintaining her composure, instructed, "Immediately position the satellite and relay the data back. We must not overlook any suspicious entities." A few seconds later, the satellite transmitted the data, which, upon conversion to imagery, caused Bulma's pupils to constrict. A green humanoid monster? It must be him. Xie Mingfeng suddenly materialized in the monitoring room. "Cell, we have waited 2 months, and he has finally appeared." A faint smirk graced Xie Mingfeng's lips. Cell would not easily reveal itself. Once it emerged, it would show no fear toward the warriors of Earth. Strapping his sword to his back, Xie Mingfeng addressed Bulma. "Inform Goku and Vegeta. I shall confront Cell first." Bulma cautioned, "Be careful. The satellite has provided us with data that suggests Cell's power level is formidable and potentially dangerous." "Do not worry. I will be fine," Xie Mingfeng reassured her. Meanwhile, Androids 17 and 18, free from their internal doomsday bombs, enjoyed a leisurely life. They had agreed to assist in the search for Cell, yet their efforts were minimal. Suddenly, a humanoid figure descended from the sky, appearing before androids 17 and 18. This was their first encounter with Cell. With blood-red eyes fixated on the duo, Cell chuckled. "Greetings to you both." Android 17, gazing at Cell, remarked, "You are the creature created by Dr. Gero, Cell? You certainly look fearsome. Are you truly so powerful that Xie Mingfeng feels an overwhelming sense of dread, as if Earth's fate hangs in the balance?" The aura emanating from Cell, though formidable, failed to exert any pressure on number 17. Doubts began to surface in number 17's mind regarding Xie Mingfeng's words, despite Cell's fearsome appearance. He did not seem particularly powerful. Number 18, being more perceptive by nature, sensed an ominous premonition and quickly retreated a few steps, cautioning 17. "Cell is not as simple as he appears. You must be wary." Number 17, with a smile, reassured her, "Fear not. I am well aware of my limits. Let me probe him first." He charged at Cell, who made no attempt to defend himself, receiving a punch to the face from number 17. Cell was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the mountainside with a resounding thud. As anticipated, Cell was merely a failed creation. It was utterly absurd that Dr. Gero regarded him as a prized possession. Number 17 scoffed. Emerging from the cloud of dust, Cell stood unscathed. Number 17's pupils dilated in shock. How is this possible? How could you have sustained no injuries? He had struck with all his might, despite his earlier bravado. Cell, with a dismissive tone, retorted, 17, your punches are feeble and lack any force. Even now, you fail to grasp the reality of the situation. It is you who are the flawed creations of Dr. Gero. Your only remaining worth lies in being consumed by me, allowing me to evolve into a higher form of life. Once I have devoured you, I shall proceed to engulf Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong. Perhaps then I will ascend to the pinnacle of the universe. Cell's ambition far surpassed that of Dr. Gero. While Dr. Gero aspired to dominate Earth, Cell's gaze extended toward the vast cosmos. If a wretch like Frieza could reign supreme as a cosmic tyrant, then surely Cell, being far stronger, could achieve the same. 17. We must flee. We need to inform Xie Mingfeng immediately, number 18 urged. Only he can contend with Cell. Cell let out a chilling laugh. You cannot escape. Before the words had fully left his lips, Cell transformed into a blur, surging toward number 17 with blinding speed, leaving him no time to react. Just as number 17 was on the verge of being devoured, a flash of sword light appeared, repelling Cell. Xie Mingfeng stood before Cell, sword tip directed at him. "Cell, you have finally shown yourself. We have searched tirelessly for you these past 2 months, Xie Mingfeng said with a smile. Number 17 and number 18 stepped aside. The disparity in power rendered them unable to intervene in the impending clash between Xie Mingfeng and Cell. Cell regarded Xie Mingfeng with a hint of seriousness in his gaze, though he felt no fear. While Xie Mingfeng was indeed formidable, Cell was no mere pushover. It would not be a simple task for Xie Mingfeng to eliminate him. "Heh, Xie Mingfeng, you are the strongest on Earth," Cell remarked with a grin. "Your swordsmanship is indeed impressive. That last strike made me feel pain for the first time. But do not forget, I am the perfect android warrior created by Dr. Gero. All your data is etched in my mind. Do you think I cannot counter you?" Xie Mingfeng furrowed his brow. "Oh, is that so? I shall put it to the test, and see what means you possess." The first sword. A lion pouncing upon a rabbit must exert its utmost strength, let alone when confronted with a creature as formidable as Cell. Xie Mingfeng unleashed his most powerful move. The first sword. Cell roared, unleashing his own strength, enveloped in a radiant aura of sword light. The clash resounded with a thunderous boom, obliterating everything within hundreds of meters. Xie Mingfeng's first sword, highly concentrated in power, was capable of piercing through defenses, even those of the mightiest warriors. Alas, fate often holds surprises. Cell managed to withstand Xie Mingfeng's first sword. Blood trickled from the corner of Cell's mouth, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration, despite his injuries. He had successfully blocked Xie Mingfeng's strongest strike. "Xie Mingfeng, your first sword is indeed formidable and overwhelming, living up to its reputation." Cell licked the blood from his lips, letting out a cackling laugh. "I was startled, fearing my defenses would falter against your first sword. Yet, I prevailed in the end. Had Xie Mingfeng's first sword possessed even a fraction more strength, Cell would undoubtedly have been vanquished. Unfortunately, in this world, one cannot dwell on what-ifs. The reality is that Xie Mingfeng's first sword could not slay Cell. Such is the nature of strength. Now, Xie Mingfeng, allow me to demonstrate my swordsmanship." A fierce sword energy manifested at the tips of Cell's fingers. Xie Mingfeng's pupils constricted in shock. The first sword? Indeed. It mirrored Xie Mingfeng's own first sword. Cell's highly developed intellect, coupled with a vast repository of knowledge, enabled his mind to operate in a manner akin to a computer. The essence of Xie Mingfeng's first sword was simulated by Cell. Though it lacked the full potency of the original, it captured nearly 70 to 80% of its essence. While Cell's rendition of the first sword lacked a certain spiritual quality compared to Xie Mingfeng's, its lethality was nonetheless terrifying. Xie Mingfeng executed 2 successive sword strikes, finally countering Cell's sword energy assault. Satisfied with his own swordsmanship, Cell declared, "Xie Mingfeng, though your technique remains superior, my strength surpasses yours. You hold no advantage in our encounter. Dr. Gero, despicable in his aspirations to control me, is undeniably one of the greatest scientists on Earth. My intellect allows me to simulate any technique using data. Thus, I can replicate all combat skills you possess, and even those you do not. No one on this planet can hinder my ascent. Xie Mingfeng, if you are wise, step aside and allow me to devour androids 17 and 18. Xie Mingfeng retorted with a cold smirk. Cell, do not be too arrogant. While I may not be able to kill you for now, your desire to consume androids 17 and 18 in my presence is utterly impossible. After receiving Bulma's call, Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others finally arrived at the scene of Xie Mingfeng's battle. Observing Xie Mingfeng locked in confrontation with Cell, they were filled with doubt. Could Xie Mingfeng truly not defeat Cell? While Xie Mingfeng's first sword could not best Cell, a few more strikes might be sufficient to weaken him. Xie Mingfeng was also concerned that Cell might go berserk, wreaking havoc upon the earth. 2 evenly matched adversaries engage in a fierce battle, making it difficult to discern a victor. However, the destruction they wreak upon their surroundings is devastating. With strength comparable and mutual wariness, Sun Wukong approached Xie Mingfeng and inquired, Xie Mingfeng, how fares the situation? Xie Mingfeng, his eyes laden with gravity, replied, Sheru is quite formidable. My first sword cannot vanquish it. With my current strength, I can merely restrain it. Wukong, you must devise a way to swiftly enhance your power, otherwise, we shall find ourselves in dire straits. As long as Sheru consumes martial artists, it can evolve and grow stronger. Creating my second sword is no simple feat. Sheru takes the offensive, seizing the initiative. Not only must Xie Mingfeng protect himself, but he must also safeguard the martial artists of Earth from being devoured by Sheru. Consequently, the energy he expends far exceeds that of Sheru. Should Sheru find an opportunity to consume a martial artist, such as number 17, Xie Mingfeng would find himself at a severe disadvantage, potentially even facing defeat or death at Sheru's hands. Upon hearing Xie Mingfeng's words, Sun Wukong and the others gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Sheru stood in opposition to the entire might of Earth, yet somehow maintained a slight upper hand. Exuding an aura of invincibility, Sheru gazed at Sun Wukong and the others, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the martial artists of Earth. You have all gathered. Excellent, simply splendid. Chapter 27. A desperate blockade. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Sheru, his tone as arrogant as ever. Is Sheru truly so formidable? We shall only know after we engage in battle. Xie Mingfeng, I perceive you are merely bolstering his confidence while undermining your own. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Indeed. No matter how powerful Sheru may be, we must test our mettle. Retreating without a fight is not my style. When faced with a formidable opponent, Sun Wukong's blood surged with excitement. To deny him combat would leave him restless. Xie Mingfeng cautioned, if you wish to test Sheru's strength, so be it. However, exercise caution. Do not allow it to consume you. Once swallowed, even the Dragon Balls may not suffice to resurrect you. Sun Wukong chuckled, fear not, fear not. Even if we prove no match, we have you by our side, Xie Mingfeng. With your speed and drawing your sword, you can surely prevent it. Xie Mingfeng fell silent, tacitly accepting Sun Wukong's decision. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, being combative Saiyans, would not relent without experiencing some hardship. No matter how formidable Sheru was depicted, it was futile without first-hand experience of its terror. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong and Vegeta charged at Sheru, exercising utmost caution and unleashing their full power. Their bodies radiated a golden aura as they transformed into Super Saiyans. Sheru disdainfully regarded Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Super Saiyan. In my presence, you are utterly insignificant. A faint yellow sword energy emanated from Sheru as he swiftly unleashed 2 strikes, repelling Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The art of the sword is a path of slaughter. While Sheru's sword energy may not surpass Xie Mingfeng's first sword, it was sufficient to breach the energy shields of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The sword energy left 2 deep scars on the bodies of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, causing blood to flow and their expressions to shift dramatically, their forms becoming disheveled. They were utterly defenseless. A crimson glint flickered in Cell's eyes as he sneered. What a joke, this so-called Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong, Doctor. Gero held you in such high regard, yet you have proven to be a profound disappointment. He continued, you and Vegeta shall become my sustenance. Transforming into a fleeting shadow, Cell lunged at Sun Wukong, filled with fervent anticipation of devouring them both to evolve once more. The thought of imminent evolution and the prospect of newfound strength ignited a fervor in Cell's gaze. The appearance of Xie Mingfeng altered the dynamics. He was far more formidable than his counterpart in the original narrative. Even before achieving his perfect form, neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta could withstand a single strike from him. The magnitude of his power upon completing his evolution was beyond Xie Mingfeng's imagination. Fixating on the sword's tip, Xie Mingfeng vanished and reappeared directly before Cell, the blade shimmering with lethal brilliance, aimed at Cell's brow. Cell furrowed his brow, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Another first sword. He was aware of its potency. Although it could not deliver a fatal blow, it was more than sufficient to inflict damage. The brow was a critical point. Should the sword's light strike there, even Cell's resilience could not prevent grave injury, potentially diminishing his combat effectiveness significantly. Engaged in a standoff with Xie Mingfeng, he held a slight advantage, yet a decline in his power could render him vulnerable to obliteration. Left with no choice, Cell evaded the attack, allowing Sun Wukong and Vegeta to retreat to safety. Cell, do not forget, I am still here, Xie Mingfeng stated, his demeanor tranquil, his gaze unwavering as he regarded Cell. As long as I stand, you shall not consume anyone. Cell, filled with fury as he regarded Xie Mingfeng, cursed inwardly, damn it. Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship is too formidable. Even my defenses barely hold against it. I can only mimic his technique superficially, failing to grasp its essence. Otherwise, how could Xie Mingfeng ever be my rival? Cell attempted to replicate the first sword through data simulation, achieving precise accuracy, yet still lacking the depth of understanding. The first sword was a creation of Xie Mingfeng, imbued with his comprehension and insights into the sword's path, alongside his indomitable spirit. This spirit, straddling the line between reality and illusion, could never be replicated, regardless of how much Cell enhanced his simulation capabilities. Turning to Sun Wukong behind him, Xie Mingfeng proposed, Wukong, isn't there a room of spirit and time in the temple? You could train there. I can secure 2 days for you. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, indeed. Xie Mingfeng, I nearly forgot about the room of spirit and time. The flow of time inside is vastly different. 1 day outside equates to a year within. After a year of training, I am certain my strength will grow immensely. Vegeta, too, was filled with yearning, marveling at the existence of such wondrous places on Earth. The Frieza Force has mastered the technology of space, yet remains utterly ignorant of the intricacies of time. Little did they expect that Earth harbors places capable of altering the flow of time. Piccolo, exhibiting a calmness surpassing that of Goku and Vegeta, declared, Goku, leave this to Xie Mingfeng. We must hasten to the temple. We cannot afford a moment's delay. What Goku and Vegeta lack is time. Understood, replied Goku to Vegeta, let us proceed. Thus, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, along with androids 17 and 18, departed together. Do not leave, roared Cell in fury, charging madly towards Goku and the others. Xie Mingfeng desperately interposed himself before Cell. The clash echoed with tremendous sounds, the shockwaves wreaking havoc upon the surrounding environment. Xie Mingfeng, Cell seethed with rage, malice glinting in his eyes. It seems today I shall not be able to devour Goku and the others. However, consuming you will yield far greater rewards. Xie Mingfeng chuckled derisively. Your ambitions are grand indeed, but can you truly achieve that? While I may not be able to kill you just yet, I can certainly hinder you. So, your demise awaits in merely 1 day. In just 1 day, Goku and Vegeta would experience a qualitative enhancement within the hyperbolic time chamber, potentially reaching the 2nd stage of Super Saiyan. At that point, Cell would face the onslaught of 3 formidable warriors, Xie Mingfeng, Goku, and Vegeta. No matter how powerful Cell may be, he would meet his end. Of course, this hinges on one crucial condition. Cell must not evolve again. Die. Cell charged once more at Xie Mingfeng, who chose to conserve his strength, holding back a fraction. His strategy was to engage in a war of attrition. As long as he could delay Cell, it would be a victory. Is evasion all you can do, Xie Mingfeng? Cell exclaimed, exasperated. Xie Mingfeng remained silent, focused intently on Cell. Speaking requires energy, And to secure ultimate victory, Xie Mingfeng had to ensure that every ounce of his strength was utilized effectively. Engaging in verbal sparring served no purpose. Then I shall annihilate the earth. Cell bellowed. With Earth's destruction, where will you flee? A colossal energy sphere materialized in Cell's hands. Boom. The energy sphere crashed down towards the ground with tremendous force. Xie Mingfeng could not ascertain whether Cell truly intended to obliterate Earth. But he could not afford to take the risk. His only option was to obstruct it at all costs. With a swift motion, Xie Mingfeng appeared on the ground, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards the massive energy sphere. Bang! The energy sphere shattered into fragments, dissipating into pure energy in the air. Suddenly, Cell emerged behind Xie Mingfeng, a cold smirk on his face. Xie Mingfeng, you've fallen for my trick. This time, how will you evade? A chill ran down Xie Mingfeng's spine, realizing the peril he was in. He quickly turned, drawing his sword. His movements were fluid and seamless, like a flowing river. Yet, despite his efforts, Xie Mingfeng was unable to thwart Cell's assault. Chapter 28. Evolving again, Cell's energy sphere was imbued with a fierce sword energy. Xie Mingfeng was hurled away. With a gasp, he spat out blood, yet his eyes shone with clarity, seemingly unscathed. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Cell bore a cruel smile, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged towards Xie Mingfeng. Having finally caught the chance to injure him, Cell would not let it slip away easily. If not now, then when? Whoosh! Xie Mingfeng became a flash of light, flickering several times to create distance between himself and Cell. Once again, they found themselves in a standoff. Cell glared at Xie Mingfeng, a surge of anger swelling within him. Damn it! He's injured, yet his speed remains unaffected. Could it be that my attacks have truly no effect on him? Cell laughed loudly. Xie Mingfeng, how did you find my earlier attack? You've been wounded by me, and it must feel quite unpleasant. Just a few more hits, and you will perish at my hands, to be devoured whole. As for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, they shall not escape either. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Xie Mingfeng replied with a smile. Cell, there's no need for you to probe. It's utterly meaningless. To be frank, your attacks are chaotic and utterly disorganized. If you wish to use energy blasts, then use them directly. If you intend to employ sword energy, then do so without mixing them. Although the combination enhances your destructive power, it also allows me to defend more effectively. Had you attacked with pure sword energy earlier, you might have truly succeeded. While pure attacks might diminish in intensity, they would inflict greater and more unpredictable damage upon the enemy. Despite Cell's energy blasts being laced with sword energy, resulting in catastrophic explosions, the damage inflicted upon Xie Mingfeng was far less than he had anticipated. Impossible! Cell exclaimed in shock. My attacks were calculated through data simulations. That last strike should have been sufficient to incapacitate you, if not kill you outright. Xie Mingfeng chuckled. Cell, your failure lies here. Data simulation is indeed impressive, matching the original attack down to the finest detail, yet there are some elements that cannot be replicated. For instance, spirit and willpower cannot be simulated. Combat is about overcoming your opponent. It is not merely the magnitude of destruction that leads to victory. It is an art form, not a mere act of brute force. Should you continue to unconditionally trust in data simulation, you, Cell, will not be a true warrior, but rather a mere machine of slaughter. Fury glinted in Cell's eyes. Nonsense. I am the mightiest warrior in the universe, not a mere killing machine. Once more, Cell lunged at Xie Mingfeng. Every move he made was executed with flawless precision through data simulation, with seamless transitions between punches, kicks, and defensive maneuvers. Xie Mingfeng scoffed coldly. Your attacks are perfect. However, they lack any semblance of intuition. The tip of Xie Mingfeng's sword emitted a dazzling light, aimed directly at Cell's forehead. Cell retreated several dozen meters to evade the sharp beam. Yet again, with this move, Xie Mingfeng smiled. As long as it poses a threat to you, one strike will suffice. Xie Mingfeng and Cell engaged in a tumultuous battle, alternating between fierce assaults and tense standoffs, occasionally probing each other's defenses. Throughout the conflict, Cell meticulously gathered various combat data, gaining deeper insights into Xie Mingfeng's fighting style. In the face of life and death, a profound terror loomed. Under Cell's relentless pressure, Xie Mingfeng unleashed his full potential, his swordsmanship growing increasingly formidable, even finding clarity in the previously elusive second sword technique. As the day slipped away unnoticed, a surge of white energy manifested beside Xie Mingfeng. Vegeta? Where's Goku? He inquired, weariness etched across his face. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Cell and coldly replied, Kakarot is still in the room of spirit and time. All right, Xie Mingfeng, you can rest now. I shall handle this monster. Having trained for a year within the room, Vegeta's power had multiplied exponentially, finally breaking through his limitations to attain the second stage of Super Saiyan. Previously, Vegeta had always lingered in the shadows of Xie Mingfeng and Goku, a source of frustration that wounded his pride. Now, however, he could finally hold his head high. Xie Mingfeng assessed Vegeta, sensing the overwhelming power coursing through him. Indeed, he was no longer inferior to Cell. Do take care, Xie Mingfeng cautioned as he sheathed his sword. In a bid for caution, Xie Mingfeng did not depart, but instead took to a nearby mountain peak to observe the clash. After consuming a Saibamen, his body rejuvenated instantaneously, yet the mental fatigue lingered, proving more challenging to dispel. As he watched the battle unfold, he sought to nurture his spirit. Vegeta, at that moment, possessed the audacity to match Cell blow for blow. Vegeta's innate talent rivaled that of Goku, yet his combat style diverged significantly. Regrettably, his overwhelming pride and self-importance often hindered him. Had he been more humble, he might have surpassed Goku. Xie Mingfeng mused. From birth, Vegeta had been classified as a high-level warrior, the closest to a Super Saiyan, whereas Goku had started as a low-level fighter. Vegeta's previous shortcomings compared to Goku were not without cause. If he could identify and confront this reason, surpassing Goku was entirely within reach. After all, Vegeta's foundation was considerably stronger than that of Goku. Much like Broly, who, upon birth, possessed a battle power exceeding 10,000, could effortlessly transform into a Super Saiyan without rigorous training. Both Cell and Vegeta grew stronger with each confrontation, and after several hours, neither had claimed victory. Xie Mingfeng's spirit had largely recovered, no longer burdened by the earlier fatigue. Suddenly, Goku, Android 17, and Android 18 arrived at Xie Mingfeng's side with remarkable speed. Goku, weren't you training in the time chamber? How are you out so soon? Xie Mingfeng inquired. Goku chuckled. I had been in there for quite some time. I have fully tapped into my potential. Remaining in the time chamber any longer felt pointless, so I decided to come out. Xie Mingfeng nodded in understanding. Indeed, Sun Wukong has made significant advancements. His combat prowess now surpasses that of Vegeta. The growth of Sun Wukong's strength is akin to a gentle stream, steady and gradual, whereas Vegeta's power escalates in explosive increments. Each possesses distinct characteristics. Together, Sun Wukong and Vegeta should be capable of vanquishing Cell. Xie Mingfeng remarked with a smile. Wukong, your arrival is most timely. With you and Vegeta here, I feel reassured. I plan to visit the time chamber. Perhaps I will soon create my second sword. Sun Wukong, taken aback, inquired, Oh, you have made progress on your second sword? Xie Mingfeng responded with a grin. Let us give it a try. It might just succeed. Sun Wukong expressed, considering your current prowess, I can only imagine how much stronger you will become once your second sword is forged. Xie Mingfeng shook his head. Neither of us can be deemed strong yet. To truly enter the ranks of the universe's super warriors, we have a great distance to traverse. Reflecting on the formidable power of Whis and the gods of destruction, Xie Mingfeng felt an immense pressure. He turned to look at Android 17 and Android 18. Android 17 stated, We are both modified androids and do not require training. Indeed, they have no need for training. Even if they were to enter the time chamber, it would bear no fruit, for their strength does not stem from conventional training methods. Xie Mingfeng stood and addressed Sun Wukong. All right, I shall leave this to you. I hope you and Vegeta can eliminate Cell. I will head to the temple. Upon arriving at the temple, the Supreme Kai, Piccolo, and Krillin awaited anxiously outside. Xie Mingfeng, you've arrived, exclaimed the eager Krillin upon spotting him. What is the current battle situation? Piccolo inquired. Xie Mingfeng replied, Vegeta is engaged in a fierce battle with Cell. They are evenly matched. With Wukong present, I felt it was safe to come here. By the way, who is currently in the time chamber? Krillin responded, It's Gohan. He wishes to participate in the fight. So he entered the time chamber. Gohan's potential remains immense, and he is destined to become a formidable force for Earth. However, it is unlikely that Gohan will need to exert himself this time, as long as no unforeseen events occur. Sun Wukong and Vegeta should be able to handle Cell on their own. When Gohan emerged, he had grown significantly taller. No longer a child, but a youth of about 10 years. Maintaining his Super Saiyan form, Gohan was greeted by Xie Mingfeng, who patted him on the shoulder and said, Gohan, well done. Your strength has indeed increased remarkably, and you have attained the Super Saiyan form. Moreover, it seems you have fully mastered the power of a Super Saiyan. Truly impressive. If you continue to excel, you will undoubtedly surpass your father in the future. Gohan, feeling bashful, replied, Uncle Xie Mingfeng, you flatter me. How could I possibly compare to my father? Kiki has always hoped for Gohan to become a scholar, and he indeed exhibits great politeness. Xie Mingfeng smiled and encouraged him. You must possess more confidence. Xie Mingfeng glanced at Piccolo and the others and asked, who among you will enter next? Krillin shook his head. My strength is the weakest. Even if I were to enter the time chamber, it would hold little significance. It's best if I refrain from going in. In his youth, Krillin trained alongside Sun Wukong under the guidance of Master Roshi, their abilities at that time being quite comparable. Krillin often teased and playfully bullied Sun Wukong, but now, the disparity in their strengths is vast, leaving Krillin somewhat despondent. Beckoning a glance at Xie Mingfeng, VEGETA remarked, Xie Mingfeng, I am in no rush. You may proceed first. Xie Mingfeng, no longer hesitant, replied, very well then, I shall not be polite. Eager to swiftly forge the second sword, he was filled with anticipation. VEGETA displayed formidable prowess, preventing Sun Wukong from intervening. He believed that joining forces with Sun Wukong to defeat Cell would be a disgrace. As the Prince of the Saiyans, his pride would not allow anyone to trample upon it. Sun Wukong, feeling helpless, could only observe from the sidelines. However, the cunning of Cell was grossly underestimated by all. Feigning weakness, Cell devised a scheme that ensnared Android 17, ultimately consuming him. Androids 17 and 18 were the weakest on the battlefield, making them prime targets for Cell. After devouring Android 17, Cell's aura surged exponentially, swiftly surpassing both Sun Wukong and VEGETA in strength. His form underwent a transformation, increasingly resembling that of a human. His eyes, no longer a blood-red hue, became distinctly black and white, identical to those of a human. Sun Wukong and VEGETA, you are truly the greatest fools in the world. Cell taunted. Even a lion must exert itself to catch a rabbit, let alone engage in combat with an equal opponent. Had you both allied from the start, perhaps you could have slain me. Alas, you sacrificed your collaboration for your laughable pride. This has granted me the opportunity to turn the tide. Now, your union is meaningless. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Cell delivered a punch to VEGETA's abdomen. The impact echoed as VEGETA was sent flying, coughing up blood upon crashing to the ground. Just now, I used but half of my strength. I did not expect VEGETA to be so feeble, Cell sneered, fixing his gaze upon Sun Wukong. Once I consume you both, I shall evolve once more. At that point, regardless of whether Xie Mingfeng has truly forged the second sword, he will not stand a chance against me. No one on Earth will be able to thwart me. Cell's power erupted, creating a formidable aura that manifested as a whirlwind, making it difficult for Sun Wukong to keep his eyes open. Such overwhelming strength caused the very earth to tremble. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, his heart heavy with foreboding. The current Cell far surpassed all warriors on Earth in might. Chapter 29, The Laws of Space and the Second Sword. Upon entering the time chamber, Xie Mingfeng immediately sensed a distinct difference in the spatial dynamics within, the fluctuations of space being markedly clearer. The time chamber is indeed an exceptional place to comprehend the laws of space. Although Xie Mingfeng had yet to grasp these laws, he could perceive their oscillations within the chamber. Outside lay the entirety of the universe, where the stability of space made understanding its laws exceedingly challenging. However, within the time chamber, the circumstances were quite different. The time house is a dimensional space constructed by the celestial deities of Earth throughout the ages, embodying some profound spatial mysteries, albeit not comparable to the vastness of the universe. Setting aside the laws of space for now, the immediate priority is to forge the second sword before delving into further matters. Xie Mingfeng excels in this regard, as he possesses the wisdom to discern the order of his tasks. At present, he lacks a foundational understanding of spatial laws, should he force himself to comprehend them. Spending a year within the time house might yield no results whatsoever. Thus, the most prudent course of action remains the creation of the second sword. Once he has a glimmer of inspiration for the second sword, the process of creation will naturally accelerate. As time flows, it has not yet been a year. In merely 8 months, Xie Mingfeng successfully crafted the second sword. To his astonishment, it contained a hint of spatial law. Truly, the time house is a remarkable sanctuary for cultivation. With a sparkle of joy in his eyes, Xie Mingfeng reflects on his significant gains during this foray into the time house. Not only has he created the second sword, but he has also grasped a fragment of spatial law. Though this understanding is faint, it has exponentially enhanced his prowess. His speed has increased several-fold compared to before. In the realm of martial arts, swiftness is unrivaled. With such a decisive advantage in speed, Xie Mingfeng stands on the precipice of invincibility. With a crack, the door of the time house swings open. Clutching his sword, Xie Mingfeng steps out. "You have finally emerged," exclaimed Piccolo, his voice tinged with excitement upon seeing Xie Mingfeng. The deities and the master also displayed expressions of relief, believing that Xie Mingfeng's return would herald the resolution of Earth's crisis. Piccolo eagerly inquired, "Have you comprehended the second sword?" Xie Mingfeng nodded, "I have not failed my mission. My ability to grasp the second sword is indeed fortuitous. Nevertheless, it is a success." Nonetheless, Piccolo let out a sigh of relief. That is reassuring. A sense of foreboding washed over Xie Mingfeng as he asked, "What is the current situation with Cell? Has he not yet been vanquished by Goku and Vegeta?" Piccolo shook his head. Cell not only remains unvanquished, but has also evolved further, having absorbed androids 17 and 18. And Vegeta has perished. Currently, Goku and Gohan are fighting desperately against Cell, but the situation is dire. Xie Mingfeng closed his eyes to sense the powerful auras across the earth, and indeed, Vegeta's presence was absent. With a sigh, he remarked, "Goku and Gohan are now at their most perilous moment. I must hasten to their aid." Piccolo responded, "I will accompany you." Grasping Piccolo's shoulder, the two vanished in an instant. Piccolo felt the world around him shift dramatically as the space began to distort. Before he could gather his thoughts, he and Xie Mingfeng had arrived at the battlefield. Incredible speed. "Is this Goku's instant transmission?" Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Xie Mingfeng shook his head. "It is not instant transmission. I have merely scratched the surface of the laws of space. My speed is simply remarkable." On the battlefield, Cell unleashed a barrage of punches, effortlessly pushing Goku and Gohan back. Amidst the ethereal glow of pale blue lightning, the presence of Sun Wukong and Gohan illuminated the battlefield, both having ascended to the formidable second stage of Super Saiyan. Yet, in the face of Cell, their prowess appeared woefully inadequate. Cell had undergone a remarkable transformation. Standing at over 6 feet tall, his musculature was not overly pronounced but rather sleek and agile, reminiscent of a cheetah, brimming with explosive power. Xie Mingfeng recognized that such a physique epitomized the perfect amalgamation of strength and speed. Unlike his depiction in the original narrative, Cell lacked the pair of black wings that once characterized his form. Instead, he resembled a green-skinned human youth, indistinguishable from Earthlings. Xie Mingfeng furrowed his brow, contemplating the extent of Cell's evolution. Had Cell truly transcended all limits? Did his evolution know no bounds, fueled solely by the consumption of the powerful? The thought was chilling. Suddenly, Xie Mingfeng interposed himself before Cell, launching a punch that collided with Cell's own. The impact reverberated through the air, forcing both combatants to retreat momentarily, their strengths seemingly equal. A flicker of astonishment danced in Cell's eyes. "Xie Mingfeng, in just over 10 hours, you have grown significantly stronger. Remarkable. It seems the hyperbolic time chamber is indeed extraordinary. Once I dispose of you, I too shall enter for a period of training." Xie Mingfeng replied coldly, "Cell, you shall not have the opportunity to enter the time chamber." Cell chuckled. Vegeta once spoke with the same bravado, convinced of his inevitable victory. And what was the outcome? He was ultimately defeated and consumed by me. I am now but a step away from achieving my ultimate form. Once I absorb you, Xie Mingfeng, I shall complete my final evolution and become the most powerful being in the universe. With a derisive laugh, Xie Mingfeng retorted, "You are a fool. Dr. Gero did not impart the knowledge of Whis and the god of destruction to you. You remain blissfully ignorant of their existence." Having consumed the senzu beans, Sun Wukong and Gohan regained their strength and soared to Xie Mingfeng's side, eager to join him in battle. "Xie Mingfeng, be cautious. Cell is treacherous." Vegeta was slain and consumed by him. Goku warned, his expression grave. The reality of Cell as a monstrosity weighed heavily on him, and he wondered if the Dragon Balls could restore Vegeta. Xie Mingfeng scoffed, "As long as Cell remains alive, there is no hope for Vegeta's resurrection. The Dragon Balls are not omnipotent. Vegeta brought about his own demise. His fate is of no concern to me. I have long insisted that you must ally with him. Goku, if we are to defeat Cell, why did he not heed my advice?" Xie Mingfeng understood Vegeta's pride all too well. His stubbornness had led him to reject cooperation with Sun Wukong, seeking to vanquish Cell alone to showcase his strength, ultimately leading to his demise. Did Vegeta not comprehend that all threats must be eradicated in their infancy? Had he not acted recklessly, Cell would not have evolved into his perfect form. In short, Vegeta's fate was well-deserved, and he warranted no sympathy. Goku felt a twinge of awkwardness. Given the circumstances, Xie Mingfeng's criticisms were no longer pertinent. Their primary objective now lay in the defeat of Cell. With determination etched upon his youthful face, Sun Wukong declared, "Uncle Xie Mingfeng, let us join forces, together. We shall surely vanquish Cell." Sun Wukong unleashed the entirety of his latent potential, his strength now rivaling that of his father, Sun Wukong himself. Xie Mingfeng shook his head, saying, "The current Cell cannot be defeated merely by numbers. Wukong, You and your father should step back. Allow me to test the might of the second sword I have forged against Cell. In an instant, Xie Mingfeng's sword sliced through the air, emanating a glimmer of sword light accompanied by a ripple of spatial distortion. Cell felt a chilling sensation in his arm as it severed, dropping to the ground. Damn it! Cell exclaimed, staring in disbelief at his severed limb. How could this be? I felt no indication of a sword attack. Xie Mingfeng casually unleashed a ki blast, obliterating Cell's fallen arm into dust. Nodding in satisfaction, he remarked, the second sword performs admirably. This second sword, infused with the essence of spatial laws, was utterly unpredictable. Once unleashed, it proved exceedingly difficult for an adversary lacking comprehension of spatial principles and overwhelming power to defend against. Cell's strength was formidable. Yet Xie Mingfeng's prowess was equally impressive. The sharpness of the second sword surpassed that of the first by more than tenfold, combined with unparalleled speed, leaving Cell at a distinct disadvantage. With a thunderous voice, Cell proclaimed, Xie Mingfeng, do not grow complacent. I possess an immortal body. You cannot slay me. With a mighty roar, the wound where his arm had been severed began to writhe with flesh and blood, swiftly regenerating into a brand new limb. Clenching his fist, Cell grinned. Xie Mingfeng, did you see that? Not only can you sever my arm, but even if you were to decapitate me, I would rise anew. No matter how sharp your sword, you cannot kill me. Xie Mingfeng smirked. I am quite eager to test that theory. In the cosmos, myriad miraculous beings exist. Yet none are truly immortal. Not even Cell, nor the Majin Bu, is beyond death. While Cell's arm had indeed regenerated, this process required vital energy. A slight diminishment in Cell's aura went unnoticed by Sun Wukong and Piccolo, yet Xie Mingfeng keenly perceived it. The weakening of Cell's essence was a promising sign. Xie Mingfeng executed a swift maneuver, circling Cell and unleashing 4 successive strikes, severing Cell's limbs entirely. The force of the sword shattered Cell's arms and legs into fragments, rendering him incapable of reattaching them. With a furious shout, Cell unleashed an explosive surge of energy, regenerating his limbs once more. He could no longer remain passive. He had to retaliate. However, Xie Mingfeng's speed and swordsmanship were so swift that they rendered defense futile. More crucially, Xie Mingfeng had discerned Cell's secret. He could not infinitely restore his limbs and injuries. Once his vital energy was depleted, Cell would face certain demise. Cell's fist hurtled towards Xie Mingfeng like a meteor imbued with cataclysmic energy, racing toward its target with astonishing velocity. Xie Mingfeng let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with disdain. Had he not comprehended the second sword or grasped even a fragment of the laws of space, he might have succumbed to such a formidable punch. However, now, it was utterly impossible for Sheru to inflict any harm upon him. Previously, Xie Mingfeng had admired Sheru's combat techniques, which were crafted through data simulation, leaving little room for evident flaws or vulnerabilities. Yet now, Sheru's fists appeared trivial in Xie Mingfeng's discerning gaze. With his elevated realm, his vision had likewise ascended. The second sword, Xie Mingfeng thrust forth his sword, warping the very fabric of space. The sword's aura obliterated Sheru's punch, severing half of his fist in the process. Sheru, you are merely a battle machine created by Dr. Gero. No matter how potent your data-simulated techniques may be, they are futile against a true master who has comprehended the laws. Your moves are utterly insubstantial. A mocking glimmer danced in Xie Mingfeng's eyes. Sheru, your demise is imminent. The techniques simulated by Sheru, whether it be Piccolo's special beam cannon, Vegeta's final flash, or even Goku's Kamehameha, could achieve 100% effectiveness. Yet, the essence of Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship was beyond Sheru's replication. With his newfound grasp of spatial laws and the emergence of the second sword, Xie Mingfeng's power had multiplied. To him, Sheru was merely a brute relying on sheer strength. Fear flickered in Sheru's eyes as he roared defiantly, impossible. I am the perfect warrior, the strongest existence in the universe. No one can thwart me. Xie Mingfeng, I shall shatter your corpse into a myriad of pieces. Chapter 30. Mutual destruction explodes. Xie Mingfeng snorted dismissively and unleashed another wave of sword energy. The blade pierced directly through Sheru's heart. For any creature, the heart is an essential organ. When damaged, even if one does not perish, they are left gravely wounded. As powerful as Sheru was, having his heart impaled by sword energy caused him to spew forth blood. Sheru attempted to restore his body, but his aura had noticeably diminished. A change perceptible to both Goku and Gohan. Xie Mingfeng smiled and remarked, Sheru, your aura has weakened considerably. It seems that my previous strike through your heart inflicted substantial damage. I wonder, if I were to unleash 10 swords, 15, or even 20, would you still be able to recover? Xie trembled. Xie Mingfeng recognized that a single sword strike would not be enough to end him, but rather, he aimed to continuously deplete Xie's energy and diminish his combat prowess. How insidious. Yet, Xie found himself utterly helpless against Xie Mingfeng's strategy. In terms of strength, Xie Mingfeng was his equal. In speed, he surpassed him, particularly in swordsmanship, which left Xie defenseless. In that moment, Xie found himself in a dire predicament. Utilizing his mind for data simulation, Xie concluded that his probability of victory was less than 1%. Defeat was assured. A sense of despair and rage filled his heart. Suddenly, Xie Mingfeng's figure vanished, transforming into a series of phantoms that encircled Xie. Sword energy relentlessly pierced through Xie's being. The destructive power of the sword energy surpasses that which was anticipated of Cell by a considerable margin, particularly the razor-sharp intent of the sword that lingers within his body, requiring immense energy to dispel. Both Sun Wukong and Gohan, witnessing Cell's utter helplessness, wore smiles upon their faces. Cell is finished, Gohan exclaimed with mirth. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, Cell has truly met his end. Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship has ascended to an unfathomable level. It is uncertain who could possibly withstand his sword energy assault now. Having comprehended the second sword and gleaned a fragment of spatial law, Xie Mingfeng's offensive might is so formidable that even Sun Wukong finds himself in awe. Previously, Cell had dominantly overpowered both him and Gohan, yet now, before Xie Mingfeng, Cell is but a fragile shell. The disparity is indeed staggering. Whoosh! A translucent blade of energy sliced through the air, instantly piercing Cell's brow. Ah! Cell uttered a desperate wail. Thud! He fell to the ground, motionless, as though truly vanquished. However, Xie Mingfeng was acutely aware that Cell was not so easily defeated. Cell! Cease your pretense. I know you are not so easily slain. Rise now, Xie Mingfeng intoned calmly from the air. Cell took several minutes to recover, indicating that he was genuinely nearing his limit. Rising, Cell's eyes gleamed with madness and malice. Xie Mingfeng, you have triumphed. How could such a formidable being emerge on Earth? Xie Mingfeng shook his head, replying, pleading for mercy is futile. You are far too perilous and cunning. Unless I eliminate you, Earth shall never be safe. A flicker of bloodlust ignited in Cell's eyes as he sneered. I am not begging for mercy. What I mean to convey is that although you have won, you cannot prevent me from dragging the entire Earth to its doom. I shall perish alongside you. Cell's form rapidly expanded, inflating more than tenfold in an instant. The energy within him surged violently, dangerously unstable, on the verge of explosion. Xie Mingfeng's expression shifted as he mentally cursed. Damn it. The energy contained within Cell was more potent than 100 doomsday bombs. Should it detonate, the entire planet would be obliterated. Xie Mingfeng hesitated to attack, for Cell resembled a balloon. One poke and he would burst. In a flash, Sun Wukong teleported beside Cell, placing his palm upon him. Cell? You may have forgotten that I possess the ability to teleport. If I can remove you from Earth, then the planet shall naturally be saved. Cell roared in fury. Impossible. Explode for me. Whoosh. Both Sun Wukong and Cell vanished. Father! Gohan shouted urgently. As Sun Wukong whisked Cell away, Xie Mingfeng finally exhaled in relief. Approaching Gohan, he gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, do not worry, your father will be fine. Even in the unlikely event of misfortune, we have the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Sun Wukong transported Cell to King Kai's realm. Boom. The entire King Kai's planet was obliterated, affecting Snake Way and the underworld, scattering thousands of souls into disarray. In the lowest depths of hell, several soul-cleaning machines were destroyed. The cleansing fluid spilled forth, transforming the entire underworld into a chaotic amusement park. A tall, rotund figure with green skin, possessing an endearing appearance, yet exuding an aura of malevolence. As he clapped his hands and laughed joyfully, the sinister energy of evil Shenron surged forth. In contrast to the original narrative, Cell's self-destruction did not lead to his resurrection. However, the magnitude of his explosion was exponentially greater, obliterating not only Goku and King Kai, but also prematurely bringing forth evil Shenron. The spirit of King Kai bellowed at Goku, warning him of the immense trouble he had stirred. Goku, you have invoked a grave peril. At the very depths of hell lies a formidable adversary, a creature of great strength. If we do not vanquish him, hell itself will crumble, and the repercussions may extend to the entire galaxy, potentially leading to its collapse. Goku's expression grew serious. King Kai, that creature appears rather charming, seemingly lacking any offensive capability. Worry not, I shall confront him. With a halo of spirit energy atop his head, Goku soared towards the abyss of hell. The power of evil Shenron was not to be underestimated. It rivaled that of Majin Buu. Although Goku, in his Super Saiyan 3rd stage, could hold his own against Majin Buu, he found himself at the mercy of this monstrous entity. Upon returning to the Capsule Corporation, Xie Mingfeng was approached by Bulma, who scrutinized him with concern. Are you uninjured? I simulated Cell's combat statistics on the central computer, and he proves to be mightier than Goku and the others, a true monstrosity. I worry for your safety. Xie Mingfeng shook his head. I am fine. Cell has been eradicated. The Earth is safe. Besides, even if I were injured, I have senzu beans. No matter how severe the wound, as long as I am not deceased, a single bean will restore me to full vitality. A woman in a professional outfit approached. Miss Bulma, Mr. Xie, a woman with a child is outside, seeking to borrow the dragon radar. Xie Mingfeng furrowed his brow. Borrow the dragon radar? Could it be Chi-Chi? But Chi-Chi has only Gohan. Goten has yet to be born, so she cannot be carrying a child. Bulma replied. Let her in. Moments later, a blonde woman entered, cradling an infant. Upon seeing her, Xie Mingfeng recognized her immediately. She was Vegeta's wife. Hello, Miss Bulma, Mr. Xie. She greeted with a smile. Xie Mingfeng glanced at the baby and inquired, Is this your son with Vegeta? She nodded. Yes, this is my son, Trunks. A radiant smile illuminated her face as she spoke of her son. Trunks was remarkable from birth, exhibiting strength far surpassing that of other infants, and by 3 months, he could already crawl with vigor. It was clear that Trunks was destined to become a formidable warrior. Indeed, the Saiyan physique is undeniably superior to that of Earthlings. Xie Mingfeng remarked. Trunks? What a splendid name, he added. Vegeta's wife continued. I have come to borrow the dragon radar to gather the Dragon Balls. I will return the radar promptly. Xie Mingfeng responded. You seek to resurrect Vegeta, do you not? After Vegeta's resurrection, it would be wise for you to counsel him. If he continues with that haughty demeanor, misfortune may yet befall him. In this vast universe, formidable adversaries are not limited to merely Cell. Vegeta's wife nodded in agreement, affirming. Indeed, I shall advise him. Yet, she sighed internally, contemplating the difficulty of persuading Vegeta. As she departed with the dragon radar, Xie Mingfeng received a transmission from the King of the Worlds. Xie Mingfeng, there is trouble in hell. The evil thought wave is exceedingly powerful. Neither Goku nor Vegeta stand a chance against it. You must hurry to hell. If it is destroyed, we shall face dire consequences. Xie Mingfeng was taken aback and replied excitedly, Lord King, are you jesting? How could the evil thought wave possibly manifest? He was well aware of who the evil thought wave was, yet the timing of its emergence was most troubling. Goku had only just attained the 2nd stage of Super Saiyan, still far from the 3rd. How could the evil thought wave have appeared now? The King of the Worlds, in a state of urgency, insisted, I would never jest. This situation arises partly from your and Goku's actions. Had you vanquished Cell on Earth, Goku would not have brought him to me. Cell's self-destruction unleashed a tremendous energy wave that affected the Snake Way and Hell, causing the soul-cleansing liquid to leak and thus giving rise to the evil thought wave. If you do not hurry, Goku and Vegeta will surely perish. They are currently in a soul state, and should they be obliterated, resurrection would be impossible. Xie Mingfeng nodded resolutely. Very well, I shall come at once. However, Lord King, how am I to reach Hell? It exists in a different dimension from Earth. To reach Hell, Xie Mingfeng needed to locate a spatial passage. The King of the Worlds instructed, first, go to the Earth Temple. The Earth deity will guide you to King Yanluo. Make haste. Bulma, noticing Xie Mingfeng's anxious demeanor, inquired. What is it? Are you leaving again? Xie Mingfeng nodded. There is trouble in Hell. I must rush to extinguish the flames. Otherwise, Goku may truly meet his end. Rest assured, I shall be safe. Simply wait for my return. As Xie Mingfeng's form gradually faded, he vanished from sight. Upon his arrival, the deity of Earth hastily grasped his arm, urging, Xie Mingfeng, come quickly. The deity opened a spatial passage, transporting Xie Mingfeng to Hell. Everything now rests upon you, remarked King Yanluo alongside the deity. Should Xie Mingfeng fail to vanquish the evil thought wave, their only recourse would be to seek assistance from the King of Kings. Yet, could the King of Kings truly subdue such a monstrous entity? Though he stood on par with the god of destruction, the King of Kings was not a deity of battle, possessing relatively modest combat prowess. Xie Mingfeng assured them, do not worry. I shall exert every effort to eliminate the evil thought wave. He surged toward the depths of Hell. Boom. The lower realm of Hell erupted with a tremendous surge of energy, startling Xie Mingfeng. What an overwhelming aura of malevolence. It surpasses Cell's energy by a considerable margin. I wonder if I can contend with it. While he had faced Cell with great confidence after creating his second sword, he felt uncertain about his chances against the evil thought wave. Chapter 31, The Powerful Fat One. With Cell defeated, Vegeta's soul naturally descended to the underworld. At present, he is collaborating with Sun Wukong to confront the malevolent entity known as Evil Wave. However, is Evil Wave truly susceptible to the combined might of the two? Having only recently ascended to Super Saiyan Level 2, they are far from being able to challenge such a formidable foe. In the original narrative, even Sun Wukong, upon reaching Super Saiyan Level 3, was mercilessly vanquished by Evil Wave. Should Evil Wave choose to engage seriously, their very souls would undoubtedly be shattered. Vegeta, disperse. Sun Wukong shouted urgently as Evil Wave unleashed a devastating attack. Evil Wave is significantly more powerful than Cell. A direct confrontation would spell doom for both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Fortunately, their initial strategy of evasion has allowed them to survive thus far. The swiftness of Evil Wave's strikes leaves Vegeta no time to evade. Just as disaster looms over him, a myriad of sword lights materialize around him, intercepting the impending attack and saving him from certain demise. Although Xie Mingfeng harbors a disdain for Vegeta, he has not yet reached the point of abandoning him to his fate. Since settling on Earth, Vegeta has undergone considerable transformation, refraining from his former proclivity for violence. Yet, his pride and arrogance remain unchanged. Nevertheless, during this critical moment, Vegeta has offered his support to the planet. Xie Mingfeng could not stand idly by as Vegeta's soul faced obliteration. Upon witnessing the sword lights, Sun Wukong expressed his surprise. Xie Mingfeng, what brings you here? This is the underworld, not Earth. How can you, a mortal, enter this realm? Xie Mingfeng appeared beside Sun Wukong and replied, by the decree of Lord Kai, I am permitted to enter the underworld. You and Vegeta should retreat. This rotund adversary is merely toying with you, or else you would have long since perished. Vegeta cast a grateful glance at Xie Mingfeng, yet refrained from uttering a word of thanks. Xie Mingfeng was unfazed. Eliciting gratitude from someone of Vegeta's disposition is a task more daunting than coaxing him to take his own life. Xie Mingfeng informed Vegeta, before my arrival, your wife borrowed the Dragon Balls from the Capsule Corporation with Trunks. She is currently gathering the Dragon Balls, and soon, you shall be resurrected. Sun Wukong urged Vegeta, Vegeta, our strength is insufficient to contend with that rotund fiend. We must withdraw. A battle enthusiast, Sun Wukong thrives on combat, yet he is not foolish. True battles occur between equals. To engage against overwhelming odds is tantamount to courting death. Thus, the battlefield must be entrusted to Xie Mingfeng, as remaining here would only hinder his efforts. Together, Sun Wukong and Vegeta ascended into the sky. Observing their retreat, Evil Wave was unwilling to let them escape. Swiftly launching energy blasts to intercept them, Xie Mingfeng unleashed a flurry of sword energy, deflecting each and every attack. A cacophony of explosions echoed through the air and ground. Hey, Rotund One, your current opponent is me, Xie Mingfeng declared, brandishing his sword at Evil Wave. Evil Wave regarded Xie Mingfeng with curiosity, its eyes suddenly gleaming with interest, as though it had discovered an intriguing new plaything. Evil Wave, it exclaimed joyfully, clapping its hands in delight. Xie Mingfeng remained as calm as still water. He was well aware of the true nature of the evil thought wave and would not be deceived by its appearance. Indeed, the evil thought wave possessed an extraordinary capacity for deception, its visage deceptively adorable. Were it not for the potent aura of malevolence emanating from it, anyone would perceive it as a benign entity. Xie Mingfeng approached it step by step, conceding, you truly are formidable, my stout friend. He continued, even before assuming your ultimate form, your presence is already on par with mine. It appears that if I wish to triumph, I must vanquish you before you transform into your final state. Should the evil thought wave attain its ultimate form, its power would significantly amplify, and its appearance would no longer be that of a charming creature, but rather a terrifying demon. With a hum, the evil thought wave initiated an assault on Xie Mingfeng, launching a colossal punch towards him, only for that immense, rotund fist to vanish in an instant. Xie Mingfeng furrowed his brow. Spatial law fluctuations? This creature can manipulate spatial laws. Suddenly, the hefty fist reappeared behind him. Had Xie Mingfeng not grasped a modicum of spatial law and been acutely attuned to spatial disturbances, he might have indeed fallen prey to such an ambush. The evil thought wave was cunning, far from the naive exterior it projected. With a swift whoosh, a blade of energy was unleashed. The sword energy collided with the fist, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The evil thought wave's fist was pierced by the sword energy. Emitting a pained cry, Xie Mingfeng remarked coldly, so, Your manipulation of space is merely instinctual, not a true comprehension of spatial laws. In that case, I can proceed with confidence. Prepare yourself, Stout One. Second sword. With his strike, Xie Mingfeng unleashed the second sword, akin to a lion pouncing upon its prey, exerting his full might. Although he had yet to master the art of traversing through space, his speed had reached an unprecedented limit, rendering his movements imperceptible. As if he were teleporting, the tip of his sword suddenly appeared, aiming directly at the evil thought wave's brow. In truth, Xie Mingfeng was unaware of the creature's vulnerabilities. Yet the brow was often the most critical point. Aiming for the brow maximized the probability of eliminating the evil thought wave. The childlike innocence in the evil thought wave's eyes widened in astonishment as it beheld Xie Mingfeng's sudden emergence. Its speed was entirely beyond its expectations. You are finished. Stout One. The long sword pierced the evil thought wave's brow, and the sword energy erupted forth. Boom. The energy blossomed like a lotus, shattering the evil thought wave's head into fragments. Though the creature collapsed, Xie Mingfeng did not relent, continuously unleashing waves of sword energy, weaving a vast net of blade-like force in the air. The evil thought wave's corpulent form was cleaved apart. With a sigh of relief, Xie Mingfeng proclaimed, "This should ensure the Stout One's demise." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta pressed their hands against the back of the King Kai, straining their eyes to mentally observe the battle in the depths of hell. Upon witnessing the evil thought wave being reduced to fragments, Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight, "Excellent. Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship is truly remarkable. Even that monster could not withstand his blade. The crisis in hell has been averted." Vegeta scoffed derisively, "Kakarot, silence yourself. Regardless of Xie Mingfeng's prowess, what relevance does it hold for you? The more formidable he becomes, the more your own weaknesses are laid bare." Sun Wukong shook his head and replied, "Vegeta, do not speak in such a manner. Xie Mingfeng is indeed impressive, yet he merely walks ahead of us, with diligent training. There will surely come a time when we surpass him." I do not appreciate such despondent remarks. Sun Wukong is inherently optimistic. At all times, he maintains a healthy mindset. It is precisely this attitude that allows him to continually grow and transcend his own limits. King Kai clenched his fist and bellowed, "You two, cease your bickering. The Fat One is not dead yet." Sun Wukong, perplexed, asked, "Lord Kai, are you jesting? The Fat One has already been reduced to fragments by Xie Mingfeng." King Kai replied coldly, "Fool, if the Fat One were truly dead, hell would revert to its original state. Yet, look around you. Hell remains a veritable amusement park." In the depths of hell, Xie Mingfeng's expression shifted. "Damn it, the malevolent wave is not dead." Indeed, the malevolent wave had not perished. Its form coalesced into a sanguine fluid, swiftly ascending into the air. Its aura grew increasingly potent and malevolent. Second sword. Xie Mingfeng shouted, his long sword transforming into a beam of light aimed at the blood. At the core of that sanguine mass lay the essence. If he could disperse it, the malevolent wave would surely dissipate. Regrettably, this time, Xie Mingfeng's second sword proved ineffective. The sword energy seemed to pass through the fluid without inflicting any damage upon the malevolent wave. The transformation of the malevolent wave into its ultimate form occurred more swiftly than anticipated. Xie Mingfeng scarcely had time to strike again. The malevolent wave had finally morphed into a demon. At that moment, it was several times stronger than before. Boom. A formidable aura erupted, enveloping the malevolent wave in a colossal energy shield. It regarded Xie Mingfeng with a cold, emotionless gaze. That frigid stare caused Xie Mingfeng's own aura to fluctuate. What a terrifying creature. Its gaze resembled that of the Grim Reaper. Xie Mingfeng took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Suddenly, a blood-red longsword manifested in the malevolent wave's grasp. Xie Mingfeng smiled slightly. "You wield a sword as well? Do you understand the essence of a sword? It seems you wish to engage me in a duel of swordsmanship, which suits me perfectly. Since arriving in this world, I have yet to encounter a true swordsman. Do not let me down." He pointed his long sword at the malevolent wave, his gaze fixed on the sword's tip, concentrating his spirit to the utmost. The malevolent wave was the only swordsman in the Dragon Ball universe, and Xie Mingfeng yearned for a true contest of skill. If he could experience an epiphany amidst their duel and create a third sword technique, it would be nothing short of splendid. Chapter 32. Years of Training Roar. The malevolent wave let out a mighty roar, and the long sword in its hand unleashed a fierce sword energy towards Xie Mingfeng. The speed of the sword energy was astonishing, akin to a flash of light, vanishing in an instant. Xie Mingfeng retaliated with a sword energy of his own. The two energies clashed in midair. Boom. The sword energy transformed into countless sharp gusts, splattering outward. Everything struck by these razor-like breaths was severed, The cut surface is as smooth as a mirror. The malevolent figure, Evil Thought Wave, bore a sinister smile at the corners of its mouth, and its eyes finally displayed a hint of emotion. This is intriguing, thought Xie Mingfeng with a cold snicker. Let us do this again. The sword energy of Evil Thought Wave lacked the essence of a true sword, instead brimming with boundless malice and unparalleled sharpness. Nevertheless, even devoid of sword intent, its offensive power was formidable, as its strength vastly surpassed that of Xie Mingfeng. To secure victory, Xie Mingfeng had no choice but to rely on speed and sword intent. Whoosh! In an instant, Xie Mingfeng vanished. Evil Thought Wave pivoted, unleashing another wave of sword energy. Xie Mingfeng executed his movement technique, resonating with the principles of space. Although Evil Thought Wave had not comprehended the laws of space, it possessed an innate ability to sense fluctuations in that realm. Boom, boom, boom. It appeared as if Xie Mingfeng was employing a technique of duplication. One shadow had not yet dissipated before another emerged. In truth, this was not a technique at all, but rather an outcome of his astonishing speed, leaving behind vivid afterimages. These phantoms were strikingly clear, as if they were his true form, while the actual body had long since departed. Most of the sword energy assaults were thwarted by Evil Thought Wave, and those that could not be blocked were deftly evaded. Xie Mingfeng pondered, where lies its weakness? Though he had yet to gain the upper hand, his mind remained as tranquil as still water, devoid of any anxiety. Reflecting upon the original narrative, how had Evil Thought Wave been vanquished? He recalled that it was ultimately destroyed by the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, their immense energy obliterating its head. The weakness of Evil Thought Wave resided in its cranium. However, attacking that head would not be an easy feat. A strategy must be devised to pierce through its brow and obliterate its head. Xie Mingfeng resolved that he was willing to pay a price for this victory. It was impossible to defeat Evil Thought Wave without some sacrifice, for it was far more formidable than Cell. Kill. Xie Mingfeng concentrated all his essence at the tip of his sword, propelling himself in a straight line toward Evil Thought Wave. The distance between 2 points is shortest when traversed in a straight line. Previously, Xie Mingfeng had focused solely on evading the sword energy attacks of Evil Thought Wave, maneuvering in curves. Now, however, he had made up his mind to abandon evasive tactics. His current approach was one of mutual destruction. With this sudden shift in strategy, Evil Thought Wave was taken completely by surprise. A grave expression finally emerged in its eyes. Xie Mingfeng's speed was swift, and the speed of his strike was even swifter. Even though Evil Thought Wave sensed the fluctuations of spatial laws emanating from Xie Mingfeng, it was too late to evade. As a super demon birth from the depths of hell, Evil Thought Wave was resolute. Unable to evade, it chose to confront Xie Mingfeng head-on. Roar! Evil Thought Wave bellowed, thrusting its sword at a similarly rapid pace. Upon witnessing the sword energy of Evil Thought Wave, Xie Mingfeng's gaze remained unchanged, as though that attack were aimed at another. Boom! Xie Mingfeng and Evil Thought Wave struck simultaneously. Xie Mingfeng was pierced through the abdomen by a sword's energy. The malevolent entity, Evil Thought Wave, had a blade embedded in its forehead, the tip penetrating its skull. Explode! Xie Mingfeng bellowed, blood spilling from his mouth. The sword's tip, infused with formidable energy and intent, detonated, reducing Evil Thought Wave's head to mere dust. Xie Mingfeng collapsed to the ground, hastily producing a healing bean and consuming it. Upon witnessing the obliteration of Evil Thought Wave's head, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Splendid! Xie Mingfeng has truly performed admirably. He is indeed the strongest on earth. Even a fiend like Evil Thought Wave has fallen before his sword." Vegeta snorted in discontent, clearly displeased. With the demise of Evil Thought Wave, the underworld began to revert to its original state. Xie Mingfeng, however, lay at the deepest part of the underworld, recuperating. Contrary to common belief, the underworld was not as fearsome as imagined. Rather, it possessed a nurturing quality for the soul. Xie Mingfeng resolved to meditate in the underworld for a while. A beam of radiant light descended upon Vegeta's soul, and the Kai proclaimed, "Vegeta, someone on Earth has resurrected you using the Dragon Balls. You must return swiftly." Vegeta remained silent as his essence gradually faded and then vanished. He had been revived by the Dragon Balls. The Kai continued, "Wukong, Vegeta has returned. The Dragon Balls can only be used once a year. If you wish to be resurrected, you may have to wait until next year." Sun Wukong laughed heartily, saying, "I don't mind. There is nothing pressing on Earth for me. I find staying in the underworld much more intriguing. By the way, Kai, did you not mention previously that there would be martial arts tournaments held in the underworld? I am eager to witness the many martial arts masters that will surely appear." The Kai, with a puzzled expression, replied, "Did I say that?" Years later, at the Universal Capsule Corporation. Bulma was scolding a young boy of about 5 or 6 years old. The boy bore a striking resemblance to Xie Mingfeng. He was Xie Mingfeng and Bulma's son. "Mom, I promise I won't do it again," the boy murmured, but Goten and Trunks were bullying me with their golden hair. I couldn't stand a chance. So I had to use the handgun. The handgun, designed by Bulma, possessed immense power, the bullets propelled by the energy of a doomsday bomb. The boy wielded the handgun, effortlessly breaching Goten and Trunks' defenses, leaving them severely injured. Bulma responded sternly, "From now on, you must not use that handgun, do you understand?" The boy hung his head in silence. A young woman with long hair approached, and upon seeing her, the boy's eyes lit up with joy. "Andy, you've come." The long-haired woman was none other than Xie Mingfeng's sister. Her mastery of internal martial arts had reached an unfathomable level, although her combat prowess did not match Vegeta's. It was not far behind. She remarked, "Xiaofeng, you are far too mischievous. Who told you to neglect your training and allow Goten and Trunks to bully you? You deserve it. Our family's internal martial arts and swordsmanship, when perfected, are not inferior to the so-called Super Saiyans. Just wait until your father returns. I shall see how he handles you." At the time Xie Mingfeng engaged in his fateful battle with Evil Thought Wave, Bulma was newly pregnant. When the child was born, Xie Mingfeng was not present. A year after the child's birth, Bulma named him Xie Xiaofeng. Xie Xiaofeng's mastery of internal martial arts and swordsmanship was imparted to him by his aunt. As a denizen of Earth, Xie Xiaofeng, although possessing commendable internal cultivation that qualifies him as a true master among Earthlings, pales in comparison to the formidable transformations of Goten and Trunks. In their untransformed states, they are no match for Xie Xiaofeng, yet once they transform, they can easily overpower him. Recently, Xie Xiaofeng inflicted serious injuries upon Trunks and Goten, resulting in substantial losses for Bulma. Naturally, these funds were squandered by Goten and Trunks on toys. After chastising her son, Bulma gazed at the horizon, silently pondering. "Xie Mingfeng, when shall you return?" Xie Mingfeng, alongside son Wukong, was training in the depths of hell. Son Wukong had recently faced various formidable opponents there and achieved a breakthrough, attaining the level of Super Saiyan 3rd stage. Meanwhile, Xie Mingfeng had successfully grasped half of the principles of space. In the deepest recesses of hell, Xie Mingfeng opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with the light of the sword and the essence of spatial laws. More than 5 years have passed. It is time to return to Earth. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the fabric of space and traversed the spatial corridor, vanishing from sight. Although he had yet to master instantaneous movement, he could directly slice through space, departing through the spatial passage. This method bore a resemblance to Sun Wukong's instantaneous movement. In the next moment, Xie Mingfeng reappeared on Earth. "I have returned," he declared, a smile gracing his features. "The principles of space are truly profound. Having only grasped half of the laws, I can already wield such remarkable abilities. If I were to fully comprehend the principles of space, I could perhaps contend with that fellow Whis." Whis, who had mastered the laws of time, was a terrifying figure, having imparted his martial prowess to the god of destruction. Beerus, the laws of time, being even more intricate than those of space, posed a formidable challenge. Chapter 33. Chi-Chi's request. As Xie Mingfeng entered the Capsule Corporation, Bulma rushed into his embrace. "Bulma, I am back," he said, patting her back with an apologetic tone. Upon hearing his words, Bulma finally regained her composure and began to pound on Xie Mingfeng's chest. "You actually remembered to return? You just left without a word. Do you have any idea how I managed to raise our son alone? Your son is utterly unruly. I cannot control him. I could just as easily strike you down." Xie Mingfeng allowed Bulma to vent her frustrations upon him. "I am truly sorry," he replied. Xie Xiaofeng looked at Xie Mingfeng with a perplexed expression. Xie Mingfeng inquired, "Is this my son?" The timid demeanor of Xie Xiaofeng seemed rather obedient, hardly reminiscent of a mischievous child. Bulma affirmed, "Indeed, this lad is your son. I named him Xie Xiaofeng." Xie Mingfeng nodded in approval. "Xie Xiaofeng? A splendid name, truly splendid." After all, Xie Xiaofeng was the name of the sword god, the third young master of the divine sword manner. Naturally, having a son named Xie Xiaofeng was a commendable choice. He lifted his son in joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, I never expected that I, Xie Mingfeng, would become a father." After dinner, Xie Mingfeng decided to assess his son's cultivation. The potential displayed by his son astonished him. This lad is indeed a prodigy in swordsmanship, and his internal cultivation has reached an astonishing realm. Should he reach the age of 20, his strength would undoubtedly rival my own. Although Xie Xiaofeng is a human from Earth and cannot compare to the bloodline of the Saiyans, he is not at all inferior to Goten and Trunks. Should Xie Xiaofeng employ swordsmanship, even if Goten and Trunks were to transform into Super Saiyans? He would not be intimidated. Unfortunately, due to the influence of those two young lads, Xie Xiaofeng has developed a penchant for using his fists. Xie Mingfeng is resolute in his determination to have Xie Xiaofeng adopt the sword technique. Otherwise, who will carry on his legacy of swordsmanship? In the morning, under the supervision of Xie Mingfeng, Xie Xiaofeng is diligently practicing swordsmanship when Chi-Chi arrives with Goten at the Capsule Corporation. Upon seeing Goten, Xie Mingfeng is struck by how much he resembles a young son Goku. Is this Goten? He muses, affectionately ruffling Goten's hair, feeling as if he is meeting Goku in his youth. Chi-Chi smiles and affirms, indeed, Goten bears a striking resemblance to Goku. His brother is already attending high school in the city, and with no one at home to care for him, I had no choice but to bring him along. Noticing Xie Xiaofeng practicing with his sword, Goten's eyes light up with excitement as he wishes to join in the fun. Xie Mingfeng advises, Goten, feel free to play with Xiaofeng, but do refrain from any fighting. With Xie Xiaofeng wielding a sharp longsword, any altercation could potentially harm Goten, who cannot maintain his Super Saiyan form at all times. Chi-Chi, watching Xie Xiaofeng closely, inquires, Xie Mingfeng, your son hasn't resumed using firearms, has he? Xie Mingfeng chuckles. Of course not. From now on, I will only allow Xiaofeng to use a sword. After all, my swordsmanship must be passed down to him. Once Goten and Xie Xiaofeng depart, Chi-Chi turns to Xie Mingfeng and asks, what is Goku's situation now? Why have you returned, yet he remains absent? Does he intend to settle in the afterlife? Xie Mingfeng sighs, Chi-Chi, you know Goku's character. He is a martial arts enthusiast. Regardless of his location, training always takes precedence. The Grand Kai and others have been hosting martial arts tournaments in the afterlife for the past few years, and Goku, of course, must participate. He has become quite a notable figure there, and his strength has increased significantly. Chi-Chi's brow furrows as she coldly demands, Xie Mingfeng, tell me, how can we bring Goku back? Surely, using the Dragon Balls would suffice. Xie Mingfeng responds, indeed, but... Chi-Chi interjects angrily. Do you think I haven't tried using the Dragon Balls? I summoned Shinran to resurrect Goku, yet he refused to return. Why would he not wish to come back? Has he found another woman in the afterlife? Unlike Bulma, who is confident in her allure and does not suspect Xie Mingfeng of seeking companionship elsewhere, Chi-Chi is consumed by anxiety, fearing that Goku may have found another. Xie Mingfeng sighs deeply. If Goku does not wish to return, what can I do? Am I to take you to the afterlife to find him? Chi-Chi's eyes brighten as she seizes Xie Mingfeng's arm, exclaiming, what did you just say? You mentioned you could take me to the afterlife to find Goku, didn't you? Xie Mingfeng, with a wry smile, replies, did I really say that? You certainly did. She insists. Chi-Chi exclaimed with excitement, Xie Mingfeng, I know you are the strongest warrior on earth, even more formidable than Goku. You can surely take me to hell. Right. Xie Mingfeng looked at Chi-Chi in silence. Hell is not a place to be taken lightly, nor is it somewhere one can simply visit at will. The essence of hell can nourish the soul, yet it is harmful to mortals. The atmosphere of hell corrupts the flesh. Xie Mingfeng could meditate there for years because he was shielded by his sword aura, which kept the essence of hell at bay. If Chi-Chi were to enter hell, her physical form would be eroded within 3 hours. Shaking his head, Xie Mingfeng replied, no, Chi-Chi. Hell has its own rules. It is a realm for souls, not for the living. Otherwise, it would lead to great trouble. Everything must comply with the natural order. Violating the laws of nature invites punishment. The Dragon Balls are a transgression of natural law, which is why I seldom make wishes to the dragon. Why can you go, but I cannot? Chi-Chi replied, her excitement unabated. Xie Mingfeng, feeling helpless, decided to contact King Kai. King Kai, are you there? Xie Mingfeng communicated telepathically. Previously, only King Kai could reach out to him. He lacked the ability to contact King Kai himself. After comprehending half of the laws of space, Xie Mingfeng could now transmit his thoughts to King Kai's planet and to hell. King Kai's voice resonated in his mind. Ah, Xie Mingfeng, I thought you had returned to Earth. What brings you here? King Kai was astonished that Xie Mingfeng could initiate contact. It was indeed remarkable. It seemed that Xie Mingfeng's prowess had significantly increased. Regardless, King Kai could no longer gauge the depths of Xie Mingfeng's abilities. Xie Mingfeng stated, King Kai, if Goku is nearby, please urge him to return to Earth swiftly. Chi-Chi has located the Capsule Corporation, and within 3 days, she will acquire the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. If he still refuses to come back, I will take Chi-Chi to hell to find him. King Kai was taken aback. What did you say? You intend to bring a mortal into hell? Xie Mingfeng, you must not act recklessly. Mortals are absolutely forbidden from entering hell. What you propose disrupts the natural order. Xie Mingfeng replied coldly. Then you must bring Goku back. He withdrew his thoughts and turned to Chi-Chi, saying, Chi-Chi, gather the Dragon Balls. We shall resurrect Goku within 3 days. Should he refuse to return, I will indeed take you to hell. That fellow Goku, in his pursuit of martial arts, has forsaken everything. It is truly frustrating. Chapter 34. A plea for help from the Galactic Patrol. Under Chi-Chi's insistence, Sun Wukong returned to Earth. Whenever this matter arose, he wore a look of regret, feeling he had yet to fully encounter the masters in hell. Xie Mingfeng shook his head inwardly. Sun Wukong had already achieved the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, and who in hell could possibly challenge him? Well, there was a powerful entity of evil intent. But that being had already perished by his own sword. Xie Mingfeng, I've learned a few new techniques, Sun Wukong announced as he arrived at the Capsule Corporation. Challenging Xie Mingfeng, I want to see if I can withstand your swordsmanship. Xie Mingfeng replied, very well. Transform into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level first. I urge you to transform into your utmost state, and as before, I shall strike but once. Should you manage to withstand it, I shall concede defeat. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Very well. He then transformed into a Super Saiyan. Xie Mingfeng inquired, are you prepared? Sun Wukong affirmed, I am ready. Let us commence. With a flick of his finger, Xie Mingfeng unleashed a blade of energy. The energy cleaved through the fabric of space, leaving a delicate scar upon Sun Wukong's visage. The aura shield surrounding Sun Wukong proved ineffective. As he wiped the blood from his face, he questioned, Xie Mingfeng, why do I not sense your energy blade? It does not seem particularly formidable. It remains merely a second strike. Xie Mingfeng's assault was peculiar, elusive, and difficult to anticipate. Sun Wukong perceived that the energy blade was not invincible, yet without discernible trajectory, he found himself at a loss. Xie Mingfeng elucidated. This is due to my comprehension of the laws of space. A powerful entity who grasps the cosmic laws invariably receives the universe's favor. Thus, to defend against my energy blade, you must first attain an understanding of a cosmic law. Sun Wukong silently shook his head and asked, what exactly are these cosmic laws? Why can neither I nor Vegeta perceive them? Xie Mingfeng replied with a smile. Both of you have experienced death and resurrection. I consulted the dragon, and it revealed that once a soul has perished and is revived by the Dragon Balls, it undergoes a transformation, rendering it incapable of comprehending the cosmic laws. I have long asserted that the Dragon Balls defy the natural order. Excessive use invites the universe's retribution. Xie Mingfeng's formidable presence instilled a sense of pressure within Sun Wukong. He realized that without understanding the source of Xie Mingfeng's strength, no amount of fervent training would allow him to catch up. During his time in the underworld, Sun Wukong had ascended to the 3rd tier of Super Saiyan, believing he could contend with Xie Mingfeng. Yet upon returning to Earth, he found himself still outmatched. Previously, he could discern the depth of Xie Mingfeng's power, but now, back on Earth, he could no longer gauge it. Xie Mingfeng appeared to him as an unfathomable abyss. As Xie Mingfeng's understanding of the laws of space deepened, the chasm between him and Sun Wukong would only widen. Xie Mingfeng speculated that once he fully comprehended the laws of space, his body might merge entirely with the cosmic realm, rendering him impervious to any physical assault from even the mightiest of adversaries. Is there truly no other means to grasp the cosmic laws? Sun Wukong inquired. Unwilling to accept defeat, he was a martial enthusiast, and the knowledge of such a training methodology stirred his ambition. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Mingfeng responded, only deities can truly comprehend the laws. Perhaps, in the future, you may ascend to become the god of the Saiyans, thereby earning the universe's favor. Sun Wukong queried, what is the god of the Saiyans? Xie Mingfeng chuckled. It is said that the ancestors of your race once produced a god of the Saiyans, who matched Lord Beerus in a contest that ended in a stalemate. The concept of the god of the Saiyans is complex, and I cannot claim to fully understand it. In due time, you shall learn. At that moment, a spacecraft descended upon the Capsule Corporation. Upon seeing the insignia on the spacecraft, Xie Mingfeng recognized it as belonging to the Galactic Patrol. Puzzled, he wondered what brought the Galactic Patrol to Earth. I am Galactic Patrol Officer Gak, and I seek an audience with Xie Mingfeng, Gak announced as he disembarked from the vessel, addressing the personnel of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong approached him, with Xie Mingfeng stating, I am Xie Mingfeng. It was Gak's first visit to Earth, and he did not personally know Xie Mingfeng, though he did possess a photograph of him. One must acknowledge the impressive intelligence capabilities of the Galactic Patrol. They had managed to acquire an image of Xie Mingfeng. Currently, Gak was responsible for Earth. He compared the photograph with Xie Mingfeng himself and remarked, so it is indeed you, Mr. Xie Mingfeng. And might this be Mr. Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong, renowned in the underworld and widely recognized as a formidable expert, was known to GAK as well. Indeed, I am Sun Wukong, he replied. GAK addressed both Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong, saying, Xie Mingfeng, Sun Wukong, Frieza is on the verge of dominating the entire galaxy. Our galactic patrol is rapidly losing its foothold, and in desperation, we have come to seek your assistance, for you have triumphed over Frieza before. The cosmic tyrant Frieza? Sun Wukong mused, stroking his chin. It has been several years since I last heard of him. Is he up to no good again? Xie Mingfeng chuckled. That rascal Frieza has been quite active these years. He is on the brink of ruling the entire galaxy. Truly remarkable. Come, let us discuss this in my office. Xie Mingfeng suggested. Though he was not employed by the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma had arranged for him a lavish office. GAK and Sun Wukong followed Xie Mingfeng to the office, and just as they settled in, Bulma arrived. Upon seeing Bulma, Xie Mingfeng's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. While the combat prowess of the Galactic Patrol may not be particularly formidable, their status as a major force in the galaxy granted them considerable authority, which necessitated a degree of strength. Notably, the technology of the Galactic Patrol was exceptionally advanced. It appeared that the technology of the Universal Capsule Corporation had hit a bottleneck. Acquiring the scientific advancements of the Galactic Patrol would be immensely beneficial. And who might this be? Bulma inquired upon meeting GAK. Noting that GAK was not from Earth, she was puzzled, wondering when Xie Mingfeng had begun to make friends among extraterrestrials. Xie Mingfeng introduced, this is Galactic Patrol Officer GAK, who has come to Earth seeking assistance from me and Wukong. Bulma, please take a seat. We will discuss your matters shortly. Let us first address GAK's concerns. After Bulma sat down and scrutinized GAK, her curiosity about the Galactic Patrol Organization piqued. Good day, Miss Bulma, GAK greeted. I am GAK. Bulma nodded. I am Bulma, the wife of Xie Mingfeng. Welcome to Earth. Sun Wukong interjected. GAK, let us discuss that fellow Frieza. I wonder if he has grown stronger since our last encounter. If he retains the same fighting capability as years ago, I have little interest in engaging him. Sun Wukong's regard for Frieza had diminished significantly. Xie Mingfeng added, GAK, please elaborate on the situation concerning Frieza. If we are able to assist, we shall certainly lend our aid. GAK expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you. He then recounted the situation of Frieza's army. Indeed, Frieza had experienced tremendous expansion over the past few years. Not only had his legion grown more than tenfold, but Frieza's own combat prowess had also reached unfathomable heights. In the galaxy, he had no rivals. Otherwise, the Galactic Patrol would not have sought assistance from Earth. Chapter 35. The deal. Xie Mingfeng observed that Bulma and GAK shared a remarkable rapport, united by their common interest in technology, which excited Bulma immensely. In contrast, Xie Mingfeng focused solely on martial arts, with little interest in swordsmanship or spatial laws, resulting in fewer topics of conversation with Bulma. GAK remarked, Mr. Xie Mingfeng, if possible, let us proceed at once. It is imperative to thwart Frieza. Before Xie Mingfeng could respond, Sun Wukong stood up, saying, if Frieza is truly as formidable as you say, I must test my mettle against him. GAK had painted a picture of Frieza's might, and as a martial arts enthusiast, Sun Wukong was naturally exhilarated by the prospect of encountering a formidable opponent. Xie Mingfeng shot a glare at Sun Wukong, as he had intended to negotiate with GAK. How could this fellow so readily agree to battle? Clearing his throat, Xie Mingfeng interjected, GAK, you must understand that Frieza is immensely powerful, a stark contrast to the years past. Though Wukong and I have previously defeated him, we may not stand a chance now. Engaging in combat with Frieza carries significant risk. A smile played on Bulma's lips. Being Xie Mingfeng's wife, she understood him well. He was someone who would not act without assurance of success. Xie Mingfeng was subtly seeking benefits from GAK. After a brief silence, GAK inquired, what does Mr. Xie Mingfeng propose in exchange for your participation in battle? Xie Mingfeng replied, your Galactic Patrol Organization has been established for many years. While it may lack extraordinary masters, your technological advancements are quite impressive. I am aware of your profound research into spatial technology. Therefore, if you provide me with comprehensive data on all space-related technologies, I shall join the fight. This reward is not excessive, is it? Bulma stared at Xie Mingfeng in astonishment. Was this remuneration not excessive? A complete set of technology constituted a holistic technological framework. For a civilization, a complete technological tree was of utmost importance. Should they obtain the Galactic Patrol's spatial technology, not only would the Universal Capsule Corporation reap unimaginable benefits, but the entire civilization of Earth would also ascend in status. GAK stood up abruptly, exclaiming, Mr. Xie Mingfeng, your demands are rather steep. To request all space-related technologies is quite unreasonable. You must understand that much of our technology is more advanced than even Frieza's cutting-edge innovations. Frieza covets our technology immensely. Both Sun Wukong and Bulma felt that Xie Mingfeng's request was somewhat excessive. However, Xie Mingfeng held a different perspective. He gazed at Jack with a smile and said, "Indeed, your organization possesses formidable technology, surpassing even Frieza's army in many respects. Yet, you are on the verge of being overwhelmed by him. If you wish to secure a place for yourselves within the galaxy, you must acquiesce to my terms and collaborate with me. Provide me with all pertinent technological data related to space, and I shall assist you in contending with Frieza. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement." Jack hesitated momentarily. Indeed, the Frieza force was poised to assault the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. The Galactic Patrol could only manage mid to advanced civilizations within the galaxy. As for the top-tier civilizations, like the Frost Demons and the dark magical civilization of Babidi, they were beyond their jurisdiction. For countless millennia, the Frost Demons have shown nothing but disdain for the Galactic Patrol, never once acknowledging their authority. The dark magical civilization had even birthed terrifying entities such as Majin Buu. "This matter is beyond my authority. It requires reporting to headquarters," Jack stated. Xie Mingfeng nodded in understanding. "However, I must inform you that Frieza is the envoy of the god of destruction, Beerus. Should your organization refuse my demands, the next time you seek my assistance, the price will surely increase. The last time the god of destruction and Whis appeared, they rescued Frieza. It remains uncertain whether they would intervene again to save him. Frieza has been a loyal minion of the god of destruction, reigning over the galaxy for years, audaciously declaring himself the emperor of the universe. His survival against other formidable beings is owed solely to the backing of his divine patron." Jack was taken aback. "What did you say? The god of destruction, Beerus? Is he not a legendary deity? Does he truly exist?" Xie Mingfeng let out a cold chuckle and chose to remain silent. Jack entered the spacecraft and relayed Xie Mingfeng's conditions back to headquarters. In less than half an hour, he received a response from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, agreeing to Xie Mingfeng's terms and entering into collaboration with him. Upon returning to Xie Mingfeng's office, Jack remarked with a smile, "Xie Mingfeng, you received a response so swiftly. It seems your conditions have been accepted." Jack nodded. "Indeed, Mr. Xie. Headquarters has agreed to your terms. Within 3 hours, the relevant data on space technology will be transmitted to Earth." Suddenly, a glint of determination flashed in Xie Mingfeng's eyes, and his aura intensified. "Jack, do not presume that my ignorance of technology allows you to present me with inconsequential data. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath. Frieza may obliterate your Galactic Patrol, but I, Xie Mingfeng, can do so as well." Jack hastily waved his hands in protest. No, that will not happen. He understood that Xie Mingfeng was far more fearsome than Frieza, and the Galactic Patrol could not afford to provoke him. 3 hours later, the Galactic Patrol headquarters indeed transmitted the data concerning space technology to Jack's spacecraft. In truth, the information was not extensive. It comprised merely 100 operational formulas. Even if Xie Mingfeng had limited knowledge of technology, he recognized the significance of these formulas. In the scientific realm, formulas and theorems are akin to the cosmic laws understood in the realm of cultivation. Bulma examined the operational formulas, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I must input all of these formulas into the central computer for computation." After Bulma completed her verification, she found no errors and nodded to Xie Mingfeng, declaring, "It should all be genuine. Many of the formulas are inextricably linked to those of our universal capsule space technology." Xie Mingfeng stood up and laughed heartily. "Jack, rest assured. Both Sun Wukong and I will certainly assist you in resolving the Frieza issue. In 3 days, we shall head to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to help you resist Frieza's forces." Jack exhaled with relief, expressing joy. "Thank you very much. With this matter resolved, I must take my leave. Farewell." Xie Mingfeng nodded goodbye. Jack boarded the spacecraft, which swiftly ascended beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Gazing at the distant blue planet, Jack mused. Xie Mingfeng is indeed a difficult person to deal with. Requesting his help came at a cost. Had I known, I would have sought out Sun Wukong directly. Sun Wukong, with his simple and straightforward demeanor and obsession with martial arts, surely would not demand as much as Xie Mingfeng. Universal Capsule Corporation. Bulma, elated, grasped Xie Mingfeng's arm, exclaiming, "Xie Mingfeng, you are truly remarkable. You managed to persuade the Galactic Patrol Organization to relinquish their space technology. With this information, our corporation is bound to achieve significant breakthroughs." Xie Mingfeng nodded. "I am aware. The data Gak provided is authentic. Yet I firmly believe it is by no means the pinnacle of the Galactic Patrol Organization's space technology. If the Galactic Patrol did not have a few tricks up their sleeves, I would never believe it." Wukong, in 3 days, we shall embark to confront Frieza, Xie Mingfeng stated to Sun Wukong. Chapter 36, The Sweep. Frieza, accompanied by his legion, slowly advanced towards the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol Organization. An overwhelming pressure loomed over the entire Galactic Patrol, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. Upon Gak's return to headquarters, the leader promptly inquired, Gak, did Xie Mingfeng agree to intervene? Although the headquarters had received Gak's message, he could not help but ask for confirmation. The pressure Frieza exerted on the Galactic Patrol was indeed tremendous. In recent years, the Galactic Patrol had faced continuous defeats against Frieza's forces, and now their stronghold was on the verge of being breached. This battle could be termed the final confrontation between the Galactic Patrol and Frieza's Legion. Every Galactic Patrol officer was exceedingly tense, some even filled with trepidation. Frieza truly lived up to his title as the Cosmic Emperor, a super genius of the Frost Demon race, unmatched by anyone within the Galactic Patrol. Gak nodded, reassuring the leader, rest easy. They have both agreed to assist in dealing with Frieza. However, they will not arrive at headquarters for another 3 days. Thus, we must hold off Frieza's forces for that duration. The leader sighed in relief and nodded, as long as Frieza does not personally intervene. We should be able to withstand the onslaught of Frieza's legion for 3 days. Of course, Frieza would not deign to engage personally with the Galactic Patrol, as there were no formidable opponents within the headquarters worthy of his direct involvement. Frieza's command center, seated upon a grand throne within his colossal circular spacecraft. Frieza emanated an aura akin to that of a malevolent deity, suffocating his alien warriors beneath its weight. His gaze, more sinister and enigmatic than in previous years, instilled fear in all those who beheld it. A cold smirk graced his lips. Has the Galactic Patrol Organization responded? Do they consent to submit? A warrior from the cosmos stepped forward and replied, in response to Lord Frieza, they have not replied. Humph, Frieza scoffed. It seems the Galactic Patrol intends to resist to the bitter end. Relay my command. Assault the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Leave no survivors. Eliminate them all. Yes, Lord Frieza. The cosmic warriors bowed respectfully. Frieza warned, I hope you act with swiftness. My patience is not infinite. Should I exhaust my patience, and you have yet to breach the Galactic Patrol's headquarters, I shall take matters into my own hands. You must understand what that entails. You would hold no value to me anymore, and I would annihilate you all. The warriors aboard the spaceship rushed out, eager for battle, engaging the Galactic Patrol in fierce combat. Frieza snorted, all of you are worthless. Alas, my subordinates, Dodoria, Zarbon, the Ginyu Force, and that fool Shulb, have all perished at the hands of Earthlings. Xie Mingfeng, Sun Wukong, and that traitor Vegeta, once I extinguish the Galactic Patrol, your demise shall follow. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Frieza's mouth. Frieza, having learned from past defeats, had recently evolved once more, attaining the form of Golden Frieza. In this transformation, he would wield unparalleled power. Now, the dignity and pride shattered by Xie Mingfeng had been restored. Xie Mingfeng glanced at Vegeta and asked Sun Wukong, are you planning to take him along? Vegeta had yet to achieve the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan, making him potentially outmatched in confronting Frieza. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, Vegeta wishes to teach Frieza a lesson as well. Since he is willing to join, let us go together. Vegeta shot Xie Mingfeng a defiant glare and huffed in indignation. Very well, Xie Mingfeng said, but I must make it clear. If Vegeta finds himself in peril, I will not intervene. Vegeta, his face aflame with anger, retorted, Xie Mingfeng, do not overestimate yourself. You may excel in swordsmanship and have a fierce offense, but in terms of strength, this prince is by no means inferior to you. If you possess the ability, fight me without your sword. I am already a Super Saiyan of the 2nd tier. How could I fear that scoundrel Frieza? Unbeknownst to him, Xie Mingfeng's understanding of the cosmic laws rendered him a formidable opponent. He had always believed Xie Mingfeng's prowess lay solely in his swordsmanship. Though Xie Mingfeng's internal martial arts had reached an unparalleled peak, he seldom employed it. Even without his sword, Xie Mingfeng could effortlessly overpower Vegeta. Were it not for Sun Wukong's presence, Xie Mingfeng would have relished the opportunity to demonstrate the might of his internal martial arts to Vegeta. Xie Mingfeng nodded, fine. Let us consider I have said nothing. He placed his right hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder, who in turn grasped Vegeta's arm. They executed an instant transmission, whoosh. The three vanished from their location, only to reappear at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Jack, are you all well? Xie Mingfeng greeted Gekka with a smile. Upon seeing Xie Mingfeng, Gekka's eyes sparkled. Xie Mingfeng, Sun Wukong, you have finally arrived. Our Galactic Patrol is on the brink of being overwhelmed by the Frieza Force's assault. The leader of the Galactic Patrol addressed Xie Mingfeng. Mr. Xie Mingfeng, we implore you to intervene immediately and repel the Frieza army. Our ranks suffer heavy casualties every moment, and our losses are truly catastrophic. The Galactic Patrol is on the verge of collapse. Xie Mingfeng glanced at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, inquiring, what about you two? Are you not willing to fight? Vegeta turned away with a huff, refusing to acknowledge Xie Mingfeng. The worthless alien warriors of the Frieza Force were hardly worth the effort of a proud Saiyan Prince like him. His sights were set solely on that scoundrel Frieza. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. I am eager to battle Frieza, but as for the rest, never mind. Xie Mingfeng remarked coolly. Is it that you two possess no thoughts beyond combat? The pursuit of martial prowess is not merely to engage in battles with equals. It is also about safeguarding what is dear to you. Since neither of you is inclined to act, I shall take matters into my own hands. With a resounding thud, Xie Mingfeng unleashed a spatial distortion, and the sword energy radiated forth, instantly eradicating all Frieza Force warriors besieging the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood in stunned silence, as Xie Mingfeng's singular strike annihilated no fewer than tens of millions of alien warriors. Despite having attained the third level of Super Saiyan and significantly enhancing his strength, Sun Wukong knew it would take considerable time to eliminate such a vast number of scattered foes. In contrast, Xie Mingfeng, having mastered the laws of space, required but a single stroke to resolve the matter. His strength was truly formidable. Frieza, witnessing the demise of his soldiers swept away by a fierce aura, could not help but realize Xie Mingfeng had arrived. The aura of Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship was unparalleled throughout the cosmos. Xie Mingfeng. Frieza erupted from his spacecraft, charging towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Come out, you scoundrel. Chapter 37. Wukong takes the field. Frieza had emerged. Xie Mingfeng chuckled. Internally, however, he was quite astonished. Frieza's presence was almost as overwhelming as that of the rotund, evil thought wave. Sun Wukong turned to Xie Mingfeng and said, Hey, we agreed that I would handle Frieza. Don't try to steal my thunder, Xie Mingfeng. Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta suddenly landed a punch on Sun Wukong's face. Kakarot. Frieza is mine to eliminate. You shall not contest that. Xie Mingfeng frowned. Vegeta was exhibiting a profound lack of judgment. To strike at Sun Wukong directly was a grave error, and had he dared to lay a hand on Xie Mingfeng, he would have been swiftly dispatched with a single stroke. Vegeta was a classic case of someone with grand aspirations and little ability, yet his temper was considerable. Even now, he insisted on maintaining his heirs as a Saiyan Prince. Sun Wukong, with his good-natured disposition, took the punch without anger. Vegeta, I will engage Frieza first. Once I have warmed up, you can join the fray. It won't be too late, Sun Wukong said with a smile. Xie Mingfeng grasped Sun Wukong's arm and remarked, If Vegeta desires to take the lead, we shall concede to him. Sun Wukong, with a furrowed brow, reluctantly agreed to let Vegeta engage in battle. Vegeta, brimming with confidence, transformed and surged forth from the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Sun Wukong, troubled, commented, It seems that Frieza has become quite formidable in just a few years of absence. His strength has multiplied. Judging by his aura, even at my full capacity, I may not stand a chance against him. Vegeta's solo venture appears hopeless. Xie Mingfeng chuckled. Vegeta, in his arrogance, parades around as if he is the strongest in the world. A taste of hardship might serve him well. Such is the price of arrogance. If Vegeta does not face the consequences, who will? As Vegeta soared from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Frieza arrived promptly. Ah, Vegeta, Frieza sneered, casting a disdainful glance his way. So you've come. Where's Xie Mingfeng? Bring him forth. Vegeta, eyes ablaze with fury, bellowed. Frieza, today you face me. He detested being looked down upon. With his own battle at hand, it infuriated him that Frieza still sought Xie Mingfeng. Die. Vegeta transformed into a blur, charging at Frieza. Swift as lightning, his fists rained down upon Frieza's head like a relentless downpour. Frieza, arms crossed nonchalantly, effortlessly dodged the onslaught and calmly remarked, Dear brother, after all these years, you've made no progress. Every one of your attacks is transparent to me, utterly futile. It seems the so-called Super Saiyan is merely a jest. Preposterous. Vegeta roared in anger, his golden aura intensifying, now crackling with faint blue arcs of electricity. He unleashed a punch with all his might, strength and speed executed to perfection. Yet, what Vegeta perceived as an impeccable strike appeared to Frieza as painfully slow and laughable. At that moment, Frieza's power dwarfed Vegeta's considerably. With a seemingly languid motion, Frieza extended his hand. Snap! Vegeta's fist was ensnared. Not only are you arrogant, But you are also a fool, Frieza smirked with a cruel grin. I have always told you that your so-called Super Saiyan is nothing but a grand joke. Why do you refuse to believe it? Do you truly think that merely changing your appearance to golden hair makes you exceptional? Regardless of your form, you remain feeble before me. Thud. Frieza landed a punch squarely in Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta gasped, his eyes widening in shock as the golden aura dissipated, leaving him gravely injured and unable to maintain his Super Saiyan state, reverting to his original form. His body hurtled like a projectile toward the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Little brother, your fate is sealed, Frieza declared, launching a ki blast at the rapidly approaching Vegeta. If struck, Vegeta would undoubtedly be obliterated into fragments. After all, Vegeta was now in a state of confusion, utterly defenseless. A single blow would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Witnessing the imminent threat to Vegeta's life, Son Goku could no longer afford to wait. Vegeta. In an instant, he teleported beside Vegeta, unleashing a ki blast that collided with Frieza's attack, creating a tremendous shockwave in the air. How formidable, Goku marveled, gazing at Frieza from several kilometers away, his heart filled with astonishment. After consuming a Senzu bean, Vegeta managed to regain his strength. Goku addressed him, Vegeta, you should rest for now. Leave Frieza to me. Vegeta, casting a reluctant glance at Frieza, let out a cold snort and returned to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Xie Mingfeng glanced at Vegeta and chuckled. Vegeta, how does it feel? Do not underestimate anyone. Though you Saiyans are deemed a warrior race, it does not imply that you are the strongest in the universe. You are progressing, but so are others. The birth of every civilization in the cosmos is marked by the favor of the heavens. Even the weakest civilization can give rise to 1 or 2 super warriors. Not to mention, Frieza is a prodigy among the frost demons. Your defeat is not a disgrace. Vegeta felt a flush of embarrassment at Xie Mingfeng's words. Although angered, he could not deny the truth in them. The Z fighters of planet Vegeta once possessed remarkable intelligence, yet their physical prowess was inferior to that of Earthlings. Nonetheless, their technology was exceptionally advanced. Regrettably, their civilization was obliterated by the Saiyans, and ultimately, planet Vegeta fell under their dominion. Xie Mingfeng turned his gaze toward Frieza and Goku in the sky, pondering whether Goku could truly contend with Frieza. Frieza, coldly regarding Goku, declared, Son Goku, you have witnessed the might of this king. That fool, doll, was no match for even a single blow from me. Do you, a Saiyan raised on Earth, truly wish to oppose me? A cruel glint sparkled in Frieza's eyes, a flicker of vengeful delight coursing through him. He was immensely confident in his power. Once he transformed into Golden Frieza, he would have no fear, not even of Xie Mingfeng. Goku replied, Frieza, I must admit, you have an uncanny knack for survival. Last time on Earth, you escaped the blade of Xie Mingfeng. You should have kept a low profile. However, now you seek to annihilate the Galactic Patrol and dominate the galaxy, and I cannot stand idly by. This time, I doubt Lord Beerus will come to your rescue. Frieza's eyes blazed with malice as he roared, You insolent fool. With the strength I have achieved, do you think I need a destroyer to save me? Today, it is you who will require assistance. Yet, I am certain no one will come to your aid. With a deep breath, Goku's aura surged, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. His hair cascaded down to his waist, and his gaze turned icy. Frieza, while your power has increased, I have not stagnated. I have trained in the other world for several years, and today, I shall use you to validate the fruits of my labor. The appearance I currently embody is known as the Super Saiyan 3rd level. Vegeta gazed at Goku, his eyes brimming with envy and resentment, gritting his teeth as he remarked, The Super Saiyan 3rd level. He never anticipated that Goku would surpass him, achieving this transformation ahead of time. This was yet another devastating blow to Vegeta. Xie Mingfeng silently shook his head. Vegeta's impulsive nature prevented him from attaining serenity and composure, making it impossible for him to surpass Goku. Were it not for the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins, Vegeta would have never accomplished anything of significance. Chapter 38. The clash of speed and strength. Goku typically refrained from initiating attacks, a reflection of his character. However, this time, he took the offensive against Frieza. Frieza was overwhelmingly powerful, to the extent that Goku began to lose confidence. Suddenly, Goku's punch startled Frieza. Frieza retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom. The explosive force of their strikes generated a shockwave that reverberated throughout the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Goku was thrust back by a tremendous recoil, his fist nearly numb. Frieza, I truly did not misjudge you. Your strength is indeed on par with mine, Goku thought, a subtle thrill coursing through him. This is even better. I can finally engage in a thrilling battle. Whether in hell or on Earth, Goku had been unable to fight with unbridled enthusiasm. In hell, there were no worthy opponents left, while on Earth, Xie Mingfeng could defeat him, but he employed sword techniques infused with the laws of space, swift and razor-sharp. Each time they clashed, Goku found himself defeated before the battle even commenced. This left him feeling quite vexed. It was not a fight, but rather a form of self-torture. Thus, Goku concluded that Xie Mingfeng was suited for killing, but not for genuine combat. Frieza laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Goku, you are indeed stronger than that fool darn, and by several magnitudes at that. Alas, you have encountered me. You must have unleashed your full power with that last punch, but I have yet to exert myself. Today, I shall tear you and your comrades to shreds. Only then can I cleanse myself of this humiliation. Transform." Frieza bellowed, his aura surging once more. In less than 3 breaths, Frieza underwent a dramatic transformation, his form becoming golden and his physique more robust. Goku's pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, "Frieza, you can transform too?" Frieza's combat prowess now vastly exceeded Goku's. "Did you truly believe only you Saiyans could transform?" Frieza sneered, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "Transforming into gold is nothing remarkable. I, too, can take on a golden form. You may call me Golden Frieza." With a swift motion, Frieza's figure vanished. And when he reappeared, he was right before Goku. This was not instantaneous movement, but rather a speed several times greater than before, leaving Goku struggling to react. Boom. A single punch struck Sun Wukong's chest, rendering him unconscious. His body hurtled toward the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Had he collided with it, not only would Sun Wukong suffer further injuries, but the headquarters would also face destruction. A lotus formed from sword energy cradled Sun Wukong, gradually slowing his descent. At long last, Xie Mingfeng made his move. "Xie Mingfeng." Frieza's face twisted with rage, madness flickering in his eyes. "No matter how formidable your swordsmanship, it pales against my immense power." Frieza bellowed, launching a colossal crimson energy sphere towards Sun Wukong. "Do you think you can save anyone under my reign? A foolish dream. You shall return with Sun Wukong's lifeless body." Xie Mingfeng harnessed the laws of space, stepping forth to shield Sun Wukong. Second sword. The sword energy transformed into a piercing beam directed at the massive energy sphere. Boom. The sword energy was razor-sharp, piercing through the energy sphere and causing it to explode mid-air. The shockwave obliterated a significant portion of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The energy contained within that sphere was staggering enough to erase the entire headquarters from existence within the galaxy. After feeding Sun Wukong a magical bean, Xie Mingfeng saved his life. "Xie Mingfeng, you've rescued me once more." "Thank you," Sun Wukong said, his strength returning. Xie Mingfeng, ever watchful of Frieza, replied, "No need for thanks." Sun Wukong gazed at Frieza, perplexed. How has that guy become so formidable? Now, the title of Cosmic Emperor truly suits him. Xie Mingfeng nodded in agreement, acknowledging Frieza as a prodigy of the Frost clan. Despite never having trained since birth, he could dominate the galaxy, and after training, transformed into Golden Frieza, his combat power eclipsing Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3rd stage, nearly reaching Super Saiyan 4th. Such overwhelming strength would allow Frieza to reign supreme over the universe, as long as hidden superpowers and deities remained dormant. "Wukong, you should rest. This battle is mine to handle," Xie Mingfeng declared, drawing his long sword. Sun Wukong expressed concern. "Can you truly contend with him?" His worries stemmed not from a lack of faith in Xie Mingfeng, but from the daunting power Frieza wielded. Xie Mingfeng took a deep breath, assessing the odds. The probability of victory is 50-50. Frieza's strength is formidable, making him a challenging opponent. While Xie Mingfeng's power was slightly inferior to Sun Wukong's, he did not rely solely on brute force. His advantages lay in speed and swordsmanship, seamlessly integrating the laws of space into his movements, making him one of the swiftest beings in the universe. When speed reaches a certain threshold, raw power becomes less significant. Frieza, watching Xie Mingfeng, seethed with vengeful fury. "Xie Mingfeng, have you finally emerged from your shell, the cowardly turtle?" Steeling himself, Xie Mingfeng entered a tranquil state of mind. "Frieza, your newfound strength is commendable, but do not let it inflate your arrogance. My late appearance should be a reason for you to express gratitude, as it merely prolongs your existence. Today, it is you who shall meet your end." Frieza let out a thunderous roar and launched an attack against Xie Mingfeng. Frieza's speed was formidable, yet Xie Mingfeng surpassed it. Frieza's fist resembled a ferocious hammer, while Xie Mingfeng's long sword was akin to the sharpness of a needle. His method of attack, striking with precision, though commonplace, proved to be exceptionally effective. With a resounding crash, two immense energies collided, as if the very fabric of the void were to be torn asunder. Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood agape. They had always known Xie Mingfeng to be powerful, yet they had not anticipated such a staggering degree of might. In this fierce clash with the current Frieza, Xie Mingfeng remained unwavering. The Galactic Patrol felt an overwhelming dread. They had never fathomed that their dominion over the galaxy concealed such formidable beings. If more warriors like Frieza and Xie Mingfeng were to emerge, how could the Galactic Patrol maintain order in the cosmos? As enforcers of the galaxy, they would become the subject of ridicule. Seeing that his full-powered punch had failed to obliterate Xie Mingfeng, Frieza felt no despair. After all, Xie Mingfeng, as the strongest on Earth, would hardly be easily vanquished. Frieza might have been truly disheartened had it been otherwise. Again, Frieza bellowed furiously, "Xie Mingfeng, your swordsmanship poses a limited threat to me. Today, you shall undoubtedly perish." In an instant, Xie Mingfeng unleashed 10 strikes, each imbued with his utmost strength. The sword energy resonated with the fluctuations of spatial laws, moving at an unparalleled velocity. The sounds of clashing echoed as the sword energy struck against Frieza's energy shield, creating ripples. Xie Mingfeng frowned. Frieza's power was overwhelming, and the defensive capability of the shield was sufficient to withstand his sword energy. By the time the energy penetrated the shield, its force diminished significantly, rendering it less effective against Frieza's formidable physique. Truly, Frieza in his golden form was a force to be reckoned with. Xie Mingfeng's mind raced as he sought to discern Frieza's weaknesses. Having completed his evolution, Frieza had indeed become exceedingly powerful, even with his partial grasp of the spatial laws. Defeating Frieza seemed a daunting task. However, Frieza, be wary. Should I uncover a flaw in your defenses, it would spell your demise. Frieza laughed heartily. I have achieved a perfect life form, devoid of any flaws. To seek my weaknesses is but a fool's errand. Frieza launched a frenzied assault, targeting Xie Mingfeng's vital areas with each punch. Yet, Xie Mingfeng, with his swiftness and mastery of spatial laws, could effortlessly evade Frieza's strikes, gliding through the air with grace. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Mingfeng would strike with his sword, continuously probing for Frieza's vulnerabilities. In the vast universe, perfection in life is a myth. Even the Kais and destroyers harbor weaknesses, let alone Frieza. Once Xie Mingfeng identifies Frieza's frailties, he may have the chance to inflict severe injury or even deliver a fatal blow. As he searched for Frieza's weaknesses, Xie Mingfeng also contemplated the unfinished third sword technique. If he could devise it under Frieza's pressure, it would undoubtedly be a most delightful surprise. Chapter 39. The Divine Observer's Frieza's power was evidently superior to that of Xie Mingfeng, yet he found himself utterly unable to contend with him. There exists no greater frustration in the world than this. Xie Mingfeng, is evasion all you can manage? Frieza bellowed at him. Xie Mingfeng was exceedingly cunning, slippery as an eel, making him nearly impossible to capture. Having comprehended the laws of space, his survival skills were truly unparalleled. With a calm demeanor, Xie Mingfeng replied, "The ability to evade is, in itself, a skill. Frieza, your impatience is ill-advised. In battle, one must remain composed and patient." Xie Mingfeng possessed ample patience. Enduring a prolonged confrontation posed no challenge for him. The longer the battle persisted, the greater the likelihood of errors from his adversary. This was a lesson well learned by Sun Wukong, though Vegeta lacked such patience, often seeking a swift resolution, a strategy that proved ineffective. Xie Mingfeng, in contrast to Sun Wukong, demonstrated remarkable patience, maintaining an unruffled composure in his ongoing struggle with Frieza. Frieza's resentment towards Xie Mingfeng ran deep, leading him to attempt to eliminate Xie Mingfeng from the outset. His frenzied assaults had drained a significant portion of his stamina and energy. "Frieza, your energy is gradually waning," Xie Mingfeng remarked with a smile, sword in hand. "I wonder how long you can endure such relentless attacks." Frieza roared defiantly. "Even if I have expended considerable energy, the remaining strength is sufficient to tear you apart." Die. He continued to launch furious attacks at Xie Mingfeng. With a smirk, Xie Mingfeng swiftly thrust his sword. The blade pierced the void, its sharp aura slicing through Frieza's energy shield, leaving a deep gash upon his cheek. Blood flowed forth, rendering Frieza's visage even more grotesque. "Careful, Frieza," Xie Mingfeng warned, amusement dancing in his eyes. "I am not solely adept in evasion. My swordsmanship can inflict harm as well. Should you expose a weakness, my blade will surely pierce your flesh. A few more encounters, and you will find yourself grievously wounded." The pain drove Frieza into a greater frenzy. When heaven intends to destroy a man, it first drives him to madness. The scales of victory began to tip ever so slightly in favor of Xie Mingfeng. Suddenly, Sun Wukong declared. Xie Mingfeng is on the verge of victory. Vegeta snorted in response, remaining silent. Frieza was entirely at the mercy of Xie Mingfeng, a fact not lost on Vegeta. The god of destruction and Whis were also observing the battle. The clash between Frieza and Xie Mingfeng unfolded vividly before them. With Whis' capabilities, he could utilize the laws of the universe to investigate any occurrence across the cosmos, provided he knew the coordinates. Lord Beerus, I had not anticipated that Frieza could grow so powerful. It is indeed surprising, Whis remarked with a smile, staff in hand. He found the battle between Frieza and Xie Mingfeng quite intriguing. However, Whis continued, if Frieza continues in this manner, defeat is inevitable. Xie Mingfeng is truly remarkable. Having grasped half of the laws of space, I can hardly believe he is merely a humble earthling. In the future, Xie Mingfeng may very well ascend to the status of a new cosmic deity. Once he comprehends the complete laws of space, he will be akin to a god. At that point, he will stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Beerus, the god of destruction, and the Supreme Kai. Beerus let out a cold laugh. To grasp the complete laws of space is no trivial feat in the past. There have been many formidable beings in the universe who understood the laws of space, yet none have fully comprehended them in their entirety. Though Xie Mingfeng possesses a certain intrigue, I remain skeptical of his potential. As the laws of the universe progress, they become increasingly difficult to master. The laws of space and time are regarded as the most challenging to wield, often referred to as the supreme laws. Whis, not being human but a born deity, has commanded the laws of time since his inception. It took countless years of personal tutelage for Beerus to grasp the laws of destruction. Yet, even he has not fully mastered them, as the complete understanding of any cosmic law is an extraordinary challenge. Whis remarked with a smile, I hold a different perspective. Xie Mingfeng, originally a frail earthling, has managed to grasp the laws of space. Does that not strike you as peculiar? Using the laws of time, I have investigated both the past and the future, and found that there is no record of a being named Xie Mingfeng in our universe. However, he has undeniably emerged. Perhaps, in the future, Xie Mingfeng will indeed surprise us. Beerus grunted, let us await the outcome. In the unfolding imagery, Xie Mingfeng seized an opportunity to strike, landing several blows that wounded Frieza's limbs. Though the injuries were minor, they significantly impacted Frieza's combat effectiveness. Lord Beerus, Frieza is being reckless. The rhythm of the battle is entirely under Xie Mingfeng's control, Whis observed with a smile. If we do not intervene, Frieza may very well be defeated by Xie Mingfeng. Beerus scoffed. Frieza is nothing more than a brute. Let him perish. I have saved him once. Must I now rescue him a second time? While Frieza serves as my agent, I cannot always intervene on his behalf. I am the god of destruction, not his bodyguard or caretaker. With a wave of his hand, the images of Xie Mingfeng and Frieza's battle vanished. Whis, cease your concern over Frieza and Xie Mingfeng's clash. Instead, assist me in investigating the matter of the god of the Saiyans. I am eager to ascertain whether the Saiyan god, who once matched me in strength, still exists. Beerus instructed. In the Kaioshin realm, the East Kaioshin similarly observed the epic battle unfolding in the galaxy. The guard Jebbet expressed his astonishment. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza and the Earthling Xie Mingfeng are truly formidable. The power of Majin Buu in his prime was likely on par with their caliber, was it not? The East Kaioshin nodded. Indeed. Presently, Frieza, Xie Mingfeng, and Son Goku possess strength comparable to that of Majin Buu in his heyday. Had individuals like Xie Mingfeng and Son Goku emerged back then, they could have undoubtedly thwarted Majin Buu, and the Grand Kaioshin would not have met his demise at Buu's hands. At the mention of the Grand Kaioshin, a trace of sorrow crossed the East Kaioshin's face, as the Grand Kaioshin had been consumed by Majin Buu while attempting to save him. Frieza has been defeated. The East Kaioshin remarked, I have discovered that Bibidai's son, Babidi, is contemplating the unsealing of the formidable Majin Buu. Should the seal on Majin Buu be broken, the entire universe shall once again descend into calamity. The most terrifying aspect of Majin Buu is not merely its power, but rather its immortality. It cannot be vanquished by any means. Were it not for Bibidai's inability to control the increasingly powerful Majin Buu, which led to its sealing, we cannot fathom how many civilizations in the universe would have faced annihilation. The East Kaioshin continued, Jebbet, accompany me to Earth. To confront Majin Buu, our own strength is insufficient. We require the assistance of Xie Mingfeng and Son Goku. Grasping the East Kaioshin's hand, Jebbet vanished from the Kaioshin realm in an instant. Chapter 40. The overbearing Third Sword. The battle at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol Organization raged on, with Frieza clearly at a disadvantage. Even if he ceased his reckless consumption of stamina and energy, the tide of battle could not be reversed. Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship grew increasingly formidable. Each strike surpassed the previous in its complexity and depth. The synergy between his sword techniques and spatial principles became ever more refined. Only through relentless combat could one's martial arts and swordsmanship experience exponential growth. Xie Mingfeng felt a surge of excitement within. Engaging in combat with Frieza would provide immense benefits to his sword skills. Battling an equally matched opponent would refine both his mental and physical endurance, accelerating his cognitive processes to hundreds or even thousands of times their usual speed. Flaws in his swordsmanship that were typically elusive would naturally emerge during the fray, allowing him to rectify them and thereby enhance the potency of his techniques. Frieza, your time has come, Xie Mingfeng smiled as he spoke. The last time you survived was a favor from Lord Beerus. This time, no one shall come to your aid. It was evident that neither Whis nor the God of Destruction had made an appearance, indicating their indifference towards Frieza's fate. They were prepared to abandon their champion. The God of Destruction, a deity at the pinnacle of the universe, could effortlessly seek another champion after Frieza's demise. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon Frieza for his failure to recognize the gravity of his situation and his hubris. The God of Destruction may have saved Frieza once, and while other powerful beings may have remained silent, how would they regard a second rescue? A champion who constantly requires his master's intervention could only be deemed ineffectual. Fool, Frieza bellowed. I am the Emperor of the universe. I shall not be defeated. Xie Mingfeng shook his head. Even at this juncture, you refuse to accept reality. If that is the case, I shall escort you on your final journey. His previously calm gaze transformed into one of piercing intensity, as the sword in his hand shimmered with lethal brilliance. The third sword. Xie Mingfeng had finally comprehended the essence of the third sword. The first sword represented sharpness. The second, enigma. Thus, the third sword embodied overwhelming dominance, capable of obliterating all. The fusion of sword radiance with spatial principles allowed the third sword to shatter Frieza's energy barrier. The blade penetrated Frieza's body, rendering him rigid, as if immobilized. What have you done to me? Frieza stared at Xie Mingfeng, terror evident in his voice. Xie Mingfeng smiled faintly. It's nothing. I merely wanted to test the power of my third sword on you. Explode. With a snap of his fingers, a tremendous force erupted within Frieza, obliterating his form into mere dust, leaving not even a single cell intact. The third sword emanated a profound sword intent, its fierce energy directly annihilating the consciousness within Frieza's cells. Both his body and soul were ruthlessly destroyed by the overwhelming might of the third sword. Without a soul, Frieza could not enter the underworld, and even the Dragon Balls would be incapable of reviving him, as resurrection requires a soul. Unless Whis personally intervened to employ the laws of time and reverse it, there would be no hope of resurrecting Frieza. However, did Frieza merit such an effort from Whis? Clearly not. The once mighty tyrant, the Emperor of the universe, Frieza, had finally met his end beneath Xie Mingfeng's blade. Jack witnessed Frieza's demise and exclaimed with excitement, "Well done. That great demon, who disregarded all laws, has finally been vanquished. Xie Mingfeng truly deserves the title of Earth's strongest." Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Xie Mingfeng has actually created the third sword. The gap between us is indeed widening. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, his eyes reflecting a sense of bitterness. Regrettably, Frieza did not perish at the hands of the Saiyans. Was this vendetta of the Saiyans avenged? Vegeta's fervent desire to grow stronger remained undiminished, intensifying instead. Previously, he had fixated on surpassing Sun Wukong. Now, his new benchmark for surpassing had shifted to Xie Mingfeng. One must acknowledge that Vegeta's indomitable spirit is indeed the source of his relentless pursuit of strength. Upon returning to the Galactic Patrol, Xie Mingfeng spoke to Sun Wukong. The mission is complete. We should head back. Sun Wukong smiled and inquired, Xie Mingfeng, having grasped the third sword, how do you feel? Do you sense a sense of control over everything? Xie Mingfeng chuckled softly, remaining silent. The moment he comprehended the third sword was indeed exhilarating, yet soon after, his heart settled into tranquility. Everything seemed to fall into place naturally. With a solid foundation in swordsmanship and half an understanding of the laws of space, engaging in battle with Frieza and uncovering the third sword felt only fitting. According to Xie Mingfeng's estimations, with the partial comprehension of the laws of space, he could only create the eighth sword, which was already his limit. To forge the ninth sword, he would need to delve deeper into the laws of space. However, Xie Mingfeng was not in a hurry. The deeper aspects of the laws of space become increasingly difficult to comprehend. Having just crafted the third sword, he would focus on achieving the eighth sword first. Jack, If you have any matters in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Our collaboration this time was quite enjoyable, Xie Mingfeng remarked with a smile. Partnering with the Galactic Patrol not only granted him substantial advancements in spatial technology, but also led him to the realization of the third sword. Such fortunate occurrences are rare to come by. Should the Galactic Patrol have similar endeavors in the future, Xie Mingfeng would undoubtedly participate. Jack replied with a grin, excellent. I will certainly inform you again when formidable foes arise. Sun Wukong executed his instantaneous movement, transporting Xie Mingfeng and Vegeta back to Earth. As the trio arrived, two extraterrestrial beings suddenly manifested beside them. Xie Mingfeng, momentarily taken aback, inquired, I never anticipated that Lord Kaioshin would descend upon Earth. We, the inhabitants of this planet, are indeed honored. Jebet's instantaneous movement surpassed that of Sun Wukong's in sophistication. While Sun Wukong required the ability to sense an opponent's energy to teleport, Jebet merely needed a coordinate to reach his destination directly. The sudden appearance of Kaioshin and Jebet did not surprise Xie Mingfeng. Although the East Kaioshin's combat prowess was relatively modest, his divine essence was of a high caliber, nearly on par with that of the god of destruction, Beerus. Xie Mingfeng, you are aware of my identity as Kaioshin. It seems you are indeed extraordinary, the East Kaioshin remarked with a smile. Let us find a place to converse. Xie Mingfeng nodded in agreement, suggesting, let us proceed to the Universal Capsule Corporation. My office is quite spacious. Sun Wukong quietly asked Xie Mingfeng, is that little fellow truly Kaioshin? Having spent years in the afterlife, Sun Wukong was aware that beyond the Kai, there existed even higher deities, namely the Kaioshin. However, the East Kaioshin appeared rather unremarkable, lacking any formidable strength. Xie Mingfeng smiled and nodded, indeed. Wukong, as you are not a deity and have yet to comprehend the laws of the universe, it is natural that you cannot perceive his divine essence. Deities are not necessarily immensely powerful, but one certainty remains. Their lifespans are extraordinarily prolonged. Longevity, in itself, is a formidable ability. Take, for example, the god of destruction, whose strength rivals that of a god, yet he is not a true deity. His lifespan is finite, and he has long since faded into the annals of time. Conversely, the god of destruction endures, highlighting the superiority of the latter over the former. Chapter 41. The cunning Babidi once seated, the East Kaioshin addressed Xie Mingfeng. Xie Mingfeng, your recent triumph over the cosmic tyrant Frieza is truly gratifying. With the demise of this fiend, the order of the galaxy will soon be restored. I believe that all civilizations once subjugated by Frieza will express their gratitude toward you. Xie Mingfeng shook his head, stating, I seek not the gratitude of those civilizations. I merely engaged in a transaction with the Galactic Patrol Organization. They provided me with advanced space technology, and in return, I eliminated Frieza, nothing more. However, I fear I may have incurred the displeasure of Lord Beerus. He simply lacks the interest to confront me. Xie Mingfeng was exceedingly pragmatic. Expressions of gratitude held little allure for him, though tangible rewards might pique his interest. The East Kaioshin chuckled, rest assured, Lord Beerus will not act against you lightly. Have you ever heard of the Dark Sorcerer and Majin Buu? Sun Wukong wore a puzzled expression. He had never encountered any mention of a sorcerer or Majin Buu. Xie Mingfeng remained composed, choosing not to respond. The East Kaioshin continued, it is not surprising that you are unaware. For the last appearance of Majin Buu was many years ago. The lifespan of a mortal is not designed to endure for such an extended period. The Magus Babidi and the Demon Buu, both once formidable beings, have largely faded into the annals of time. As he spoke, the East Kai glanced at Xie Mingfeng. Xie Mingfeng, having grasped the principles of the universe, had already unraveled half of the mysteries of spatial laws. According to the East Kai's estimation, Xie Mingfeng's lifespan could reach at least 10,000 years. In contrast, the average lifespan of an Earthling is merely a century. Thus, Xie Mingfeng's existence is 100-fold that of ordinary humans, a truly astonishing figure. However, when compared to the lifespans of the Kai and the gods of destruction, such a duration pales in significance. Lord Kai, you mentioned that Babidi and the Demon Buu are exceptionally powerful. How do they compare to Frieza in his golden form? Inquired Sun Wukong, filled with curiosity. The East Kai flicked his finger, conjuring images of the Demon Buu and the Sorcerer Babidi in the air. The strength of the Demon Buu is roughly on par with Frieza's golden state. Yet the most terrifying aspect is not his power, but rather Buu's immortality. The Demon Buu cannot be killed. Gazing at the image of the rotund and comical Demon Buu, whose eyes were squinted to mere slits, Xie Mingfeng found him somewhat endearing. Yet he understood the true terror that this creature embodied, and he was uncertain whether his third sword would suffice against Buu. The East Kai recounted the tale of Bibidi and Bu, concluding with, "It is precisely because the demon Bu is so formidable and uncontrollable that Bibidi sealed him away with magic. After Bibidi's demise, his son Babidi inherited the sealing incantations. In his ambition to dominate the universe, Babidi will undoubtedly seek out the demon Bu and endeavor to lift the seal." Lord Kai, do you mean to say that Babidi is currently on Earth? Xie Mingfeng questioned. The East Kai nodded, stating, "To my knowledge, that is indeed the case. Not only has Babidi arrived on Earth, but the demon Bu should also be present." Sun Wukong, taken aback, exclaimed, "I had thought Frieza was the most powerful being in the universe. I never anticipated there would be someone as troublesome as the demon Bu. This is truly exhilarating. With such a formidable opponent, my very cells are buzzing with excitement. I can battle once more." Xie Mingfeng shot a disapproving glance at Sun Wukong, who sheepishly scratched the back of his head and awkwardly replied, "Xie Mingfeng, don't look at me like that. Don't you wish to fight? A being like the demon Bu is a rare sight indeed." Xie Mingfeng retorted, "The great Kai was slain by the demon Bu. Do you truly believe you surpassed the great Kai?" While Xie Mingfeng was uncertain of how Sun Wukong compared to the great Kai, he was confident that Sun Wukong's current strength would not match that of the demon Bu. Sun Wukong was eager for a confrontation, and when the demon Bu emerged, he could take the lead to test Bu's capabilities. Closing his eyes, Xie Mingfeng endeavored to trace Bibidi's whereabouts through the spatial laws. Sensing the fluctuations of spatial laws emanating from Xie Mingfeng, the East Kai remarked, "Xie Mingfeng, there is no need to exert yourself in vain. Babidi, a dark sorcerer, may lack combat prowess, yet his comprehension of cosmic laws and formations positions him at the pinnacle of the universe. Your spatial laws cannot trace his whereabouts. Only by fully grasping these laws might one potentially uncover his trail." Xie Mingfeng opened his eyes and nodded, ceasing his futile efforts. Indeed, Bibidi and Babidi possess considerable abilities. Bibidi created the being known as Majin Bu and discovered the realm of the Kaishin, causing chaos throughout that domain. Babidi, on the other hand, can elude the scrutiny of the East Kaishin. In certain respects, dark sorcerers have acquired the capacity to confront the Kaishin. Although Xie Mingfeng has grasped half of the mysteries of spatial laws, he still falls short when compared to sorcerers like Babidi. After all, the sorcerers have forsaken combat strength to master cosmic laws. Thus their understanding surpasses that of Xie Mingfeng. "What does the East Kaishin intend to do?" Xie Mingfeng inquired. The East Kaishin replied, "We must locate Babidi before he can unseal Majin Bu." After a moment of contemplation, Xie Mingfeng agreed, "Very well. I shall inform Bulma to utilize the central computer of the Capsule Corporation to monitor the entire Earth. As soon as Babidi shows himself, we shall certainly detect him." Suddenly, the voices of Babidi echoed in the minds of the East Kaishin, Jebit, Xie Mingfeng, Sun Wukong, and VEGETA. "Heh, do not waste your efforts. East Kaishin, although I am on Earth, you will never find me, for my spaceship exists in a different dimension than that of Earth. Not even the central computer of the Capsule Corporation will suffice. Turning the Earth upside down would yield no results." The East Kaishin's eyes burned with wrath. "Babidi, do not be smug. I will certainly find you." Babidi retorted with a cold laugh. "East Kaishin, if you cannot even deal with my father, how do you expect to confront me? I am also a practitioner of dark magic, and I have inherited my father's magical notes. My magical prowess now exceeds that of my father. When I release Majin Bu, it will be your demise." Xie Mingfeng communicated telepathically, "Babidi, as long as I am present, you shall not resurrect Majin Bu. I do not need to find you or Majin Bu. I merely need to monitor the entire Earth. You require a significant amount of life energy to revive Majin Bu, do you not? Should you dare to emerge to collect life energy, I will ensure your downfall. Unless you choose to remain hidden forever. Reviving Majin Bu necessitates an immense amount of energy. Without sufficient energy, even the mightiest sorcerer is of no use. Sorcerers merely wield the energy and laws of the universe with extraordinary skill. Whether they be sorcerers or cosmic deities, none can conjure something from nothing. Life energy does not manifest out of thin air." Babidi's voice mocked in Xie Mingfeng's mind. "Xie Mingfeng, the questions you can conceive, do you think I, Babidi, cannot? As the strongest on Earth and a master of spatial laws, I must indeed guard against you. Do you remember him?" An image of an elderly man appeared in Xie Mingfeng's mind. "Dr. Gero." Xie Mingfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Babidi laughed heartily. "Indeed, it is Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero is the most distinguished bioenergy scientist on your planet. As long as he is present, I possess an inexhaustible source of life energy." A flash of sword intent surged in Xie Mingfeng's mind, severing Babidi's transmission. "Lord Kaishin, we are in trouble. Dr. Gero is in Babiti's clutches, Xie Mingfeng informed East Kaishin. Chapter 42. The Three Mischievous Ones. Babiti is indeed a formidable adversary, and Xie Mingfeng, along with East Kaishin, found themselves at a loss for an effective strategy against him. Babiti's scheming was astutely devised, rendering it virtually flawless. Xie Mingfeng remarked, as Babiti refrains from revealing himself, "We are utterly powerless. It seems our only recourse is to remain steadfast and await the emergence of Majin Buu." Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Excellent. Xie Mingfeng, this is precisely the approach we should take. I am genuinely eager to witness Majin Buu and ascertain whether he is truly as fearsome as you have described." Vegeta, maintaining his aloof demeanor, concurred, "Indeed. I share Kakarot's sentiments. I am also quite intrigued by that Majin Buu." With that, Vegeta transformed into a streak of white light and vanished from the Capsule Corporation. Xie Mingfeng observed Vegeta's disappearing figure and remarked lightly, "His stubbornness is unyielding. His nonconformity will surely lead him to face hardships in due time." East Kaishin sighed. "Xie Mingfeng, you are correct. For now, we have no choice but to wait. Yet, when Majin Buu truly emerges, will Xie Mingfeng be a match for him?" In Xie Xiaofeng's room, Xie Xiaofeng, Sun Wutien, and Trunks, the three young ones, were secretly monitoring the conversation between Xie Mingfeng and East Kaishin via video. Xie Xiaofeng, the son of Xie Mingfeng and Bulma, not only inherited his father's martial prowess, but also his mother's technological genius. Installing a small surveillance device in Xie Mingfeng's office was a trivial task for him. Xie Mingfeng typically refrained from employing spatial laws to survey his surroundings, as these laws would automatically react to any hostile intent directed at him. Since Xie Xiaofeng's surveillance was merely a playful endeavor, devoid of any malice, Xie Mingfeng remained oblivious. "Trunks, Wutien, did you both hear that?" Xie Xiaofeng's face flushed with excitement. "My father and that so-called East Kaishin mentioned the existence of a Majin and a sorcerer on our planet." Wutien, the shortest of the trio, beamed with anticipation and nodded vigorously. I heard it. They were speaking of Majin Buu and the sorcerer Babiti. How fascinating. This Majin seems quite powerful, to the extent that it has even made Uncle Xie Mingfeng anxious. Unfortunately, we cannot locate either the Majin or the sorcerer." Trunks, the most composed of the three children, suppressed his excitement and said, "We need not seek them out. We can simply wait for the sorcerer to come to us. Didn't Uncle Xie Mingfeng mention that for the sorcerer to resurrect the Majin, he requires a substantial amount of life energy? Even if Dr. Gero can produce life energy, it is not as instantaneous as obtaining it directly. The energy we possess is precisely what the sorcerer desires." Xie Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. "Yes, indeed. Babiti dares not confront my father, yet the life energy coursing through us is substantial, and the sorcerer is bound to be intrigued. Should the magician seek us out, we shall ensnare him. In all my years, I have yet to encounter a sorcerer or a demon." Xie Xiaofeng and Trunks are both exceptionally intelligent children, while Sun Goten, akin to his father Sun Wukong, possesses a more innocent disposition. Sun Goten suggested, "Should we inform our father?" Xie Xiaofeng and Trunks unanimously replied, "No. We must not let the adults know, otherwise it would cease to be fun." Trunks fixed his gaze upon Sun Goten and threatened, "Goten, if you dare to tell the adults, neither Xiaofeng nor I will play with you again." Sun Goten conceded, "Very well. However, I believe we should at least inform my brother. He is far more capable than we are. Having him involved would certainly be advantageous." Currently, Son Gohan is attending high school in Satan City, balancing his studies with his dates with Videl, the daughter of Satan. Xie Xiaofeng and Trunks exchanged glances and ultimately nodded in agreement. "All right then. But if Gohan reveals our matters to the adults, we shall no longer include you in our games." Upon returning to his hometown of Baozi Mountain, Sun Goten fortuitously encountered Son Gohan and Videl visiting their home. During dinner, Videl remarked to Son Gohan, "Gohan, in 3 days, the annual World Martial Arts Tournament will take place. Will you join me?" Over the years, Sun Wukong has been preoccupied with training, while Xie Mingfeng and Vegeta have shown little interest in participating in the Earth Martial Arts Tournament. As the saying goes, when the tiger is absent from the mountain, the monkeys assume leadership. With no true masters to compete, Satan emerged victorious in the tournament, claiming the title of champion. Satan relishes in self-promotion, with the uninformed hailing him as the strongest man on Earth. Having become the martial arts champion, Satan has amassed considerable wealth, far surpassing that of Sun Wukong, the previous champion. Initially, Videl believed her father to be the mightiest in Satan City, but upon meeting Son Gohan, she discovered that through training, one can harness ki, a potent energy that grants formidable strength. In comparison to Son Gohan, her father Satan appears significantly weaker. Under Son Gohan's tutelage, Videl has learned to control her ki at will, capable of launching energy blasts and performing aerial maneuvers, soaring through the sky with ease. However, her combat prowess remains inferior to that of Son Gohan. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi eagerly inquired, Videl, how much is the prize money for winning the tournament? Videl replied, originally, the prize was set at 100 million, but with the Universal Capsule Corporation becoming a sponsor, the reward has surged tenfold. This means that the champion can now claim 1 billion. 1 billion? Chi-Chi instantly became exhilarated, exclaiming, if we had 1 billion, we could not only reside in a luxurious mansion, but would also lack for nothing. Gohan, you must participate, and not just participate. You must win the championship. The funds left by your father have dwindled significantly. If we do not find a way to earn, we may soon find ourselves destitute. Currently, there are no true masters participating in the martial arts tournament. However, should Gohan decide to enter, he would undoubtedly dominate all contenders and claim victory with ease. Gohan responded, very well. However, mother, if father and uncle Xie Mingfeng also participate, I may not secure the championship. Gohan's strength is comparable to that of Vegeta, placing him among the elite on Earth. Yet, he still lags behind Goku and Xie Mingfeng. Chi-Chi remarked, it matters not whether you or your father wins the championship, as the prize money ultimately belongs to our household. As for Xie Mingfeng, he has never participated in a martial arts tournament and likely will not this time either. You need not worry about Vegeta and Piccolo. They are not likely to pose a challenge. Gohan nodded in agreement. Witnessing his brother's intention to enter the tournament, Goten swallowed his words. He had attended the martial arts tournament before, finding it lackluster compared to the thrill of playing fighting games with Xie Xiaofeng and Trunks. Goten thought to himself, never mind, if my brother is entering the tournament, I shall refrain from discussing the Magen and sorcerers with him. It's perfectly fine for just Xie Xiaofeng, Trunks, and me to participate. Goten still found the Magen and sorcerers to be far more intriguing. After dinner, he employed the instant transmission technique to fly to the Capsule Corporation, seeking out Xie Xiaofeng and Trunks to deliberate on matters concerning the Magen and sorcerers. Chapter 43. The king of the demon realm, Xie Mingfeng, had shifted his focus away from the Majin Buu and Babidi, dedicating himself to solitary training to enhance his strength. At this point, pondering further was futile. Majin Buu would emerge when the time was right, irrespective of personal desires, to survive in the forthcoming battles. Augmenting his power remained the sole path forward. Having just conceived the third sword, Xie Mingfeng found himself at a loss regarding the fourth sword, and his understanding of spatial laws had reached a bottleneck. Breaking through was far from simple. Currently, the only endeavor for Xie Mingfeng was to meticulously refine and master his three-sword techniques to elevate his capabilities. Goku and Vegeta were tirelessly honing their skills, their combat power continuously escalating, while he found himself stagnating. Xie Mingfeng lamented internally, recognizing that although comprehending the laws of the universe is the orthodox path to cultivation, with boundless potential if successful, it is fraught with challenges. Encountering a bottleneck can be quite troublesome. Understanding these laws is significantly more complex than the training methods employed by Goku and others. They merely cultivate their ki to enhance their strength, a method that is straightforward and unrefined. Yet, once they accumulate sufficient ki and reach their physical limits, a breakthrough is inevitable. Babidi, the sorcerer, possesses an exceptional grasp of the laws of the universe. Xie Mingfeng pondered the possibility of acquiring Babidi's magical notes, believing they could prove immensely beneficial. One can learn from the stones of other mountains, he mused, as his interest in Babidi's training methods grew. In the gravity chamber, Xie Mingfeng had set the gravity to an astounding 3,000 times, his body suspended in the air. Such immense gravitational force not only tempered his vital energy, but also honed his willpower. Xie Mingfeng had grown accustomed to this environment. Suddenly, the alarm in the gravity chamber rang out. A frown etched across his brow. What could be the matter? Had the fiend Majin Buu emerged so soon? As soon as he exited, Bulma rushed in with a worried expression, exclaiming, Xie Mingfeng, Shao Feng is missing. Additionally, Trunks, the son of Vegeta, and Goten, the son of Goku, have vanished as well. We have no idea where they went. Xie Mingfeng reassured her, Bulma, do not fret. The three boys are missing together, which suggests they are in one another's company. You are well aware of their strengths. Even if they encounter trouble, they can easily handle it. Unless, of course, they cross paths with Majin Buu. Xie Mingfeng had unwavering faith in his son, Xie Xiaofeng's abilities. As long as Goku or Vegeta did not intervene, no one could pose a threat to him, not even Piccolo. After all, Xie Xiaofeng had inherited his father's swordsmanship. Bulma shook her head insistently. No, you must go search for them immediately. You must understand that the earth is not at peace. Even the East Kaishin is exceedingly anxious, yet you remain so calm? The sorcerer Babidi and Majin Buu are on earth. If Xiaofeng truly encounters danger, it will be too late to act. Utilizing the central computer of her corporation, Bulma attempted to locate Xie Xiaofeng via satellite positioning, but to her dismay, she could find no trace of him. In a state of urgency, she urged Xie Mingfeng to leave the chamber. "Do not panic. I shall go and look for them," he replied. Meanwhile, Babidi was monitoring Xie Xiaofeng, Trunks, and Goten, while the Demon Realm King Dubra stood respectfully behind him. These three boys were indeed the strongest children on earth. Babidi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he observed the three youngsters on the monitor, akin to a hunter eyeing his prey. "They are quite formidable," Dubra acknowledged with a nod. Babidi chuckled. "These three boys, while not quite on par with you, Dubra, are not far behind. Especially the one wielding the long sword. He is Xie Mingfeng's son, and I can only imagine his swordsmanship is exceptional." Though Dubra had been subjugated by Babidi and reduced to servitude, his intellect and pride remained intact. With a scoff, he declared, "Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship? I am quite eager to witness it." A master of weaponry himself, Dubra had faced no rival in the demon realm. Arriving on Earth and encountering another skilled swordsman filled him with exhilaration. Babidi stated, "Now is not the time for a direct confrontation with Xie Mingfeng. Once Majin Buu is revived, I will allow you to engage him in battle. As for those three boys, I shall transport them to another planet. You will entertain them well. Even if Majin Buu does not fully revive after absorbing their life energy, he will be significantly strengthened." Though Dr. Gero, a biologist, had reached unprecedented heights in his research on energy, creating artificial beings to supply Majin Buu with energy would require time, something Babidi was sorely lacking. The East Kaishin and Dubra are in relentless pursuit of Babidi and Majin Buu, who remains well hidden. However, given sufficient time, the East Kaishin could potentially uncover Babidi's whereabouts. After all, the Earth is rather small. With a thorough search, the East Kaishin would surely detect some clues. Babidi is well aware of the East Kaishin's capabilities. Dubra sneered. "Rest assured, Lord Babidi, I shall ensure that Majin Buu absorbs the energy of these three little brats." With a wave of his hand, Babidi cast a spell upon Xie Xiaofeng, Trunks, and Goten. The trio, while scouring the depths of the Pacific Ocean for Babidi and Majin Buu, found themselves suddenly transported to a dark and unfamiliar planet. "What just happened? Where are we?" Xie Xiaofeng exclaimed, startled by the abrupt change in environment. Trunks' expression shifted. "The gravity has changed. This is definitely not Earth." Goten, the most timid of the three, fretted, "What do we do now? Should we abandon the search for Majin Buu and the sorcerer? I want to go back to Earth." Trunks regained his composure. "It seems we may not be able to return." "You are indeed unable to return," a deep voice resonated. The three turned to see a towering figure approaching. It was Dubra, the king of the demon realm. "I am Dubra, the king of the demon realm," he declared with a cold smile. "You have been magically transported to a planet on the fringes of the universe by Lord Babidi. Here, the gravity is 10 times that of Earth. Although your combat abilities are commendable, you stand no chance against me, Dubra. Your life energy will serve as nourishment for Majin Buu, contributing to his revival." Xie Xiaofeng unsheathed the sword from his back, his expression grave. "You address Babidi as Lord. It appears that even you, the king of the demon realm, are merely a pawn of Babidi. We were seeking Babidi and Majin Buu, and here you are, conveniently delivered to us." Both Trunks and Goten prepared for battle. Observing their stances, Xie Xiaofeng declared, "Trunks, Goten, stand back. Allow me to confront this king of the demon realm." While on Earth, Xie Xiaofeng was kept in check by Bulma, unable to fight at full strength. Now, he yearned for a true battle with Dubra. Though small in stature, his heart craved combat. He aspired to become the strongest on Earth, just like his father, Xie Mingfeng, who commanded respect even from the East Kaishin, a fact that filled Xie Xiaofeng with admiration. Dubra chuckled cruelly. "You wish to challenge me? Very well. Let this king of the demon realm measure your worth, and see how much of your father's abilities you have inherited." Chapter 44. A critical moment were he to face Xie Mingfeng. Dubra might have felt some trepidation. However, before the young Xie Xiaofeng, Dubra felt no anxiety whatsoever. As the king of the demon realm, it would be absurd to take a mere child seriously. With a mighty exhale, Xie Xiaofeng transformed into a streak of light, charging at Dubra. Employing the internal martial arts technique, he concentrated his entire strength into a singular force, unleashing a tremendous burst of power. In the face of Xie Xiaofeng's assault, Trunks and Goten were compelled to evade his formidable prowess. Only by transforming into Super Saiyans could they marginally withstand Xie Xiaofeng's explosive power. Xie Xiaofeng's speed was unparalleled, his sword strikes as swift as lightning. Clang! The long sword emitted a crisp, ringing sound in the air. The sword's tip unleashed a sharp aura aimed at Depura. Depura's expression stiffened. Truly, he is the son of Xie Mingfeng, possessing considerable skill. With a flick of his cape, Depura unleashed a razor-sharp blade of energy. Boom! The clash of sword and blade generated a powerful shockwave. Xie Xiaofeng felt a tremor in his wrist. Depura's blade was incredibly forceful, causing his palm to tingle and falter in grip. Yet, Xie Xiaofeng remained undaunted, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. How exhilarating, he declared, as the Demon Realm King. You indeed possess some capabilities, not merely a name without substance. Defeating me shall not be an easy task. Let us continue. Xie Xiaofeng unleashed the Wudang Nine Palaces sword technique against Depura. The Wudang swordsmanship was profoundly intricate. Though it could not rival the three sword techniques of Xie Mingfeng that fused spatial laws, its power was nonetheless formidable. While Xie Xiaofeng had not mastered the three techniques, he had cultivated the Wudang swordsmanship to an extraordinary level, achieving a state of sublime mastery. His swordplay was remarkably swift, with an exceptionally sharp tip capable of piercing Depura's energy shield. This forced Depura to exercise caution when contending with Xie Xiaofeng's swordsmanship, lest he inadvertently fall victim to it. Regardless of the combatants, Majin Buu would absorb their life energy indiscriminately, showing no distinction between friend and foe, nor sparing Depura simply because he served Babidi. As the two engaged in a relentless aerial battle, fierce sounds reverberated through the air. Depura fixed his sharp gaze on Xie Xiaofeng, contemplating. This little brat is indeed formidable. If I do not reveal some of my true abilities, it will be challenging to subdue him. Depura concentrated his energy to forge a long blade, its edge as sharp as Xie Xiaofeng's sword. Whoosh! Depura swung the blade at Xie Xiaofeng. This strike bore an overwhelming momentum, as Depura clearly intended to dominate Xie Xiaofeng through sheer force. The sudden turn of events startled Xie Xiaofeng, prompting him to swiftly cross his sword in defense. Boom! Xie Xiaofeng was propelled back several miles, a shallow gash appearing on his arm. Although he had blocked the long blade, he could not entirely fend off the blade's aura. Witnessing Xie Xiaofeng's setback, Goten and Trunks were immediately alarmed. Trunks, let us join forces, Goten urged anxiously. Xiaofeng is at a disadvantage and evidently cannot match this Demon Realm King. Now, Xiaofeng is injured, having reached a level of martial prowess akin to that of Goten and Trunks. Their keen eyesight allowed them to discern the wound on Xie Xiaofeng's arm from a considerable distance. Xie Xiaofeng had perfected his internal martial arts, fully capable of controlling his vital energy. Hence, despite the shallow gash on his arm, no blood flowed. Trunks shook his head, reassured. It is nothing. Xiaofeng has merely sustained a minor injury, of no significant consequence. If Xiaofeng truly were no match for his opponent, he would undoubtedly call us to battle. In truth, Trunks yearned for combat. Yet he was aware that if he forced himself to engage, Xiaofeng would surely be infuriated. Goten nodded and said, very well then. Depura, eyeing Xiaofeng's arm, sneered, Kid, your speed and swordsmanship are commendable, but your strength will always fall short of mine. As long as I am serious, your defeat is inevitable. Currently, I have merely unleashed a single strike with full force, and you are already wounded. Xiaofeng scoffed, do not be so arrogant, beast. I was merely careless earlier. Furthermore, I practice internal martial arts, allowing me complete control over my vital energy. Do you truly believe this minor injury can affect me? Depura coldly retorted, is that so? Let us wait and see if your confidence remains unshaken. Attack! Xiaofeng bellowed as he charged at Depura, fueled by fury from his injury. He was determined to vanquish this Demon King. Depura silently mused, this little brat has indeed fallen for it. The more you exert yourself, the quicker your life energy will deplete, and soon, all your energy will serve as sustenance for Majin Buu. Depura's purpose in coming here was not to slay Xiaofeng and his companions, but rather to inflict wounds upon them and engage in continuous combat, allowing Majin Buu to absorb their life energy from their injuries. As Depura wielded his longsword, he repeatedly thwarted Xiaofeng's sword attacks. Although Xiaofeng's assaults were frenzied and his swordsmanship profound, Depura's strength ultimately surpassed his own, rendering Xiaofeng's efforts futile. Gradually, Xiaofeng's power began to wane, though he remained oblivious to this decline. Trunks, however, sensed something amiss. Something is wrong. Xiaofeng's strength and speed are diminishing. Goten nodded. Indeed, Xiaofeng's energy has significantly lessened. Trunks, how could this happen? On Earth, aboard Babidi's spaceship, Babidi fixated on the colossal egg sealing Majin Buu, as the energy readings on the monitor steadily increased. Babidi exclaimed, "What pure life energy! Truly, he is the son of Xie Mingfeng. The purity of the energy has reached an extraordinarily high level. Depura, you have done well. As long as Majin Buu can be revived swiftly, I shall reward you handsomely." Xie Mingfeng had scoured the entire earth, yet still found no trace of his son Xiaofeng. And at this moment, he felt a profound sense of urgency. Where could Xiaofeng possibly be? Frowning, he sensed a foreboding feeling and decided to seek Goku. In an instant, Xie Mingfeng vanished, reappearing at Baozi Mountain. "Xie Mingfeng, what brings you here?" Sun Wukong said with delight upon seeing him. "Haven't you been in seclusion?" Xie Mingfeng replied, "Xiaofeng, Trunks, and your son Goten have all gone missing. I could not detect the presence of the three little brats anywhere on Earth. I fear they may have been captured by Babidi." Sun Wukong frowned. "Goten is also missing?" He then utilized instant transmission to sense energy, confirming that indeed, the three little ones were nowhere to be found on Earth. Vegeta must be informed of the situation. Goku, fully aware of the gravity of the matter, recognized that Trunks, as Vegeta's son, warranted immediate notification. He placed a call to Vegeta, who swiftly arrived at the location known as Baozi Mountain. Xie Mingfeng's eyes gleamed with intensity as he instructed, "Goku, utilize your instant transmission to extend your perception across the cosmos. We must ascertain whether we can detect the presence of the three young ones. They have either departed from Earth or are ensnared by Babidi's magic. It is our hope that they have been transported to another planet through his sorcery." Nodding in agreement, Goku concentrated wholeheartedly on sensing the energy signatures of the three youngsters. After a brief interval, he opened his eyes, exclaiming with delight, "I have detected their energy. They are far from Earth, not even within the Milky Way. Likely in a distant corner of the universe." Xie Mingfeng placed a firm hand on Goku's shoulder, declaring, "Let us proceed." Goku grasped Vegeta's arm, and with a flash of instant transmission, the trio vanished from Baozi Mountain. The next moment, they materialized on a pitch-black planet. Meanwhile, several 100,000 kilometers away, a fierce battle raged on. Xie Xiaofeng was no match for Dabra, struggling merely to defend himself against the relentless onslaught. Goku let out a sigh of relief, recognizing the presence of the three youngsters. A cold glint flashed in Xie Mingfeng's eyes as he uttered, "The Demon Realm King Dabra? You seek death." With a swift motion, Xie Mingfeng tore through the fabric of space, appearing before Dabra in an instant, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Dabra's face. Caught off guard by Xie Mingfeng's sudden appearance, Dabra hastily raised his long blade in defense. With a thunderous impact, Xie Mingfeng's fist shattered the energy blade, sending a tremendous force crashing into Dabra's face and propelling him over 100 kilometers away. Xie Xiaofeng, upon seeing his father, managed a weak smile and called out, "Dad." Chapter 45. Overpowering the Demon Realm King, Xie Mingfeng shot a sharp glare at his son, his voice cold. "You are utterly unaware of the dangers. Even we adults dare not pursue Majin Buu, yet you three children have the audacity to venture forth? Were it not for my fortunate detection of your energy, you would have met your demise." Xie Xiaofeng pouted in silence. Nevertheless, Xie Mingfeng produced a senzu bean for his son to consume. After ingesting it, Xie Xiaofeng was revitalized, fully restored to health. "Stay with Goten and Trunks. Leave the Demon Realm King to us. You youngsters are no match for Dabra," Xie Mingfeng instructed. Reluctantly, Xie Xiaofeng retreated to the sidelines. Goten whispered to him, "Xiaofeng, I thought your father was solely a master of swordsmanship, yet I witnessed how formidable his punches are." He sent the Demon Realm King reeling with just one strike. Trunks nodded in agreement, acknowledging the impressive display of power. With a grin, Xie Xiaofeng replied, "Did you really believe my father was limited to swordplay? I have long informed you that our family's internal martial arts are unparalleled, possessing immense power, though you chose not to believe me. If I were to cultivate our internal martial arts to a profound level, I could defeat you without even resorting to sword techniques." Wukong wore a defiant expression. "Trunks, and I can transform into Super Saiyans." Xie Xiaofeng snorted dismissively. "The outcome remains the same. You will still be defeated by my internal martial arts." Children often refuse to yield, believing themselves to be invincible. Sun Wukong and Vegeta approached Xie Mingfeng, gazing into the distance at Dabura. Is he truly the king of the demon realm? Sun Wukong's eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement. His aura was indeed formidable, yet there remained a disparity when compared to the evolved Frieza. His aura's intensity was roughly equivalent to that of the Cell from years past. Vegeta, eager to engage in combat with the Demon King, remarked, "I find this so-called king of the demon realm rather unimpressive. To be enslaved by Babidi is truly pathetic." Vegeta's pride and self-esteem were so immense that he would rather perish than be subjugated by anyone. Xie Mingfeng stated, "It matters not who steps forward, but it is prudent to avoid being injured by Dabura. Should you sustain a wound, Majin Buu will be able to absorb your life energy. Furthermore, beware of Dabura's saliva. Being struck by it will turn you into stone." Vegeta scoffed, "Leave that to me." Without waiting for Sun Wukong's consent, Vegeta surged forward. An opponent like Dabura was rare. He had no intention of yielding the opportunity to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. "That Vegeta has learned to seize the initiative." Xie Mingfeng replied calmly. "Dabura is not a simple adversary. Vegeta may not necessarily be his match. Moreover, Babidi can enhance Dabura's combat prowess." Xie Mingfeng harbored a plan to injure Dabura and allow Majin Buu to absorb his life energy. After all, Majin Buu would eventually be resurrected. It would be better to expedite his emergence. The clash between Vegeta and the king of the demon realm commenced. Their powers were evenly matched, their speeds indistinguishable. It was a fierce contest, with neither willing to concede. A tremendous force erupted in the air, creating a massive crater on the ground. Trunks looked on, exhilarated. "My father is truly incredible." Xie Xiaofeng and Sun Wukong wore expressions of disbelief. "Vegeta isn't even using his full strength," Sun Wukong suddenly remarked. Xie Mingfeng smiled slightly. "Dabura is also holding back. In that case, I shall stoke the flames further." With a subtle gesture, Xie Xiaofeng's long sword transformed into a streak of light in his hand. With a single strike, the semi-transparent sword energy sliced through the void, inflicting a wound on Dabura's arm, causing blood to flow. Dabura instantly retreated, distancing himself from Vegeta. He gazed at Xie Mingfeng in terror. That sword energy carried the fluctuations of spatial laws, its speed and sharpness beyond measure. His energy shield could not withstand it, nor could he evade in time. Had that sword energy struck his head instead of his arm, Dabura might have already met his demise. "Xie Mingfeng, I am the one fighting now. Why do you intervene?" Vegeta glared at Xie Mingfeng, his eyes brimming with anger. "If you wish to battle, this prince can step aside." Xie Mingfeng's actions infuriated Vegeta. However, he could only seethe with anger, not daring to strike against Xie Mingfeng. Xie Mingfeng's prowess surpassed even that of Sun Wukong. He, Vegeta, was no match for him. Xie Mingfeng smiled slightly and reassured, "Rest assured, my blade did not harm Dabura's bones. His combat power remains unscathed. Vegeta, you may proceed." Vegeta snorted in disdain and charged at Dabura once more. Dabura, glancing at the wound on his arm, felt a surge of anxiety. "I have actually been injured. Damn it. I cannot confront Vegeta head-on. Otherwise, my life energy will be devoured even more swiftly by Majin Buu." Dabura evaded combat, continuously dodging Vegeta's assaults, refusing to engage. "As the king of the demon realm, why do you cower?" Vegeta bellowed in fury. Lightning flash cannon. A massive energy sphere materialized in Vegeta's palm, hurtling towards Dabura with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. Far away on Earth, Babidi attentively monitored the battle, his eyes alight with both excitement and trepidation. "Excellent. Vegeta's energy blast is remarkably potent. I hope for a few more of those," Babidi mused. Unfortunately, Dabura had been injured by Xie Mingfeng, and Majin Buu was also siphoning Dabura's power. If Dabura's life energy were to be completely drained before defeating Vegeta and the others, what then? Dabura was currently Babidi's most formidable warrior. Should Dabura fall, Babidi would find himself in dire straits, with no other champions to gather life energy for him. Relying solely on Dr. Gero to produce androids for energy would take several months at the very least. However, Babidi could not afford to wait for months. He was eager to resurrect Majin Buu immediately to eliminate the East Kaishin and dominate the entire universe. The more Dabura hesitated to confront Vegeta, the more he felt trapped. And at this moment, Vegeta had already gained the upper hand. Observing the battle, Xie Mingfeng remarked with a smile, "Dabura's energy is gradually waning. It won't be long before Vegeta claims victory." Cold sweat beaded on Dabura's forehead as he mentally communicated with Babidi. "Master Babidi, please allow me to retreat. My strength is rapidly depleting. If this continues, defeat is inevitable." Though Dabura was the king of the demon realm and possessed immense power, he was still a sentient being, and fear resided within him. Currently, only the weakest Vegeta was engaged in battle, while the mightier Sun Wukong and Xie Mingfeng observed from the sidelines. Babidi's voice echoed in Dabura's mind. "No, Dabura, you must hold your ground. If I cast my magic to transport you back to Earth, my spaceship's location will be revealed, and that would spell trouble. Without Majin Buu awakened, we cannot withstand Xie Mingfeng. He is our sole hope for victory." Dabura felt a bitter resentment, yet he was powerless. Under Babbidi's magical control, he remained steadfastly loyal, harboring no ill will. Babidi, fixated on the battle's imagery aboard his spaceship, was invigorated by Vegeta's frenzied demeanor. If I can control the king of the demon realm, Depura, then I can surely control Vegeta as well. Once I have Vegeta under my influence, my odds of success will increase significantly. Sun Wukong possesses a pure heart, and the three little demons are innocent in their thoughts. Xie Mingfeng's intentions are as sharp as a blade, his mental prowess rivaling that of Babidi. Attempting to control the five of them would be a formidable challenge. However, Vegeta's heart is tainted with ambition and malevolence, making him susceptible to Babbidi's magic. Chapter 46. The Resurrection of the Demon. Contemplating the possibility of subjugating Vegeta, Babidi felt a surge of excitement. He had already amassed a substantial amount of life energy needed for Majin Buu's revival. By controlling Vegeta and absorbing his energy, the resurrection of Majin Buu would be within reach. Babidi fixed his gaze on the image of Vegeta and swiftly recited incantations. Vegeta was in the midst of overpowering the demon King Dabura, on the verge of defeat, when an unusual energy abruptly invaded his soul. His movements halted, no longer attacking Dabura as he hovered in the air, his expression shifting dramatically. Dabura, witnessing Vegeta's countenance, immediately sensed something amiss. Vegeta's current state was a clear sign of Babbidi's control. Vegeta, you are finished, Dabura laughed heartily, astonished that Vegeta too had fallen under Babbidi's dominion. Now, it is my turn to strike. Dabura summoned his ki to form a long blade and slashed it toward Vegeta. Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong discerned the ominous turn of events. This is bad. Xie Mingfeng's expression changed slightly as he executed his technique, instantly arriving at Vegeta's side. Alas, it was too late. Vegeta's arm was grazed by the blade. Vegeta erupted with a formidable aura, sending Xie Mingfeng staggering back several meters. Xie Mingfeng marveled inwardly. This fellow, Vegeta, has managed to push past his limits at this moment. Although he has not yet reached the third level of Super Saiyan, he is not far from it. Vegeta lifted his head, his gaze towards Xie Mingfeng revealing something unsettling. He was indeed under Babbidi's control. Dabura chuckled. Xie Mingfeng, Sun Wukong. Vegeta is now under the control of Lord Babbidi, and he stands with us. It seems the scales of victory are beginning to tip in our favor. A glint of cold light flashed in Xie Mingfeng's eyes. Dabura, I shall let you live a while longer, but do not become too arrogant. Do you believe that I need more than a single strike to end you? Dabura was taken aback by Xie Mingfeng's words. He knew the truth in them. Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship was terrifying, capable of annihilating both body and soul with a single stroke of formidable sword energy and intent. Kill! Vegeta bellowed, charging once more at Dabura. Dabura was perplexed. Wasn't he Vegeta supposed to be under Lord Babbidi's control? Why was he still attacking? Babbidi's voice echoed in Dabura's mind. Dabura, continue battling Vegeta. He has already sustained injuries from you. As long as you keep fighting, his life energy will be swiftly absorbed by Majin Buu, bringing about his imminent revival. Once Majin Buu is resurrected, both Sun Wukong and Xie Mingfeng will face certain death. Majin Buu does not distinguish between foes and allies. He will absorb both Vegeta's and Dabura's life energy. Dabura gritted his teeth, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Very well. To secure victory in this grand battle, we must revive Majin Buu. Relying solely on myself and Babbidi will not suffice to confront Xie Mingfeng and Son Goku. Trunks sensed the tension and nervously remarked, Father. Son Goku approached Xie Mingfeng and said, Xie Mingfeng, something seems amiss with Vegeta. Perhaps I should take over. With my intervention, I can surely defeat Dabura. Dabura posed a formidable challenge for Vegeta, yet for Son Goku, he was merely a capable adversary. In just one exchange, Dabura could be overcome. Xie Mingfeng shook his head and replied, No need. Let Vegeta fight. Given their current circumstances, it will allow for the swift revival of Majin Buu. Goku, do you not wish to witness the might of Majin Buu? When Vegeta falls, we shall intervene and then teleport back to Earth. Son Goku nodded. All right then. As the energies of Dabura and Vegeta began to wane, Xie Mingfeng prepared to strike. Dabura, you have lost your value. You may perish. A flash of sword energy sliced through the air. Dabura was cleaved in two, his consciousness extinguished by the sword's intent. Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship was exceedingly ruthless, leading to the complete obliteration of Dabura's soul, leaving no chance for him to descend into the underworld. Babbidi, with exhilaration in his eyes, exclaimed, Both Dabura and Vegeta are injured. Their energy is dissipating rapidly. The energy of Majin Buu is nearly complete. My Majin Buu, you shall soon be resurrected. Aye, Babbidi. will lead you to conquer the entire universe. Even the East Kaishin will be powerless to stop us. At that moment, Babbidi's focus was solely on Majin Buu. Both Dabura and Vegeta were but sustenance for his resurrection. In the next instant, Babidi witnessed Dabura being slain by Xie Mingfeng's sword. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? Dabura was killed by Xie Mingfeng? Majin Buu has not yet absorbed enough energy. Babidi attempted to maintain control over Vegeta, hoping Majin Buu would continue to siphon energy from him. Xie Mingfeng seized Vegeta and called out to Son Goku. Goku, we must return to Earth. Son Goku, along with Xie Mingfeng, Vegeta, Xie Xiaofeng, Trunks, and Son Goten, executed the instant transmission, returning to Earth. Xie Mingfeng smirked and stated, Goku, I sense Babbidi's location. Follow me. The reason Xie Mingfeng swiftly eliminated the Demon Realm King Dabura was due to Babbidi's revealing slip. While he may lack magical prowess, Xie Mingfeng's mental fortitude was on par with Babbidi's. The two transformed into streaks of light as they flew towards the opposite side of Earth. Vegeta consumed a Senzu bean, instantly restoring his strength, and followed suit. Xie Xiaofeng declared, Trunks, Goten, I shall join you. The Majin must be present. The three little ones remained exceptionally excited, eager to encounter Majin Buu, each brimming with anticipation. Here, the stage was set. Xie Mingfeng gestured towards a vast expanse of flat land and remarked, Babbidi is indeed quite skilled. He has adeptly fused the Earth's magnetic field with his spacecraft through magic, to the extent that even the combined mental powers of myself and East Kaishin cannot detect him. He claims that the realm he occupies is not within the same dimension as Earth's cosmic space, and I nearly found myself believing him. To create a dimensional space and survive within it is not something an ordinary individual can achieve. Even deities cannot accomplish such a feat. The containment spaces developed by the Universal Capsule Corporation are similarly inhospitable to living beings. As for the room of spirit and time within the temple, it too is established within the Earth's space, and Xie Mingfeng's mental energy can still sense its presence. Although Babbidi is formidable, it is impossible for him to open a dimensional space for habitation. Sun Wukong, having yet to encounter the spacecraft, inquired, Is Babbidi truly here? Xie Mingfeng nodded, saying, I sensed his mental energy when he was controlling Vegeta. It emanated from this very place. Watch as I force him out. With a flick of his finger, a sharp sword aura plunged into the ground. After a brief moment of stillness, the sword aura erupted, producing a thunderous sound. Boom. The sword aura obliterated everything in its vicinity, reducing the hidden spacecraft to mere fragments. All life within the spacecraft, save for Babbidi and Majin Buu, was annihilated by the sword aura. Babbidi was spared because Xie Mingfeng sought his magical notes, while Majin Buu was not so easily vanquished. Upon witnessing the destruction of the colossal egg that sealed Majin Buu, Babbidi was engulfed in despair, realizing that it was empty, devoid of Majin Buu. He initially presumed that the failure to absorb sufficient life energy had resulted in Majin Buu's resurrection failing, leading to his demise at the hands of Xie Mingfeng's sword aura. Xie Mingfeng's expression turned grave as he stated, Wukong, the air is thick with an unseen presence. Can you sense it? Sun Wukong nodded, replying, I can feel it. This energy is no less potent than my own. Could it be Majin Buu? But why is there no physical form? It's rather peculiar. Babbidi glared at Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong, shouting, You two have destroyed my Majin Buu, and I shall not let you go unpunished. However, Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong paid him no heed, their focus trained on the atmosphere above. The formless energy continued to coalesce until it finally took the shape of a rotund and jovial figure. Majin Buu had finally been resurrected. Chapter 47. Forcing Babbidi. The commotion stirred up by Xie Mingfeng had already captured the attention of all warriors on Earth. East Kaishin and Gebet sensed the presence of Majin Buu and teleported instantly to Earth. Piccolo, the bald-headed Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Dent, and even Master Roshi all arrived at the scene. Babbidi's eyes gleamed with excitement at the return of Majin Buu, exclaiming with delight, Wonderful! Majin Buu is finally revived. Xie Mingfeng, Sun Wukong, and East Kaishin, you are all doomed. Haha. Sun Wukong, astonished, then burst into laughter. This chubby fellow is Majin Buu? He doesn't seem frightening at all. Aside from Xie Mingfeng, the East Kaishin, and Gebet, no one else had previously encountered the formidable Majin Buu. The appearance of Majin Buu diverged significantly from the ominous image that many had envisioned. Rather than a fearsome demon, they were met with an endearingly rotund figure. Observing Majin Buu, the East Kaishin's eyes were filled with trepidation as he nodded and remarked, Indeed, this hefty creature is Majin Buu. Do not underestimate him. Do not be deceived by his exterior. Majin Buu is a truly terrifying demon in the universe. Testing the prowess of Majin Buu, Xie Mingfeng unleashed his third sword technique, sending forth a wave of formidable sword energy. This energy transformed into a brilliant streak, penetrating the corpulent form of Majin Buu. Majin Buu's squinted eyes suddenly widened, a flicker of pain crossing his visage. That hurts. Upon the explosion of the sword energy, its sharp essence shredded Majin Buu's body into fragments, while the fluctuations of spatial laws danced subtly in the air. Aside from Xie Mingfeng and the East Kaishin, the others, including Babidi, were left in utter shock. Wasn't Majin Buu supposed to be an indomitable force? How could he be so swiftly dispatched? Babidi cried out in anguish, Majin Buu, my Majin Buu. How could you perish so easily? It must be noted that Majin Buu was not a mere creation of Babidi. Babidi had merely released him from his seal, using his father's magical notes. In truth, Babidi was only aware of Majin Buu's immense strength, knowing little else about him. Sun Wukong expressed his regret. He was taken down so swiftly? This Majin Buu seems somewhat different from the rumors. The East Kaishin, with a grave expression, stated, Majin Buu is not so easily vanquished. I have long asserted that he possesses an immortal essence. All physical attacks appear to have no effect on him. Within mere moments, Majin Buu reconstituted himself, his aura unchanged. However, when he fixed his gaze upon Xie Mingfeng, an expression of profound anger enveloped his features. Who are you? Majin Buu bellowed at Xie Mingfeng. You hurt me just now. I do not like you. I shall devour you. Devour you. Devour you. As he spoke, he bounded towards Xie Mingfeng with a childlike exuberance. Xie Mingfeng furrowed his brow and remarked, My third sword, renowned for its dominance, is meant to obliterate all. Yet it proves ineffective against Majin Buu. My sword intent does not extinguish the consciousness within his cells. We are in grave trouble. Upon witnessing Majin Buu's revival, Babidi exclaimed joyously, Majin Buu, you are truly magnificent. Yes, consume them all. As long as you devour Xie Mingfeng and the East Kaishin, there will be no one left in the universe to thwart us. Babidi's tone and demeanor exuded arrogance, completely disregarding the East Kaishin and Xie Mingfeng. A flicker of unease crossed Xie Mingfeng's eyes, while the others bore solemn expressions. Even the typically carefree Sun Wukong was no exception. The flawless resurrection of Majin Buu had dealt them a significant blow. The prowess of Xie Mingfeng's swordsmanship may be unclear to others, yet Sun Wukong possesses a profound understanding of it. Despite transforming into a Super Saiyan third grade, he could not withstand the might of the formidable third sword. However, Xie Mingfeng's sword techniques proved futile against Majin Buu, presenting a significant predicament. Sun Wukong, gazing intently at Xie Mingfeng, inquired gravely, What shall we do now? Xie Mingfeng suddenly chuckled. It is hardly surprising that Majin Buu can withstand my swordplay. He is not merely a creature birthed from magical civilization. He once devoured the Grand Kaishin, possessing spiritual and physical prowess that rivals my own. At this moment, Xie Mingfeng's mental strength was akin to that of Babidi. It was unrealistic to expect to extinguish Majin Buu's consciousness in one fell swoop with his sword intent. Wukong, hold off Majin Buu. I shall contend with Babidi. Xie Mingfeng instructed. A swift resolution was no longer feasible. Thus Xie Mingfeng braced himself for a protracted battle. Sun Wukong nodded, affirming, Leave Majin Buu to me. I find him quite intriguing. With his immortality and ability to resurrect infinitely, we have ample sins of beans, so we need not fear him. He approached Majin Buu step by step, declaring, Hey Fatso, I want to have a match with you. Xie Mingfeng cautioned, Wukong, be wary of the antenna atop Majin Buu's head. He can cast powerful spells, so be attentive. The magic of Majin Buu becomes less daunting once one remains vigilant. Sun Wukong is more than capable of handling it. Sun Wukong nodded confidently, Do not worry, I will be cautious. Casting a glance at Babidi, Xie Mingfeng wore a cold smile. The East Kaishin grasped Xie Mingfeng's arm, warning, You cannot kill Babidi. Majin Buu will grow increasingly powerful, and when Babidi loses control over him, he will inevitably seal him again, just as he did before. Xie Mingfeng shook his head, Lord Kaishin. If you cling to such thoughts, it would be wise to abandon them. This time, Majin Buu will not be sealed away. We are determined to eradicate him completely. Nevertheless, rest assured, I shall not slay Babidi, at least not until he relinquishes his magical notes. Panic surged within Babidi as Xie Mingfeng approached. If you dare to kill me, no one will be able to control Majin Buu. At that point, not only will your planet be doomed, but the entire universe will face annihilation. You would be wise not to act recklessly. Though Babidi was a sorcerer with considerable mental power, his combat abilities fell short of even an average earthling's. Faced with a powerhouse like Xie Mingfeng, he found himself utterly helpless. With a flourish, Babidi brandished his magic wand, attempting to cast a spell upon him. Xie Mingfeng scoffed. Babidi, our mental powers are on par. You have grasped the laws of the universe, and I have likewise comprehended the laws of space. Your magic holds no effect on me. Before the magical energy could approach, it was shattered by the sword aura emanating from Xie Mingfeng. Bardock. Babidi's forehead throbbed with veins, and he suddenly bellowed. A flicker of anguish crossed Vegeta's eyes, and the magical markings on his forehead ignited with brilliance. Dabura and all those under the enchantment of magic have perished, leaving only Vegeta. Should Babidi wish to exert control over others, he might find it impossible to sway Vegeta's indomitable will. Yet now, all his psychic energy is directed solely at Vegeta, and despite Vegeta's pride and fierce sense of self-worth, he cannot withstand Babidi's mental dominion. In a sudden outburst, Vegeta unleashed an attack against Xie Mingfeng. Every onlooker, including the East Kaishin, wore expressions of shock. How could Vegeta turn his aggression towards Xie Mingfeng? A gleam of triumph flickered in Babidi's eyes. Xie Mingfeng, with a disdainful smirk, retaliated with a punch aimed at Vegeta. His fist, imbued with a sharp aura, pierced through Vegeta's defensive barrier, striking him squarely in the abdomen. With a resounding thud, Vegeta fell, dazed upon the ground. Xie Mingfeng remarked with a grin, Babidi, against me, you hold no advantage. In the face of absolute power, all cunning schemes falter. Even if you control Vegeta, not even the intervention of Majin Buu can thwart me. Indeed, Babidi cried out in desperation, Majin Buu, save me. The sound of a sword unsheathing echoed. Xie Mingfeng pressed his blade against Babidi's throat, sneering, Majin Buu is currently preoccupied. Do you not see he is engaged in battle with Son Goku? Babidi, I offer you a chance. Surrender your father's magical notes, and perhaps I might spare your life. As the comprehension of spatial laws grew increasingly complex, Xie Mingfeng sought the knowledge from the realm of magic. Obtaining the magical notes could elevate his understanding to unprecedented heights. Chapter 48. Compromise as a formidable mage, Babidi possessed immense psychic strength and unparalleled intelligence. Thus, he was not so easily swayed by Xie Mingfeng's words. Surrendering the magical notes would surely seal his fate. With the notes in his possession, Xie Mingfeng might hesitate to eliminate him. He resolved to buy time. Babidi thought to himself, Majin Buu is invincible. As long as I can delay, once he dispatches Goku and the others, I will be safe. Xie Mingfeng's voice turned icy. Babidi, do you think silence will suffice? If you remain mute, I will be forced to act. The sword's tip pierced Babidi's skin. Wait, Babidi exclaimed. Xie Mingfeng, the magical notes you desire are not on my person. They are stored aboard the spaceship, which you have just destroyed. This excuse was masterfully crafted. Xie Mingfeng replied with a smile. For now, I shall take your word for it. Perhaps the magical notes are truly destroyed. However, as a mage with formidable psychic power and unparalleled intellect, you must possess an impeccable memory. Surely, you can recall every detail. If Xie Mingfeng could achieve such retention, he believed Babidi, as a mage, could undoubtedly do the same. Babidi's pupils constricted in alarm. Since you have perused your father's magical notes, now recite their contents from memory. Xie Mingfeng's eyes gleamed with a cunning delight, reminiscent of a fox that has outsmarted its prey. Do not think to deceive me. I may not have practiced magic, but I am no fool. Furthermore, the East Kaishin is still present here. He will undoubtedly discern the authenticity of your written words. If I were to comply with Xie Mingfeng's demands, it would be impossible to delay any further. Babidi bellowed, impossible. Xie Mingfeng, relinquish your hopes. I shall never transcribe my father's magical notes. He remained skeptical, convinced that Xie Mingfeng would not dare to take his life. Babidi believed Xie was merely posturing, for should he truly be killed, Majin Buu would remain unsealed, leading to the demise of the entire universe. Xie Mingfeng chuckled coldly, Babidi. It seems you are refusing my goodwill. Thus, I shall demonstrate my resolve by taking your life. Should you perish, even if Majin Buu were to conquer the universe, it would not concern you in the slightest. Consider this carefully. With a swift motion, a crescent-shaped sword energy cleaved through Babidi, severing him in twain. Babidi shrieked in terror. Remarkably, his vitality was resilient. Despite being bisected, he did not succumb immediately. This was, of course, due to Xie Mingfeng's restraint in wielding his sword intent. Had the sword energy been imbued with such intent, Babidi's mental fortitude might not have been sufficient to dispel it. In time, he could very well meet his end at the hands of the sword's essence. You've gone mad, Xie Mingfeng. Truly insane. Babidi's eyes brimmed with fear. He had not anticipated Xie Mingfeng's willingness to kill him. It appeared that Xie Mingfeng's words rang true. He harbored no regard for Majin Buu. The East Kaishin furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Xie Mingfeng, what are you doing? I have warned you, Babidi must not be killed. Jebet echoed urgently, Xie Mingfeng. The Kaishin is correct. Babidi indeed must not perish. Xie Mingfeng retorted with a smirk. Babidi is obstinate and antiquated. Do you truly believe he would reseal Majin Buu? Kaishin, abandon your hopes. As long as Babidi lives, our troubles may only amplify. Majin Buu, aside from his so-called immortality, poses no genuine threat. Goku and I can certainly vanquish him. Piccolo coldly interjected, Kaishin, Xie Mingfeng speaks the truth. We cannot allow Babidi to dictate our actions. In this situation, whether we kill Babidi or not, the circumstances will not change. A glint of icy determination flashed in Xie Mingfeng's eyes as he coldly declared, Babidi, like your father Babidi, is steeped in evil and deserves to face oblivion. I shall extinguish your soul, denying you any chance of reincarnation. Suddenly, the long sword in Xie Mingfeng's hand radiated a sharp gleam. Wait. Babidi cried out desperately, do not kill me. I can transcribe the magical notes. Xie Mingfeng nodded. Very well. I shall grant you 1 hour. Should you fail to complete the transcription within this time, your life is forfeit. I, Xie Mingfeng, swear by my title as Earth's strongest warrior that I will uphold my promise. Babidi summoned his magic, coalescing his energy into paper and a pen, and began to write rapidly. A flicker of joy danced in Xie Mingfeng's eyes. The magical notes were soon to be within his grasp. Meanwhile, the clash between Sun Wukong and Majin Buu had escalated to a fever pitch, the battle raging with tremendous intensity. Kamehameha. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong unleashed an energy beam as thick as a barrel. Bang! The Kamehameha struck Majin Buu, shattering him into myriad fragments. Yet, before a breath could be taken, he reformed into a chubby figure, endearingly comical, immortal, formidable, and tenacious. Wukong, what are you doing? Xie Mingfeng remarked, furrowing his brow. How can you hope to harm Majin Buu without transforming into Super Saiyan 3? Your attacks are utterly futile. Nodding in agreement, Sun Wukong transitioned directly from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3, his hair cascading down to his waist, and his gaze sharpened with intensity. Previously, Wukong had merely been warming up. Now, he unveiled his true prowess. The East Kaishin exclaimed in astonishment, the Saiyans are indeed a remarkable race. I never imagined they could transform multiple times like the Frost Demons. At this moment, Sun Wukong was exponentially more powerful than before, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemingly subdued Majin Buu, at least on the surface. Other onlookers, aside from Xie Mingfeng, were convinced of Sun Wukong's imminent victory. Majin Buu, this is my Super Saiyan 3 form. You deserve my full strength. With a powerful push against the ground, Wukong turned into a blur and charged at Majin Buu. Bang! 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 His fists fell upon Majin Buu like a torrential downpour. Excellent! Cheered Xie Xiaofeng, Trunks, and Goten, witnessing Wukong's ferocity. Majin Buu was left defenseless, becoming nothing more than a punching bag for Wukong. Xie Mingfeng sighed. It's futile, still utterly ineffective. Dragon Fist. Sun Wukong roared, his fist transforming into a dragon's shadow, piercing through Majin Buu's form. The villain was left battered and bruised, his body marred with imprints of fists and a gaping hole in his abdomen, appearing utterly disheveled. Drawing a deep breath, Majin Buu quivered slightly, his physique swelling back into a plump state like a balloon. Xie Mingfeng swung his sword, unleashing a wave of energy that cleaved Majin Buu in two. A second strike reduced him to 4 pieces. Subsequently, Xie Mingfeng continued to segment Majin Buu's form with precision, ultimately releasing a wave imbued with sword intent, obliterating Majin Buu into dust. Xie Mingfeng harbored no illusions that this would vanquish Majin Buu. Rather, he sought to experiment continuously to uncover any potential weaknesses. He firmly believed that true immortality was a myth. Within the universe, genuine immortality could not exist. Majin Buu's form must possess vulnerabilities, yet they remained undiscovered for the time being. A peculiar, energy-laden azure mist rapidly coalesced, and once again, Majin Buu materialized, rendering Xie Mingfeng's previous assaults ineffectual. Chapter 49. The good and evil of Buu. Majin Buu glared at Xie Mingfeng, seething with rage, steam emanating from the vents upon his head. I shall devour you, he bellowed, and transform you into cookies. His antennae glowed with a magical luminescence as they shot towards Xie Mingfeng, evidently intent on employing sorcery against him. Humph! Xie Mingfeng let out a cold snort, unleashing a sword aura that shattered the magical radiance of the demon Majin Buu. You chubby fool, your magic is ineffective against me. Perhaps it is time for you to present some new tricks, he remarked to Majin Buu. Although Majin Buu appeared to be bumbling and even somewhat endearing, Xie Mingfeng was acutely aware of the creature's cunning intellect. In the original narrative, Majin Buu, unable to withstand Babbidi's threats, launched a surprise attack and eliminated Babbidi. Aware of Majin Buu's capabilities with magic, Xie Mingfeng resolved to remain vigilant. Sun Wukong turned to Xie Mingfeng and inquired, "What should we do? Our attacks seem utterly futile. Are we truly capable of confronting Majin Buu?" It was no surprise that Sun Wukong's confidence wavered. Indeed, Majin Buu posed a formidable challenge. Those with weak resolve, upon witnessing Majin Buu's immortality and the ineffectiveness of their assaults, would quickly succumb to despair. Xie Mingfeng replied, "Our attacks may not be without effect. We simply have yet to uncover Majin Buu's weakness. This creature might absorb our energy blasts. So we should refrain from using energy attacks and instead rely on our fists and swords." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. "Shall we attack together?" Though Majin Buu was powerful, his strength was comparable to Sun Wukong's. If the two joined forces, they could overwhelm Majin Buu with relative ease. Xie Mingfeng shook his head. "No need. This time, I shall take the lead. I will engage Majin Buu for half an hour to assess the situation. If I can identify his weakness, that would be ideal. If not, do not worry, just hold the line for me. With the two of us on Earth, even Majin Buu cannot hope to obliterate it with his energy blasts. Should Majin Buu become frenzied and destroy the planet, it would spell trouble, hence the necessity of Sun Wukong's support." Naturally, while Sun Wukong fought, Xie Mingfeng would remain close by, on guard against any erratic moves from Majin Buu. Having battled together numerous times, Sun Wukong and Xie Mingfeng had developed a seamless synergy, instinctively understanding their roles without the need for further instruction. With a swift motion, Xie Mingfeng positioned himself before Majin Buu. "Chubby, I wonder how many swords you can withstand." Clang! A sword stroke cleaved Majin Buu in half. This strike bore no sword aura, no sword intent, nor did it embody any fluctuations of spatial laws. It was a simple maneuver, grounded in basic swordplay, one that even a child could execute. To prevent Majin Buu from absorbing his attack's energy, Xie Mingfeng employed a purely edged assault. As expected, Majin Buu quickly reformed, whole and unharmed. Xie Mingfeng smiled faintly and executed another strike, severing Majin Buu once more. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, and even the three young ones, Xie Xiaofeng, Trunks, and their companions, looked on in confusion, uncertain of Xie Mingfeng's intentions. Knowing full well that Majin Buu was immortal and impervious to harm, they wondered why he continued this approach. Babbidi, meanwhile, scribbled in his magical notebook, chuckling to himself. "Xie Mingfeng, your swordsmanship may be exceptional, but in truth, you are a fool. Majin Buu is fundamentally indestructible. He is a creation of my father's painstaking efforts. It can be said that Majin Buu is a super weapon crafted by the entire dark magic civilization. Majin Buu embodies the collective wisdom of this civilization, a terrifying crystallization of its intellect." Babbidi harbors immense confidence in Majin Buu. The East Kaishin furrowed his brow slightly, and after a considerable pause, he smiled and remarked, "I understand now. Perhaps Xie Mingfeng has discovered a method to confront Majin Buu." All eyes turned toward the East Kaishin. Piccolo's eyes lit up as he too deduced Xie Mingfeng's intentions. Xie Mingfeng is depleting Majin Buu's energy. A smile graced Piccolo's lips, for whether human or machine, movement necessitates energy consumption. Although Majin Buu is formidable, the energy within him is not infinite. Each time he is cleaved in half by Xie Mingfeng, he must reconstitute himself, which requires energy. Once Majin Buu's energy is sufficiently diminished, resurrection may become impossible. Motion demands energy expenditure. This is a fundamental law of physics. And even Majin Buu cannot transcend the laws of the universe. To revive, he must consume energy, which originates from the essence within him. While Majin Buu might draw energy from the cosmos to replenish his vitality, the rate of replenishment certainly cannot match the rate of consumption. 20 minutes elapsed, during which Majin Buu was severed countless times by Xie Mingfeng's sword, yet he also resurrected innumerable times. Strike, strike, strike again. Xie Mingfeng's movements were simple, clean, and exceedingly monotonous. However, his patience was remarkable. This tedium was inconsequential. In his previous life, Xie Mingfeng practiced swordsmanship from a young age, drawing his sword tens of thousands of times daily. Now that was true monotony, a feat few could endure. In this moment, he treated it as a review of fundamental sword techniques. Majin Buu revived once more. His eyes filled with rage and a flicker of fear as the energy within him began to wane. While the average person might be oblivious, Xie Mingfeng, the East Kaishin, and Babbidi, with their formidable mental prowess, perceived it distinctly. It's working, the East Kaishin exclaimed with delight. Xie Mingfeng, continue your assault, do not relent, he urged excitedly. Everyone believed Majin Buu to be invincible, yet they did not anticipate that you could so effortlessly best him. Was Xie Mingfeng's attack simple? Indeed, it was merely fundamental swordplay, devoid of sword energy, relying solely on the blade's sharpness. However, his strikes were far from simplistic. In the realm of martial arts, there exists a truth. Nothing is impenetrable. Only speed is unconquerable. Xie Mingfeng's agility and sword speed reached their zenith. Ordinary cosmic powerhouses could not keep pace, destined only to be obliterated. Having comprehended the laws of space, his velocity was unparalleled. Others found it exceedingly difficult to strike Majin Buu. Stop attacking, Majin Buu bellowed. His expression was one of sheer agony, veins protruding from his forehead as he clenched his fists. The orifices atop Majin Buu's head emitted a malevolent stream of energy. Previously, the aura of Majin Buu, though malevolent, bore a hint of duality between good and evil. However, the malevolent energy he now exhaled was purely sinister, identical to the dark thoughts he emitted during his time in hell. Xie Mingfeng was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. In the original narrative, Majin Buu, in an effort to save Satan, expended too much energy through magic, losing the ability to contain the wickedness within him, ultimately splitting into two distinct entities, one good and one evil. The malevolent Buu ultimately consumed the gentle, rotund Buu. The endearing figure of Majin Buu is, in fact, a manifestation of the Grand Kaishin. How intriguing, Xie Mingfeng mused, as he wondered about the battle prowess of the evil Majin Buu. With a strategy to confront Majin Buu in mind, Xie Mingfeng felt an immense sense of relief. Soon, the sinister aura coalesced into a tall, slender, dark-hued version of Majin Buu. The amiable Majin Buu inquired with a loud voice, "Who are you?" The tall, slender Majin Buu coldly responded, "And who might you be?" "I am Majin Buu," declared the endearing version, raising his fist triumphantly. At that moment, his focus was solely on the tall, slender Majin Buu, disregarding both Xie Mingfeng and Sun Wukong, his adversaries. "I am also Majin Buu," the slender one retorted icily. The malevolent Buu, exuding extreme wickedness, gazed at the pudgy Buu as if he were a meal. He understood that by devouring this amiable creature, his power would ascend to a terrifying level. Die! The evil Majin Buu transformed into a streak of light, launching an attack on the rotund Buu. Xie Mingfeng smirked, as his sword unfurled like a peacock's tail, unleashing a multitude of sword lights toward the malevolent Buu. He would not allow him to succeed in consuming the creature before him. Boom! Countless sword energies pierced through the body of the evil Buu, slicing him into fragments. "Come to me, my friend. Fear not, as long as I am here. This wicked creature shall not devour you," Xie Mingfeng assured with a smile. The pudgy Buu sensed Xie Mingfeng's goodwill and nodded, retreating behind him. Understanding that he was no match for the evil Buu, particularly with most of his energy depleted, expelling all traces of evil within him, the pudgy Buu's thoughts became pure, devoid of any destructive desires, akin to a rebirth. The evil Buu soon revived, reconstituting his form. "Wukong, I see your eagerness. The task of dealing with this malevolent being is now yours," Xie Mingfeng said to Sun Wukong. He was still preoccupied with Babiti's magical notes. Leaving the battle to Sun Wukong, Xie Mingfeng had essentially completed his tasks. Sun Wukong, elated, responded, "Excellent. Truly, this wicked creature's aura is quite displeasing to me. Leave it to me. I shall make him regret ever coming to Earth." Xie Mingfeng approached Babiti, bringing the pudgy Buu with him, and coldly asked, "Babiti, have you completed the magical notes?" Babiti, staring at the pudgy Buu, was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why were there two Majin Buus? And why did one seem to hold a favorable disposition towards Xie Mingfeng? Babiti remarked, "Did you not say it would take an hour? Yet, it has not even been an hour." Although he spoke these words, Babiti was secretly attempting to exert control over Majin Buu with his magic. However, at that moment, Majin Buu was devoid of any malevolent aura and, with his simplistic nature solely focused on indulging in delicious food, he was impervious to Babiti's influence. Xie Mingfeng, having sensed Babiti's mental fluctuations, scoffed, "Babiti, do not waste your efforts. You are utterly incapable of controlling Majin Buu now." At this juncture, Babiti not only failed to dominate the benevolent Majin Buu, but even the evil Majin Buu had slipped from his grasp. The situation had completely spiraled beyond Babiti's control. Chapter 50. The acquisition of the magic notebook. Why did two Majin Buus suddenly exist? Babiti was perplexed, for the magic notebook bore no record of such an occurrence. In truth, not only was Babiti bewildered, but even Bibidi, the creator of Majin Buu, would be equally astonished upon witnessing the present circumstances, as such a scenario had never arisen before. The battle between Son Goku and the evil Buu was fiercely intense, with neither party gaining the upper hand. Whenever a ki blast descended to the ground, Xie Mingfeng would use his sword energy to shatter it, safeguarding the earth from harm. After an hour had elapsed, Xie Mingfeng glared at Babidi. Babidi, the time has come. Have you completed your writing? If not, then there is no need to continue. Perhaps this magic notebook offers me no assistance whatsoever. What say you? Babidi, startled, quickly responded, I have finished. I have finished. Xie Mingfeng, you must uphold your end of the bargain. You cannot harm me after acquiring the magic notebook. At that moment, devoid of any support, Babidi was genuinely fearful. He thought to himself, had I known it would come to this, I would never have set foot on Earth. In Babidi's eyes, Earth was a far more perilous place than the Kaishin realm. If given the chance to regret, he would certainly refrain from coming to Earth. Xie Mingfeng snorted coldly as he accepted the magic notebook. The text within was entirely inscribed in magical script, which he could not decipher. Lord Kaishin, I know you are familiar with magical script. Please assist me in verifying whether this notebook is genuine. If Babidi dares to deceive me, I shall not let him go unpunished. The East Kaishin, possessing extensive knowledge and overseeing the entire universe as a deity at its pinnacle, was well versed in many matters. Though magical script was rare, he was acquainted with it as well. After perusing the magic notebook, the East Kaishin nodded and declared, the magic notebook is authentic. There are no issues. Xie Mingfeng felt a surge of joy. As long as it was genuine, that sufficed. Aware that Xie Mingfeng could not read magical script, the East Kaishin waved his hand, translating all the text in the magic notebook into Earth's written language. Xie Mingfeng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Kaishin. The East Kaishin smiled and replied, You're welcome. In truth, I should be the one thanking you, Xie Mingfeng. Without your presence, we would have been utterly helpless against Majin Buu. The entire universe might have plunged into calamity. You have saved the whole cosmos. Xie Mingfeng shook his head, pondering how he could be deemed so grand. The task of saving the universe should rest upon the shoulders of divine beings like you. My sole responsibility is to safeguard the earth. Eagerly, Xie Mingfeng perused his magical tome, incessantly absorbing the knowledge inscribed within. The tome contained principles of spatial laws, many of which Xie had yet to comprehend. Naturally, the spatial laws that Xie had grasped were not documented in the tome. However, through the complementarity of his own understanding and the principles recorded in the tome, Xie Mingfeng was elated to discover that he could achieve a 70% comprehension of the spatial laws. At this moment, having only grasped half of the spatial laws, the sudden addition of 20% represented a formidable leap in his progress. A promising path lay ahead. A spark of exhilaration glimmered in Xie's eyes. Once he fully understood the spatial laws, perhaps he could indeed shatter the dimensional barriers and return to his original world. Although the Dragon Ball universe was splendid, Xie Mingfeng found himself yearning for the reality he once knew. If it meant returning, he would willingly sacrifice his entire cultivation to begin anew. The malevolent Majin Buu let out a piercing shriek. Subsequently, his form began to writhe and transform, ultimately becoming a diminutive, sinister-looking pink Buu. The evil Buu, unable to absorb the fat Buu, underwent a metamorphosis instead. Babidi exclaimed in shock. The magical tome of my father records that Majin Buu bears this very visage. Majin Buu, he has finally reverted. Babidi called out to the wicked Buu, urging him to come and rescue him. You were created by my father, and now you must heed my command. Babidi not only shouted but also employed his mental prowess to cast a spell, attempting to regain control over the diminutive Majin Buu. Unfortunately, the dark thoughts plaguing the small Buu were too profound, and his will too resolute. Even the legendary dark sorcerer Babidi could not dominate him, let alone Babidi himself. A flicker of red light shone in the evil Buu's eyes, and a cruel smile curled upon his lips as he turned to face Babidi. Kill! The evil Buu scoffed, unleashing a powerful energy wave that reduced Babidi to mere dust. Babidi, the dark sorcerer whose sole ambition was to conquer the universe, had finally met his demise at the hands of the wicked Majin Buu. Despite the evil Majin Buu's diminutive stature, his aura had surged several-fold, rendering Sun Wukong no longer his match. The earth is in peril, Xie Mingfeng stated solemnly. Lord Kaishin, we cannot engage in battle on earth, otherwise. Even if we defeat Majin Buu, the planet will be destroyed, Xie Mingfeng warned the East Kaishin. The East Kaishin, looking troubled, inquired, where shall we fight then? In space? While both the East Kaishin and Majin Buu could survive in the void, Xie Mingfeng and the Saiyan Sun Wukong, being Earthlings, would not fare as well. Xie Mingfeng proposed, let us retreat to the Kaishan realm. The Kaishan realm, with its robust planets and impenetrable spatial barriers, presents the most ideal battlefield. The expression on the East Kaishan's face darkened considerably at the thought of battling in the Kaishan realm. With the formidable combatants Sun Wukong and Majin Buu, one cannot help but ponder whether they might reduce the entire divine realm to ruins. Lord Kaishan, it would be prudent for you to reach a decision promptly, remarked Xie Mingfeng. After a moment's hesitation, the East Kaishan nodded and replied, very well. I can acquiesce to this plan. But how do you intend to bring Majin Buu to the divine realm? He is a frenzied primordial beast, and it is no simple task to draw him into the realm of gods. Xie Mingfeng smiled slightly and said, you need not trouble yourself with that, Lord Kaishan. You and Jebet should return to the divine realm. Wukong will sense your energy and teleport directly to you with Majin Buu. The East Kaishan nodded. All right then. Jebet grasped the East Kaishan's hand, and the two vanished in an instant. Xie Mingfeng swung his sword, cleaving the evil Buu in two. Wukong, take Majin Buu to the Kaishan realm, Xie Mingfeng called out. Sun Wukong nodded, understood. As the evil Buu reconstituted himself, he was swiftly seized by Wukong, and the two vanished from Earth in a heartbeat. Xie Mingfeng expressed his relief. At last, we have dispatched the menace of Majin Buu. Earth is now safe. Babidi has perished, and the spell binding Vegeta has dissipated, restoring his clarity. What just happened? Vegeta stood, bewildered. Trunks explained, Father, you were under the control of that sorcerer Babidi, and you even attacked Uncle Xie Mingfeng, who then knocked you unconscious. Vegeta's memory returned, igniting a furious flame in his eyes. So it was all the doing of that scoundrel Babidi. Where is he? I shall obliterate him. Xie Mingfeng chuckled coldly. Majin Buu has already dealt with Babidi. Had you arrived to confront him, it would have been too late. Upon seeing Fat Buu, Vegeta's expression shifted, and he unleashed an energy blast. Majin Buu, meet your end. Though inherently kind-hearted and simple-minded, Fat Buu was not to be underestimated. He countered Vegeta's energy blast with a single punch, his face contorted in anger. What do you intend to do? I, Majin Buu, am not afraid of you. Indeed. Vegeta was not a match for Majin Buu. Xie Mingfeng interjected, enough, Vegeta. This Majin Buu does not embody evil. I hope you will refrain from provoking him further. Should you find yourself on the receiving end of a thrashing, do not say, I did not warn you. Vegeta snorted in disdain and ceased his assault. He may have looked down on others, but he dared not contradict Xie Mingfeng. Suddenly, the air trembled slightly as Jebet reappeared on Earth. What is the situation in the divine realm? Xie Mingfeng inquired. Jebet replied, Sun Wukong has engaged in battle with Majin Buu, and the circumstances appear dire. Wukong is at a disadvantage and may not be able to contend with Majin Buu. Xie Mingfeng nodded, I understand. Take me to the divine realm. To truly eradicate the evil Buu, Xie Mingfeng knew he must take action himself. Upon reaching the Kaishan realm, he felt no reservations and was free to unleash his swordsmanship in a fierce battle against the evil Buu. Chapter 51. The final battle in the divine realm. I want to go too. Let me go? Xie Xiaofeng, Trunks, and Sun Goten clamored to join the expedition to the Kaishan realm. The insatiable curiosity of children is remarkable, having never ventured into the realm of the Kais. They are naturally eager to explore it. Xie Mingfeng furrowed his brow and firmly declined. What do you three little rascals intend to do? With your limited strength, do you really think you can confront Majin Buu? It is sufficient for Goku and me to handle him. Instead, why not participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Isn't Gohan competing right now? It would be perfect for you three to vie for the championship against him. Securing the title would grant you a prize of 1 billion yuan. Just imagine how much food and how many toys that could buy. The three youngsters, blissfully unaware of their own limitations, were instantly exhilarated at the prospect of such wealth. Indeed, the thought of acquiring countless toys was enticing. Wait, I want to go too. Vegeta suddenly interjected, having been under Babidi's control and subsequently knocked out by Xie Mingfeng. He had missed much excitement and did not wish to miss out on the battles in the realm of the Kais. Majin Buu's expression also clearly conveyed his desire to join. Xie Mingfeng nodded, very well. If that is the case, let us bring Vegeta and Majin Buu along. Jebet, let us depart. Piccolo and Krillin, your power levels are too low to be of any use, so it is best you remain here. Jebet acknowledged with a nod. In an instant, with a whoosh, Jebet transported Xie Mingfeng, Vegeta, and Majin Buu to the realm of the Kais. Suddenly, Xie Xiaofeng exclaimed, Dad, you lied to me. I want to go to the realm of the Kais. I don't want money or toys. I am not so childish. His mother, Bulma, the head of the Capsule Corporation, ensured that he would never lack for riches. 1 billion yuan was but a trifle. Even more could easily be procured. Unfortunately, by the time Xie Xiaofeng realized this, it was too late. The Divine Realm was an immensely vast planet, its surface incredibly solid, impervious to the might of ordinary warriors. A colossal explosion resonated through the air as Goku and Majin Buu clashed head-on. Goku cried out in agony, struck in the abdomen by Buu's punch, sending him hurtling backward like a fleeting shadow. Within the realm of the Kais stood a towering divine mountain, which Goku inadvertently toppled. The East Kai's face turned pale with alarm as he exclaimed, "This is terrible. The divine mountain seals the divine sword. If it falls, the seal will be broken." Indeed, Xie Mingfeng observed a divine sword being dislodged from its resting place. How fortuitous. I am in need of a worthy weapon. This divine sword shall be mine. He tore through the void and seized the divine sword of the Kais. While the technology of the Capsule Corporation was advanced, and the swords it produced were of commendable quality, they were merely mortal creations devoid of any spiritual essence. In contrast, the divine sword was crafted by deities, having even been wielded by the god of destruction, Beerus. The old Kai had been sealed within this very divine sword. How heavy! Xie Mingfeng's expression changed as he gripped the sword's hilt. The King of Worlds' sword is indeed exceedingly heavy. Holding the long blade feels as though one must bear the weight of an entire planet. However, with Xie Mingfeng's mastery of half of the spatial laws, coupled with his formidable strength, he can manage to wield the King of Worlds' sword with some effort. Xie Mingfeng is aware that within the sword lies the seal of the old King of Worlds, yet he cannot perceive it. It appears that the seal of the god of destruction is quite intricate, and Xie Mingfeng intends to study this seal thoroughly. Should he gain a deep understanding, he might uncover the level of comprehension the god of destruction has attained regarding the laws of the universe. This knowledge would provide him with a foundation for when he ultimately confronts the god of destruction. "Wukong, are you all right?" Xie Mingfeng inquired. Observing Sun Wukong's rather disheveled state, he chuckled and added, "If you're struggling, I can take over." Sun Wukong, having climbed out of the large pit, spat and shook his head defiantly. "No need. I can still fight. That demon Buu is a worthy opponent, and I refuse to yield." The desire for battle burned brightly within Sun Wukong. Encountering a foe like Demon Buu was a rare opportunity. Even if he found himself at a disadvantage, he would not concede. The Saiyan race grows stronger with each battle. "Very well," Xie Mingfeng nodded. "Continue your fight, and call for me when you can no longer endure." Xie Mingfeng understood that Sun Wukong was not a match for Demon Buu. Since Sun Wukong was unwilling to abandon the fight, he would allow him to engage. Meanwhile, Xie Mingfeng took the opportunity to delve into the magical notes pinned by Bibidi. Finding a suitable spot, he settled cross-legged and began to study the notes. Bibidi, truly an exceptional magician within the realm of magic, had created a being as formidable as Demon Buu, a remarkable feat indeed. Xie Mingfeng mused that Bibidi's insights into the spatial laws might very well rival his own. With his mind racing and the King of Worlds realm serving as a sanctuary for cultivation, alongside the magical notes in hand, Xie Mingfeng found clarity in areas of the spatial laws that had previously eluded him, as if he had experienced an epiphany. His eyes gleamed with excitement. "My understanding of the spatial laws has now reached 60%. This is splendid, though 50 and 60% may seem a slight difference. In truth, they are worlds apart. Gaining that extra 10% in comprehension of the spatial laws has significantly enhanced Xie Mingfeng's power, at least doubling it. This means that he now surpasses both Sun Wukong and Demon Buu in strength, to the point of being able to overpower them both. What a delightful surprise it is to obtain the magical notes," Xie Mingfeng remarked with a smile. "Had it not been for these notes, who knows how long I would have waited to gain such insight into the spatial laws. Though there remain aspects of the spatial laws within the notes that I have yet to fully comprehend, given time, I shall undoubtedly master their entirety." Suddenly, the East King of Worlds flew to Xie Mingfeng's side, exclaiming, "Xie Mingfeng, you must hurry and assist Wukong. He is on the brink of defeat." Xie Mingfeng looked up and saw that indeed, Sun Wukong was being ruthlessly beaten by Demon Buu and had lost the ability to retaliate. At that moment, Sun Wukong was no longer in his Super Saiyan 3rd stage, but rather appeared with black eyes and hair, looking utterly exhausted. Could it be so soon? Xie Mingfeng was taken aback. The East King of Worlds replied, "Is there anything swift about this?" After over 8 hours of fierce combat between Sun Wukong and Majin Buu, the endurance displayed thus far is indeed remarkable. Has it truly been more than 8 hours? At that moment, Xie Mingfeng, while contemplating the laws of space, had lost track of time. "Very well, it is now my turn to act." Rising to his feet, Xie Mingfeng, having comprehended an additional 10% of the laws of space, found his speed enhanced, seemingly achieving an effect akin to instantaneous movement. How swift! Jebet observed with astonishment. As a servant of the East Kaishin, Jebet possessed the innate ability of instantaneous movement. However, he had been unable to perceive Xie Mingfeng's recent speed. With a powerful punch, Xie Mingfeng struck Majin Buu, unleashing tremendous destructive force that shattered the diminutive form of Evil Buu. Haha, Xie Mingfeng, you have finally made your move. Sun Wukong remarked with a grim smile, casting a sorrowful glance towards him. Xie Mingfeng shook his head, responding, "You are indeed formidable. Were it not for the reminder from Lord Kaishin, would you still refuse to allow me to join the fray? You are courting death, do you realize that?" Having consumed a Senza bean, Sun Wukong descended to the ground, relinquishing the battlefield to Xie Mingfeng. As Evil Buu's form recoalesced, he no longer exhibited the arrogance he had previously displayed. In his gaze towards Xie Mingfeng, apprehension mingled with fear. The punch Xie Mingfeng had delivered had inflicted significant damage upon Evil Buu. Chapter 52. The grand conclusion. Evil Buu fixed his gaze upon Xie Mingfeng, and gradually, the flicker of fear in his eyes transformed into madness. Created by Bibidi, Majin Buu is a battle monster endowed with a degree of intelligence, yet predominantly driven by an insatiable desire for destruction. In other words, it is not intelligence that governs Majin Buu, but rather his desires. "Ah!" Majin Buu shouted, charging at Xie Mingfeng. Xie Mingfeng let out a cold laugh. "Majin Buu, I grant you one hand. Though you may transform in myriad ways, your power pales in comparison to mine. You are, without doubt, no match for me." Majin Buu's punches rained down upon Xie Mingfeng like a torrential downpour. Yet Xie Mingfeng effortlessly blocked every attack with a single right hand. "Is this truly the extent of your power?" Xie Mingfeng chuckled. "Do you have no more formidable techniques?" Suddenly, the small form of Majin Buu morphed into a vast sack, enveloping Xie Mingfeng. Clearly, Majin Buu sought to consume him. By devouring Xie Mingfeng, not only could he eliminate this formidable adversary, but he would also gain Xie Mingfeng's strength. A noble aspiration indeed, yet it proved futile against Xie Mingfeng. "Majin Buu, it seems you have truly exhausted your options. Do you find amusement in performing such tricks before me?" Xie Mingfeng unleashed a punch, executing the internal family fist cannon hammer. The cannon hammer, imbued with explosive force, wielded formidable destructive power. With Xie Mingfeng's strength, the execution of the cannon hammer caused the void to tremble, reducing Majin Buu's body to mere dust. This time, the duration required for Majin Buu to reform his body extended significantly. "Majin Buu is faltering," the East Kaishin remarked with a smile. "Xie Mingfeng's strength is overwhelming, continuously dismantling Majin Buu's form, making it increasingly difficult for him to reconstitute himself. Xie Mingfeng has mastered 60% of the laws of space. The force of his punches causes profound destruction to the body of Majin Buu. Once damaged, Majin Buu suffers injury to his very essence, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Why does Majin Buu not fear the attacks from Son Goku and Vegeta? The assaults from Son Goku merely inflict superficial damage upon Majin Buu's physique, failing to harm his vital energy. A warrior who has reached the pinnacle of power can obliterate any object, reducing it to atomic particles with a single strike. Had Xie Mingfeng possessed such formidable power, a single blow would suffice to completely vanquish Majin Buu. Regardless of Majin Buu's might and enigma, reducing his form to atomic status would ensure his irrevocable demise. The smallest unit that constitutes a living organism is the molecule, and atoms represent an exceedingly diminutive state of matter. However, even with his mastery of 60% of the laws of space, Xie Mingfeng cannot reduce objects to atomic form. "One more punch," Xie Mingfeng declared with a smile, delivering another strike. Boom. This time, Majin Buu took a full minute to coalesce his form. "Majin Buu, your end is nigh." Xie Mingfeng sneered. "You are too malevolent, bringing only disaster to the universe. It is more fitting for you to return to the cosmos as if you had never existed." Babidi is the last sorcerer of the magical civilization. With the demise of the Evil Buu, it is unlikely that anyone will ever conjure another Majin. Xie Mingfeng summoned all his strength, unleashing the full force of the laws of space, delivering the ultimate punch. Boom. The entire Kaishin realm trembled, and several clear fissures appeared in the void. "Ah!" Majin Buu let out a final anguished cry as his form was entirely obliterated, unable to reform. "I shall leave you with the remnants of your consciousness, in hopes that you may be reborn as a human in the afterlife." Xie Mingfeng recalled that in the original narrative, Ub is the reincarnation of the Evil Buu. Thus he refrained from completely annihilating his soul. "Haha, Xie Mingfeng, you are impressive." Son Goku exclaimed loudly, astonished that Majin Buu was no match for him. The greatest strength of Majin Buu was not his power, but rather his ability to resurrect endlessly. Now, he has finally been defeated. In terms of raw strength, Son Goku may not have feared Majin Buu, but the latter's resilience was formidable. After battling for over 8 hours, Majin Buu remained vigorous while Goku was exhausted. Had it not been for Xie Mingfeng's timely intervention, Goku might have met his demise. The matter has been resolved. Xie Mingfeng picked up the Kaishin sword, smiling as he spoke. All right, we should return to Earth. The East Kaishin addressed Xie Mingfeng. Xie Mingfeng. This Kaishin sword is the only divine weapon in our realm. I hope you will wield it wisely and keep it from gathering dust. In the realm of the gods, no one can use the Kaishin sword, so it is better to let you take it. Perhaps it will help maintain peace in the universe. Of course, the East Kaishin was unaware that the divine sword sealed an ancient Kaishin. Otherwise, he would not have easily allowed Xie Mingfeng to take it. Xie Mingfeng smiled and said, Lord King of Worlds, rest assured, with my swordsmanship, I shall not bring disgrace to this divine sword. In the future, I can wield this sword to vanquish demons and restore clarity to the universe. The East King of Worlds smiled slightly. Then I shall be at ease. Very well, Jebet. Please escort Xie Mingfeng and the others to Earth. Jebet's instantaneous movement surpassed that of Sun Wukong's. He did not require the same sense of the Earth's energy signatures, but could teleport directly. Grasping Xie Mingfeng's arm, Jebet attempted to teleport, but suddenly changed countenance. Realizing he had failed, what could be the issue? Jebet was alarmed. Moments ago, when he attempted to teleport, he felt as though he were an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly unable to move Xie Mingfeng. Is it not possible? Xie Mingfeng inquired. It must be that the King of Worlds' sword is too heavy. Holding this divine sword feels akin to carrying a massive celestial body, even with Xie Mingfeng's strength. Wielding the King of Worlds' sword proved to be a considerable challenge, let alone for Jebet. Sun Wukong asked, Xie Mingfeng, what do you plan to do? Will you not take the sword back? Xie Mingfeng shook his head. The King of Worlds' sword is of great significance to me. I do not intend to return to Earth just yet. I wish to cultivate in the King of Worlds' realm. Wukong, upon your return, please inform Bulma to keep a close watch on that young rascal, Xie Xiaofeng. I will return when I have the time. Jebet, being in the divine realm, found it convenient to return to Earth with him. Sun Wukong nodded. Very well. He teleported with Vegeta and Fat Buu back to Earth. Fat Buu, not having any ties with Satan, naturally stayed within the Capsule Corporation. With the presence of such a formidable ally as Fat Buu, Xie Mingfeng could focus on his cultivation in the King of Worlds realm without worrying about Bulma and Xie Xiaofeng's safety. Xie Mingfeng sought a tranquil place and began to meditate on the laws of space and the secret sealing techniques of the divine sword. 15 years later, he mastered 80% of the laws of space and created the 11th sword. The Zephylian baby attacked Earth, parasitizing all humans, intending to transform them into new Zephylians. Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4, but was unable to defeat Baby. Xie Mingfeng unleashed the 11th sword, vanquishing Baby and saving Earth. Years later, Xie Mingfeng mastered 90% of the laws of space, comprehended the 12th sword, and defeated the malevolent one-star dragon. He challenged the god of destruction Beerus. And at the critical moment, he grasped the complete law of space and attained the 13th sword technique, ultimately defeating Beerus. Xie Mingfeng utilized the laws of space to break through the cosmic barriers and return to the real world. Thus, the story concludes. This fanfiction is lighthearted but lacks fervor, as the plot is primarily dictated by the original work, requiring only minor embellishments. The original narrative comprises only a few key story arcs. No amount of filler can stretch it to 100,000 words. Of course, arbitrary additions would lead to a different narrative altogether. However, such a deviation would no longer resemble Dragon Ball. This book begins with promise but falters towards the end. I sincerely apologize to everyone for that. The latest work by Qi Jian, titled The Sword Master of Mount Hua, is being exclusively released on the Qidian platform, featuring original narratives with daily updates of 10,000 words. For those intrigued, it is worth a visit. The captivating introductions to Nightmare Assault, The Holy Ruins, The Tomb of the Eerie Gods, The Eerie Three Kingdoms, The Scholar's Technological System, and The Emperor of Cold Skies remain undisclosed.